Never felt a lover who's more alive. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Gentlemen, please welcome Sheever and Jenkins.
Good morning, everyone.
That's not the music I requested.
What?
I'm not coming out.
Jenkins?
I said SpongeBob. I'm not coming out.
Where's my co-host?
Play SpongeBob. What's going on?
What did they? What do you want?
I said, for fuck's sake. Give me a second. What? I said, play SpongeBob. Bob, what would Squidward do? What would Squidward think?
Jenkins,
What a
sit
day.
down. Sit
What a day so
down
far.
right now. I will not have you harass our producing panel. You can get your SpongeBob at any day of the week, just not today.
I need a break.
Today's a special day. You might have noticed. Jenkins was not part of the furniture. He got a walk on. He got all devasked. We're never going to do that again. Don't worry, guys. He will never get another walk.
We'll see.
Probably.
We'll see.
We'll see. But
Don't
we
shake
have
your
a little bit of a difference today.
Shake your head.
Are you a very competitive person, Jenkins?
Yes.
Yes.
Very.
Very.
Bob. We introduce them or what's going on here?
Yeah, so if you were going up against teams of two, who would you be the least scared of?
Probably Kezu and Sheep.
Yeah.
They're the most pathetic people that are around. My God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can get that duo going then. Sheepstick and Kazu for a quiz. All right, you ready?
Go here.
All right.
Okay.
Ready?
Fusion. We're gonna beat your ass, Jenkins.
That's stupid. That was so stupid.
Thank you. We practiced that a lot behind the scenes.
I saw you.
Kezu, do you even know what that is from?
Do I know where that's from?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon Ball, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with
He's-
the times, man.
I haven't
Alright.
even seen Dragon Ball. I was like, yo, Kezi, do you know that Dragon Ball fusion thingamajig? He goes, yeah, I know. And then he like starts doing it. He's like,
That's the opposite of what I would expect between you two, to be honest.
Hey, relax, Jenkins.
Are you ready for a fierce competition?
Yes.
Who's the second least pathetic duo? Or second most pathetic, that's what I meant to say.
well,
They're not here, but I know another one.
Okay, dude.
What am I? Do I need to introduce them? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Introducing the next most cringe duo we have available. It's Cap and Avery. Oh my God, he's dead.
Oh, what?
We're filming.
What did you take from him?
His wallet.
We're live, Cap. You realize we're live.
That's your
I thought this was
teammate.
rehearsals.
No, no.
Get him on the chair.
Cap is not live anymore.
This is all very well rehearsed.
Yeah, I don't think they
Promise?
practiced
We didn't
that.
think they were going to come out a
They should
different
have
door at
practiced like
all.
we did for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Avery, you're not even a good actor as a corpse. Actually, that's the best
Everything's
role for
okay.
you.
Yeah, we're good.
Your teammate's still not on the chair.
What? Teammate? I don't have a teammate. I'm a solo caster.
That's true. I've seen him.
I've
do it.
seen it too. I
I get double day rate
He also
as a result.
he can host as well. So Fever.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
sorry. Let's get started.
You're next, Cheever.
He gets the talent day rate and the mortician day rate as well.
Hey, forget all that chair right now. We need your help.
Ooh, I heard it's weird.
Cap needs your help because it's a music quiz.
He looks dead.
Wow, a dead man walking.
The fuck happened? one minute we were discussing the cabal.
What did I say? There is no cabal.
I'll do whatever you say.
Good man.
Don't
All
hurt,
right.
don't hurt me
He
anymore.
gets it.
All right, we're ready
He's
for
back, he's
this.
back in place. where he
One
should
strong
be.
blow to the back of the head, and suddenly there is no cabal. That's crazy.
I'm ready for a quiz.
Okay, so I called the pandas earlier the producing pandas. It's because they did some producing. That's right. There's 16 teams, Dream League.
Good try, Bob. I
What
saw
is
it.
Oh.
He wants the camera.
Bob,
Put the-
Bob.
What the-
No, not me. Go to
There we
Bob. Go to Bob. Hey!
Producing pandas, everyone.
The producing pandas, or on Instagram, the PogChamp pandas. But we do have, for 8 teams, we have, the pandas have created a jingle, a tune, a theme song, if you will.
Oh, no.
And they are specific per team.
Okay.
And now we have 3 teams right here. And we're going to take turns guessing to see if we can guess which team has which jingle. And they're only for Dream League participating teams. So that, narrows the field a little bit. But there's only 8 out of the 16 teams that we have a quiz for here today. I don't know which 8. You don't know which 8. I just know that Cap and Avery, your team. Kazoo, Sheep, your team.
Are we a team?
Let's go! And me and Jake is our team too.
Yeah, we're
Team. Not fair. This is not
Yeah.
fair. We're going to
Yeah.
destroy them.
Oh,
He's
that's
already cheating. He
great.
pulled up the teams.
He does have the
Stop.
teams.
Okay,
Put
but
him on
I will
Host
allow
privilege.
the picking
Host privilege.
I'm allowing the pickup teams. That doesn't matter.
Hold on. Hold on a
We're
second.
working this event, right? We're supposed to know, Jenkins?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we're
I'm
supposed
the
to know.
co-host. I don't even know shit, dude.
You know what? I did think the intro of Cap and SVG was even slightly terrifying, but very original. I'm gonna let them go first.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm getting
He did
So-
buy it.
What's the rules of this
Nice.
competition?
Okay,
again?
it will be very simple.
Okay.
I'm gonna play. I have buttons here. I'm gonna play music. I don't know which. I just know it's button 1. Button
Okay.
1. I'll press it. Music will play, and you get to talk to your teammate,
Perfect.
and you're gonna come to one conclusion of a team. And when you're ready to lock in that answer, you lock in that answer.
Okay, the music
The
is supposed to
music- it will
represent one of the
represent
teams
one
at
of
the
the teams.
tournament.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then
I got
you can say one team, and then if you have it wrong, Kazoo and Sheep go. If they have it wrong, we go.
Okay.
And if we all get it wrong, I got the answer here as well, which is a different, because the original tune has also a track over the top of it that makes it a little bit more obvious with lyrics which team it is about. So, are you ready for your first challenge?
Yes, I like this idea. This is great.
It is now.
I'm excited for this.
The camera is also only on.
Also, the camera is all mine, baby. A solo caster,
Yes,
just
a
what
camera.
you need. A solo shot.
I like being dead more.
Well, I can arrange that if you
Okay.
want.
All right, here
I'm okay.
comes track.
Where's my wallet?
Still have it. Go ahead, Cheever.
Here comes track number 1. That's it.
That's it. Okay,
Oh,
that is.
Talon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the correct sound or is that
I
a...
think
This is
that
this
Yeah,
is
it just
the
wasn't very
that
loud.
has to be correct.
and that was the correct sound.
Yes.
And this is the answer track. That's Talon.
Okay.
That was an easy. Why do they get
Wait,
the
what?
That
easy
was so
one?
easy. We're gonna get some
You
like
set us up to
Yeah,
go
we're
first.
gonna get some
intense like
strange.
classical.
Wait,
Because
what?
we did the best intro.
The
What did
first
that
one's
say?
a-
What did it say?
Talent.
Talon.
It was just a.
That said Talon?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, play it again. Play it again.
Yeah, that's definitely Talon.
You said it was gonna like give the
not
answer
what
away.
I'm-
I didn't know it was
Sorry,
gonna
Sorry,
literally
sometimes
say the
blows to the head
answer.
can cause hearing loss, so it
Yeah.
might be a little jumbled.
All
up.
right, Kazoo and Sheep,
Oh boy.
I mean, I got it right.
are you ready?
Yeah.
Not that concussed.
We mute their mics. Just go ahead and mute them.
What
What the
the?
fuck was that?
What's some nightmare jingle?
I see you looking at the list of teams.
Yo,
I'm
not
trying to
looking
get
at
some
anything.
inspiration.
I think it's EG. I think there was an evil laugh.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah, let's lock that in.
Evil geniuses.
Wait. So that's correct. That's correct.
It is
yes.
correct, right?
They just what? No, I agree.
I thought it was Evil Geniuses. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It is.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
This is the answer track.
Cool. Okay.
This is great.
Jenkins, this is ours.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a tough one.
That would
I
be
know.
that would be Team Urination.
Yeah.
Fever.
Let's lock in Team Liquid, please.
Yeah. Wait, where's our score? Why is it just?
They're gonna put
there
it
you go.
up. Relax.
Okay.
Aren't you looking at the answers anyway?
Yeah.
You know, honestly, I think this was too easy, so I'm gonna we don't need to look
Okay.
at
Yeah,
it.
we're on the second level now. We're on
Okay.
wave 2.
Captain Avery, wave 2, coming in.
Oh, you said wave to you.
Wave to who?
Ooh.
All right, that was cool.
Yo, keep playing it.
Yo.
Yeah, put it on.
Yo.
Jenkins,
Yeah.
do a rap.
No.
Jenkins, do a rap.
Cap over there. He's sitting on the chair. He's a bald motherfucker because he doesn't have hair.
True.
I see him there. I stop and I stare because when I look at his head, there's a fucking glare. Because he's bald. At some point, you were bald.
What do you think of that?
Oh, no, it's
Kind of fits
incredible.
the. Is this?
Really? Why?
I don't know. I mean, you come up with a better one.
Oh, you do all the work. Okay.
I know which team this is.
Do you know this one?
I'm actually not sure.
I don't.
Let's see.
This is such a generic thing. What?
No, it's not.
I'm not.
There's one team.
I think this is like the jingle for that, like on an advert.
Maybe. Ooh, actually, that would make sense.
That is the only thing I can come up with.
Probably them.
That was my other
Or it
option.
could be this, because of like the slang.
one of the two.
Like of what the name means.
Which one you want to lock in?
Word
We don't
I don't
have
think
all
this-
day.
Ooh,
Yeah, I don't think this lasts forever.
too specific.
Oh, I go.
I like this idea.
All right, we're gonna lock in Bet Boom.
Oh, I should have.
I don't think that's right.
I told you.
I don't think yours was right though.
Wrong.
I like this idea.
You just wait
like
till
that?
mine was
Yeah.
right.
Dude, come on.
All right.
Wait, you're that sure of your answer?
Come on.
We know what we want to lock
Yeah.
in.
Spotify Rebellion.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
What?
That's
I heard you like
That's
jingle
their
for a commercial. I was just like,
I was like, I
What?
don't know what it is.
that's their
there's no way.
just put
Okay, we're
Their
wrong.
answer is Shopify.
Yeah.
I want to point at which one I think. Yeah,
Yo,
I think
are we
that's
gonna be able to guess again if you guys
One.
miss?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, if we miss, then I do the answer. We all got it wrong, right?
Shiver, that's OG.
Yeah, it is OG.
That's what I was saying.
I told you.
I told him it was OG. And he
Original
gave me
gangster.
this. He gave me this.
That's what I was saying.
I thought it was way.
Oh my god.
would it be OG?
I mean, why would it be?
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
OG.
Yeah.
It's a beat.
I gave
It's a
him two
hip-hop beat.
options.
Holy, that's way too good. Yeah.
Nah.
You didn't believe in it. That's the
Right.
shame. That's a shame.
Alex was right. She knew.
Oh, like you did.
I thought
screw
it was,
the
I
game,
thought it
keep
was
the
like
beat.
Okay.
All
that boom like
well,
a
that
boom
was
box. You know what I'm
Captain
saying?
Avery's
That's why I thought it
try.
was the-
We're
no,
going
no, no.
over to Sheep and Kezu. Is that how it works, you think? I think so, right?
Yes. Send it.
Yeah.
Thanks for the layup, boys.
The layup.
Losers.
All right. Sheep, Kezu,
What up?
this is your
Ready.
track.
What the froge?
What the froge?
I think
I need a list of teams.
I need the list of teams.
Something magical.
Who?
is this an anime reference?
Let me see the list.
Is it supposed to be this?
I
clicked-
have no idea.
Oh shit. Category Russia. That's not.
What the heck?
I think it's.
I don't know. I would guess this. I don't know. You have a
It
better
sounds
guess?
like someone like transforming. You know, like some turns into a Disney princess. Can I say that? The D word?
I don't think so.
Do not invoke their name.
Sorry.
They are very litigious.
Disney.
I don't have a better guess. for this one.
Demons.
It's me. It's a much better entity
What do you
to
think?
put name to, honestly.
Oh, it's Entity.
I mean, it could be a mysterious.
It's got to be a time limit.
It could be
here,
this.
It could be a.
I'm not to
either-
trust you again.
I don't know.
What's wrong with
I don't
this?
feel as strongly about this one as I did last one.
It might be.
Any 50-50 jokers? No, right?
We could do. All right, how about this?
Hey,
Play
you.
rock,
Hey,
paper,
there we go.
scissors.
Okay,
if I win, it's this one. If you win, it's that one.
Okay.
All right, ready? Rock, paper, scissors. All right.
Okay, we're going with
With-
Team Aster.
What?
Unlucky.
You're really bad at this.
can't-
Colin.
We're doing the one that pointed out last, right?
I thought we were going to 50-50
That
between
one.
those two. I guess we'll choose that one. It's one or the other.
We are going to lock in Team Secret.
No.
Oh,
Okay,
we
we're
were
both
both wrong.
We got a chance.
Okay.
We got a chance to steal.
Well, then
think?
I know which one it is.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
Idiot
I mean-
Jenkins.
We did a 50-50.
I don't know.
Dumbass.
Maybe that one.
It's either them or it's.
It's gonna just come back around to us.
I don't know,
I don't
maybe
think they'll get
them,
it.
Yeah. I feel like that would be
Not
more
this.
nature.
If they don't get it,
I
we'll
agree.
get the
I
next.
agree.
We'll get
Okay,
it.
we're locking in Team Spirit.
Oh, they got it. What?
Oh my god!
What?
Another chance at life.
50-50 got
Well, how does that sound like that?
I don't know. I mean, what do
you
you think
said
it
by the
sounds like?
rules that if we
Nothing.
went
It sounds
through,
like
everybody
nothing.
lost.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
how
I
it
think
sounds
so.
like.
Yeah.
Sheep
Get out of
Kezu,
here.
if we went through, everybody lost.
Okay.
We all got a chance.
So what-
We're not going to guess until we get it. That
Okay. Wait, we're not gonna guess yet? Wait, you saying we are?
What?
Oh, LGD.
Okay.
What the fuck?
What are you
How is
talking
this
about?
LGD?
I don't see it, but okay.
Okay,
Come on,
yes.
tell us.
Give us the interpretation,
us.
All right,
please.
Bob, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Bob.
PSG, can you hear me?
Yeah?
PSG started out as For the Dream.
My God, that's
good.
deep lore.
That is deep lore.
deep
I
lore.
was thinking
That
something
is like
dream.
Dota 1 lore.
SVG, how did you get this? You're the lore man.
I don't even know if that's true. Is
Making shit up.
Can we
These are-
fact
okay,
check
so
that?
Nobody
Like-
said it was supposed to be easy.
That's true because that, that's on their Wikipedia, isn't it? That's on their Liquipedia. The
Yeah,
first thing he
it
said,
is.
LGD, the organization where it started, For the Dream was a Dota 1 team that became LGD.
Yeah,
Oh my God, Dota 1.
He probably wrote that
play
in
Dota.
this morning.
What is that? I don't know this game.
So hard to edited
Actually,
by
no,
anybody.
it was already, I think it was already Dota 2, but it was like super early.
Is the score wrong? Why do hosts have 2 points?
Because we
They
did
stole
get 2
one.
Because we
points.
stole
They
one.
last round.
We stole Cap and Avery's one. But this is our true point coming up right here because this is our question. You ready?
Yeah. Okay, wait. What?
Maybe that is that one.
It's one.
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Should be this.
I think it's
No.
this one for sure.
Yeah, I think
yeah, for sure.
Dum, dum. I feel like
These
that-
are bangers,
I
though.
feel like that's ghostly. Like, it might even be this.
There's no way we're gonna
No.
get this wrong. I think it's
How does that translate to
down.
Netherlandish? Because we have to remember they're Netherlandish. Is that spooky? Is that
No,
spooky? Okay,
no.
is that?
No, but you know what we have to think about? What were their previous names?
What would they call it in the land of Netherlandia?
See, I'm thinking Team Spirit, but if they looked up and saw Yellow Submarine, it'd be very obvious. It'd be very obvious.
I'm thinking Team Secret at the moment because it's like spooky and secretive. But then again, I also thought Team Secret was the previous one.
Fuck it, let's just do it. Let's go with your first thought. We'll
All
go
right,
Team
Team
Secret.
Secret.
Nice job.
All right, let's hear the
This
answer.
is rigged, man.
Yeah, this is a rigged game.
We got LGD
Yeah, the hosts
for
are
the
getting all the
dream.
right answers. Oh, that's weird.
it's fucking strange.
Yeah, no, I trust my teammate.
Strange.
You
Wow.
wouldn't know what that's like to
Well,
trust your
I would
teammate.
trust the teammate who has all the answers too. Avery, do you have an index there?
He has all the answers. You just gave him a brain
Oh,
hemorrhage.
there's a sh in
Yeah.
there.
I like that.
Okay, Cap and Avery, are you ready
Yeah.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
your next?
Cap is ready.
Well, you said camera slowly, so I don't know.
I like this camera.
Of course, Cap is ready.
My camera.
All right, here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Damn.
That was a
That was like some
tune.
Sega intro music.
Yeah.
But what would that represent in teams?
That's my favorite one so far.
You can buy a Sega on Shopify.com/Sega Genesis.
Could be Aster.
Why?
I don't know. It just sounds like Aster-ish, you know?
This is there's only 2 more questions left, by the way.
What? We can't win then.
We can tie.
You
Maybe.
can tie.
Someone could tie. Like one team could tie. Like someone has to die.
Yeah. You guys have to die.
That means we have to get this right.
Is there
I'll
already
get
a
it wrong.
spirit?
We have not yet gotten.
Dude, you think everyone is Team Spirit? Like,
Eventually, you might be right.
It's could be Team
Except
Spirit.
for the one which I said was OG, and it was OG.
I mean, that's a.
She thought everyone was Team Secret. Guess what? She got Team Secret.
She's just saying that to throw off the fact he has the answers.
I don't have the answer. Why would I have the answers?
All right, what do you want to choose?
I feel like
will
my
guess
gut
this,
reaction's
but I'm not
Aster, man.
What was Aster?
Okay, I
Previous name.
will let you choose Aster.
I mean, it's wrong though, but I don't know what else. I don't know what it
I
actually
think
is.
can I borrow that for a
I
second?
think it's that.
What? Why? The sake I'm using.
Is it
I
Beast
swear to
Coast?
God, it's like
How about
Wait.
this? Because it could look like
How
a
can you
logo
move
when
Is
the
it
game
Beast
pops up.
Coast? Like the wave?
They're all logos.
Yeah, but this looks more like a game logo.
maybe, but I would think
think
it would be
20-year-old
more tropical
Nintendo
or
game.
oceany in some regard.
I don't know.
Wah, wah, wah.
Why do you want it to be that so bad? You guess this
I don't
every
know.
round.
Yeah, I think we all have that.
Yeah.
How about this one?
TSM.
Thank you.
That boom team.
TSM.
Da-ba-dum.
Oh, he's right. It's 3 syllables.
Shopify.
Spirit.
They're all 3
I go
syllables.
TSM, I guess.
Locked in TSM. So good.
No way.
Here's the answer track. Here's the answer track.
So we have to get this next
We have
one
to get it.
wrong to
Oh,
give
so they
them
can
the
win.
chance to
Is
tie.
it
But they will guess
TSM?
first, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's good.
How'd you guys?
T?
What was the inspiration for this one? Out of curiosity.
S. Got it.
The production pandas on the case.
We just wanted the Sega intro music.
So I was right about the Sega? Hell yeah. My man.
Yeah, that checks out.
All right, this is the final query.
Okay,
And good luck, Kazoo and Sheep.
nice.
Question number 8.
Well, we have to get this wrong. Like, we have to try and throw for them. Because either they're going to win anyway, or we give them the chance
Okay,
to tie it.
what's the
no
hardest
idea.
throw on this one?
No idea.
I think it's probably this. I think this is an easy throw.
This is an easy throw.
This is an easy throw. Okay. We'd like to lock in Team Aster. Nice.
Good job.
Go Cap! Go Avery! Tie it up!
We'll take this for you.
Why
I
are the
hope.
guys projectile vomiting in the background? Is it us?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
it
to
is
check-
you
we have
guys.
to
I mean,
guess.
this is the only thing I
We
can
have
think
to
of.
get it
This is
wrong.
big manly men.
No, but I'm thinking
Man,
which
man.
soundtrack will fit after this. Like there's supposed to be text on it, no?
Yeah, I guess it'd be very quick, whatever it is. What, should we just go with the shortest team name?
Wait. Are they saying boom?
Yeah,
No.
Boom Esports.
We already had bet.
Let's go.
We already did.
Yeah,
They're saying, Shopify.
I guessed the previous one. I'll leave this one to you. The responsibility is too much for me.
I have absolutely no fucking clue, dude. No clue. I'm gonna go Game and Gladiators.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
Nice. We give this
Oh,
one for
the
you, my
pressure is
brothers.
on. I mean, what'd you guys think it was?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We didn't
We
think
got, you
about
guys
it.
actually didn't
No,
have
We
an
didn't think
answer?
about
threw
it.
it.
Yeah.
Maybe?
We can think if we want.
Maybe?
Throwing was easy.
I don't want to influence it though, because if they're wrong, then I would feel bad.
So wait, it's
Just not this, not this.
It's
Is it
not
the O
this.
from OG?
It's not this.
No, we already did it.
What the hell is it?
It's not this.
I mean, it sounded. I don't want to say anything. I thought it was this.
Yeah.
This was mine.
Oh, God. My anxiety levels are rising.
Dude, you have to guess. You have to make it stop.
Cat face!
Beast Coast.
No, not Beast. Why would you say Beast
Yeah,
Coast?
that would have been my guess.
What? That was not our answer. Why did you say that?
We needed an
Why did you
answer.
say it?
We were taking a half an hour. What do you want from me?
Wait, can we just keep going around though? In a
Why
circle?
didn't you
'Cause it's
just
the final
shout that
one?
out?
Because it's part of the
I need to see
production. They
music.
finished the
You
drum
sure?
roll.
I thought it was.
Somebody had to say something.
I'll allow
I
it.
think it was Bet Boom.
I thought that
Kazu,
was the other answer.
Sheep.
Wait, can we just keep circling?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it.
Was
Sick. We guessed Team Aster.
at the first time.
Yeah, you did. So you want to give them another shot? Of course. Okay, which one do you want to go?
I have no idea, dude.
You want to go for your first thought?
Which was what?
Wasn't that the one at the
Team
bottom?
Aster.
No, that was your first thought, but we already guessed Bet Boom.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. It was the rap one. I rapped
that was
Oh,
OG.
Entity.
Oh,
The rap was OG, right?
oh, you're right.
OG.
Oh shit, yeah, Bet Boom.
Oh, OG.
Yay!
Oh my
You
god.
stole it right.
I fucking sabotaged it.
Wait, I literally said that.
You did actually, but unlucky.
This guy's just ripping answers.
Shut up, loser.
L.
Well, we got
Thank you,
second.
Batman. That was amazing. I
That was a
love
great
that.
game. Great game. Wait, why are you guys clapping? We should be clapping for you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, everybody lost apart from the host. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise.
That's okay.
I don't know. I feel like we had a moral victory. I mean, you two definitely lost, but I feel like we had a
Now we
moral
helped
victory.
you feel better.
I
You
tried to
have to live
uplift
with
you,
what
and this
you've
is how
done.
you treat
I
us.
Look at this guy.
would say that the real competition was, of course, not for the hosts, because they will always win, but between those two duos. And we have a clear victor, which is Cap and SVG. And that means they get
Congratulations.
they get to take some time off. They do have to carry the chairs to take some time off,
Wait,
and they
what?
only get rest until
This
the
just
game
sounds like
starts.
forced labor.
Yeah, you're not winning at all.
Shut up, grab your chairs.
You only get time off until the game starts.
Hey, grab your chairs and move them to the children's table. Because you lost.
Losers.
No, you two fuck off as well.
No, you
No,
shut
no,
up.
they stayed.
Oh.
We gotta
You
put
need
them through
me.
some
Oh,
extra
never mind.
labor.
Please stay.
You need me.
I didn't watch any replays.
Wait, so my prize is that I get to rearrange furniture.
I've got a much bigger object to throw.
All right, let's lift this sofa.
Please, Cap.
Oh my god.
Thank you for participating in the quiz. That was lovely. We are actually a Dota tournament. Surprise. What?
Not what I signed up
Yay! We're gonna go this pretty fast. But what I want to say is that two group stages, Group A, Group B, they finished tomorrow. Bar tiebreakers, they would be played on Thursday. But that means we only have 1.5 days. Out of the two groups, it's 8 teams per group. 4 teams go home per group. That's a lot of teams. We can take a look at how scores stand right now. This is Group A. Group A is looking like there will be tiebreakers, Kezu.
Yep, we've got a lot of ties, and Liquid, they're actually in third place.
Yes.
They're doing very well. Yeah, they're doing very well.
Talent Hunter tied for first. Everybody else tied for second.
Yeah.
Liquid in third.
I will say every single series in Group A is a tie, apart from Team Liquid's first series of the day. So we'll see how that goes today, because they're once again playing first against PSG LGD. But we are going to also take a quick look at Group B. Group B also had a lot of ties. And there
God.
also most likely will be tiebreakers, Sheep.
Yay.
We're just looking at the same group.
It almost feels
Yeah.
like looking at the same group.
Almost, but there's a fourth place.
There is a
That's
fourth
true.
place. Yes. Special place for Entity at this point, but a lot can still happen. As you know, there are 4 streams going on at the same time. I'm sure by now you can find them. Also, we have the customer service, I'd say, of having the squad stream. And the squad stream allows you to click on it and then you see all 4 streams at the same time, and you can shuffle through which one you like to see more. And obviously, it's a really nice way of watching or attempting to watch 4 different streams. So make sure you check that out. Before we head into the draft and before we talk more about the teams, well, no, before we talk about the draft, I do want to quickly talk a little bit about the actual teams. I believe, actually, no, I don't want you guys to talk about the teams.
Okay.
I want Team Liquid to talk about themselves.
Uh-oh.
Can we do that?
I think
Yes.
they're debating right now if it's possible.
Yeah, the technology.
Morale crushed.
They had nothing to
Soul's
say.
dead.
They had
Yeah,
nothing
they're
to say.
just...
All right.
William
well,
on the beach
no.
somewhere.
I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
Team Liquid would love to talk to themselves, about themselves rather, right now.
It's 1,000 range on the tether. I don't know what they're
We're gonna have a fight. Arena onto 2, and a meteor hammer onto 2, and a mana void onto 2.
My name is Boxy, and I play for Team Liquid.
I play for Team Liquid. I am Michał Nisha Jankowski.
I would say that my team is passionate but messy.
Yeah. I like chaos.
All right, Taiga looking for a pickoff, but the Mars Arena from Zai is going to get storm bolted. Inside the Wukong command now as Nietzsche jumps in, gets off the BKB, and the OG members are just melting, and the big mana void comes out.
Team are we most anticipating to play against? We don't tend to focus on only one team. I think it's important to not get like locked into, oh, we have to beat this team. They're always you know, screwing us over. I think with time you'll figure them out anyway. So I think it's important to like keep like a open mind.
He's not going to attempt it right now. Okay, they're actually going to jump in. DM jumps in with the Aghanim Scepter Doom. Buyback not available on the techies, and DM just melts, and this is a disaster for OG.
Our goals for this DreamLeague season, I think, is to qualify to the bigger tournament and hopefully to win it. Because last time we got to the grand finals and we lost. And I don't know, it's pretty annoying losing.
You know, like we wanna try as hard as we can to win the DreamLeague and the Riyadh. DreamLeague is on a bigger priority for now.
Can they get him out afterwards, though? They have the Frost Shield for round, and Mickey makes the rotation, finds the book, the double kill, right on top! Oh, Matu got saved, his team was there, the creep was there, and Puppy is gonna get Walrus punched out of oblivion.
Yeah, losing sucks. Losing's not fun.
Annoying.
Unfortunately for Team Liquid, they've been doing quite a bit of it this DreamLeague so far, and if they want to have a shot of winning it, they first have to make it out of the groups. And Jenkins, that's looking pretty rough at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking rough. Shiver, of course, they're tied for third, so yeah, they're they're in the lowest slot in the group stage. They did have a couple of ties though.
They did,
and also, I don't know. I feel confident that they'll bounce back, but this is a pretty brutal group stage. 4 teams in both groups get removed. We're going to lose half of the teams in this tournament after this group. So they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and the heavy lifting starts right about now because we should be in the draft momentarily already. Time flies when you're having fun. I really didn't think our quiz took that long, but it did. And it does mean that we are one step closer to the Dota 2. So I'd love to know what we are expecting from this series, because first series of the day, we talked about it yesterday as well at some point, where Team Liquid has openly said, Alex, that they don't like playing early in the morning. For them, this is early in the morning, believe it or not. And so far, every single series is a tie for them. Apart from the series, they play in the early slot, which is right now.
Yeah, I did hear that they like to sleep in incredibly late, some of their players. So
name names, just say them.
Nisha.
Insane effort, I believe, as
like
well. I believe that the whole team is potentially a
degenerate.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, they had a really shit start to the Berlin major as well.
Yeah.
And somehow they found their groove. I guess it's because maybe they're not, you know, they're not practicing as hard outside of the game. So you come in, you spend the group stage as a way of scrimming technically, and then you get back into it. I mean, Liquid's smart, but they're sucking hard right now.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Because even in DPC, I mean, I'll have to say that I am not super confident in them bouncing back. Of course, they're good enough, but their DPC has been shaky. The start of this group stage has been shaky. And yeah, I guess they had to wake up around 10 a.m. this morning, so that's a rough one.
I guess that so far, I mean, we say that the DPC have been shaky. They have scraped by. Like they did qualify for Bali. So this group stage, and we mentioned it earlier, yes, they're last slot, but it's all ties, so much can still happen. So if they are scraping by, and they make it to the next group stage, that's still very good. Yeah. We'll see though. PSG LGD, I mean, they have only had ties. They've not done anything but tie.
Yeah, what does LGD score? 4-4?
Yep, that's what you do when you tie everything. Yeah. I actually think that they're one of the few teams that have played with Muerta.
Yep.
Which I'm quite surprised about, because I thought she was nerfed to the ground.
She did definitely get nerfed, and it's actually one of the replays I did watch. They were supposed to lose that game. They were down like 10k gold, but what LGD have done very well from what I've seen is their comeback in the mid game and the way that they approach, especially the first and second Roshan. I think they're the team that when they're Radiant and you can TP to like this bottom outpost next to the Twin Gate, I've seen them like 5-man TP and just kill it in 15 seconds. I've not seen any other team abuse it that much. And overall, I think this opening for them is pretty good. You have Void Spirit, just generic, very strong hero. Skyref on top gives you all the bonus damage. Another some help against this Timbersaw, who, if this hero has a 3 game, I mean, there's a reason why they did first pick it.
We've seen a lot of first pick Timbersaw.
Yeah.
And a lot of mid Timbersaws, which has been looking great. I mean, every time I see him go mid, he just has like much better CS than the enemy.
Yeah.
I think Bloodseeker as well has looked really strong. We've seen like some builds with the Ags, but we've also seen some not go the Ags, like go for like Yasha. Was it Sanj and Yasha?
Yeah, S and Y,
Mjolnir.
Dagger, Mjolnir.
Yeah, like I think it's cool how versatile he is. He seems to be a really strong laner. Like I've seen him win most of his lanes. Like already Liquid are looking to have strong lanes.
Yeah.
This is their first Timbersaw game this Dream League so far. So they are trying something. Well, I don't want to say new because it's not really new, but like something else, something different.
I agree with Sheep. I think it'll probably be mid. That's just kind of looking like the better role for Timber currently.
Yeah, I agree.
He dominates most of the popular mid matchups. With Bloodseeker, I feel like the Ags is like a really good ahead item. Like whenever you play against this hero and he gets an Ags and you're a little bit behind, you just can't kill him. It's so annoying. But if I'm LGD, I'm looking to pick up a Dispel. So you can dispel both of these barriers, the one that comes from the Timbersaw reactive armor, Aghanim Scepter. The Bloodseeker one can be dispelled, right? Are you guys Bloodseeker players?
I'm not actually sure.
Sorry.
The Timber one I am incredibly sure of because I think that needs to get changed.
Dispelled,
yeah, the Timber one, I feel like that needs to be changed. I don't see why I'm buying an Aghanim Scepter and it's dispellable by some Enchantress when she lifts her hands.
Yeah. Or you get Yules. Yeah. I mean, I would wager that probably it can be dispelled because like pretty much all the barriers can, other than Pipe. So.
Yeah, we got a lot of core bans coming out from Team Liquid. The Faceless Void, the Medusa, and the Morphling removed. And on the other side, we got support bans with the Pugna and the Shadow Demon. Of course, Team Liquid have already picked up 2 cores, so it makes sense. Keeper of the Light is the last one they'll remove, and they'll pick up Mars.
What the heck?
Interesting.
That is a very interesting pick. That was their first Mars in this tournament.
Like,
yeah,
I do feel like it's a strong lane. They have a lot of harass with just all of their spells and spam, and it's a combo. You spear somebody to a tree, pop the Sky ult, they're gonna die.
Yeah, but you already have set up for Sky ult with your Void Spirit. I don't think you need a Mars.
If I'm Sky, it's nice to have 2. It's nice to have a couple of heroes.
You could get a good hero to set it up.
You could. You get like a Legion or something, but I think Mars is probably better versus like the Timber.
Every time I see a Mars, I just die inside. I watched this guy be the lowest net worth core in the entire game, and I just wish he was like anything else. I think the only thing I really value Mars for right now is the bug with Pango roll where he can't roll through his wall.
That is a good combo.
Yeah, that also should not be in the game. I don't know if it got fixed by now.
I saw it yesterday, I think.
Okay, never mind.
And they
Did
did
not
2
get
games.
fixed.
At least most people are aware of it.
Now,
That's the most important part.
Or Nisha. Well, I think LGD are one of the teams that will pick a second core very early on to then try and get a more gotcha support pick on like 18. I did see them do that yesterday with some 18 IO. Yeah. So can't fully explain the Mars pick. It's not a hero that I would have looked at in this position. But for Liquid, in the response, I think a combo break hero is really strong against this LGD draft because as we touched on, you have some setup for this guy now either with the Arena or the Void Spirit, but that's basically all your damage at the start of the fight. So having some Venge or Oracle, that's also why they banned out the SD. Any heroes that break this combo, super strong. So I really like this Venge pick.
Yeah, I think the Mars, if I'm theorizing, I think it's one of New's favorite heroes.
That is true.
Yeah, so for him to take it, I guess it's just like comfort. LGD, also I want to touch back a little bit on the Muerta. I think one of the reasons why they're happy to play it is just because of Shiro. He's probably one of the most like versatile carry players up there, you know, with like Yatoro and stuff. I think he can play like anything and any style. Yeah. So if they just see a game where they're like, oh, Muerta looks good, they'll just snap it.
I like the Silencer pick a lot here. They like instantly picked it because as Kazu was talking about, you have this combo from LGD and then the combo breaker from Team Liquid and the Venge. Yeah. You can't combo break if there's a global silence. And then also, Liquid picked Phoenix, which Silencer is one of the best counters to Phoenix in the game because you put the last word on him and he dives away and he just comes right back.
Come back, baby.
That's one of the most satisfying things in Dota, I find.
They have 2 silencers for him.
Or not if you're Phoenix.
Well, okay, but I'm never Phoenix, so I'm the silencer.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that one and you're like, fuck.
That is actually true. It is doubling down on the silence. They do have Sky and Silencer, so some sort of purge or self-purge. Like Lotuses look really good this game.
I do like, so the fact how drafting works, so when good teams do it, you can see it here. It's like you're building to answer the enemy with like your saves, but then LGD are like, well, idiots, we have a silencer. So now we global, you can't do it anymore. So they're like just doubling down on what they want to do. So you can definitely see the idea there. But I agree with Jenkins, like you have two heroes, like the Sky and Silencer, who they suffer against dispels. Global Lotuses, Greaves, which already why you see the Darksphere being taken out. I could even see a Tidehunter be very good for Team Liquid.
Oh,
just the frontliner. He's gonna buy whatever he needs, some pipe, auras. If he takes damage, he'll always break free. He can counterplay the global as well. And I'm a big fan of this Marcy ban. Shiro played that yesterday and it looked insane. This Marcy Axe, that shit's busted, I think.
The only thing I'm worried about is if they do want to go for like a Tidehunter, Liquid have to pick first, and they haven't banned out stuff like Ursa on LGD,
right.
so I'm not sure if they want to go for like that type of offlane hero.
I will say though, if you have a Phoenix and like all the heroes that counter Tide don't like playing into Phoenix. Like Monkey King gets countered by Phoenix, Ursa. I guess Slark would probably be the best one.
Still annoying.
But still Phoenix could probably do fine against Slark because you can't spam the Dark Pact on every Fire Spirit.
Yes, you can.
Well, yeah.
It's a matter of what you're willing to give up.
Eating
Isn't
shit.
the only typical anti-Phoenix carry still in is Lifestealer or something? He just rages and kills the egg?
Yeah.
Yeah. We saw a Lifestealer yesterday just smash his opponents.
But I'm not
I don't
sure
like
about Lifestealer versus Tide. If the Tide does come out, I think that's... I really do feel the Tide. I feel like that's why they banned the Jug as well, because it counters the Phoenix and the Tide. But we'll see.
I'm just looking for... There's maybe something in a similar, like...
Underlord?
A similar job to Tide, but it's maybe a little more mobile on the map. I don't know if they can find that. But if they have a hero who does that, I'll prefer that over Tide. But I'm not currently seeing it. Or is there some cool thing where you do some offlane Zyvenge? This guy's crazy, so you...
That's actually a really good point, yeah. Well, I don't...
Not saying it's good, but you have to play with the possibility.
Is the range of swap long enough? Like, if you rupture someone and swap them, do they take like all the rupture damage?
Yeah.
So that I like Venge being on support more than for that, so that you can just instantly just throw yourself into danger to like really start the fight well. Axe is sick.
This is some OG combo. This lane is very annoying to lane into. Battle Hunger and Fire Spirits.
Silencer will just feed against these heroes.
What will the director pick for his squad? Do you remember the number of PSG LGDs? One, was it number 6?
The what?
The question, the theme, was it?
Yeah, it's 5 or 6, right?
I don't think they work anymore.
The quiz has not ended. This is part of the quiz.
The quiz is going to be the whole day.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want... Ideally, when you play against Bloodseeker, it's very nice to have heroes that don't have to care about Rupture. The ones that can stand their ground in a way. Shiver is just too good.
This is not good though. Do you like this? I feel like we were playing into Timbersaw, you're playing into like Rupture, you're playing into Axe. They have BKB piercing things. All of your... Like, I wanted to see sustained damage in a fight, so I like Lifestealer for that. Because at the moment, you're going to go in with your Mars Arena, you're going to spear someone, drop your Skyall, and they're just going to get swapped out. And then everything you just like set up for is like shit. So I like Lifestealer for being able to actually do damage throughout a fight past that initial jump. But again, it's so easy to control them and to even kite him.
I had a hard time finding a better carry. I feel like Ursa is in a similar boat where I'm not sure how easy it is to maneuver in fights.
Yeah.
I think the Lifestealer, even though it's maybe not my favorite option, I can see why they're kind of going for it.
Yeah.
I think LGD should start the Skywrath Mage as a tri-lane and like kill the Axe, because I do feel like if you're Axe against Lifestealer, Silencer, you just get Ring of Health and you cut creeps, and you're never going to care about Lifestealer, and you kill the Silencer. But I do think these three heroes can absolutely feed off of an Axe if they start the Skybot.
I like that idea because I'm looking at LGD and I think if they're able to get some like armlet early Deso Lifestealer and play hard with this global before Liquid can get like BKBs and Greaves and Lotuses and stuff, then sure, maybe they can like win off that. But I think when they start to get these Dispels, I think their team fight is really strong on Liquid, and I think they will struggle.
Okay, so we feel like LGD has to get off to a good start here. And ideally, maybe get a little bit of an aggressive trial against Size Axe here.
Yep, do some silly stuff in the laning phase and snowball.
All right, let's find out who has the better start here in the first game of the day. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Oh, the panel wants to see some silly stuff, and I don't think Liquid would mind either, at least Nisha anyway. In his pregame interview, talked about how he likes chaos. Boxy said it's a messy team, but I think they have fun. Probably not having fun at this tournament, though. 2-6, man. They are having a rough go of it right now.
You almost think that leaderboard's flipped around.
Well, TSM is right next to them, so maybe not entirely flipped around, but...
I mean, aren't they 4-4? That whole group is tied 4-4.
Yes, yes.
So when you're saying they're next to, I mean, they're still doing pretty decent. It's just Liquid is... They're 2 wins behind, basically, or 2 losses as well. Yeah, they're struggling. No doubt about it. Trying to find some momentum. I feel like this is another draft that... Like, a lot of it can come together on paper, but I can also see this Venge-Phoenix support duo, which is an old-school support duo. It tends to be very slow if you're not getting the kills on lane. And LGD, they have a lot of pace here. Like, the Void Spirit Skywrath opener, they like this combo because... It's just off to the races, right? The early kill threat on the runes is super high. The mid-game pressure is really high. Maybe you suffer a little bit when saves start to come out. You have Venge Swap. You can get some auras. You can get some frontline with like Lotuses and stuff to the Timber. But Axe, the downside of Axe is he's not a Greaves buyer. He's not a pipe buyer. You're getting more aggressive potential that's going to help your Phoenix and Venge in the fights with some damage and jump. But there's not going to be any real auras that NTS or the Skywrath Mage have to fight through here with their combo. I feel like that's a win for LGD, considering they first phased it.
I think if you talk about an offlaner and you say, well, he's not an aura buyer, then he must be an offlaner that scales. But he's not an offlaner that scales either. I mean, so what the hell is he doing in this game?
Axe scales if he's like 15-0.
Okay, sure, but that's every hero.
No, but he like really scales because he has insane armor differential. That is where that hero thrives. But yeah, this hero is very particular. He is a very difficult hero to execute. Which is ironic because it's Axe. I mean, he's kind of very straightforward to play. You know, you buy Vanguard, you buy Blade Mail Blink, and you jump people.
Blink call.
This is a difficult hero to win with. You need the lane to go really well. His laning can be really good with Battle Hunger Spin. It can also go really bad if he has a bad matchup. Lifestealer, not the greatest matchup here. That's why I'm looking... Again, I go to Nisha. I feel like all these Liquid drafts this tournament have been set up where like Nisha needs to be majority of their damage going into the early mid-game, and they need to snowball through him.
Yeah.
Unless you're going full act or reacts. Now there. You know I'm a big fan of that.
I tried that one.
It's good, dude. I think it's actually good.
So they have a nice combo with the Axe. It's just, you know, they're matched up against Lifestealer, but obviously the idea here is you battle hunger somebody, and then you can put the Fire Spirits on them, and they have a hard time being able to get CS in order to get the battle hunger off of them, and it's just tons and tons of damage. Unfortunately for them, they're matched up against Lifestealer, who can just, you know, purge it off. Rage and kill creeps, plenty easy. Also, plenty of sustain, so damage over time shouldn't be an issue, but we'll see. Maybe they'll still be able to win. I was interested, you said that Venge and Phoenix is an old school combo. Can you explain why that is?
This is the support duo that Kuro JH ran at TI9 for like half of it.
Okay.
They ran it a lot that tournament, and there was nobody else playing Venge. And they pair together pretty damn well. They bounce each other out.
Oh, that is already a terrible start for an Axe. For a hero that needs to win his lane, he's given up first blood and losing his... Well, I don't think he... Did he lose his int? I didn't pay attention. No, he didn't.
No glaives yet. For why? That'll give him extra damage to get the kill. This is the problem with Axe. When you play into these rough matchups, he has a lot of them. I feel really bad picking this hero late, and you don't even get the matchup. Like, let's say you first phase Axe, you're going to have a bad lane, whatever. It's first phase Axe, right? You can play for the blink stuns.
Sure.
This was last pick Axe for Liquid, and he has just a counter matchup. That just sucks for the hero.
Yeah.
Because this hero's all about early lane aggression, snowballing with into the fast Vanguard. That's just not going to happen for Zai. The thing about the Phoenix Venge is you have a lot of BKB piercing, you have a lot of scale between the auras, the Sunray, the Nova, right? And then you can swap people back into the egg. You can swap people back into the Sunray, take the fight around the Phoenix. They just help each other take the fights. They help each other bounce out. The only downside with this support, though, is it can be slow going into the early mid-game. Because the laning is not the strongest. That's Venge's downside. And they need a lot of levels, right? We're talking about Sunray. We're talking about Vengeance Aura. I mean, these are not skills you're skilling first. So you need to get to like the 11 to 14 territory for the support duo to really hit its stride. But they hit it damn hard. So if Liquid get there, those team fights are going to be really powerful for them based off the support levels. But that's why I was saying, like, the early game from LGD with this lineup is incredibly good. I do not expect them to lose lanes here. And they are definitely not losing them as all 3 cores are pretty much free farming.
Yeah. Again, I feel like they maybe could have won lanes on Liquid if they weren't matched up against Lifestealer, because if this Phoenix Axe succeeds in being able to harass the carry is constantly low, then the Bloodseeker will be more successful in his lane, right?
Yes, and we've seen this a couple times, whereas you run this Bloodseeker and you aren't winning the other lanes, and your Bloodseeker ends up just losing his.
Yeah.
Or at least not winning it as hard as he should. So Zai is going to start the cutting action, and that will boost up his net worth pretty fast here. This is, as Jenkins talked about, I mean, you get Vanguard, you get Axe, you cut here. Lifestealer does not want to chase you. You can always just TP out, so it's never a guaranteed kill.
Oh, this is so miserable. He gets another charge there of the curse, but he will indeed survive, and he does have Healing Salve to be able to operate with. This Mars is constantly low, but not dying, and his CS isn't too bad either, 19-3, though, compared to the Axe, 28-1. What, are you getting an easy creep camp? Oh,
yeah, he's just cutting both the camps.
Yeah.
This is also why I prefer, I mean, I was talking about the Monkey King potential for LGD. I'm sure they were considering it. Obviously, you have swap for the Wukong and the Phoenix matchup, which can dissuade you. But I just feel like the Monkey King punishes the Axe way more than the Lifestealer, because the Monkey King, when you, let's say you kill him once on lane, what happened? Zai goes to cut with the ring. You just jump on him, leap him, run him down, and kill him again.
Sure.
He can't make this play because you have the TP cancel. Lifestealer can't do this. So Liquid will get out of this lane. Zai will become very farmed as a product of this.
I guess I would have been scared of losing the lane as Monkey King against the Phoenix.
Well, that's, I mean, scared don't win TI. I don't know.
Well, are you saying Xiao 8's scared? Is that what you're saying right now?
Oh,
I got you there, didn't I?
I mean, I'm not going to say that, but maybe he took the conservative choice. Maybe they had other reasons, right? Lifestealer does provide a decent amount of value versus the Bloodseeker in terms of infest saving his other cores. You can boost up this Void Spirit going into the fights.
Yep.
So I think there's definitely some value for Lifestealer in this game outside of just the lane matchups that they were considering. But damn, I mean, what a Monkey King game in terms of the core matchups. Timber, Bloodseeker, Axe.
It would have been
What
good.
are you doing to... What are you doing to that hero? Either way, they're going to battle
gets level 6 first. He's not going for the kill. He wants the power rune because he has no mana to operate with, so he really needed that refill on the bottle. A curious dive through by Boxy. Not sure what he was aiming for there.
And Liquid bringing the tri-lane to mid for Nisha on these runes. This is not something that's synced up for them in those other games. So maybe they had a talk, came back, just trying to reset and get some independent side laners in the Bloodseeker and Axe so they can go and play through Nisha, which is what I, again, felt like a lot of their drafts set up to happen that just didn't click. Sure. So this is good to see because all of a sudden Liquid are doing pretty good on 3 lanes and NTS is in massive trouble.
Good catch there. Insania looping around the side, I think, and caught him by surprise with the magic missile, and they're going to be able to tank up this creep wave. This is, I mean, we're going to need some rotations here because otherwise this Siege Wagon can do some hefty damage to the tower.
Out of range? Oh, it is in range. Yeah, Nisha, he's going to get a lot of extra value off this Siege. Perfect timing on the game from Liquid. They get the rune. NTS is still 5 to Nisha 6, just outlaned him a little bit, and bam, no jaunts for you. That's a death. That's half a tier 1. Guarantees your wisdom rune as well because LGD are not going to go there and contest it. Both are sitting there, but that's a big win for Liquid because again, these supports want a huge amount of levels here. So you have the skirmish power to back up your Timbersaw when Nisha decides to start the cut.
Speaking of the cut, the Axe is still cutting and is top net worth as a result. So as you said, this Axe is definitely getting out of lane and it's going to be very farmed the way this is going. As long as he doesn't keep running into the creep camp that breaks him. That one's a little annoying. I guess these extra camps, I didn't think about it this way, but the extra camps, like farther down, are really nice for the Axe. Mars going to be in trouble here. Jump in from the Void Spirit, though, is going to be able to save him. Fire Spirits clips him, and it looks like he is going to take out, but they got a very worthy kill exchange there by being able to get the carry Bloodseeker.
Nice read by LGD to turn that Rupture around, because you know this Rupture is coming. I mean, every time he hits 6, he's going to get Ruptured, so they at least understood what is going to happen in this top lane, but Liquid still extracting that kill. Mickey a bit sad about that one, but more support levels either way. And like you said, that Axe is just going to work. He is getting a lot out of the map, and NTS will finally find Boxy. He's still having a pretty good game here, considering he died and lost half his tower. And I mean, this is an impossible Timbersaw matchup past the level 6 and 7. DD did go to Nisha though, so he's going to exert a lot of tower pressure here. This might just be the tier 1 mid. He feels confident enough to man up on it based on low resources here. And the man fight continues. The Axe versus the claw.
Halfway to Blink Dagger. So, do you agree with Blink Dagger over the Blade Mail? I feel like that's always kind of an interesting choice. Like, which one do you go first? Do you go the Blink Dagger for the initiation, or do you get the stronger, damage out of the call in the Blade Mail? You're shaking your head crazy right now.
All these Axe players, man, they're stuck in the past, bro. I'm telling you. It's neither. It's the phylactery.
All right. Your stupid phylactery is not a choice.
The build's good. It's so much early damage. It's ridiculous. You're tanky as hell with Vanguard Phylactery. You get the extra mana, which is super nice for the hero. The biggest problem with Axe is you run out of mana in the fights. When you go this Vanguard Blink build, you blink in, you Hunger Call, ult someone, you're out of mana. That's it. Then what are you doing on the map? You're useless.
We're trying to talk about the game that it's at hand here, Avery, please.
Yeah?
It's not time for your crazy conspiracy theories and ideas.
Look, Phylactery's real. I know the government told you otherwise, but this item's real.
They don't want you to know about the Phylactery.
I genuinely think it's a decent Axe Phylactery game here. Because I think Liquid won a little extra burst when Zai goes in. What I'm worried about is he's going to get this very fast blink. They're going to try and make a blink play. They're going to blink call NTS.
Anybody know that he's gone from lane? No, I think he's just going to get dove. Shiro was like, all right, I'm done with this lane. I'm not going to play it anymore. So he went through the portal to go gank Mickey. And it looks like that information that maybe could have been there. I guess he could have been jungling, but never reached Mickey's ears. That carry's gone. Time to be a little bit careful there.
I mean, LGD also set that up. They dewarded the top gate. Like, they are preemptively thinking about the vision that Liquid could come out for this rotation. They know it's clear. It guarantees that move. That's a hard move to read. And the pickoffs continue.
Yeah,
with this
nothing
combo.
to say. He's finding a lot of openings here. Big damage out of that Whirling Death, though. Sheesh.
That's Arcane Rune.
Oh, juked him around the other side. Jumps through the trees. Nisha will have a
chase.
harder time. He'll cut up. Oh, the Remnant catches him and actually keeps him down on the low ground.
I mean, NTS has done a nice job of finding openings in this game when Nisha's at full running control and taking that tier 1 mid. Like, this Timber and Axe are getting a lot, but Midas on Shiro keeping him up top. And here is that blink move. The problem is, like I was saying, the damage follow-up on this move is just not that great. I don't think you're actually getting the kill off it.
They get the stun to chain, but you're right. The damage is just not there. He quickly infests. So the first reveal of the Blink Dagger does not go the way of the Axe, and I feel like that is very debilitating if you choose to go without Blade Mail. You don't get that first couple of jump kills, you're feeling really sad. Nisha maybe in some trouble here.
This is the infested Mars from up top.
Trying to hide in the trees, but they are going to be able to nail him with the spear. The call comes in, hitting the backline though. Planet getting low, but not low enough for the Culling Blade, sadly. So Zai jumps in and doesn't do enough. Boxy's going to have to zip on out of here, but look at him. He actually managed to get a supernova on the high ground, but nothing to say. Jumps after him. They finish off the egg. They finish off Liquid entirely in this fight. 3 heroes go down, and nobody dies on PSG LGD.
LGD get there with everybody off that infest and quick move while Liquid's just missing 2 heroes on that engagement, and the lack of damage shows you can't get this culling on a double court stun by Zai. They just get run around. The silences as well. The other problem with the early blink is you're blinking into global silence. So the limited damage follow-up you have, I mean, this is a great call by Zai, but instant global prevents any culling potential, even if it was there. And then the single target burst is severe. There's no swap up even in this fight. Just nothing to protect the egg.
And where is that? We need to see these rotations come together as a whole, right? The blink call into the egg immediately, but
yes, that has to just be instant.
Unfortunately, Zai probably felt pressured to go because Nisha was in trouble. Boxy wasn't there yet.
I think that's the issue with the blink rush in this game. I just don't know if the moves were like Zai. I think Zai found them, but they're just really hard moves. Because you need so many heroes with you to make them happen, and then the payoff isn't even guaranteed, and it's not even that good, right?
Yeah.
This is the problem with Axel. Like, what else do you build? I mean, I'm bringing up Phylactery, but it's like, you could just go Vanguard Blade Mail into Blink. Increases your damage on the jump a decent amount. But there's not much else on the hero.
Yeah.
The days of Manta Axe have come and gone.
I actually enjoyed that little window. It's nice to see, because Axe has been the same hero for so long. The Manta Axe, that little wrinkle of time.
I think Ame enjoyed it too.
Yeah, it was cool.
When
I was sad when they
hell out
nerfed
of it. I mean, there's honest Dota players and there's dishonest Dota players.
So you're saying Ame is a dishonest Dota player?
I'm not going to name names.
I mean,
I'm not going to name...
Zhao A would have picked it for him, so you're saying he's a dishonest coach?
Well...
I don't know. Are you sure you're a disciple of Zhao A? Oh, I just now realized what you were laughing at.
How do
it's 11-3, 1,000 net worth lead for PSG.
You guys
LGD.
keep trying to bait me on this dishonest Zhao A. I'm not biting it. It's just not going to happen.
TP away. Nisha canceling the TP. They're going to go for the Supernova, but nothing to say.
Are they killing
He can commit with the rest of the team.
It's
Yeah, it's easily going to be killed because they just ignore the bench. They ignore the Timber Stop, focus on the egg. Nisha does manage to get a Timber Chain away before the silence hits him, so he has a chance. There's a chance to be able to get away, but they're going to keep chasing. A spear lands, and now he's surely dead. The damage. Sneaking the Remnant around. Shiro picked the creep, pulled it away so the Remnant would land. This is just entirely different team. PSG LGD, that move right there says that they are playing together. They're thinking about each other's spells. It's all coming together. Liquid, it's the exact opposite.
I mean,
their timings are off. They're not playing together quite as well.
There's not a clear idea of how they're winning these little skirmishes, how the game's flowing, whereas for LGD, it is just all coming together. That is just a sick heads-up play. Maybe it didn't matter, but like you said, it shows they are in the zone right now. They are feeling each other. They are on the same wavelength. And Axe is still searching for something in this game. He has 0 Culling Blade stacks.
Where is my
bad sign? 0, 2, and 0 for Zai. But he wishes he had the Skywrath, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then every jump is a kill.
Yeah.
This is the downside of that Phoenix Axe combo. The damage follow-up in the early game's not there. It's about the late game. Maybe this will be the first stack if he can catch him.
He has to smoke for it just to get there in time. Nicole. There we go.
We're on the board.
And 1.
And that'll finish up his Blade Mail. So he's still very farm.
Yeah.
The LGD have done a nice job bringing that early game back so that their cores are in a decent position. Of course, Shiro is well out in front on Lifestealer here in a last pick Lifestealer situation where he has very good core matchups. Are there answers to him going late game? Maybe, but they're not straightforward. And the Axe keeps swinging, but it's mostly been missing. You actually don't like Phylactery Axe?
Hey, did you play it more than that one game that we played together?
Yeah, I tried it again.
Yeah?
I think it's pretty good.
I want to apologize to the audience for Avery's obsession.
I mean, it's fun as hell.
Call into Blood Ripe with Global Sounds is going to be able to cover the deal here.
And Infest.
And Infest gives them the heal that's needed, and they're just going to kill both of these cores. Where's the rest of the team on that jump?
I don't know if Liquid are just overestimating the damage they have, or if they feel like there's no other course in this game. Like, if they don't get these jump culls off, then the game's just over. But if you're in either of those situations, it's bad, because it just means there's a lot of internal pressure in Liquid right now to force these things that are either bad or the read of is off, right? I mean, that's just not a go. When there's Global, where there's Infest, where you don't know where these are, you're just sacrificing bodies at this point to stall for, I don't even know what. This game's just looking too damn easy for LGD right now.
I mean, I don't want to be, too doom and gloom, but Liquid, this game one's not looking good. Their performance isn't looking so hot, and we're well on our way through this group stage. Only half the teams make it through in your group. Liquid really can't afford too many more losses than they have currently.
It's getting do or die territory.
Yeah.
LGD, it's cool to see this team slowly getting back into some of their old level of form with the roster. Because I think we all miss some good Chinese Dota, you know? There's only so many teams you can salvage by bringing in an NA ringer, you know? So at some point, you're going to have to step up. Because
I don't know
how
you're
many...
gonna have to do it on your own, okay? Aster's got Sumail, so you're welcome.
Maybe next year they can import Arteezy and become a top-tier team again, but otherwise you have to pick yourself up by the bootstraps here. Everybody's just draining NA of all the talent. I understand why. You know, it's the pristine region. You gotta get that prestigious player while you can, but have some Have some
North
pride.
America, the brain drain region, of course.
I'm just saying, if Zhao 8, if he's looking for an NA ringer assistant coach, throw my name out there.
Yeah, you've been learning Mandarin or what?
A little bit. Learned a little from Jack.
Oh, don't say those words.
What? No, like how to call the waiter over and ask for refills, things of that nature.
Jack taught me other things.
Sure he did.
Well, this looks like just a freebie game for LGD from here on out. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Lifestealer and the Void Spirit are the biggest bads of this Dota game.
Yes, they are.
They're gonna win the late game.
I mean, Liquid can get to the point where they maybe have like Timbersaw Hex, and you can just lead in with Hex on Lifestealer, and there is no save in LGD's lineup, right? If you go on the Lifestealer, the Infest is a save, Global's there. Global's not that good a save in the very late game when you have BKBs and Dispels. I mean, we're talking a very long way from now, but
yeah, if they can survive another 30 minutes or something like that.
Like, you have this Rupture Swap. You can Rupture Swap the Lifestealer into an Axe Call. Stuff like this.
I always like the jump scare that is Roshan popping out of the portal.
I think they should make it worse if he hits you. You know, like right now, if he bumps you, you just get bumped. I think it should be like 1,000 damage.
You should get trampled underneath Roshan.
Yeah, you get Guma stomped into the ground.
You get stunned, yeah.
For like 10 seconds. And you lose 30 MMR.
He stops, he looks down at you, he grabs you, throws you down on the ground a couple of times.
Well, this game certainly became quiet as LGD are just running around, taking whatever they want. I think Liquid gave up the idea of trying to fight after those few failed attempts. Maybe just feeling like they need the BKB on the Axe and more damage or other BKBs somewhere. Trying to get 3 of them up right now. But goddamn, if LGD is not just trampling through this game and getting a huge amount of objective control. Now they're just straight into the Roshan with Desolator finish for Shiro on top of SNY, on top of Armlet, on top of Midas. There's an insane amount of attack speed behind what normally would just be an Armlet Deso build, right?
Sure. Yeah.
He's got 2 other items to go with it.
Yeah.
The ridiculous amount of farm he has brought in.
Planet apparently not worried about a fight from Liquid. It's just going to dump his Mystic Flare on Roshan to try and kill it literally like 1 second faster, if that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was too necessary, but why not?
Well, Liquid, you're going to be left in a last-ditch effort around the BKBs. We've got one in the Timbersaw. Mickey's got his. Zai still has a bit of ways to go to get his BKB. But I guess if they're going to wait out the Aegis, blink for blink, but ours is faster than you, Zai, so... Sorry, bud.
I think we've all been in these types of Axe games.
I feel like that's about 80% of Axe games.
Yeah.
The other 20% is you going 15-0.
That's why I said you gotta get that 15-0 mark. There's an egg, aggressive egg.
What? Huh?
Yeah. Well, I think LG's going to go high ground off that.
Yeah, why not?
There's no Supernova. They still have Aegis. They have BKBs of their own here. At least BKB on Mars. Manta on Void Spirit. Double save and Dispel up.
I mean, I would go high ground if I was PSG LGD too, because I want to end this game as quick as possible and go to game 2 while Liquid is clearly still figuring out what game they're playing.
I don't know if any team has ever thought about it in that sense, but sure. I mean, this is your last fight for Liquid. Like, this is your BKB timing. Don't have Axe, but you're gonna have to swap
back into the call. Okay, a little bit something to work with here, but not enough. And he still has the Aegis, so even if they kill him once here with the call, okay, the Axe, there we go. Okay, now the blink call comes in. What about that second life? Can he get the call around the remnant? He's gonna try, gets it. The stun follow-up is there. They've got the Sunray on top of Machiro. Now starts going to work with the Rage, and he's out healing the damage they can put out. Mickey has to run for it, but the Void Spirit will finish him off.
Buyback.
Final Ash will step through. They do manage to get a call onto the Silencer. Yes, get a Culling Blade for the extra movement speed. Now a Rupture onto Nothing to Say. So a second kill they can gun for. Nothing to Say will fall. So buyback being used on the carry, and it is very much worth it in some weird way because PSG LGD was so far ahead. They had a godlike spree on Nothing to Say. So got a lot of gold, I guess.
A lot of it went to Nisha. He's the one who got that kill. Nisha got like 2,000 gold off that fight. He did not have to buy back. Maybe the one person you want getting it in this game. Sucks that Mickey has to sacrifice here as he almost lives, but you're going to have to pay some price for this high ground defense when you don't have the Supernova to swap into. Still pretty decent fight coordination from Liquid. At least putting all the pieces together and getting something out of this.
Yeah. This was literally the first time we saw Liquid get a nice like combination of spells.
2 culling charges as well. He's up to 3.
Yeah.
Axe is scaling. You know, the Axe is getting bigger. It's waking up. And he'll finish BKB off the space as well. So Liquid will have 3 BKBs here. Global Silence becoming a little less effective. If you can get some good swap into the call like we saw with Supernova on top, that might be a situation where Shiro can't escape. I mean, he had a lucky creep to infest there, but otherwise he's going to need someone to go in with him, which is what Liquid wants to have happen. That said, he is looking to finish up Satanic, and that might be a different story. I don't know if you're dealing with him once he has that.
Yeah. I feel like that starts becoming a hero that you're just going to have to kite around and give up the idea you're ever going to be able to burst him down with some sort of swap, taunt, Supernova combo.
I mean, the crazy thing is LGD can always just start the fights with an infest as well. Yeah, BKB's gonna get forced. They can just infest the Void Spirit and go in. They can infest the Mars and look for the jump.
Good try, Insania. Trying to find some sort of hiding spot and TP away. Might as well try. Ooh, 26 intelligence. Why you smile? Why he is very happy.
Why are you so smart? Boxy has 5,000 gold, by the way, as he is elected not to buy anything this game except Hex, which I honestly kind of respect because, like I was saying earlier, I feel like Hex is one of the ways they can win the game because you can swap into the Hex and actually get a core kill.
I mean, you talked about it for the Timber Saw.
Yeah, I thought Nisha was maybe going to be able to get there, but
yeah,
I guess if Boxy gets there, you're creating a win condition.
And it's probably discussion because they also need a Lotus Orb. They need Dispels, right? We overlapped on the silences for PSG LGD. So Nisha not only has the BKB, but now he's going to have the Lotus Orb as well.
The cores need the Dispels because of the damage. I feel like the other player who I would have seen doing this, just like Phoenix into Hex build, is Jin Q from the old LGD.
Oh, yeah.
He did this a lot on Phoenix. He would just go some item that he felt like was the best in the game. Like, you just go first item Refresher, first item Shivas.
I mean, because Phoenix is a hero that mostly operates more off of levels than items.
Yeah,
right? You don't need a build-up.
There's no item that Phoenix needs. It's just a question of what does your team need. A lot of times that is smaller utility, right? A Pavis, a Pipe, a Halberd, things Glimmer, things like this. Phoenix can buy them all. That's why it's always interesting when I see these Phoenix players just go for the big one. It's like you could have a Glimmer Force, you could have a Pipe here, right? That's pretty tempting. It tells you how Liquid are thinking about this game, that they don't feel like those are going to make a difference in the course of the fights. They just need to swap Hex here.
They need a Hail Mary.
Yeah, which I kind of agree with. I think the only way you're winning this game is you eventually get a Hex. And it guarantees you a way to take the team fights into the counter initiation LG have. And also the initiation. This is the other route they can do. Just jump and slay. You're going to have a Refresher Mars here soon as well. This is where this hero becomes a damage threat of his own. LGD still have a lot of scale they can build. That's the scary part. Even if you get this Phoenix Hex, fights are still going to come down to execution. And he's close. It's like 300-400 off on Boxy. Got that Philly running. Surprised Liquid are smoking before he gets that. Just because he's so close, but maybe they feel like the windows are closing his game too fast. They want to fight on their high ground ward. Shiro has the gem. He will make quick work of that, and I don't think you can jump Lifestealer in this game without the Hex, at least. No way. They're going to keep giving space to Boxy here. 200, 100 away. Oh man,
so close. But they're running out of neutral camps to farm.
Go sell the circlet, man.
Get this man to the mid lane.
The other issue is, will he get his courier back?
Yeah, that is actually a big problem. Because that 3-minute window, the courier's dead, maybe that might just be PSG LGD ending the game.
Yes, very easily. I think they're waiting for an extra Roshan here, but you never know. They just finished Daedalus on NTS, and he has a full double damage rune bottle. I don't know why I said full, but maybe you can get a half rune. Either way, he hits very hard, and he's slicing and dicing, but that will be the Hex finish for Boxy. It is on his courier.
Oh, man, he just blind threw it out.
Yeah, he just hasted that shit back and said, I hope God delivers it. He will have it here. So now Liquid have the swap Hex viability that LGD might not be ready for, depending on if they see this. It's a big turnaround play if they can get it. They are really looking for the Lifestealer now. Swap Shiro in.
I feel like you actually have to rupture then swap. I feel like they won't have the damage if it's just swap, scythe, call.
I mean, Nisha does do a lot. Whirling Death chunks this hero.
That's true. Yeah.
It's close. I'm not 100% sure, but
Luke around the back, the smoke on through, but looking at nothing to say his positioning. Seems like he has an idea that this could be happening.
Boxy stayed back.
And they see the fire spirits on the creep wave probably, so they know, they probably think they're somewhere up here. They're just gonna smoke into it. Liquid not actually home, not up there. Actually had to TP back to their base, failed to find an opening. I'll stay outside to find some farm here or there. Roshan up, spawn time in 1 minute. Planet is gonna try and sneak his way to Zai with the Glimmer Cape. He doesn't actually scare him. That's the cool part that I like about it. Blink call, but the rest of PSG LGD is here. Serious blade mail damage back at him.
God damn. Almost killed NTS.
Yeah. And the smoke out from Liquid. Because all those heroes were low. They're trying to connect to Zai. He's dead, but they can still find an opening. Oh, nothing to say is jumped away. Spot him in a second here. He's got another Astral Step, and now he's back to his team.
And now Liquid are in a tough position.
They see Planet. Planet, they're going to go for that kill. They get it pretty quickly. At the same time, Nisha gets off his BKB. Looks like Insania, his life is forfeit here, but the Supernova, it is going to explode, and the Mars is low. Oh, if Mickey can get this kill, he can get the heal up, and he might be able to get on out of here. Let's see. Mickey with the extra movement speed, zooming past Shiro, unable to catch him. So
get out.
Liquid actually do manage to get an okay fight out of this.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a tough position. They're getting flanked from the tower, but able to find a big core kill, get the hell out. That's a lot of gold for Mickey. Remember, every one of these big core kills is a lot of comeback gold. And that was without the axe. That's just what the power of the Hex guaranteeing a Supernova pop.
Yeah.
Boxy making it work for himself here. Unfortunately, the Roche has spawned, and Liquid LGD are instantly into that pit with Radiant side advantage. Not much you can do about this one. That was why Liquid were looking for that fight. That was what that smoke to set up the obs there previously was designed to do. Win that engagement, then you get a comeback Roshan. But LGD pretty disciplined during that period, not giving up too much, and will get an Aegis on Shiro, eliminating that swap Hex play from being that great here. So you're going to have to look for the Void Sphere now, or the supports if you can find them.
Liquid actually being pretty bold. Oh, wow, Boxy found him. Nice dive into Scythe, a very good pick. Missed the Culling Blade though, but they get a gem.
It's a big find. I mean, Liquid are crawling their way back in this game.
I can't believe they pushed out like that. Like Roshan got taken and they were like, yeah, we can go outside.
I mean, they have this really nice dire ward, right? They're seeing the deeper part of LGD's jungle right now, so they know that they're split. The second they're split, they can look for the pickoff. That's one thing their lineup excels at right now. The single target jump pickoff is crazy good because it's just guaranteed chain stun. Hex, call, venge stun, and then you're getting ruptured, silenced, or just slain by Nisha. They're happy to jump any hero from LGD that's alone. Outside of maybe the Lifestealer, but that's a different issue. Another factor that's coming up there is Insania has finished Ags on Venge. He has 2 lives of his own.
Oh, you can see he's he knows what is potentially coming. An instant disable, so pops the BKB preemptively, gets on out of there.
I mean, I'm genuinely impressed with how much Liquid has stabilized this game in the last 10 minutes.
did kind of look like they were falling apart.
Yeah, but they're coming back together, you know?
Yep.
Rebuilt from the ashes.
Did you say that we have Ag's Venge?
Yep.
I didn't listen to you.
It's okay. I always assume so.
Well, hopefully the audience listened to you. We have an Ags on Venge. Multiple swaps now. Gonna swap into the base, die instantly. Maybe the illusion lasts long enough to swap him back into the base again.
Dire are scanning.
LGD also just haven't found Liquid in a long time, it feels like.
Yeah, they haven't.
Like, they've been smoking up themselves and crossing the map, but this is another smoke that is just going to hit nothing. We could have done a nice job dodging the ooze and finding
gonna hit something. Mick comes. Oh, he turned around just at the right time to get a swap back. Insania might die for it, but actually Shiro doesn't want to commit his rage.
Nah, there's no point committing on a Venge with Ags in their base.
That's true. Then you would, like, your rage would run out, you'd get swapped back again, maybe you get ruptured inside their base. That's a recipe for disaster.
What is this camera, man? Oh, God. So big.
Master Shiro on his forehead.
The last thing you see before you die will be the whites of my eyes.
Well, the towers do fall fast, and they go for the jump. Immediate swap back at the same time, though. They've taken away that Aegis. And the second life of the Venge, not going to last long. He dies immediately. They do manage to get the call on the Lifestealer, but at the same time, Nisha went for a different target. So, not the combo that they're looking for necessarily. Zai forced to use his BKB. Nothing to say. Commits and does manage to get the crit to finish him off. A second arena goes out. Now they got the control, but the Mystic Flare was off the mark. Mickey didn't get hit by that one.
Crazy call.
What a call from Zai.
Oh.
He gets one. He gets two. And now the Mars is going to get run down next. Oh, no. LGD slipped up. They do manage to get the TP away, so Yook gets out. Wow, more heroes get out of that than I possibly could have imagined. All three of them get away and TP back successfully. I mean, still a monster win for Liquid, but it did come at a cost.
Zai buying back, but goddamn, was that a value buyback? Calling all three under the Egg Sunray. That is the late game combinations Liquid are looking for. Just perfect teamfight execution on base defense again. You get the swap rupture that instantly nullifies your Aegis advantage. You had to use Hex for it. Slightly sad, little miscommunication, but then you're just taking that fight super deep. Shiro mans up with Satanic, finishes off Zai, but pays a heavy price on the return because he is just in so deep that the return is significant. These are not the types of fights LGD wants to take. They're just deep into Liquid's base, giving Boxy free reign, and suddenly the scale that's coming out is significant right now.
Yeah, like we talked about the late game scale for PSG LGD, and that's why it was such a problem. They didn't find Liquid out on the base anywhere, right? Because all of their repositioning abilities that they have on Liquid, combined with the Supernova and stuff, I mean, their high ground defense is immense.
That is where the Venge Hex swap shenanigans go to town. Like, yeah. It's just hard to push in there. That was an Aegis push as well. You even had double global. Like, we should say why. He finished Refresher on Silencer. He popped both of them that fight. One of them was quite good timing-wise. It eliminated when I think Boxy wanted the egg. They got slightly delayed, but then it ended up paying off for Liquid because Zai died and came back.
Yeah.
It ended up working out better almost. But double global is also something you're going to have to think about here. Just double curse and last word is also a lot of damage in these fights. It's really annoying when you start stacking these curses on these heroes like Timbersaw. You can't get the Dispel off later on.
Manta Axe. So Zai, he's going to be able to push out some of these lanes without showing.
I kind of like this.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Just keep stalling the game and building towards your scale, right? That's what's been working for you. It should continue to work for you here. His alternatives are probably Refresher, but his mana pool is absolute garbage because Silencer's been stealing all his int.
Yeah,
so he kind of has to think about that too. Otherwise, I think that would have been the optimal choice. But Manta is going to do some work here. Create some map pressure. He can send an illusion in for the fight, give vision for the swap, right?
Uh-oh, Nisha caught outside the base. Swap does save him, but at the same time, Insania loses himself and his spirit right away. He does not have buyback. So there goes your swap shenanigans. Do you think PSG LGD should push to the high ground, or is that unnecessary? Let's just play for another Roshan.
I think they're worried about the buyback. I also think getting another Rax here doesn't change the game. It's getting next Roshan with an Ags on it or something of this nature. So like, there's no need to go high ground. Just continue controlling the map.
Sure.
Their wave
is getting cut everywhere.
So. LGD need to think about these globals on the jumps though, right? That global was a little late for the swap defense. There's no dispel on the Venge, so I can guarantee the swap cannot come out on their jump. Especially if it's Timber. Timber has the Lotus. Okay, if you don't jump the Timber, in theory, Timber can Lotus the Venge and Venge can swap, but when you're jumping the Timber like that, I think it's like a free global if you have the stun chain. But maybe they lack the stun chain capability. I mean, what is it? It's Mars Spear into Remnant Pull? Into, I guess you can refresh for another Mars Spear? He's just damn tanky though. I don't even know if you're killing him in that.
Yeah, 3,500 HP, plus he's got that neutral item for some extra resistance, magic resistance, and evasion, 20%.
This next Roche, I think this next Roche might even be contestable aggressively from Liquid if they want to try and force it.
Down to a 7,000 net worth lead for PSG LGD, who once upon a time were insanely far ahead. They were up by 14K at one point. I mean, Dota Plus had them 90-10 favored, but now that is dropped quite precipitously, 70-30. We'll see what happens with this Roshan engagement. Roshan spawn time, it's going to be a very fast one. So we are going to be seeing a potential engagement right away.
LGD have the correct read though. They know it's going to come down here at daytime.
Yeah.
Or if it's going to spawn down here.
So I guess Liquid is just not going to fight for it.
Unfortunate fast spawn for them, I think, because they are smoked around top a little bit. You have Ninja Gear on Foxy. Pretty nice neutral item for him. And that is the Hex for Nisha. The item I thought they were never going to get to in this game finally does appear. As we see Zai pick up Arcane Boots to help with his lack of intelligence and mana pool. A big problem on this hero.
Oh, he broke it apart.
Yeah, he finished Octarine.
Yeah.
Octarine is very nice on late game Axe. The cooldowns become very small. You get that extra mana pool that can help you take these fights. And it's just a lot of extra HP. HP is nice on Axe. You get the armor for free. So he's a significant factor now. Not that easy to bring down anymore.
I like the fact that he left it level 1 Battle Hunger. And just it's gone stats outside of that.
It is pretty interesting. I don't know if that's worth it. This spell does do a decent amount of damage.
I mean, when he goes back to the Aghanim Scepter, hopefully he'll have maxed out Battle Hunger.
It's also about the cooldown.
Swap. Nope. You just get the rage out of him, but it looks like the Scythe initiation. Oh no! He went on the Silencer and he thought the rest of his team was going to go on Shiro. That should have been a great combo, but Liquid have screwed it up. Now the Infest is going to put out another to say. Maybe it's going to still be okay. The arena goes out. Oh, Mickey, he's going to be able to slip away. Nothing to say. Chases after Zai and managed to finish him off a second arena. Now that the BKBs are down, Mickey, you're going nowhere. Can't be safe for the swap because the Venge is inside of it as well. Nisha on the run, and some of these heroes do not have buybacks. Oh, look at him. He's going to chase after. Scythe goes out, though. And Nisha will be able to keep his life intact. The rest of his team, not so lucky, though.
A botched initiation.
Yeah.
Might just have cost Liquid their chance of coming back in this game, as LGD are probably going to just push the throne here. I mean, they have to know Liquid can't have too many buybacks here. Zai does not have his. Nikkei does have one, so they're going to be able to at least route a defense, but this is still Aegis on Shiro. You got the cheese out of NTS, but that's it. Global's coming back up in 19 seconds as well. Refreshers on cooldown, but LGD are going to force the Megas.
They're trying to hold on to Boxer's buyback. It may be too much for that.
I mean, who do you even want to go on here? NTS?
It looks like the call is to play for Megas. But they're not going to stop. Scythe immediately out onto the Mars, but Shiro, he kills the Venge. Now chasing after the Phoenix. Oh, the Phoenix that pistol-bladed, he's dead. He does still have that buyback, though. Held on his. Swap back there onto the Mars. They're going to try and quickly kill him. They do have the bouncing magic missile that hits Shiro as well. Stalling him up. Now they can try and pursue.
They need more here. Absolutely need more. They just don't have the axe for the lockdown.
Nope, they don't. And Shiro knows it, too. 3,000 Nothing to say. Wants to be able to kill that Timbersaw. Nisha gets off his BKB. The Supernova used to try and save him here, but the Supernova, the egg will pop. That's another dieback. Mickey comes into play. Needle gets bashed up. He can't win this man fight unless the scythe comes out, unless the damage comes out. Okay, that's life number 1 on Shiro. Mickey hoping for more, but doesn't have the movement speed. They have to play for the kill on Shiro. Call goes out on his eye, immediately using the Manta as well, trying to get any damage he can, but now the Mars to the rescue. Arena locking in all 3 heroes. They go to work. Nisha's going to be the first one down. Mickey can't get out, runs into the wall. Zai's the last man standing, the last man to die, as Liquid will fall, and PSG LGD finally close out this game 1.
It was harder than it should have been, maybe, though. I mean, Liquid putting up a decent fight there, actually getting some momentum, putting some kills together, having a very solid idea of at least how to win these later game fights with their lineup, right? Building into the hexes, that's not an easy decision. Everything's a trade-off in Dota. So at least they're showing some signs of life, but that is another loss for them. And LGD, this Skywrath Void Spirit duo, it's formidable. Need decent answers to it. They're willing to just instant pick that silencer as well to get rid of the save potential on this combo. So just drafting entirely around these 2 heroes going to town on the map and just creating such a large threat, it's going to snowball into the late game with a last pick carry. Shiro had absolute free farm, no contest for him down there. 12-1 and 15, 800 GPM. The hexes were there, but just a little too late.
Great performance by PSG LGD and Liquid. I mean, they were sloppy in the early game, and they did slip up in that last play that they tried for with the initiation. So definitely concerned about them for the rest of DreamLeague. But PSG LGD, they look pretty solid.
How much int did he have?
Oh, very important. Sorry, hold on, panel.
48 is my guess.
I'm going with 50.
Yes.
Wait, is it? Are Cap and Avery still here to tell us the answer?
58.
I heard 58.
How much was it? Avery?
Avery, please. 58.
Was it actually 58?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Holy cow.
He was a smart man.
58.
Yeah, your mic's still
Your
live.
mic's still live. You don't have to come yellow at us.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Get out of here. Anyway, fantastic game in front of us. I love how LGD played this one. I don't know how you guys feel, but their team play looked extremely on point. There was a few little things like infesting the creep to get it out of the way so the Void Spirit Remnant would hit. There's a lot of like infest saves. There's even a point where there was a gem handed to the carry Lifestealer to go deward a high
Wait, we should create a sandwich. So you say like something nice about them, then we say something awful about Liquid, and then you say something nice about...
I thought we were doing good cop, bad cop.
About PSG LGD. You can say something bad. I'll have something good for PSG LGD afterwards. So continue on, Jenkins, until you're done with your good point of PSG.
I really do think they played well.
They did.
I think there's obviously some sloppy stuff from Liquid. Let's not be around the bush there.
Let's let Sheep talk about that.
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. What did I witness? I think the itemization was terrible on Liquid this game. I think their early game was like impossible to play anyway, and they made it worse by going for like just such greedy items. Like there was just no dispels. No, I think the Hex Rush was fine.
That was actually good.
Yeah, I like that a lot actually.
That's right.
So what's the item that was a problem?
I think like they didn't buy any Lotuses. They didn't buy like you had an axe going like Blink Blade Mail. So he's just like unable to actually do anything. Like they hit global and he just can't save anyone. You had like Timbersaw rushing an Octarine, which is like good and all, but it also meant that he was struggling every fight with the Silencer global and the Skywrath silence. Like they're just not able to fight.
So if you like the Hex on Phoenix, then it's Nisha. It has to be Nisha because there's no way that Avenge is going to build a Lotus.
I think the Ags on Venge was absolutely dog shit. Because he would every fight they would arena, he would swap in, die, and then instantly die again on the Ags because he's in an arena. He can't leave.
30-minute Ags, though. I feel like if you're playing around your Venge getting a Lotus, who cares?
It's Nisha and Zai who could have swapped their builds. I think. Like, if in retrospect, probably if you're playing Ags again in this game, you don't actually want to go fight because you're playing into global. Every time you jump in, you and your team are going to get globaled. So you're never going to kill them. They'll be like, whoa, it's a free axe kill. Let's go. I press global. Everyone murder this guy.
Yep.
And now you're happy. So they would have been happier if they could have stalled the game or taken small engagements, bait the global, and then 1 minute later, then you go for the big one.
Yeah. Lotus instead of Blade Mail.
Yeah, or BKB.
Or instead of BKB.
Yeah, I think you go BKB to fight, or you just go Manta at that point and be like, screw you, Silencer. I'm not fighting you for 20 minutes.
I will say Team Liquid did a good job of trying to slow that game down because it definitely felt like everything slowed down. But that was also because from my perspective, PSG LGD did a great job of still giving Team Liquid the respect to know that there is a chance for a comeback for the squad. And they were just not going to let Team Liquid have that opportunity by playing very clean and, you know, cool, calm, and collected. They just made sure that they just ticked all their boxes before going high ground. Okay, they did. Got repelled from high ground once. Zai still had a couple of great axe initiations and things. But at the end of the day, PSG LGD was still able to just calmly sweep over them.
I'm happy to see this, honestly, because I feel like in the majors that we've seen them, this new iteration of PSG LGD, we've always talked about like potential, and we've always talked about how they're a bunch of like individually skilled. You know, they've got the pub players, they've got some of the old guard from LGD, obviously. But this looks like a real team.
Yeah,
like they play good Dota. Maybe the laning stage, they could do some different stuff, because I know the early game, like Liquid did have a bit of a lead, and then LGD made that nice rotation to mid where they brought everybody and they did the infest bomb, and that's like kind of when they took over the game, which from what I've seen in replays is what they actually normally do. Is a lot of the time their laning is like okay, but then they do some really good mid-game rotation, and then they get a lead from that, and then they don't give it up because of good team play. So if this team can get their lane solid, like they could be insanely strong.
They're the best mid-game team from the games that I've seen. And something else that I value a lot is that they sometimes pick their core earlier. It allowed them to get the silencer pick, which if we look at it in like 10 days, this will be the best silencer pick even at the end of this tournament. I'm pretty sure. Like the way it worked out and what it did for them, and they're just the best team at understanding that hero and knowing how to make it work. It's actually quite incredible.
And that's interesting because, of course, when it came out, we said, well, they did double up on the silence, you know, it can work, but it does feel like a little bit redundant, but it played out incredibly well. The two players that we wanted to highlight for the head-to-head are, however, the carries. We didn't really talk too much about Mickey and Shiro. The XPM is a stat that we're gonna look at.
Okay.
So let's take a look at that head-to-head and see the big difference. This is kind of painful. Of course, we know, Kazu, that if you're winning, you're getting more experience. That's guaranteed. But this is quite glaring.
No, he played very well. Not only his items, but I think how he played early on. He had a good laning stage. He went this Midas, Armlet, SNY to be tanky. But even early on, minute 10, he takes a twin gate. He goes top. He ganks that lane. He was just involved while helping his team overall. And I think Mikke fell a little flat in this game. And that already started in, I think, the laning stage. It set them back already quite hard.
Yeah, that laning was... you said that you think their laning could be better, but I was surprised they even won bot lane as hard as they did. Like they got the first blood onto Axe. I don't think that should have happened. Then they got like a follow-up kill onto a Phoenix, which makes sense, I suppose, with having a silencer in your lane. But yeah, I thought they played bot really well and just gave Shiro like a fantastic start.
Yeah, first game of the day. Maybe Team Liquid needs a little bit of a warm-up. The thing is, we're generally harsh on Team Liquid because we expect
we
better
love them
from them. We care,
We care more,
so we just want to see them play the way we know they can. Now, can they step it up for game number 2 and get another point out of this series? We're going to find out because the draft of that second game coming at you after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Welcome back. It's time for another game between Team Liquid and PSG LGD. I'm joined by Kezu, Sheepstick, and Jenkins. And first game of the day, as per tradition, lost by Team Liquid. Now, per tradition, Team Liquid will also lose the second game, so maybe we shouldn't play this one out at all. Or maybe they'll break the tradition. Kezu, what do you think?
What time is it?
This is an important question. It is 1:10
Too early.
PM.
Uh-oh.
I've had people, like in former teams, not wake up for 3 p.m. scrims.
Yep.
I think Aiden was part of this like 5-6 years ago. I don't know if that has changed.
It
But
doesn't seem to have changed.
sorry, guys, you lost.
5 hours has not passed, so therefore they will lose.
Yeah.
They need like a 6 p.m. game.
But isn't it like, because of course they've had a first series every time. Everybody has in Group A has a first series every time because there's so many games at the same time. Isn't it that, you know, they did it yesterday and the day before?
And then
up?
the day before.
Like, at what point will they be used to it?
Here we go.
Never, because they're Dota players, right?
I'm still tired.
They
I
will
have to
keep
wake
going to
up for
bed.
this.
Yeah, they'll keep going to bed at 3 a.m., be tired for the 10 a.m. game, lose, not learn, and do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until the DreamLeague gods give you a later game.
Well, they got to make it to the next group stage for that, so they got to start winning. It's not looking too hot for Team Liquid right about now.
You know why they call it DreamLeague, Kazu?
Tell me.
Because Liquid is still dreaming when they're playing on account of the sleeping that they're doing.
That makes a lot of sense.
The joke is that they're tired because they wake up late, so they're just not.
They
awake
like
right
to
now.
get up late around 6 p.m.
Because they
I
love
would
their
say.
dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
No, they love their dreams.
All right.
Don't do them like that.
Okay, maybe they can change the course. Of,
Is it possible, Jenkins?
What?
That they change?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's actually not.
Oh
I don't
my
think so.
god. Jenkins, who were they banning? Magnus or Batrider? Magnus or Batrider?
Beastmaster.
It's
already banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call.
But that's what I was saying.
Timber
Timber
Holy moly,
Wow,
a Magnus and a Batrider. I'm so hyped.
All Universal Heroes banned, ladies and gentlemen, and picked as well. And
Wow,
still,
look at
still
the heroes that came out.
Magnus and the Batrider.
That's heckin' crazy.
Wow.
This is all Universal Heroes. Actually, LGD I saw do.
Oh!
Let's go.
You know what? I was expecting to see Oracle, but I always expected to see on the side of Team Liquid, so this is unusual.
What? Special delivery, sir.
Special delivery?
Oh, God damn it.
You're such a diva. You are
She
such
asked
a
for
diva.
this. She asked for this. I said,
No, you literally is like, can I get a monster from that
I looked
fridge?
over
And
at that
didn't have the right
fridge.
monster. You have a can of he
Thank
he
you.
has a bucket of monsters.
But they
next to
weren't
him.
cold.
Oh, didn't have the right monster. Like, gotta get the specific one.
Oh, that was a good sound.
Gotta get.
Thank you.
I wasn't doing a sell thing. I really was just thirsty. And this is a great quench of my thirst tonight.
I'm sorry for not doing it on camera, but I also downed a monster before this segment.
Wow, you missed out.
That's good.
That's the good stuff.
Okay, thank you for
Thanks,
that, for sure. Pardon everybody. Sorry for your ears.
Anyway, I talked to
Especially ones that
Instania.
are wearing headsets.
I talked to
Don't show
Instania
off,
about.
bro. I don't care I don't care about the
Can you
pros
start
that
one more
talk
time?
to.
I talked to Instania about the Oracle because I got in an argument with the guy in a pub. And this guy in a pub said, the Oracle doesn't counter Batrider anymore because he doesn't even use napalm. And I said, you idiot. I would literally ask the Oracle guy. And so I messaged him and I saw that the phone lit up, so I woke him up. He was in bed.
Yeah, but what did he say though? What did he say?
And he said, yeah, of course it still counters Batrider because the new Batrider, while he doesn't care that much about his napalm until the purge isn't as effective, is a 40-second cooldown on the lasso eventually. He's all about the low cooldown lasso. Guess what's a 60-second cooldown, ladies and gentlemen? Oracle ult. And I think there's a cooldown reduction talent as well
Yeah,
for the
the
Oracle
60
ult.
seconds is later in the game, though.
I think the 60s, yeah, but so is the 47-second cooldown of the Batrider lasso.
Good point.
So it's like, yes, Oracle counters both Batriders, the Blinkin Lasso Batrider and the Sticky Napalm type Batrider. So it's still a great counter.
And you know, even though there's less of the sticky happening, you also purge Blood Grenade. And early
true.
on, Batriders, when they flame break, there's a Blood Grenade. I mean, that's how most kills happen. So the purge is still great, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Of course you were right, and whoever you were arguing with, they're a dumbass.
Idiots.
Yeah, absolute dumbass.
There was a guy called Kezu Smurf.
Yeah. Definitely.
Moron.
Yeah. I hate that guy, actually. Real dumb.
Do you actually call your Smurf Kezi Smurf?
When I was recalibrating, I did. No, I think
was it a power play?
A little bit.
It was a power play.
Oh my god.
So we could get his. I was. Oh, Kezu, go ahead, take off lane. I'll play Pudge. I'll just ruin your fucking game.
Yeah,
then.
Jenkins' Pudge was very good.
Okay, we got Pango picked up on the side of PSG LGD.
They're doing it again. The pick core out of phase. Try to get a better support later, which they probably will. But this Morph pick is something I want to highlight. Morph seems to be the best answer to Magnus.
Yeah.
With just turning into him, you get a bazillion damage, you get the side resistance. If you have the Axe later, you can stand your ground. So I think Liquid should be pretty happy with at least their first phase in this game.
I really like Morph in general against a lot of carries and all this universal stuff and taking the stats and even the Agi heroes and the Medusas and all these stupid things. Morph just seems to be pretty powerful, so Giga Chad play to pick it here.
Uh-oh.
What?
Rubik is the strongest counter to Magnus because everybody talks about, oh, the universal. Magnus does a lot of damage. Bullshit. The most important thing about Mag is the skewer into tower and the skewer into cliff.
Yes. Yes.
Rubik can interrupt it very easily. He just grabs him.
Pick him up.
And then also, you steal the skewer, and all of a sudden, you're the one getting found and skewered by him.
And lifted on the cliff.
And lifted on the cliff. Very good counter.
Ooh, that was a quick PL pick.
So we had this discussion the other day on the panel about how people keep saying, we want a diffusal buyer, like it's Medusa, but no one's picking PL. Makes sense to me. LGD would be the one to bust it out. Like I said, Shiro the god. He can play anything and he makes it look good.
You know what? They saw the new Mars and they're like, you know what?
We want that shit.
Yeah. They're going for the Mars. That's unusual for Team Liquid.
Yeah, taking some inspiration, I guess, at least to some extent. I do think that this is a banger PL game. It's PL is one of the hardest counters to morph overall in the game. I also think that Mars doesn't really like playing into PL all that much. Very high HP hero. If you spear later, you might just get an illusion, not his real hero.
Yep.
And LGD have played this PL before. Like I think Shiro won with it yesterday. He went like 10-1. Diffusal, Manta, Aghanim's hard. The new Ags is incredible on this hero.
They
I will
also
say
had
though,
a combination with the Mac that time around.
it doesn't counter bad like it used to though.
That is correct.
But this is probably a support bat, so that also wouldn't even matter. But the Firefly is pretty good at tearing through the PL illusions, and also morph Ags. If you morph into one of the PL illusions, it targets the main guy for some reason. So
I don't know why
PLs,
that works, but yeah.
I don't know. A lot of PLs are building Lincolns to deal with that, which is a bit annoying, but it's not.
But
it's
then
not the worst thing.
You have Rubik, and what he can do, he can spam R-click everything, and it doesn't proc until he finds your real one.
That is actually true. In fact, you might even be able to A-click the portrait. I've not tested it, but you can A-click the portrait in laning phase to draw creep aggro.
Yeah.
Globally.
I hope you can't do that with... You're saying that he could do with a spell?
No, you can't do it with spells. 100% you can't do it with spells, but you might be able to A-click and get the real PL illusion.
I don't understand.
What?
Like,
I don't follow.
If you A-click the portrait
Yes.
PL, you might actually be able to auto-attack the real PL and see which one it is. I'm not sure.
I think it doesn't...
That doesn't work.
It doesn't trigger like that.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Well, you can definitely A-click the portrait in laning phase to draw creep aggro.
Yes, you can.
That you can.
You can do
So
that.
why wouldn't it work with the illusion?
I don't think it does it issue an actual attack like in the lane too? I thought it just does the command. Or like,
It only works when they're in vision, so I assume I would. It doesn't fucking matter.
Whatever, doesn't matter. So anyway, about the PL, I think Rubik and Mods is a very strong lane. And I think if you're playing with an Oracle, then PL's maybe not so strong there. I think there's a very realistic possibility Liquid can bully the shit out of him.
Agreed.
And that would be really nice. I think like Mars, for all the things I don't like about him, if he can get a strong start, it's looking nice. The only thing that I think is lacking is they don't have the most optimal damage for Arena right now.
But you're saying you want the Rubik and Mars on the same lane. Does that mean you want the Morph and the Bat on the same lane? Or do you want the Bat to be core?
What the frick is happening?
I'd like to-
I don't know
Breaker.
anymore. I think is it mid-bat?
It's a mid spirit breaker. Can I quickly can I make a request? Okay, there we go. I want to go on Zai's camera.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at those calves. This man does wall sits.
We do wall sits.
Yeah, check that out.
very
We do
sexy.
wall-
Just
Don't put
wanted to
yourself
shout
down,
out. Just want to
Jenkins.
shout out the gym Buddha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim Buddha.
That's
you,
Blitz.
Wow, he will be on every single camera. Can we keep
Yeah.
walking through
Let's follow him.
Next camera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
the one guy on the team that doesn't go to the gym, by the way, with the Jim Buddha. So
The Jim Buddha.
yeah. Shout out to Insania for being lazy.
Being able to resist the power of the Buddha is also a form of strength.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, so what do we want here? Last pick coming out of PSG LGD. They got a full minute to think about this. We most likely need a hero for Planet.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of his heroes are already banned out, apart from Phoenix.
I really think it's a mid bat. I just think the Spirit Breaker would be nicer with the Morph.
No, that's
you're going
probably
back to
true.
that.
Yeah, that's probably true. I just wanted to talk about Jim Buddha, but you're probably right.
Thanks, Jim Buddha.
So then you want Mars Spirit Breaker on the lane, and Rubik Morph, and then mid bat.
No, I want Rubik Mars.
Rubik Mars,
Morph Spirit Breaker,
Morph,
and then mid bat.
Okay.
Spirit Breaker is a real nice damage soak for Morph when he struggles the most, which is like level 1 to 3.
Yeah.
And a Willow.
Ooh, is this a Willow mid? And they go, please, please.
4, right?
No, I want it so bad, please.
Planet.
No, the Willow 4 is
Planet.
really good in this game.
Oh, I'm crying.
It's mid Mars.
Oh.
All right, mid Mars. I don't care anymore.
It's a Zai off
I think mid Mars is cringe.
Yeah, I think it's cringe.
I think that shit is not.
Say that to Dark Mago, dude.
I will tell him.
It's chill. It's chill. They have mid Mars against Pango. That's hype.
That is true. It's the one of the matches where it can work. But I love the Dark Willow pick. I think Willow in this game is very annoying. You can't play the team fight. The Brambles against Spirit Breaker charge is disgusting. You can't charge through that. Then there's some Bad Rider. You have good team fight.
But now you're playing this offlane bat into Oracle, which doesn't seem optimal.
It's not that. I would actually say I'd rather have an offlane bat into Oracle than a 4-bat into Oracle, because the
I don't want the
grenade
4-bat.
stuff.
That's why I wanted the mid one.
Like, I think you just Firefly the wave.
You're chill.
Cut
Yeah.
creep
You're
wave.
just
You're
cutting?
chilling. Yeah, you're chilling. And if PL ever goes on you, you can actually die
That's true.
to the damage you
How are
have.
they gonna break the curse?
No.
No.
Wow, jeez.
Giro PL,
wait,
baby.
LGD, you mean? Breaking their tie curse?
Oh, true. There's
they're
two
tying
curses.
a lot.
Yeah, it's LGD this would be the first 2-0 if they get this game for them.
So yes, a curse will be broken this game.
A curse will guaranteed be broken.
Yep.
Which is the stronger curse?
Liquid's curse is
We'll
strong.
find
Yeah,
out.
That
Liquid's
shit
curse
is
really
unbreakable.
strong. LGD
We'll
have
find out.
Magnus. Like, I don't know, man.
Magnus is good. Yeah.
Giro PL. He's gonna pop off. I think people are sleeping on his hero.
Okay.
Yeah, Liquid winning with a Mars, let alone Mars on mid, that would be a way to break their curse.
Yeah.
That would be really impressive.
It would be.
I'll run like a real copium Liquid like first place narrative if they win this game.
A lot of copium here. Seems like Team Liquid needs all our energy if they want to break their curse, but let's find out if they can. And before we get energy from the game, we're gonna get some energy from the producing panels.
That hits the spot right there as we head into Liquid versus PSG LGD. All that hype from the music. Hopefully we get some hype from this game too, but I just have a little bit of a PSA to deliver to the Dota community. This is coming from the Banana Man himself, BSJ, who says that apparently Mars and Pango have a weird interaction right now where the arena, when you are Pango rolled up, you can't go through the arena.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
so
great.
Liquid apparently have sunk so low that they must now try and abuse bugs to be able to find a win here at DreamLeague.
Well, there's one thing we expect from the Liquid organization as a whole. It's abuse.
All right. Let's not go too far here. I feel like I could throw that shot just because, you know. Liquid, all right, we're going to have a 2-0 bounty room
Of course
split.
I'm kidding. I love the Liquid org. If I think of abuse, I think of EG, of course. That's the I mean, yeah, dude, you had to make that joke.
Did I? I thought I was just going to leave it unsaid, but fair enough.
Well, why are you putting me in these situations if you don't want someone to say this shit, you know?
That's where our awkward pauses came in. Ooh, a little bit late there. Nisha? Maybe it's just too early in the morning for him. That is another interaction we have between the Mars and the Pango. Force movement does stop the shield crash. If you stop him from hitting the ground, you will stop him from being able to do the damage and get the buff that he gets. But you have to actually hit him with the shield before he hits the ground, which failed to do it there.
I kind of want to see Core Spear Breaker, honestly. I feel like Core Spear Breaker can do some serious work for PL later, and I feel like that's the aspect Liquid's missing, is the scale or dealing with Phantom Lancer at the later portion of the game. Support Breaker just doesn't have that oomph, and I don't know, I just don't really see like where's Liquid going to win this game, I guess. They're just going to try and run the map over through the mid-Mars and using the bug? I mean,
maybe, yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Also, that whole like, oh, we're not a morning team. That's some real grade A bullshit. I'm just gonna say it like that's some actual just real copium out there. You're sucking on it. I mean,
the copium overflows.
Give me a break. Not a morning team. First off, it's not even that. It's like 1 p.m.
Yes, it's 1:30.
Number two, like you're professional. You can adjust your sleep schedule.
My favorite part was Jenkins talking about that when Jenkins is one of those guys. 3 p.m. game. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I'm going to wake up in time for that.
I mean, I also played with people that did that shit. I'm not going to name Yawar, but, you know.
Radiant's courier.
It's good you didn't name him.
At a certain point, if your player can't perform at the time, you just replace him. You know, that's what you do. You have a scrim, your guys didn't show up to the scrim. Yo, monkeys forever. You want to stand in? You pull him in. You play the scrim. The guy comes down. He's like, oh, "What's happening? Oh, you're not a morning person. That sucks. We gotta play."
Oh, I mean, games are very often in the morning, so we gotta get a morning person.
I guarantee you, the next 9 a.m. that guy's gonna be down there warming up. I guarantee you that.
Is that what happened with you?
No, but
you are. I was about to say this sounds like a fictional tale.
I just yelled at him every day.
Oh, and he just shrugged it off, or what?
I mean, you can't yell at Dota players. They're like puppies, you know. They just make you feel bad.
Really?
Oh, I'll try hard tomorrow. Oh, okay, fine. Then it's day 99.
See, I thought Dota players would be great people to yell at.
Oh, fight for the Lotus top.
Going for it. Jumps away. Shiro. Who are they going to go for here? Waiyu smiles, slowed down. But they just going to leave it at that. Boxy leaving a decent amount of space. Then the panel wanted to see, what was it? They wanted to be able to see Rubik Mars. We ended up with the mid-Mars instead. They wanted the Spirit Breaker with the Morphling because, you know, nice frontliner for the Morphling in that regard. So how's that bottom lane going to go?
Problem is, I don't know if you can beat offlane Mag in lane.
Yeah.
Like, he was just free farming down here, and there's nothing close to stopping him.
Nice body blocking. Boxy. Beautiful stuff. And he already uses Fortune's End, no Feats Edict to protect him against that magic damage. Zai does take some damage in return, but he had plenty because he got the Lotus, and he also has 10 wand charges to work with.
Good level 3 timing to hit for Liquid, get the Lotus. He has full wand, now he has Ring of Health, working towards the Bat Vanguard. This is the lane Liquid really want to win to create the tempo in this game because it's all in the Breaker Bat with some Mars ults to combine. But honestly, NTS is doing damn well mid in this matchup. He's just straight up winning it, getting Nisha low as well. There's just no threat. And this is the issue with the Liquid are going to have to overcome in this game is a lot of their tempo comes from the Bat Breaker, but they have to play into the Dark Willow and the Oracle, which in theory have very good spells at just stopping you when you run in. Like you have the straight up Purge, you can throw this Fate's Edict around that's going to negate a lot of Liquid's damage. Look at the 5 Liquid heroes right now and tell me, what is it, 80, 90% magic damage for a lot of this game until Morphling's doing right clicks?
Yeah.
Fate's Edict is crazy good this game. Basically makes you a god. Remember, that spell does not disarm you anymore. You throw it on a Phantom Lancer, you throw it on a Pango Mag, they're a deity.
It's crazy.
At the altar of Oracle.
Oracle was so bad for so long that they gave him just like the biggest buff, and he still is not seen that often. It's not like he's a first phase support very often, right? It's just like, yeah, we occasionally see some Oracles, but like another hero that is doing very well, for example, is Rubik, who 20 times, I think, picked up in DreamLeague, 75% win rate.
I honestly think it's a fluke, but...
Yeah? that many games? He went 11-0 on, like, day 1.
I mean, somebody's got to win. I don't know why this hero would be that broken. I played a lot of Rubik this patch. I think he feels fine. Like, the hero's solid, but it's like I said before, there's a lot of games where there's just not that much to steal. Like, there's a lot of dead heroes for Rubik in this patch. I'm not convinced he's that broken. I would not be going to these games just first facing Rubik and be like, oh, we got that Rubik, boys. It's GG. Like, I'm taking the Breaker. I'm taking the Techies, right? I'm taking the Magnus. Are you comparing Rubik to these heroes right now? I hope you're not.
Well, I was trying to compare them. Because honestly, I didn't know why he was winning so much either. But apparently you have no idea either, so...
I think
it's a fluke.
His laning is quite good. That's the one thing I like about him. I think his early game is pretty solid.
I think his percentage-based debuff off of default is
that
more
part's also
value
nice.
with the universal heroes being so out of whack right now. Planet.
Like, this type of fighting is quite good for him because he has pretty high base damage and like a nice right click, and you can just trade pretty well. Fade Bolt guarantees you the favorable trades. You throw a blood grenade on top. All that type of early game stuff I think is really good for the hero.
They're going to try and take the opposing Wisdom Rune. It does leave Zai out on an island, who is going to be punished by nothing to say with his first Rolling Thunder appearance.
That's a nice rotation. Shutting down the tempo hero, enabling your Phantom Lancer. 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 illusions. Stone, I should say.
They're pushing in this bottom lane. I wonder if they're going to try and help Boxy in this situation.
I mean, LGD need this Wisdom Rune. There's no way around it. They have a level 2 planet right now.
Yeah, Boxy looks like he's just going to die for this one. Still, oh, he doesn't have the mana for a charge.
And skewered him through the brambles too. Nice little combo. They will pick up that rune. Desperation rune for LGD, really. Like, Planet is just in no man's land concerning the levels on a hero that really needs him here. He's going to have to leech it somewhere else. LGD just giving a lot of soul XP to their cores. Can't blame him when they have this pretty greedy tri-core in terms of the scale. I mean, the scale's insane, but mid-game might be tough if your supports can't help you pick up the slack.
Yeah, that has actually been my issue with Dark Willow, is that because kills are so important to get experience early, and I feel like Dark Willow doesn't really get that point unless she has level 6, you know, being able to run around and get kills. That
pretty dependent on your lane partner.
Yeah, you are super dependent on your lane partner, I think. I mean, they were right. They were talking about it on the panel, because talked about how the Bramble is super annoying for Spirit Breaker to play against.
I'm going to try for the big mid kill here. This is a level 7 Mars.
Still has the Rune Sphere. There's a chance they turn around, perhaps? No.
Oh, they just want the Power Rune. Illusion Rune bottom. Pretty nice for NTS. Will bail them out of a lot of situations. And yeah, it's just a low support level game because there aren't too many kills. It's only 2-2. Very slow. Maybe LGD happy with this, though, when they have this triple melee Magnus and power lineup that's building multiple diffusals versus the Morphling versus the Mars. Mars is also a very susceptible hero to getting his mana burn. That's one of the concerns I have for Niche in this game. You're going to have this Diffusal Pengo, you're going to have Diffusal Phantom Lancer. What happens when you throw a Lance on him? He gets swashbuckled and he has 200 mana left.
Yeah.
Can he take that fight? Need some Arcane Boots on Liquid right now. Charge on Planet Mid. Will get bumped, but bumped into the Shadow Realm.
They're going to throw out the arena to make sure that Planet does die. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mickey is going to need some help eventually here. Morphing into Strength can only take you so far. Get in front of him once again, finally burst him. White sees the opportunity, hit him with that Purifying Flames, finish him off.
Another big find for NTS, keeping LGD in this early game as Boxy continues the charge rounds, but maybe charging a little too far.
Yeah, PSG LGD are playing around each other. There is not much room for these free Spirit Breaker charges to commit. Now, they do get a lot of damage on the mid tower on the side of Liquid, but the arena doesn't catch Planet. Still trying to finish off this mid tower. They want to take it and I guess be able to move on with Nisha getting around the map, but the PSG LGD are going to show up now.
Yeah, and the single target burst between the Oracle and Pango is deceptively high right now.
Yeah.
Just crunching heroes. So I was going to try and run down you down here, but...
Nice job getting in front of the skewer. There is going to be the Oracle. A save a bit. Fate's Edict. Oh, no. Turn around with the Shockwave. Stopping the charge as well. RP going to be used. Still going after it. And with the Tumbler's Toy, gets in front of him. A little bit more damage. Oh, Zai's going to have to commit way too heavily to get that kill, so he's got to back off now.
Power the Oracle in this game. He is going to be an issue for Liquid if they can knock it on top of him first. And NTS is just continuing the rampage, man.
Just like game 1, his Void Spirit found a lot of openings in this
on point.
exact period of time.
Oh,
got him inside the arena.
Is this intentional, by the way?
There's no way that's intentional.
Also,
swashbuckle.
Wasn't NTS the guy who had the cog bug too? That was the other game we were casting.
Oh, yeah.
Where you couldn't roll through the clockwork cogs. Man, this guy, someone does not want him playing Pangolier. I think that's like a team discussion. Joey's like, all right, NTS, you're going to play Pango here. He's like, please, no.
Not again.
I don't want to play it anymore.
This time? They pick the Mars. He's like, oh, no. Shiro has had a very quiet game, and that's just the way that a Phantom Lancer wants it.
Oh, yeah. He's gotten free reign in this game. 0-0-1. That's like an ideal Phantom Lancer stat line right there. Defusal pretty damn fast. And this hero is a terrifying hero. I know we don't see him a lot, but I don't think it's a product of him being bad. I think it's just a product of there's a lot of other carries people prefer, and carries are going pretty early in the pick phase, right?
Sure.
There's a lot of first phase, like Bloodseeker, Monkey, Medusa, Anti-Mage, even Slark we see occasionally. And then that second phase is kind of those heroes plus a few others you fill in to try and get the counter picks. But by the time you get last, there's not much left. Terrorblade's also up there. But I think a lot of these games are good Phantom Lancer games if people are willing to play it. Just they already have a carry picked. But this hero is really good. The Ags is so damn good on this hero.
Is this a hero that, as a carry, maybe you think it's fine, good? I mean, Kezu called it underrated. But is it a carry that can you pick it up early on in the drafting phase?
Generally, no, because you can craft a lot of lanes that just destroy the rate at which he gets to his items. You can create a lot of scenarios where it's hard for him to go and join the fights. But I do think the Ags build gives this hero a lot of fight viability that he didn't have before, and it's a significant amount of damage. It's very hard for almost any lineup to deal with. Like, I would not be surprised to see it this game, especially with how effective the illusions and the mana burn are going to be versus Liquid's lineup.
Got him on the Bramble, pull him back with a Shockwave, hit him with the Skewer. It's already bulldozed. The charge is only going to take him so far, but it's far enough, it seems. PSG LGD won't be able to get that killed. They're actually cutting in with Nisha, who, remember, they did that push earlier, trying to take the mid tower. It's still up. And I don't think they're going to get it against it with the Diffuser Blades coming in soon.
No, LG are just happy to occupy this aggressive jungle area where the PL is screened from any Liquid aggression. You don't even have the blink on Nisha yet. He's still 100 off. And the Diffusal's are already up for LGD. Arcane Rune on NTS as well. Nisha, you just can't be here right now.
Oh my god. He was one gold away from being able to buy the Blink Dagger. Now he is set back as he loses a bit of gold off of that death. And Liquid, things getting even worse now as their supports are going to get run down as well. Both of them.
This is crumbling fast. You do not have the firepower to deal with the Phantom Lancer and the Pangolier getting active this early. Morphling cannot join these fights and have any sort of impact. He needs at least one more item or something. Some Yasha plus an ult. Something to contribute. So you're just taking these 4v5 because Shiro, he is happy to join these fights. It's a great Phantom Lancer game. He has Oracle to back him up. He has saves. He has control. He has Empower. And he has the eyes for blood.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nisha sitting on the side here. They saw Shiro go away, and there was an opportunity there to get an arena spear on Nothing to Say. They opted against it, instead getting the haste room.
And you have
now
to go
we get it.
Oracle.
Okay, this is a great opportunity. The arena well positioned. Nothing to Say actually jumps down to the low ground. Why you smile?
Oh.
He barely gets off the false promise on himself. Boxy trying to make it away, but will die too quickly. Lasso goes out before the RP, dragging him down to the low ground. But again, there isn't the targeting here from Liquid. They go on a hero, but they can't finish it up. LGD just playing way too well around each other. And hell, even Shiro's making the jog back into play here. And Sania did manage to steal the Rolling Thunder, though. Great steal.
Oh, still tiny.
Man, it's a little baby ball.
It's cute. We still get out. That's another fight, though, that just seems impossible. You have to find the Oracle. Boxy does get on top of why, but he lives. And that's why you were saying, okay, he had an Arena Spear on NTS, but you Arena Spear him, he gets face eated, then the fight's over.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't throw these spells out casually if you're Liquid because the Oracle's causing you too many issues.
So this was a dream scenario where you somehow managed to hit the spear on Oracle while getting damage on the Pango.
And it still was not even that close, right?
Yeah, because Planet hit a great Terrorize, stopping the other heroes that were funneling through the mid lane.
And you're just missing so much net worth on Nisha right now. He doesn't have an item. I mean, we're 14 minutes in. He did not have that blink, which he's rushing. There's just not that much space to get it right now.
Oh no, Insania loses his Rolling Thunder. I felt like that's an ability that you want to hold on to and try for the next team fight with.
Well, you can always get it again.
We'll see.
This is going to be an uphill battle for Liquid. There's no doubt about it. That's very true. I mean, Shiro is he's 2,000 away from Ags on the families. That's crazy.
Go for the Oracle, execute him, charge in from behind, nothing to say. Still managed to get off the Rolling Thunder though. Nice terrorize. Oh, and right on the funnel here. Nisha's gonna be the one left behind, the Morphling. A little bit faster. Has to TP out because of the fear of the Phantom Lancer chasing him down with a Diffusal Blade. And look at this, Tier 2's under assault, mid lane being pushed in, bottom lane being pushed in.
There's not a lot of space right now.
No.
That's why Mickey is getting involved in these early fights. Liquid need him. Find the Oracle kill, but then you just have to trade a core for it, which doesn't feel great either. Nothing coming easy here. As Shiro continues his push towards that Ags, and I feel like once he has Ags, the fights become impossible. You have to go on the Oracle, which means the Phantom Lancer has free reign. He gets like 2 lances off. That fight is already obnoxious as hell.
Yeah, everybody's mana is burned away.
And you don't have the mana boots to sustain it. Insania has just not had that kind of game. He rushed to Pavis. I mean, you can understand why, but that's no arcane boots on the Rubik. Breaker never builds them. You're just not going to have the mana to resupply the Mars or the Morphling in these fights. It's going to be a big issue. Level 4 in power stolen, though. That is pretty decent here.
Yeah, Nisha will be happy with that. And Zaya's still kept up his farm pretty nicely. His boots of travel, Octarine. But it seems like another scenario where Liquid just have to give up all pretenses of winning the mid-game and just play for late game in some way. Toss back, but Insania still going to die. PSG LGD, again, just like they win this early game, they play around each other, they don't give up any openings to Liquid. No free pickoffs.
They always just have very good mid-game map placement. That's what makes their mid-game so good. They play the right heroes with the right heroes in the right area. Or in other words, the combinations are good, and they don't overcommit to the moves. Like that, it's just a 3-man move into the aggressive jungle off the Pango Blink. And they have a hero mid, they have a hero top. The hero top backs off. It's just very smooth mid-game map gameplay that yields them pretty decent advantage whenever nothing's happening.
Zai will play on the little cliff area. He's okay.
Oh my god, that ogre.
That would have been great.
What did it be? I feel like Zai would have broken his monitor.
Maybe,
that ogre
but
stunned him.
It would have been really funny. That's what I'm here for. It's the entertainment.
Well, you're just going to run into the Oracle.
Hey, that's
nice.
perfect. If they sort of kill... Oh, no! They finally get a break in this game. They find a free Oracle kill. If they could have changed it into a Pango kill as well, it would have been fantastic for Liquid. But instead, it's just a 1 hero kill that you're going to farm off of. Not great.
And that'll be the Ags finish for Shiro. Very fast timing here. He's incredibly farmed and power on top of it. The Oracle behind him. This is just the green light for LGD to take any sort of skirmisher fight right now. And Liquid need to be careful about overextending as Nisha misses the blink stun on NTS again. He's just too damn fast.
Chasing back after him. You look in, RP being threatened, but Liquid a bit too far away, except for Insania. Oh, the swashbuckle away. Insania's got some moves on him. Unfortunately, Shiro has full control of the map, and he could just kind of casually walk between tier 2 towers. They are making a move on the other side. They do manage to kill Why You Smile again, but they're going to get caught in the process again. Box is going to die. Zai likely to be run down here in this dead-end hellhole. Nisha saying, guys, Shiro's alone here. Let's make a move. He does hit him with the stun. Mickey joining in, half health on Shiro. Stuck at the arena with the charge on through. This is looking okay. Shiro does die. Liquid finally gets something. Maybe we can get a competitive game.
Nice setup. You're not going to get too many of those openings. At least Nisha's finding something in this game. That's a huge kill. Buys you a lot of time with him off the map. Did cost you a Boxy buyback, which he was trying to get the Shadow Blade, another big item in this game, because then you can Invis charge the Oracle, Invis charge the Phantom Lancer, and maybe set something up in that sense. But delaying that kind of sucks, but obviously you got to take what you can get here.
Also,
Shiro just, that was too aggressive right there. No respect.
No respect. Boxy. Oh, an opportunity here, perhaps at a turnaround as they pull you back into the tier 2, terrorize, and the RP at the same time. A little bit of overlap. Stolen RP though. Look out! Look out! Watch out! It's coming. He's gonna be caught by that RP. The Dark Willow is too. They kill both of them, and neither Liquid hero dies. Boxy gets away on just a sliver of HP. Another great steal by Insania.
Liquid continuing to find these openings in LGD. We were praising their mid-game map movement. It's just crumbled in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
These were not kills they needed to give up at all. They could have just played behind each other with the right heroes, played defensively, continued to scale in this game.
Okay, you say the right heroes. In your mind, what does that formation look like?
I think it's the supports behind the Pango or the Mag.
Okay.
And then the other two can play. The PL can always play independently. I don't think he's ever really going to get caught by Liquid here. But you kind of need the 3 or 4 to be able to combine for these types of fights, right? Here it's just Mag and Dark Willow. You don't have the damage of the burst to just casually get a kill and get out, especially by an enemy tier 2.
Yeah.
It's also just about who's going on who. I think LGD are very happy to take defensive-oriented fights because then they can set up the back line, they can protect it, they can force Liquid into them, and then the Lance bounces will start going to work. When they go aggressively into Liquid, Oracle, Dark Willow just get massively exposed.
Yeah.
And those engagements are way different. They're way harder. You need your Phantom Lancer to be leading those, and him setting up the space for the other two cores to bring in the control.
Hey, so in this matchup, another question for you. Morphling versus Phantom Lancer.
Why do you always ask me questions, man?
Because you're a
Why don't you ever say,
analyst.
why don't you ever say, oh, you're great? You know, that's not a question. That's just like, you're doing great, man. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it, Cap.
You're doing a great job, Avery.
Well, now it doesn't feel genuine. There's
Well,
always
if you
questions.
can answer this next
Every
question,
day, that's all it is. I wake up and you start asking me questions. There's 24 hours of questions. And I'll ask you a question.
You'll end up on the floor again, Avery. Answer my goddamn question. Which is, if you are playing the Morphling versus Phantom Lancer matchup, right? He's going to go Aghanim Scepter, so you got the Bouncing Lance on your side if you turn into the PL. Do you go Diffusal Blade too? Mickey is thinking about Scotty, but is there a world where you just try and be a Phantom Lancer too?
I'll have to think about that one.
Okay. Oh, Rita! It catches the back line, just what they wanted. Why You Smile dies. Sure, they trade outside, but they've gotten 2 kills for it, and nothing to say. His Rolling Thunder trapped inside the arena. He does swashbuckle and finish off the Mars. The charge on through from Boxy was not connected onto Nothing to Say, awkwardly enough. We'll go for Planet instead. First hit Bash, gets that. Nothing to Say, hidden away into the corner behind the Roshan pit. TP's back successfully. So, a 2-for-3 exchange to the favor of Liquid, especially after Roshan being done and Aegis going the way of Shiro. Winning fights like that.
Ags Morphling showing up, stealing the Mag. First the Universal Hero. Feels great to do it. Empowers himself and just starts chunking them. And this is a fight. Again, LGD, they have the 4 heroes, but the PL can't get here to close that fight engagement, right?
Yeah.
Shiro, that pink dot is just running top this entire time.
Man, imagine if that charge, he charged like, I don't know,
yeah, if he could
maybe
have
the Magnus or something, and it bounced over to another hero when Mag died, but it bounced over to a neutral creep instead of, you know, if it bounces over to Nothing to Say, that's probably a kill.
That's the Liquid finding the opening where the Phantom Lancer isn't there. He has Aegis right now. Like, LG really need to start taking these fights in a way where Shiro is going in first, causing the chaos that Liquid can't really deal with.
Sure.
But it's been Liquid finding them instead. And that Ags Morphling, that Shadowblade Spear Breaker, these are powerful items right now that LGD can't deal with too well. Put them to good use. You were talking about Morphling turning into Phantom Lancer. He can turn into the Mag. It's just as strong, right? The single target damage goes up significantly. I guess there's a world where you can do this diffusal nonsense, but I don't think the diffusal Morphling in this game is too good versus what LGD have. I think you just want to ramp his single target damage up as much as possible, so in the windows where you see the real PL, you just kill him.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, because you're not necessarily going to have those larger windows as the game progresses. And the Oracle, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to kill the Oracle in 2 hits, not 3. I know that sounds maybe like too much, but that is like the window you have in these pro games.
That makes sense. Zai. Oh, this is a good opening.
It's exactly who they want.
They're going to try and pop him here. The spear goes out. Still managed to get off his BKB. The RP goes down, locking down Zai. And they do get the arena out on the side of Nisha. He'll get away from nothing to say. Who's still stuck inside the arena. That bug, BKB, trying to walk it out. The spear goes through, but it's just finding Monster Illusions for now. Shiro is causing the chaos that you wanted to see from him. And it goes much to PSG LGD's success.
Yeah, that
is for nothing.
Those are the type of fights I don't see Liquid winning right now. Because Shiro is just going to do way too much damage and cause way too much chaos. He did 4,400 damage in that fight. Lincoln's finished as well, so you can't even really charge him. You can't morph Ags, steal him anymore either.
Where was the damage to blow up the Magnus? Also, where was the chainstone?
Mickey was not on top of him, hitting him the entire time, and the Fate's Edict comes through. That's the problem. They had an Oracle they could have thrown as well, but Y was deciding to save it, realizing the Mag's done his job. Even if he ticks out there, who cares? That's a tough go. And that's the other problem. Okay, Liquid find the Mag, but that's not finding the Oracle. So do you want to commit on the Mag in that situation?
Yeah.
Let's say Mickey goes in, Nisha goes in, Zai's already there with the lasso. Liquid show everybody to try and commit for this Mag kill, and he gets False Promise. I mean, aren't you just screwed at that point?
Yeah, probably. And it's easier to get that False Promise now with the Aether Lens on the Oracle. Back into it. They catch Zai. Looks like Liquid expected PSG LGD to back away.
No, there's no backing in this game as the big ball chases the little one.
Ooh, almost got him with that swashbuckle.
Wait, if you shrink ray a Rubik with stolen angle, does the ball get smaller?
Maybe. Might get a little pinball Rubik. That would make him a pinball wizard, too.
Yeah, if you give him the shield room, he'll really be a pinball wizard.
Well, that's going to be a lane of barracks, it looks like. As we still have the Aegis for 15 seconds, so PSG LGD are obviously going to commit, take it, and get out without an issue.
Aegis out in 10 seconds. Might dissuade them from forcing high ground, but honestly, I think that option is available. They can also just continue to farm, take a tier 2 top. There aren't in too much of a rush this game, as Shiro still has 2 slots to fill. One of them will be Heart. The other is maybe Butterfly here. Maybe Scotty. I wouldn't mind either. Silver Edge also not too bad. You just run in, break the Mars. That feels pretty damn good. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. Liquid need to find some answers here. They need to find them fast. Probably going to be a high ground base defense, unless they think they can just hit some crazy smoke. They just don't really have the vision to do it. They have one good deep obs, but it's timing out in 37 seconds here on Dire Triangle. Too far to smoke to. And the Lincoln Spheres are coming out for LGD. This is going to be an issue. Liquid need the single target spells to go to work. They need Lasso, they need Charge, they need Morphling ult. So every time you add another Lincolns to the equation, it's time for Y to get off False Promise, to get off Fate's Edict on whoever you're single targeting, and then that fight just is over.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even be surprised to see LGD throw some of these Lincolns on the Oracle in those engagements, right? Like, why not? If you're NTS, are you afraid of getting lassoed if your Oracle's up? Not really.
Yeah, I guess not. No.
This might be one of those rare situations where the cores are behind defensive items for the supports. Think about that. What a concept.
What a, you know what?
What a concept, you know?
That'd be a beautiful world if we all just worked together like that.
We could achieve so much.
Society, if cores would buy support items.
Is that Boxy's knee?
Yes. Harpoon skewer back. Awkward interaction there with another strike. Zai is going to follow this up with immediate false promise on that last, though. Trying to go to work on nothing to say, well, he's stuck inside the arena, but Mickey can't quite do enough. He turns into Magnus, skewers on through, but Shiro is... Oh, actually, he's getting a little bit of damage on his Shiro there. Mickey was hitting pretty hard. Found the real Phantom Lancer, but now the illusions are going to start building up, and without any support, he's got to get out of here. Turning back into the Magnus. See if he can skewer out. Keeps an illusion with him. Planet jumping forward. Planet gets destroyed by Mickey, but there are too many heroes for Mickey to deal with. He eventually falls, and that is the first time Mickey has died in quite some time. And yes, that is indeed his knee. Second death for Mickey. He had racked up six kills
is indeed his knee. Thank you, Cap.
What do you want? I'm just bouncing off of what production shows us.
That'll be hard. Almost finished for Shiro here off that fight. He is just way too big. If Liquid can't get on top of him, it just feels like the fight is hopeless, right?
Yeah.
It's the inevitability of Phantom Lancer in skirmishes. Even with NTS sitting there for 10 seconds, unable to do anything. I feel bad watching it, but that is the life of a Pangolier, I suppose. Or at least NTS is Pangolier. And another
Forever doomed to be stuck inside of various machinations of Dota.
I feel like
2.
NTS has been stuck rolling for a year almost.
Yeah.
At least he's bug testing it for him.
Somebody has to replace Loda, right? That was one of Loda's deal. Alliance, the old Alliance, way back in the day. They're always good at good for a bug test. They had that one where, was it Lifestealer got stuck on a creep or something?
I don't remember any of this.
It was probably before your time.
I mean, I had a life. I wasn't watching Dota.
Joke's on you. You don't have a life anymore.
Well, I mean, man's got to eat.
There is only Dota now, and there is only W's here for PSG LGD as they're going to secure themselves Roshan, go for a second high ground attempt. Liquid smoke up, but it is far too late to stop this Roshan take. Maybe they think that Surprise is the only option here to be able to win an engagement. They're going to get up to this high ground.
It's also the angle. They want to hit the backside of the LGD beast right now.
And they are getting behind them. Are they going to loop back appropriately here?
Well, you have so many limited wards as well. You really need the high ground vision. This is their only obs. So now, are you going to see this Oracle? Who they break on super important.
Oh, they break on a courier. They jump forward. RP immediately thrown out from you, and they've got the Rolling Thunder to chain that stun beautifully. Terrorize not there in time. 2 BKBs go out. Mickey trying to deal with the Phantom Lancer, but this fight, I think, may already be kind of done for Liquid. They're going to go for nothing to say if they can. They do manage to get him with the last though, and Mickey will punish him. Cannot get the cheese off in time. The rest of PSG LGD, though, looking for vengeance for their brother. Fairly certain Liquid just going to head back to their base, though.
And it's still a good find for Liquid. That's a big kill for Mickey to get the gold out of.
Certainly.
And they're going to stall up this Aegis push. Happy to trade Boxy there. NTS just ended up on the wrong side of that exchange.
I can't believe the rest of PSG LGD moved away from nothing to say like that.
I mean, he also kind of moved away from them because he didn't want to roll back into the arena.
Yeah,
but
true.
You do have Blink on Y, so his save range is pretty significant. Just a small misplay. Liquid take advantage of it, get a big core kill. Something for the Morphling to continue to build on as Mickey tries to push towards this Butterfly. Very strong item in this Phantom Lancer matchup. Will allow him to focus other heroes without getting too much of his mana and HP drain in the meantime. Never mind, he's going Daedalus. And
instant false promise again.
Yeah, that is not going to work.
And it's going to be Zai who is going to be pulled way out of position.
I mean, he's trying to just reset the cooldowns, right? Because his lasso's 40, this false promise is 80.
Yeah.
Like, you're kind of happy to throw these out if you can get back out. The issue's just been escaping. This is a high ground obs for Liquid right now. They do not want to give these up. But that is Aegis Phantom Lancer. They're going to try and jump the back.
Oh, they missed the spear. The charge on through does do a nice job of chaining out that stun. Mickey almost finished off, and he does manage to get new.
He's hitting hard.
Meanwhile, Nisha is trying to get away from Shiro. Mickey is hitting much harder than this Phantom Lancer, killing these heroes much faster than he can. In fact, Nisha is even going to try and get away. Oh, he barely got out.
Nice gameplay so far.
Oh, Zai.
This fight.
He's alive. He's back into the fight. He's dead again.
That's the one hero you didn't want dying here. 100 seconds, no buyback.
Boxy does manage to finish off Why You Smile, though. That feels pretty good. Man, this Magnus Morphling is hitting so damn hard.
This
is like 600 damage a shot.
This is a problem for LGD right now. They don't want to focus the Morphling, but if you don't, he just killed your whole team. I mean, quite literally. Team wiped you outside of that Aegis frontline Phantom Lancer. Liquid doing a really nice job taking these fights in areas where they can get on that backline. I mean, the damage is just all Mickey versus Shiro here. It's just a question of how many heroes are you taking down with it.
Yeah, what can we get those damage numbers again? What was it?
5625 to 5389. So within 100 of each other.
Yeah.
The two pillars of this game right now. Of course, Mickey ends up taking down 4 while Shiro takes down Zai twice, I guess. This empowered Morphling is crunching through LGD's backline. I mean, even that Magnus died in like 4 hits.
Yeah, he died fast.
Needs some armor. Lincolns or something. He's going to go Lincolns here to try and prevent the steal. It's like the higher value play if you get away with it, but I also wonder if maybe just AC or even Shivas or something is more reliable, because if you get the broken Lincolns and the Morph steal anyway, then you're just still super susceptible to getting right-click down here, which is what happened.
Refresher for Nisha soon. Long list of items. Looks like Boxy was trying to finish off his BKB, was very close to it.
Oh, he got it.
Barely gets it this time.
And Shard for Insania off the Tormentor, so another soft save here for Liquid. They can keep extending these fights, kiting around the Phantom Lancer. That is the recipe for success, because it is very unrealistic to expect them to be able to find Shiro and focus him down. But the rest of the fight has been going great for them. Of course, all of that changes if LGD ever start on Mickey.
Yeah.
If LGD can find Morphling.
And Shiro can be a lot more aggressive now because he's got Butterfly as well. So even when his Aegis expires, like he's still in a position where he can just kind of like go, put his face up to the face of Liquid.
I mean, imagine a world where you can just sit there with Butterfly in your backpack. What a life he lives.
It is a privileged life, but the Aegis, all good things come to an end, and the Aegis expires for Shiro.
Got a weak base damage though, 265. I mean, come on,
seriously,
bro.
like, is this really a carry?
You even lift?
Bro, Universal Heroes are pumping out like 300 plus at this point.
I mean, he has lower base damage than his other 2 cores. He went for an Agi carry.
Now put a couple more levels on those heroes, because he also has like 2 or 3 level up on those 2 heroes, so. Yeah, kind of embarrassing. Disperser going to be built up because, I mean, this Shiro's running out of slots at this point.
He also got that Penta Edge sword. Really nice item for this hero.
Oh, yeah.
Like the extra melee attack range is pretty significant.
Sure. And, you know, Maim is always nice, too.
I still am kind of... This goes back to last game where I feel like Liquid hit their stride in this, like, 25-35 period.
Uh-huh.
You know, when they came back with the axe in that last game. But it was like, it's just too late, right? It makes you think if they had more momentum going into this period, because I feel like they actually played these fights pretty decently given the position. It's a very tough position. Maybe that also speaks to LGD. Just they look really crisp in the mid game, but then at some point past that, the fights this game were not taken too properly. It felt a little lazy. Because I really think it should be very clean for them. There's no answer for the Phantom Lancer just going in here. The roll, if you get 2 Lances out, I feel like the fight's just over. It's so much damage. It's so hard for Liquid to clear and deal with. And then you're just going to get a free RP jump.
Well, I say one thing, difference between Game 1 and Game 2, I feel like Liquid's high ground is not nearly as...
no, it is not. Not nearly as good.
So, PSG LGD can consider that, though. Very likely they're just going to wait for Roshan, because that's the nice, safe, conservative play that all teams do right now.
They're splitting the map pretty well, though.
Yeah.
Like Batrider Spear Breaker, Batrider with Ninja Gear bots on Zai right now, and this Shadowblade Spear Breaker. It's really hard for LG to catch. That's the issue they're facing. I kind of expected them to maybe just try and force the high ground or poke it to bring Liquid back, because I don't think their catch is good enough to just run around the map, but they're waiting for the next Aegis, so they're going to trade out some net worth here. Just a question of what Liquid can get in the meantime. It will be a refresher finish for Nisha. Very big item for Liquid. You're talking about the high ground defense. This is probably their best tool, right? Double arena, double spear.
Sure.
If you can pull someone back in a lasso, it might be enough to just fight through an Oracle ult, maybe? Or zone him out. These arenas can be obnoxious to go through. You definitely don't really want to just blink into one to get the false promise off.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Level 25, so we have the waveform cooldown for the Morphling combined with the waveform attack is a nice combination to help deal with the Phantom Lancer. Our Phantom Lancer also at level 25 and went for the critical strike over the Doppelganger CD. So it really goes to show, I guess he's just not worried about his survivability, just damage.
Zai's just casually waiting in their base.
Yeah, I see that.
Looking for somebody to show up here. Nice little smoke play. Actually went to their fountain and bought a smoke, I think.
Somebody is going to cut across.
Ninja gear.
And that was Planet.
This is a good setup for Liquid. It's going to catch LGD off guard, but they're just roshing. That's the downside here. That Ags Rosh is up. Just a question of who they're going to give the Ags to.
They're going to get full. Yeah, I mean, they have to know Roshan's going on by now. They're almost getting a full lane of barracks. Planet, finally got him.
Surprise.
Not new, hits the RP. They didn't expect PSG LGD to be back this quickly.
Yeah, but where's the team?
Oh, the damage is too immense though. Mickey, he can just crushes through that Magnus. Oh no, the flower hit the Spirit Breaker too. He's dead. The Terrorize comes off of it. He mistimed the waveform during the flower explosion.
This is a chase.
That is something.
Don't see that every day.
I mean, that was such a great start to that engagement, too.
Yeah, it was super good, but it was a very good setup by Liquid, making the most out of these small openings. They didn't pop the refresher from Nisha, so they will get to hold on to that. Just unlucky for Mickey, honestly. He was looking quite strong in that engagement, finished up Satanic, too. These waveforms with the self-empower going through and cleaving with the Daedalus are disgusting. Like, you can actually clear out these illusions a bit. But the flower's too strong.
Curse Crown catches him, Glimmer Cape lasting long enough to charge out on Telekinesis, trying to chain stun, but Planet does have the save right behind him. The Oracle's already ready to go. They have a buyback available on the Morphling. They might need to use it right now because Nisha...
Shiro's deep.
He is in deep. Are they not going to buy back and try and take advantage of it? I guess with the Aegis, they don't want to, but Nisha, he's committed too deep. Oh no! Missed his opportunity. Now that buyback fails to be able to do anything, really. They wanted to get the pick off on Shiro, take that Aegis away.
Got silenced by a Pango Mindbreaker on the jump, man.
Oh, no.
Absolutely brutal here for Nisha.
He's to Mickey. Oh, he managed to get off the Satanic Waveform. That heals him up, back up to full. The arena goes out, catching nothing to say. Just managed to get his way out of it through the BKB. They're going to chase after him. Nether Strike. Oh, he has the Lincoln still.
Did pop that cheese. Meanwhile,
Zai.
What the hell is Mickey? He's at base.
Yeah, the rest of his team is out there, but Mickey needed to be able to get a reset. Nisha, that's going to be a dieback soon. Telekinesis gets him back to the fountain, but he dies to the illusions. The critical strikes from the Phantom Lancer are just too much to handle.
The bounces from the Lance, man. Ping-ponging them into the fountain. There's no answer for him right now.
Another skewer back. This Morphling cannot do it alone, and Mickey will call it alone. GG.
I mean, he did his best in that game. Like,
yeah.
That's just a hard matchup. That's a 1v5 Morphling game because the mid-game did not go your way at all in Liquid. This Mars just couldn't find his footing. There's too much save. This Oracle is too much of a nuisance. Mickey has to just put the world on his shoulders, crawl through. I mean, he was 12-3 in this game. He honestly had a pretty decent game. Just needed some help. Wasn't there. LGD take advantage of it. Shiro 14-1-7. Very smooth Phantom Lancer game for him. I still think some of those mid-game fights for LGD, they looked a little iffy. Like I think it wasn't as 100% as I expect from what I want to see from this team. Maybe my expectations are too high. They're still building some momentum, but they're definitely finding their groove at this tournament, looking better than they have in a long time, and the lineup's coming together.
Yeah, and a very important 2-0 in a group that has been filled with ties, almost all ties.
Man, look at all the Ninja Gears.
The one exception to that, of course, being PSG LGD, who have had some losses and will take one more loss here in this series against PSG LGD. They are dangerously close to just being flat out eliminated. They got to get some 2-0s. That's their only way back into it. But that's the end of this series. PSG LGD take it 2-0 over Liquid.
Yeah, it turns out one curse was a little bit stronger than the other. Team Liquid continues with their losses at the start of the day. They do not have many more chances to make sure that they end on the upper half of this group stage. But of course, 2 more series to go. Who knows what will happen between now and tomorrow. They need a 2-0 somewhere though. But this one was not it. I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Kezu. Kezu, this game, it was a little bit more of the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, it kind of was. Like in the mid-game, Liquid did have some good things going for them, but I think Shiro on PL, again, had a very good game. Nothing to say with his Pango, even though he played into this stupid bug, which shouldn't be in the game. He still had a pretty good time. He understood what to do. And for Liquid, so you played Mars into Pango when there's a really big bug. You also had Morphling against Magnus, which is an incredible matchup, and you still didn't stand much of a chance.
Yeah.
It's not very good signs.
They got owned in lanes. They got owned in the mid game.
They got owned in the late game too.
They got owned in the late game. L.
Big L.
Big Liquid. No, I want to talk about PSG LGD and how they did things right, because they were once again, I would say, because they're playing very clean.
I think so. I'm happy to see this. Like I said during the post game of the last game, I feel like this team has always been a team. People talked about the potential. You know, you come off this Faith Beyond Ame iteration of LGD.
Big shoes to fill.
Absolutely legendary. Big shoes to fill. But you trust the org. You trust Y, Zhao8, and their ability to fill those shoes with people that they to scout, kind of like OG does.
Yeah.
And finally, it really is looking like this is a team worthy of the PSG LGD banner. Like, their team play it's just beautiful. It's really nice Dota to watch. There's a bunch of like skewers through the brambles and 1 HP saves on the Oracle, or really low HP, 1% HP. Like, it just looks so good, and it's so refreshing to see LGD with these like top tier Chinese players that are individually very skilled, but then also the team play looks like LGD.
Yeah. It does.
That's all I got.
Do you guys only want to talk about how bad Team Liquid played?
No, I'm ready to talk about
Okay,
LGD.
Kazu, I'll let you talk about how good PSG
I think
LGD
also one of the good things that Jenkins was touching on is no matter who they replace or if they have a roster swap, I feel like their team play, it always looks very intact, which I think has to go and show like the confidence of, well, not only their support staff of the org, but Zhao8 as a coach, that he's always like, okay, I don't care that we have a new player. The way I want to play Dota, the way you have to move in the mid game when we get to this stage is like this. Whether you're 10k up, 10k down, you need to find a way to like smoke like this or take Roche, because you can also tell that the way they put heroes on the map is generally phenomenal, if not perfect at all times. You play Pango with the guy who can kill, you go around, it's just, yeah, LGD are very beautiful to watch when they're on point, and right now, they are.
Yeah, like I agree with everything you guys said in terms of like their team play, positioning, all this stuff. Like, I think especially I noticed like the impact of the Magnus and how they would, like, a fight would start and Magnus would like snap so quickly on getting the right RPs. Like, he wouldn't even give Liquid a chance to like get into the fight properly. There's like occasions where he's just waiting as well to cover. Like, his Pango is getting caught on like the Mars wall, right? And then he just covers with the RP. Like, I think all of his spellcasting was really good and really like impactful every fight.
Yeah, it was just pretty important. I mean, Neo is the most new guy.
Is that his name? Neo?
New.
And he's new?
Neo.
He's the new guy.
NIU.
He's the new guy.
New.
He's
New's
the new guy. He did play the DPC Tour 3 with them, but he was coming in after the Berlin Major. So Neo is the new guy. And Magnus is a pretty stressful hero to play when you know that you're... I mean...
What got Zeal kicked?
Yeah.
Yeah, unlucky.
I mean, I didn't want to say it when she said it
I'll
for
do
me.
it.
You know, there's a hero that if you have a lot of pressure on you, people will know if you can perform under pressure, yes or no. And it's really promising that he showed he can just show up and do it.
He gets to stay. He passed the Magnus
Honestly, he does. Like, watching all of these games from LGD, he fits in really well. Not only does he fit in really well, like, he wins his lane all the time. Like, he's just a really high-skill player, but then he fits into the team play as well. Because sometimes you have a high-skill player, but they clearly are just, like, not meshing for some reason. Other times you have somebody who meshes, but their, like, laning just sucks ass, or there's something that sucks ass. This guy's good, man. He's really good. And like you said, like, Magnus off lane, it is a little bit harder than the Magnus carry, where you just have...
Definitely
3,500 HP. You actually have to hit your skewers. You have to hit your RPs. And he was able to do it. Yeah, this guy looks really good.
LGD also has to be one of the most stressful teams to just go into.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it. I have Zhao8 breathing down my neck. He's about to kick me out of the team if I make one mistake.
He saw what happened to Zeal.
I mean, yeah. He better have been ready for...
And it was on the mag that the pressure got too much.
But he did it.
So yeah.
Good job, New.
Good job indeed. It is all still online games, so we're obviously going to have to wait and see if they will be able to replicate this later down the line in potentially playoffs and in Bali, the major as well, just on LAN. But this is great. It's a team that is just feeling very solid. I do think that they won, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but I also felt like Liquid lost a little bit to not just PSG LGD, but also a little bit to themselves. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
there's a lot of
That's
very
definitely
scrappy,
Yeah.
just scrappy gameplay, I think,
Yeah.
Like
going on.
like one person going in for the jump, but then clearly everybody else was not
Yeah.
ready for it, and you could see like what play they were trying to make. I don't remember what it was in the previous game, but just like you jump a hero that needs to be focused, and I think it was a Boxy. He went in with the Phoenix, like he hexed the silencer.
Yeah.
And then they wanted to like focus the Lifestealer, but they just weren't on the same page. So he just dives in and feeds, and it looks silly. But if they're on the same page as him, it doesn't look silly. It's a sick play, right? But that's just the thing. Like you're playing against a team like LGD, who is actually showing up when it comes to the team play and everything needed to win the game. And you need those individual plays to work out. You can only screw that up like once or twice, and the game is over.
And buyback timing so important. I believe several series so far we've seen like, why aren't they buying back earlier?
Yeah.
Why are they buying back this early? I don't know. It feels like that's an art on itself. Just to be on the same page with your team as when are you going to fight and when are you not going to fight.
Yep.
And that's an art at the moment that Team Liquid's lacking, but PSG LGD has got that under control. And we are joined by none other than Y. Hey Y, congratulations on the series.
恭喜得到的胜利。
谢谢 ，Thank you.
We say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a great performance. This was your first 2-0. Before this, all 4 series were a tie. Could you talk to me a little bit about why you think, not just because it's not just PSG LGD, why there are so many ties at the moment in Group A?
这是你第一次的20的这个第一次20，你可以告诉我们为什么在这个小组赛这个 Group A 里面那么多异议吗？
可能是就是大家首先实力都比较相当吧，然后再加上多少都每个都是抱着有训练的态度吧，然后再加上可能今天的2-0，可能只是Liquid他们对于现在的一些调整还不够是到他们的最佳状态吧。
You think most of us take this as a practice, and all of us powers kind of the same, and and you say Liquid is not in the shape right now.
Okay, that does seem to be the case. It has seemed that with the addition of Niu, you guys have been able to rise to a different level as what you were previous season, previous tour. How has that transition been, and how are you different coming into this Dream League and also, of course, further down the line, the Balding Major, compared to previous Dream League and previous Berlin Major?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't catch you.
Yeah, I would like to know how they are prepared differently compared to now versus before the Berlin Major, also with the addition of Niu.
你觉得牛加入这个队伍之后，你们有什么准备吗？这次跟上一次的，
就也很正常吧，就是因为区别可能就是上一次其实也是提前来到欧洲这边，只是因为我们时间并不够充分，然后来参加这个 Dream League， 然后这一次是时间比较充分，然后并且有更多一次练兵的机会吧，就是更多一次训练的机会吧。
Nothing special, but this time we have more time compared to last time.
Oh, it's showing.
We have more time to prepare.
Yeah, it's showing. It's looking very good so far. I am joined on the couch here by Kezu and Sheepstick and Jenkins, and they'd also like to ask you some questions.
Yeah, I'll go first. Hello, Y, big fan. First off, so LGD have gone through multiple offlaners this season. What did they not have that you're looking for, or that you're hoping to find in Niu?
LGD 在今年里面有试过不同的3号位，你觉得在牛身上有什么特别？其他3号位是没有的。
就更多的交流，更多的探讨吧。
更多的交流和探讨。
对。
Neo has more better in communication.
Is that something that the other players were not good at? As a follow-up.
其他的玩家没有这样吗？没有在沟通上的能力吗
并不是吧，只是因为他个人他觉得，因为是觉得我们几个可能已经相处比较久，然后他刚刚融入过来，他会很主动的，就是互帮互助，然后化学反应比较好吧，我觉得应该也可以这么说。
He say Neil is more like a active person and he's has better chemistry with the team.
Okay, that's great. And
get along well better.
Okay, and my second question, LGD to me are the best team at picking silencer. What does he think is the difference from them playing the hero compared to other teams? Why does it work so well for them?
他觉得 LGD 是玩沉默术是最强的队，你觉得跟其他队有什么分别？对 LGD 来说？
也并不算是吧，因为可能就是因为我们的顺位导致那一把我选那样的选沉默这个英雄比较好发挥吧。然后在中国区也有很多他们更喜欢前两手选沉默术士，所以就有不同的效果吧。
He actually don't think so, but that game he feel like it's a good. Yeah, it's a good silencer pick. That's why he picked it. And in China region, there's a lot like first phase silencer pick.
Okay, got it. Sure. Thank you.
I'd actually like to build off of what Kezu was asking about, like team dynamics. You said that New's like a good communicator and a good teammate and stuff. Is LGD more professional, or are you guys like quite good friends?
觉得牛是sorry, can you repeat a question again?
Is the relationship between teammates like, are you guys good friends, or is it more like professional?
你们是一个朋友的关系，还是一个很专业的一个心态？
是先通过专业的心态，然后认识，然后慢慢的相处，然后变得更好的朋友吧。我觉得是这样的。
As the time goes, they become a good friend now.
Do you think it's like, how important do you think being good friends on a team is? You know, looking at teams that have been successful in the past, like OG and like Gaming right now, with players that like duo queue together and stuff like that.
你觉得成为一个好朋友这样子的状况是非常重要吗？好像 G 局还是 O 局这样子的关系？
肯定是有帮助的，因为这样子肯定有对彼此之间更多的了解呀，这肯定是有帮助有益的。
Yeah, it helps a lot and have better understanding toward each another.
That's nice. And final question from me, how's your year been? Have you had what's the highlight of your year been so far?
你觉得在今年里面有什么特别的表现吗？今年觉得怎么样？
首先还没过完这一年吧，然后就前半段算是比较起起伏伏吧，然后就是但一路走过来，觉得也还挺好的。
There's a up and down, yeah, early this year, but so far it's okay.
All right, all the best. Thank you.
Hey, Big Y, good to see you. What does a legendary TI winner such as yourself do during downtime? How do you reset after Dota games that's not Dota?
作为一个 TI 赢家，打完一场 Dota 2的一个游戏之后，你是怎么样来调整你自己的状态？
就很简单的就吃自己想吃的东西啊，然后看点一些视频这些的，就最主要的是放松自己嘛。
He say he would like to eat something he like to eat and watch some random video and try to relax. That's how he reset.
Okay, final question. What do you think about the universal heroes? Do you like those? Should they be removed from Dota?
你对全餐英雄是怎么看法的？然后你觉得他需要被去除吗？这个全餐英雄？
我觉得肯定是让这个版本添加很多乐趣的一个大的改动吧。然后目前我觉得这个版本很好玩，所以我也并不觉得它需要移除这样。
it brought in a lot of like farm changes to the game, to the patch, but he don't think it should be removed.
Okay.
Just tweaked, not removed, just tweaked. Okay, bye. Thank you for taking the interview. We're going to let you go because we know you have another series against TSM later today. So good luck with that one, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon. 谢谢. Thank you.
Thank you.
恭喜你。
谢谢。Thank you.
And that was why, of course, PSG LGD. I always love talking to the guy. He was very calm. I feel like that's how he communicates in game as well.
Yes. He gives the aura.
Yes, he has the aura. That's a good way of putting it.
He's just got the TI winner aura.
So does Faith Beyond, dude. I feel like all the Wings guys just have the stuff of legends.
You just chill around them. You just see them, you're like, okay, this guy's really calm. Now I am too.
Except for Xiao Wei.
I mean, yeah.
That's the difference.
He's the complete opposite.
You gotta balance it out.
Yeah, 5 people that are calm for one guy that's brutal.
You got that. No, PSG LGD looking good. Maybe we can have a little bit of look of the what you call it, rankings.
Ranking schedules.
Standings.
Yes, I feel like Sheep. We're getting to the point where everybody that has been able to 2-0 Liquid will be at top, and the rest will be in the bottom. Is that kind of where we're headed right now?
Who hasn't 2-0'd Liquid?
No, because Liquid is the only one losing, right, in the mornings?
Yeah.
And so tomorrow morning, their last series, that's going to be whoever is going to be the other one, is TSM.
Yes, wait. TSM haven't played Liquid yet?
Yeah, correct. They're all playing tomorrow morning.
This is going to be real,
quote-unquote,
real sad for Liquid.
Is that Liquid's last match?
They get 2-0'd by TSM.
Whoa, they need to step it up. They're not doing good.
Well, TSM don't look bad this tournament.
Yeah.
TSM, they're tying everyone. For some reason, they seem to just tie when they're in Dream League. I don't know what the hell's going on with this.
Everybody ties. I mean, you heard it from Mai as well. They're tying because
they just 2-0'd.
Yeah. Okay, but that's Liquid. That doesn't count.
The odd one out.
No, they're taking it, of course, also as practice and to grow as a team. And it's a very long group stage, so they're looking to learn, and you try out a little bit, and then tying makes sense, especially if everybody's doing the same thing. We'll wait for the standings another time when everything's updated, because there are, of course, still games going on, as you would be able to see if you're watching on squad mode with all the other streams out there. Now, we're moving forward, though, because there's going to be some games of Group B coming your way, and we're going to have a good one. Miracle versus Sumail, anyone?
Miracle!
Versus Shopify coming at you after a break.
Any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more, and I keep on giving it up. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
Hello, I know why you're here.
Why is that?
Why is that?
To watch some Sumail versus Miracle. To watch some Aster versus Shopify Rebellion. We have a space on the couch though. Sheep had to go. So we got a slot and that one is perfect for our next guest. Producing Pandas, could we please welcome in Effie? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, good, good. Are you excited for upcoming series?
I'm ready to bat trust so hard.
Same.
Why do you walk so carefully down the stairs?
Because I got heels on.
You should trust yourself more.
So you're saying I should fall down the stairs?
The glass is half full, ladies and gentlemen.
The glass is half...
Until she falls down, in which case it's empty.
Empty. Zoom in on Effie. Very good.
Yeah, very good.
Wow. All right, we got the draft ahead of us here then. We got Aster Radiant side, Shopify Rebellion on the Dire side. And we're in the thick of it already. We didn't really get a lot of chance to talk about the teams just yet. So Kezu, going into this, what are 2 things that you feel like people should definitely know about Aster?
About Aster, okay, they love to play around mid as they do have the King Sumail in the mid lane. And I would say second of all, they seemingly loved Silencer in some of their most recent series. We did just see it from LGD. But Aster, they were like just busting it out first pick. So I feel like they're hopefully reviewing that because that's not just a hero you can go into every draft and be like, today, I feel like playing Silencer. You can't do that. Not here. Not at DreamLeague. Not versus Miracle.
Yep, that's a great point. Baboka has been obsessed with playing around the mid lane. And here comes the anti-mage.
Yay, round 800.
So yesterday, Talon played 2 offlane anti-mages in a row. And yeah, offlane anti-mage has been a thing for a while. This may not be the case here, but Aster did play it yesterday on XXS. So it feels like the anti-mage trend has begun in DreamLeague, and we're going to see more of it.
Also, Shopify have played this Medusa in a lot of their games. A lot of times from second pick. I think they've been tweaking it around a little bit because yesterday they ended up with a draft where their 3 cores were TA, Windranger, Medusa. And I can assure you guys that that is a very garbage tri-core. You need more people that like go in for you. You don't want to have 3 heroes that do the same thing. So Shopify in the next game, they adjusted a bit. I think they'll do the same thing this time around. But for Aster, I don't know if they can play this anti-mage in the offlane anymore since they have a Doom. Unless they're open to flexing it?
I feel like they shouldn't. I mean, you can always still play the safe lane Doom. You could even potentially theorycraft something like a position 4 Doom, but I mean, as it goes, I think they just opted to pick the most valuable hero in Dota, and it should just be Monet anti-mage at this point. And they did play a Monet anti-mage versus Dusa, I think on day 1, and they won with it, so they've got a pretty good track record so far.
And the thing with flexing Medusa to support, if it is a core anti-mage, is we saw as soon as the patch was released, I think it was OG tried to do that. They had Kitrak playing the Medusa. It's still this hero with this insane mana pool that you're guaranteed to just drop a bomb in a fight with the mana void. So I don't even think the flex of the Medusa versus the AIM is that good because he's still going to have a good game. He's always going to have a really good mana void target.
I do think that this time around, like when I see this opening, if I'm Shopify, I would be okay with just playing the Medusa carry and counter-picking the carry anti-mage later down the line because you'll probably have the choice. You get to see it. Traditionally, you just try to dodge the lane. But if you know it's a carry AM, you can play carry Medusa. You're pretty chill. You get the farm.
The thing about carry Medusa versus carry anti-mage is that generally it does feel like in the past, carry anti-mage used to counter her. And we've seen a lot of teams shift to offlane anti-mage because it just feels like he does more by way of shutting down Medusa because you can just place him on the lane. But when it comes to carry, Medusa typically just outfarms anti-mage. She's online faster than he is, and she has that butterfly and that like ball up, group up timing way before he's ready to fight. But the good news for Aster is they do have this money printer in Doom, this hero that can also pressure the Medusa on lane. And if they go for something like a Batrider or some kind of heavy kill potential support on Aster, they can try to shut down the Medusa without even needing to put the anti-mage on that lane.
It's often AM just has very cool timings, I think, into the Medusa. Like you play more into her face. And another hero that I'm looking at right now is SD for even either team. think both teams need to think about it. If you're, I would say it's pretty chill against Aster's heroes. It's also pretty cool if you're Aster yourself against the Medusa. Never
There it is.
First.
Very nice.
So the reason why, first of all, I think these heroes work very well together. Stacking with Medusa is very cool, because stacking seems busted in this patch. And also when you play into Anti-Mage, now I'm like AM hates to lane against Shadow Demon. You skill, mana burn, you get disrupted, now suddenly your illusions are just kind of poning you. So yeah, Shopify should be pretty happy with the opener.
And it's also an important deny pick versus Aster, right? Because a lot of teams have opted to go Shadow Demon versus Medusa, just disrupt her, have those very strong illusions in team fights. And also, now that Shopify have drafted the Shadow Demon, they do have to correct this, right? Through their mid laner and their off laner, they need stuns. They need heroes that go in first. They have 2 supports that are good at running people down, but they don't necessarily have the means to stop them.
Like they need this hero that they can kind of anchor around to actually go and do something.
You know, some Void Spirit, potentially the mid shaker that we've seen before. That was awesome.
Ember, Void, both look good.
I live for a Miracle Earthshaker. I saw him win a game against Quinn. I watched the replay, then I played a few mid Earthshakers, and even I could make it work.
Was he against Ember?
It was like Ember, Void Spirit, any
Okay,
spirit,
okay.
he just destroyed them.
Yeah.
As Miracle does, best player in the world.
Bad chest.
Bad chest.
Bad chest.
Other than Sumail, of course.
Of course.
And Sumail's the best player in the world, other than Miracle, naturally.
Of course.
Naturally.
We have a...
Neither are in the best team in the world, though.
Just unlucky.
Other than Sumail and Miracle, of course.
Oh,
Of course.
Of course. Okay, so we got an Enchantress picked up on the side of Team Aster.
What's the other one gonna be?
I mean, do you want to see support picked up, or you want to keep that Doom a little bit flexible? Because probably a core, but who knows, right?
I wouldn't mind if the mid hero came out now for Aster, because when you see this Enchantress, you know it's a support that's going to be played around the mid lane, and if they wait too long, they might lose one of the high value heroes themselves to Shopify. They're just going to ban it out.
I could see a high mobile mid hero come out, as Effie is talking about, which is why I think the Storm ban from Shopify was very good.
Do you consider that a high mobile mid hero?
Not in terms of movement. In
They
terms
did
of
play it, and he's been unbeaten.
Yeah.
Then again, oh sorry, Sumil's unbeaten regardless. Yes.
Yeah,
I
he's
know.
just the
Yes,
best player in
yes.
the world, right?
Best
right?
player in the world.
I mean, the cool thing about the snap is it's still open to be a support.
Yeah.
And that's important on first pick to have these flex heroes. But when Aster did play it, they played it mid. Sumil kind of owned with it. Snapfire is also valuable because she's got the little shredder for the tombstone, so that's going to be a way to deal with it. I've also theory crafted the diffusal blade core.
Maybe it's coming. I heard about it last
Here we
week.
go.
I've theory crafted this for a long time.
Did we calculate it's like 125
She's
mana
a
burn?
universal hero, so who knows? Maybe
it's gotta be
maybe
good.
they're onto something.
We'll see about it. You know, who knows?
Maybe
But-
Sumail can make it work.
Yeah, the anti-mage
If anyone
the anti-mage is not
Gotta be
enough.
him.
They
If anyone
need to
can make it work.
diffusal.
No, the last time he did play it, he just opted for the right-click dataless build, and it worked out really nicely.
I mean, I'm not surprised that mid Snapfire looks good. It's universal. The hero has great spells. You get level 6. You can do what you want. You can TP off lane. You know, kill some noobs on the map if you want to. Go back to scaling. Feels great.
And I think they probably would have picked the Wind Ranger if it wasn't for the SD, which is completely hard counters her, purging the Wind Run. So Sumail's like, what universal hero can I play that's not Winter Wyvern that can go mid that doesn't get countered by SD? It's like, okay, Snapfire.
So what do you want to lane against it?
What beats a snap in lane? It's not much.
I don't think much beats it. If you go even, I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I don't think you should be looking to countering snap on lane, and of course the snap is still open to be flex to support, but I think it's going to be mid. But you should just be looking to find a hero that fills the gaps in your drafts right now if you're Shopify and not playing versus snap on lane.
Yeah.
You need something that goes in for you. You need something to
It's gotta be
sacrifice.
Ember.
You need something with a stun because you don't have any, right? You need... But the problem with Ember right now is I do feel like they have the Enchantress for this Ember. It could have just been a preemptive Enchantress pick.
Yeah.
Like she dispels the Flame Guard. She makes it so that his impact in the early game is a lot lesser.
That's an X.
Okay, well that pick means that they feel like they have 3 mid picks that they could take, so it's not going to get banned out here. So what the hell are they then? Ember is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
I think Puck is not a great hero overall, but it's an option you have in this draft. I just think he loses the most universal heroes. That's why I don't really like it so much. Ember would be one of my favorites.
Wind Ranger is still in the pool.
It is, but also that's another... I mean, I think that hero suffers versus the enchant more
Okay.
And the puck does get banned.
Yeah.
That would have been a good puck game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Earthshaker again for Shopify. I mean, it kind of...
Yeah.
You have your Blink Initiator in the Axe, which is why they went for it now, even though I don't necessarily think Aster would have banned it out, but you've got the good initiation, you've got the ability to kill this anti-mage, which is going to be very important, and you've got a strong lane, right? You can pair it with the Shadow Demon. He can also stack for the Axe, not just the Medusa. It's a setup for his call on lane with the Disruption. But you still need a secondary type of stun on your team if you're Shopify, because Aster is so mobile, right? They've got the cookie, they've got the anti-mage blink, they've got the Doom who's going to get the blink, so you need more catch if you're Shopify.
I agree. Just a bit more at least.
Monkey removed.
Okay, Monkey gets banned. I feel like you ban Ember here if you're Aster.
Maybe they just...
Are you that scared of Ember if you're Aster, though? Because they already have good heroes versus the Ember Spirit, I feel like.
I feel like... Okay, they banned the...
Is there a chance they still pick it up? 'Cause obviously, they've got pick prio out of this phase. And they also play Ember. That would mean that they might relegate Snap elsewhere.
I mean, I don't think Aster should be looking towards the Ember themselves. I mean, Shopify can definitely take it because it's the hero that takes the fights, but I think that Aster aren't too scared of it. They prioritize the puck and the Wind Ranger bans. Just because, like, they've got the Doom for the Ember, they've got the Enchant Dispel for the Ember.
I mean,
early
Shopify...
on. Like, they have a way to kill this hero.
Shopify can also see the whole draft before they pick their mid laner, so may as well.
I do think that's something that can help bring the supports to, like, that makes it easier for the supports to come to you. And then I hear that also has an option to go to the Axis lane to, like, push a guy out of that lane and, like, really help swing the matchup could be good. That's why I think, I mean, of course, they do have last pick, so they have choice later. But a hero that fits these boxes would be most ideal.
Shopify have banned out the Monkey and the Void, so they're still considering the Snap being the support, the Doom potentially being Flex, and the Anti-Mage being the offlaner. They're covering their bases here. Oh, he's giggling.
I feel like he's just, let's see. Because I thought he's just mid-snap in this game.
That's what it felt like. It does seem like a mid-snap.
Yeah, I mean, Pichu would probably play the Veno, right? Yeah.
I would say you want to put the Veno versus the Medusa. It's just really good at pressuring Medusa in lane. Like, she hates getting slowed. It's an easy way to just run her down. You buy some blood grenades, but you can honestly put it anywhere. Enchantress itself is a good hero at running down heroes. But like I mentioned, this Enchantress is probably going to be collapsing around the mid lane for most of the game onwards when the power runes start spawning.
And this Veno needs to lane where the SD is not. I actually think that has to be your most important. You probably want to lane into Undying. Holy cigar. Miracle Invoker. It's back.
It's back! Oh, we like this.
Do we?
I like it just for novelty. I don't care what happens.
I need to think for a second. So they do have a lot of setup for this Invoker. They've got the Disruption on lane for Sunstrikes. I would like to see this Invoker be played Exort. They've got the Axe Call, also another setup for Invoker spells. So the setup is there.
Yeah.
The issue is that this is kind of a slow-moving, greedy type of hero if it's not played Quas-Wex, which isn't really played anymore this patch, if we're being completely honest. So I worry that if Aster starts to collapse around this mid lane and shut down this Invoker really hard, then his impact might come later in the game, and at that point, the Medusa would have just been too pressured, maybe not hit enough creeps, but I can see why they picked it. It's Miracle Invoker, Battle Chest.
I think that's Aster's way of winning, is to, like, try and run it over in the early game. But I do like Shopify's draft and the fact that you have Axe offlane, you can stack for him. I think they have good lanes, Medusa who will have a good timing, and Miracle Invoker.
Bad chest.
Bad chest. Therefore, Shopify 1-0, Miracle is the GOAT.
I do think if the game does go late, it's a pretty free AM game. I mean, other than the Axe. But I do think Anti-Mage, if you can get to, like, I don't know, like Scotty, Sanjin Yasha or something like that, or, like, I mean, it depends on what he wants to build. But you can't have enough items to survive an Axe call. Like, Axe can become quite pathetic in the late game, as we've seen in some of these games.
But they have no save for AM. If there's Axe call into Stone Gates, you're dead.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
unless Snapfire gets the gobble up.
Gobble,
there
gobble.
you go. There you go. No, I prefer Aster's draft slightly Like, I would lean towards it, but I think that Shopify, like, for me, it just depends on how Invoker's early game is played. If he can get the early side lane kills with the Sunstrike and have that good start, then Shopify are in a really good place. But if he gets shut down, then they're going to be in a place where their mid laner can't do anything for them.
Well, it's time to find out who's going to take game 1 of this 2-game series. So stick around and listen to the lovely voices of SVG and Cap.
Oh my god, Avery! I've got bats bursting out of my chest right now. Oh! It is a Miracle Invoker. It's a goddamn Sumail Snapfire just like Thompson. I'm bat chesting out of my mind right now. Woo!
Sure.
Wait, you're not
that
excited?
That was the whole intro.
You're not excited for Sumail versus Miracle?
I've been so excited my entire life. I don't know if I have any left to give.
Is that you ran out of emotions like 10 years ago? Is that what happened?
Look, Miracle's one thing. Miracle Invoker, that's another thing. Sumail Snapfire, that's a whole nother thing. But Sumail playing against his former team and getting tipped to start the game, that's what's got my blood boiling right here.
Oh, damn, you really have a dog in this race, don't you?
I love the vengeance stories. I love a man out on a path. It's just him, the road, his past, his present, his future. Look at Sumail. That is the fierce look of determination. He bailed on his country to find a path back towards beating his ex-teammates, and now he has that chance. And his own teammate stands in his way. His old comrade in Miracle has come to defend his foes.
The betrayal.
Now he must betray his ultimate brother.
My god. There's so many levels to this. I'm sure there are some other players in this game, but let's just focus on what's important here. Sumail versus Miracle, the laning phase between these two.
I mean, who's going to get every CS? Who's going to get the dodge? Oh, Miracle missed that one. I mean, the double waves are stacking up. Sumail's definitely got advantage here. He's got another Scatter Blast coming up.
He's taking the lead. Oh, a second deny!
Oh, he's crumbling. He's crumbling. He's gonna shoot him. He's shot him. He got
Scatter Blast. Can he get the deny?
4-2-3-0. Oh, he missed uphill. He missed uphill.
Oh, the RNG even playing against Sumail.
Miracle knows. Look at his expression right now. He knows he's got him on the ropes. The uphill miss. The early RNG. Oh, he even forced a miss on the range creep. Sumail crumbling under pressure. I mean, he's 7-2.
I mean, that's a
but this is IQ
plays going on right now.
Yeah, this is time to start throwing the coal. Bring Ice back into the 1v1 mids.
Oh, Sumail, he's actually going for the kill instead of the creep. He's getting in front of him. He knows he can't beat him in the CS game, so he's got to go for the throat.
He's got Fairy Fire, though. You always have to expect the Fairy Fire stick from Miracle. He's never going to go down easy. He's got the debate. Sumail played with him. Remember, he knows his tricks. Off screen. Get that off screen off my screen. I don't want to see that shit. We're going back towards mid. Miracle.
This is a 1v1 game.
He has one more Sunstrike left. Sumail's out of mana. Is he running the bottle? And he's running the bottle. What is this? What is this garbage I see behind me, Cap? It's a roamer. What? Why are you roaming?
That's cheating.
Oh my
That's
god. Absolutely disqualify this man from the tournament. Disqualify.
Get him out.
Yeah, there's a tip. There's a tip. Yeah, real cool crit. Real cool. Sumail knows what's going on right here. I mean, that's just motivation. Let me tell you something. There is nothing that motivates Sumail more in a game than when he gets roamed on, when he gets his courier killed. Because then he knows, oh, my opponent, he was crying on the comms. He needed some help in the one-on-one.
Let him know.
Oh,
Let him know.
Is it too tough for you? Is the lane too tough? Needed your old
got it deny underneath this tower right in front of his face.
It's over. The king is on the throne. It's hopeless. It's hopeless right now. 18-5 to 7-0. You gotta go late game. You need some more ganks. Sumail Grandma is too powerful. This is just a clinic. Absolute clinic being put on right now. All right, what else is happening in this game?
Do you want to talk about the other lanes? Well, I mean, like real break. Just like real quick. We'll do like a 30-second update on the lanes.
Everybody's farming. Actually, nothing's happening. All right, back to mid.
Back to mid. Cool.
Oh, Force Spirit kill?
Oh, extra CS.
God, you cannot
take him for
afford that right now.
He's got.
You're about to end this man's career right here.
Miracle who? Never heard of him.
You're doubling him up right now. What is this? I don't care about Pichu going down. Actually, it is first blood technically.
Oh yeah, it is. And the Sunstrike. Oh, we wish he had that. Crit takes it instead.
Oh my god. That's the pressure that Sumail exerts.
Yeah, he slipped up because he was like, Sumail's beating me so bad, I have to get this Sunstrike in order to recover the lane.
I mean, the King's crown is heavy. His foot on your neck, it's hard to hit those Sunstrikes, isn't it? Feeling the pressure.
The Forge Spirit, he's going to deny the Water Rune on the other side. Miracle knows all the mid tricks.
He's a little bit behind here. Not too much, honestly. I mean, you expect Exor Invoker to lose a bit at the start. You expect anybody to lose to
You expect to be down
Sumail.
17 CS plus 8 denies?
That's a lot of CS. Maybe not this much. But he hasn't given up any Forge Spirits. Oh my god. I mean,
another deny.
Oh my god. It's
from the low ground.
I can't even watch this anymore. This is just ruining my nostalgia. This is disgusting.
What happened to the Miracle from all those YouTube videos I saw?
I mean, the only person matching Sumail in this game right now is, of course, Arteezy, who has been free farming top. They're going to try and force the kill.
Oh, he's out of mana. He's dead. Oh,
Deny?
Gale onto two of them, and Fly is not in position to be able to get the deny.
What a sick Gale.
It's a double decay, but he's completely burned out. Throws the blood grenade. The Sunstrike misses as well.
What's happening?
Miracle is... he's choking. He's choking.
He's playing.
Got him.
He's playing Invoker. He's not playing Kunkka.
Look at him. He's not breathing. His face is turning blue.
Help this man. Kuro.
Kuro, help.
Kuro, help. I need a roam. Somebody's gonna be real mad about this cast right now. I don't know
there's
who.
no Reddit, so where are they gonna write it?
That's true. There's gonna be riots in the street. I mean, you have a early ult up for Sumail. You gotta put it to use. Here's the roam. He makes the call.
The kill. Now I'm roaming on you. Throws the Bambi right on top of him. Shish kebab Miracle.
My old friend. Ooh, that's taking me back to Enigma days.
Beautiful.
Which were like a month and a half ago. Taking me back 2 months.
And I think that little segment looked better than most of those days, but...
That's true. Good old payback is a dish best served.
Flaming hot, apparently, from the kisses.
Yeah, from Mortimer's mouth.
Yeah.
That's just a good call from Sumail. Knows he has the level advantage from all those denies. 41 and 12, racking him up. Power Rune online, Illusion Rune going with the early Crown Bracer to just tank up, eliminate the kill threat, turn around, go into that bots, and create some more map pressure. Arteezy back in trouble top with level 3 mana break, destroying him on the lane, as well as Fly. Undying does not deal well with the mana pressure as well.
Nope, he's just... done. He's like, oh, I'm going to die here. Try to go for the Sunstrike. But Sumail, wait, Sumail, he's got a phone call. Hello, top lane, Sunstrike incoming. I don't know how he got all that in Mandarin, but well played.
He's expanding his vocabulary. This is just a rough start for Shopify all around.
Yeah.
Very rough. The only person who's having a decent lane phase here is Saberlight 1-0-1. Early Vanguard, of course, Axe is his signature hero. Sumail looking to keep exerting the pressure. Calling for more support mid, has the ward, D-ward coming through from Pichu. They want to secure this lane as much as possible. 7.5 minutes, the double roam is coming through. Sumail says, you might have got my courier, but I'm going to claim your soul. I'm going to claim your ward. I'm going to claim your Forge Spirit.
And now he's being caught, but the Undying has the... Oh, they have the Disruption save there as well. Another Scatter Blast coming up from Sumail. He's going to finish off the Tombstone, denied by Fly.
This isn't 5.
Bulbika underneath the tower, but they have no way to be able to stop him. In fact, the Satyr is doing some serious work.
Oh, the Hadouken.
Oh, with the kisses. He's going to do it blind. And he's gone blind. Can't see Miracle, but he doesn't need it.
They have the Sentry. They have everything.
Oh, he did have the Sentry. Damn. Sumail's that good. He preemptively called for the Sentry.
I mean, the only people blind going into this match are all the Batchesters who were rooting for Miracle. The sunglasses, they weren't there for the hype. They're there for because they couldn't see what was going to happen, and his Miracle getting rolled on and destroyed. Hadouken with the Sentry. Oh, Sumail's just taking him to town, and he gets rewarded with a double damage here on a Universal Hero with 95 base damage. You know he's going to be happy to see that one. The only thing that might save Miracle in this matchup is if that Fly comes back in the room. I'm talking about Fly going to that room
Fly.
and putting an actual chokehold on this man right now.
Look at him, nothing but smiles here.
It's like, yo, Miposhka, you want to make one more pass towards mid? I think we'll finish this game up real fast.
You know what, Sumails? He's like, you know what? I've won my lane. I'm going to go Boots of Travel so I can win the other lanes for you guys. Don't worry.
Not? Arteezy is still feeling the pressure. If you're out of mana, gets the Void. Miracle comes in to try and save him, but there is no saving the Snake here.
Nope. She's just dead.
And now the Trolls.
Now Miracle's in trouble.
The
Sentry
skeletons
drop down.
Sumail killing crit. The map is crumbling for Shopify right now. 7-3, 3K up, and most of it is at mid diff right there. 2K extracted out of the Invoker. This is a very punishable hero, and Aster have a very easy lineup to punish him with double roam supports, plus the best mid laner in the world.
Who that?
Who? You have the audacity to ask who that?
Saberlight's going to make his first rotation. We haven't seen him in a while. Fly apparently is going to gift Emperor Sumail another pickup. Sunstrike into the call. It's a lot of damage, but not enough. Monet gets the blink away. He's got another blink in 5 seconds. Tornado to stop him. That upgraded Tornado, the buffed one, it goes far enough. They'll get the Culling Blade in the end.
I mean, you can shut Miracle down on lane, but you will still find some openings. That rally on the Skeletons, though, shredded that tower. Nice pickup from Miposhka. And of course, Aster have XXS just farming bottom this entire time. The Money Printer Doom about to have his Midas up soon. Arteezy gets forced out of top. The map is crumbling early for Shopify here under the Veno Eng double roam pressure. Bots up for Sumail as well, and Kiss is coming back up.
Lands the Meteor, and Saberlight will oblige. Yet another dunk.
Shopify finding some small openings off the back of this Axe rotation. 3-0 for Saberlight. Gonna have a pretty fast blink here. They're gonna have to keep playing through them. Get some blink Sunstrike combinations going. You know this is something Miracle is very well experienced with.
We'll see if this Blink Dagger pickup will serve Saberlight a bit better than our last series.
That was, I mean, you can't get much worse, so.
That is true, yeah.
Just the early push threat. There's not a lot of outspam for the Shopify lineup, and nothing to deal with the wards and the Eng creep.
Fly gonna go for the deny, and does get it.
The Fly is still being a pest to Sumail. Despite his best efforts here, and early smoke with that blink.
Oh,
got canceled.
No! His smoke broke. Got hit by the wards already laid out by Pichu.
That was a really important smoke.
And now Kiss is going to rein in, going for Fly. He's going to annihilate that Fly. He's been a pest for him the entire time. Saberlight does manage to get the call, and with the Sunstrike to get the Culling Blade. Sumail is still plenty healthy, though, and he'll scatter blast his way into a second one.
4-0. With ADCS at 11 minutes, you can't ask for a better start here for the Aster mid laner. He's just taking it to him. I mean, is XXS even going to have to do anything in this game? Did you even remember he was still here? By the way, there's that Doom up there.
Operation X, just lying in wait.
You need a hell of a lot more dunks to come out from this Axe, and that is the cue right here. Instant 3-man smoke on the respawn from Shopify. They want to get the fight going. They need the blink call into the Sunstrike, into the Tombstone drop. They want a core. They do not want Veno. They want the 4-0 Sumail with the streak. Biggest kill on the map right now if they can find it.
He just picked up a shield rune, though, so he is not an easy kill.
If he can get it off.
If he can get it off, they're going to need to be able to get a really good chain stun. They have the Demonic Purge. That'll actually stop that shield rune with the Sunstrike coming in. A big kill to get, but he gets a cookie away from Fly. They drop the Tombstone. Anything to be able to kill Sumail at this point. They use the Disruption, but now the bailout from XXS, and sure enough, the turnaround is here. Sumail's going to be fine. Fly, he's going to be kind of left behind. Miracle's going to try and help him out. Goes for the Meteor onto P-Show. Meanwhile, the Doom is taken out soon on Saberlight. Tornado onto the 3 of them. Miracle on the run. Sumail gives up on the chase.
Shows mercy.
Yeah.
Actually, he's just got TB for Saberlight.
Oh, yeah.
He already blinked. He's dead. 4-0-4. These bots are paying off in a huge way. That shield rune comes out after the Purge is gone. And Aster just ready to defend that streak. Even runs the creep in to help tank the Sunstrike. Nice heads-up play by Miposhka.
And the fact that he's doing all this without the Rod of Atos pickup.
Oh yeah, now it's just even easier. The damage is going up.
Yeah.
This Snapfire is going to scale really well in this game, as well as being able to deal with the Tombstone in the later fights with the split shot if you want. And this was a nice swerve in this draft for Aster. It has paid off, and I mean, they still have Doom and Anti-Mage farming in this game. That's the thing. Shopify have just been trying to deal with Sumail mid. These 2 other cores are on vacation.
Looking like good old EG Sumail, 1v5.
It really does. This game is really hitting the nostalgia on all the levels.
Stack up for himself, get the Wisdom Rune even, which experience is super important for Snapfire. Right now, you're doing all this damage with all your magic damage, but at some point in time, especially with this old Gleipnir build up and the Universal Hero, you're going to get to level 20, all of a sudden, boom, you're doing heavy physical damage with the little Shredder.
I mean, if you get there at a good time for Astra, that's just going to close the game out.
Yeah.
I don't think Shopify have the armor answers to it. You don't really have natural armor builders. It's just Dusa going in with the mana shield. Do finish up Midas for Miracle here. A pretty late one, 14 minutes. But it will kick in eventually if he can survive on the map. That's the question, though. Aster are going to start picking up the pace with the pickoffs. You have the Atos ready to go. They're just going to casually find crit. Give him a little kiss.
In, but the kisses.
That was a nice courier kill earlier there.
Supports are probably going to die here to the mid laners, but Miracle's taking plenty of damage. Rod of Atos, Tornado last second, but he's kept place on the lava. He'll die there. Meanwhile, Fly gets picked up by Bobica. Saberlight tries to punish him, but he can't do anything. Not to an Enchantress.
In fact, Sumail's just going to come in.
Give him the cookie. Not quite enough. Rod of Atos, though. That's there. Scatter Blast. Plenty of magic damage. Saberlight will just TP out, though.
Claim a little Tombstone.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Oh, he gave it.
Octarine.
Gave it to Boboka. Wow. These 2 really are best buds.
They really are, man.
I never thought I'd see the day where Sumail gave a last hit to a teammate.
I mean, Sumail's just been waiting for the perfect support to just constantly roam for him onto mid lane nonstop.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Times have surely changed.
Radiant's middle tower.
We're witnessing new ground. Monet is close to finishing up Battle Fury on top of that Vanguard. Still having a very free anti-mage game here. Of course, he also laned in the off lane and gave that farm priority to Doom, who has printed his way to the top of that gold chart. Going to cause another issue for Shopify here as he has his own Midas that has been going to work a lot faster than Miracle's.
Oh,
that's some
Fly, you thought you were going to get a power rune? Not from Sumail.
How much do you think Sumail's enjoying this match right now?
Oh, I'm sure he is savoring it.
Let's say on a scale of like 0 to when no-tail shoulder bumped Fly at the end. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's all water under the bridge.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know. It's memes under the bridge.
Oh, he's going Manta. That's interesting.
Can you get the Dispel for the Cold Snap? Can dodge an Axe Call?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I saw the Yasha and I was like, oh, that's a little curious. And I was like, is he going to go Yasha Kaya or Yasha Sanj?
I mean, the move speed's nice in this game. The bots plus the Yasha, he's just super fast on the map. The Manta's going to give him extra stats, decent damage on him, on all these Universal Heroes in general. Pretty hard to go wrong. It's just a matter of what you want, right? You can also just send the illusions in. Some extra scouting, extra annoyability. Maybe you cancel an Axe Blink or something. This is another smoke with the finished Blade Mail for Saberlight. Again, you want the Sunstrike connection. You want to find the big core pickoffs here.
You want to find that AM.
Oh, yeah. You really want the AM.
And he's going to show perfect timing for this smoke. Even went back to bounce back the snake. He blinks into them. Oh, no. The snakes again. These wards. They are absolutely destroying Saberlight's chances of being able to get an initiation. Rod of Atos, he's done. How many times is he going to get unlucky like that?
That is just unlucky. That is just a completely random snake there.
It's Sumail. Just goes from one kill to another. He's going to try and kill Miracle here, surprise him. Still had the Rod of Atos, still had the cookie, still had a power rune to give.
truly showing mercy to his former teammate. I mean, he didn't show any mercy in the lanes, did he?
No, he didn't. Maybe he's just toying with him.
I mean, I'll say one thing, Matt. It's one thing to toy with a player. It's another to toy with Miracle Invoker. I know we're memeing here, but like, this guy's gonna catch up and farm, and he is probably the best late game Invoker of all time.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing about Miracle. I would say his laning phase was never what you held him to be like the absolute best at, right? That was Sumail.
You don't play with Miracle so he destroys somebody in lane. You play with Miracle because he's gonna win you the game.
Yeah. Which it's gonna be some heavy lifting for him because in 20 minutes, not even, we got a 13,000 net worth lead for Aster.
It is quite a lot of gold. And the issue is Aster are going to be able to build utility to help their Anti-Mage go into these early fights, right? They have a great lineup to build. Early Vessel for Pichu. Miposhka is going to go Hurricane Pike, which is already finished here, actually. He's incredibly farmed. So he has some defensive potential with the Pike, but also aggressive damage potential. It's going to scale in this game, right? You Pike the Axe when he jumps in. That might just be the team fight over for Shopify. And then you already have Halberd done for XXS, who can go into auras. He's just going to scale here with Bods, BKB. Why not? This is a very tanky lineup for Aster. Who do you jump? How do you take those fights? You need really long fights. You need disruptions, you need purges and poisons, you need Tombstone to live. If Aster just jump you here, I think you're done. Like, you are not taking that return fight.
You're going to send out two solutions off the disruption. Aster.
Look at how fast Sumail is just running through.
Yeah, with that Yasha.
This Mortimer's on
might
stage,
actually
bro.
catch crit.
God damn. 460. Boy, he's blazing.
Radiant structure.
Look at his waddle.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is
that
message.
Yeah.
Actually landed them all.
Yeah, almost landed every single one of them.
I mean, he's played with Miracle. He knows how his mind works. He knows where he's going to juke. That's just a message sent. You understand? That's the mental game being played right here. What? Like, I know I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to tell you that I would have if there was one other hero there. I want you to be afraid for your life right now.
Well, maybe he should have been a little... Oh, nice tornado, though. Miracle pops BKB immediately after the call. That looks good. The Sunstrike right on top of Sumail. Does a lot of damage. They still need to get the Culling Blade, but unfortunately, Doom went out first. First life of Sumail. It falls. Axe saves Miracle's life. Gets the Aegis away from Aster. Also kills the Venomancer. Really good exchange there from Saberlight.
I mean, you got to go in like that, right? It's a high ground Tombstone fight. If you don't have Aegis, you're happy with that exchange. But Aster able to just punch through it. Sumail does not finish off Miracle, but this is the type of team fight that Shopify are looking for. BKB just delivered as well. Pays off instantly, negating a lot of that Veno damage. Man, you wish you could take this fight with that high ground Tombstone, but you got to take what you can get here as Medusa, Arcure, not even at that engagement, not able to get there in time. Got to remember, there's still a Medusa farming in this game. I mean, he doesn't have the greatest matchups here, but at some point with that butterfly timing, he'll have to make his presence felt. And Shopify are gonna need a good fight around it. He's the Tombstone Protector. He's the follow-up on the Axe call that will help keep Saberlight alive. It's gonna be, I was about to say crit. A little close there. It'll go to Undying. Not the shard they were looking for there, but perhaps the one they deserve. Woka's just gonna go Hex. Oh, why not? And this is the part of the game that becomes scary because if you let Snapfire get to the level 20, level 25 talents, I mean, you're screwed, right?
Wow, you don't really have a choice in the matter. Sumail's gonna get there. When you've gotten this much experience out of these early levels, it's all but guaranteed you're gonna get to that 20. 25 might not happen, though.
You just got to start ratting this game out. You got to go ultra late here if you're Shopify with the classic super late game Miracle Invoker.
Which their lineup is okay at it, I guess. They got Manta, do solutions to be able to push out. Miracle can try and run around. Invis, you've got, well, that's it. You don't really have anything else.
Oh, that was a long list. I mean, the Aster catch is also solid. Like, you already have Blink Doom up. He's looking for Miracle. And he
does not have any detection, but he hit the stun and he hits the Doom. Now there is going to be a call. Once again, Saberlight is always there to bail out Miracle.
And the
But Sumail is super fast. If he can get him with the kisses, let's see. Land these shots, and you've got a kill on your hands, but I think he's gotten just outside of range. Miracle's okay. The Doom expires, and Saberlight wants to go back into it, gets the call, but you got to be careful. Tombstone is going to be dealt with swiftly, picks it up, Fly pops out of that Tombstone. They're going to go for XXS here while Shopify show up with Arteezy. He got the kill on the support. He picked up the gem. If they could get XXS out of this as well, this has been a brilliant engagement by Shopify.
Nice turnaround. Aster just don't have everybody there. Miposhka's pushing top and Monet's pushing mid. It just ends up on a 3-on-5 they cannot commit to on that chase. Miracle walks it off. You think you're dooming Miracle, but you've doomed yourself. That is a big net worth hero to get as well on this Doom. A lot of gold when you feed away these kills. That lead of 13, 14k down to 10. Get a couple more of these pickoffs. You're going to have BKB on Axe, and some of these fights are a lot more reliable. Already looking for the setup top with this Dire High Ground ward. Miracle has all the catch in the world. I don't think there's anywhere to run, but there's a fight.
Oh, really nice preemptive hike there from Bobica. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll... Oh, Monet's actually going to fight this one. Saberlight's low enough. Nice deafening blast, though, from Miracle. Saberlight.
You can dunk him?
Can he dunk him? But he doesn't have the mana to do so. Monet, now the Blink Dagger reveal from Sumail is going to show up straight on top of Miracle. Quickly helps get that kill alongside Monet.
Those are the type of fights Aster are looking for. When Monet can join the engagement, have impact, this anti-mage is still incredibly strong, and then the bots can let Sumail join.
And just go for more. I mean, Sumail looked at that last team fight. Nice use of the Manta illusions.
Yeah, that's the other benefit. You can always have a cookie in, and his Mana Void will clean up Fly.
I mean, you don't even have to use the Mana Void to win the start of these fights. You can just use it at the end.
And they get their gem back. Huge turnaround off the attempt on the Miposhka. They get him, but just takes way too long. It's not a clean go because of that Hurricane Pike stalls it up. Yeah, that is the face of a man who has been piked back into the mug. What do you think he's drinking there? Might be something stronger after this game. Divine third?
You have to do it on this butterfly timing, right? Like, the later the game goes, the more options AM has against the Dusa.
Yeah, I actually
one shot.
Agree with this choice here. I think you just have to go Butterfly into Divine. I don't think you have another win condition here. The game's going too rough. They have too many answers to the Medusa herself. Artur needs to create as large a damage threat as he can because he knows he's either going to be focused 100-0 and no item's going to help him, or he's going to be the last one alive, in which case you need to do as much as possible to win that fight. So you better hope for option 2. Divine is the best option here. If you get a good call into that Stone Gaze, you're going to deal some serious damage in this power spike. Maybe you get a Roshan out of it. But he needs to get there first. He's still a bit of ways away. Which means Aster still have a lot of space on this map to operate. And of course, a lot of room to scale on their own, pushing towards those level 20 talents. Sumail, 18 and 3/4 here. Almost to level 20.
And he started building into that physical damage. Now he's got the Crystallis and gonna go Silver Edge. Okay, careful that blade mail.
It's so annoying for Saberlight, honestly. It's not just when he jumps the Ench either. It's if he jumps someone else and Miposhka Hurricane pikes him anyway.
Yeah.
You just don't have the follow-up. Extra farm in that extra early game paying off here for Aster. He needs the BKB.
And the way he's precasting this Hurricane Pike, I mean, if he gets this Scythe.
Oh, Sumail finds him. No BKB yet for Saberlight. Wishes he had it.
Blow him up. XXS will take the last hit. Monet pushing forward. Finds the Abyssal Blade immediately onto Miracle as he tried to go for the TP out. Ghost Walk. But surely some detection is warranted from one of these cores. Okay, guys. Maybe next time.
Gem is on Pichu right now. You can't be everywhere. They're too rich to hold it. The game's going too well.
That is actually a good point. They do not have any empty item slots. I mean, Sumail's got a bracer.
That's a value bracer.
That's true. It's a 25-minute bracer.
Yeah, that's a 25-minute bracer on a Universal Hero. That's the most efficient damage in the game. Bet you didn't know that.
Radiant's courier has been.
Is it actually more efficient, the branch? Like you're
yeah,
talking
I think 25-minute bracer Wraith Bands are like the most efficient damage per gold cost on Universal Heroes.
Dang.
They're crazy. That'll be a quick transition into the Tormentor here.
and the Wisdom Rune spawning, so very efficient move all around. Seems Aster having a great time here.
Yeah, maybe they don't understand each other, but they're laughing about it. Good sign, and that is the level 20 done for Snap. This is when he becomes terrifying versus mainly the Invoker and the Medusa. Right? Like, Invoker is not at the armor right now, but Artur does have the Divine Rapier and level 20 of his own. You got to get a fight soon, right? This is not an item you pick up and you're like, oh, let's fight in 10 minutes, guys. This is an item you pick up and it is time to find the engagement and start building the momentum back in this game. A bold pickup here.
It also works a lot better if you can actually surprise them with this pickup too.
Yes. And the sooner you do that, the better, right? Because this Roshan is coming up, and it's coming up soon. Smoke from Shopify. This is the smoke to get back in this game. Hex finished for Miracle as well. Big items aligning right now. Yeah, it's a 20k lead, but when Shopify bought out and Aster are holding on to a lot, this fight is pretty close if you can land the jump and get the follow-up. It's all about the angle. Do not want to get popped on another Venom Ward. Double damage on Monet, running out in 10 seconds. Not going to last here.
Sunstrike looking for vision. Aster smoked up as well. Nobody's seeing anybody right now. Wards laid out on both sides. Pichu is going to be the first one to show. Fly, he's spotted.
Shovel. Aster know where they are now. They're just going to send the Venom in. They have heroes that can break on. They have a good angle of their own.
Mail, quick pick, not enough. Fly, able to get back. Now the Kisses start raiding her in. Has to Draven. Tombstone does manage to get off before he dies. Now Saberlight gets the call onto the Doom. XXS is super healthy. He's not going to die to that anytime soon. Meanwhile, the Stone Gaze got used. Aster just kiting him backwards right now.
Yeah, feeling the damage of that Divine in those couple pokes.
Yeah.
But they got a lot out of Shopify here. Tombstone and that Stone Gaze down. It's time to re-engage pretty soon.
XXS is ready to go for that initiation. Instantly hexed up. Now he's going to be called up. He's in trouble, and he's going to get chopped down. Arteezy needs a little help here. Monet started laying in those hits. They quickly disrupt him and get a chance to be able to reset and go back in.
What a clutch hex. Miracle salvaging that re-go from Aster, and now they're just running to the hills.
And it looks like they may have just gotten themselves Roshan. So now this Divine Rapier, and effectively, it wasn't like a massive swing or anything, but it's enough to be able to take Roche.
Yeah, they didn't get the fight, but they got the objective, it looks like. They're just going to go bottom. It felt like if XXS waited a little longer to go back in, right? Because that Tombstone was almost running out. Maybe you send a Venom Ward in, get a better sight of somebody to jump, but he also didn't know necessarily that that Hex was waiting.
Yeah, was there any rush to starting that engagement?
I don't think so. I think you almost could have just played for the pit and forced Shopify into you, right?
Sure.
Nonetheless, that Aegis will go on Artur, and now he feels a little more confident with that Divine Rapier with the Aegis to back it up. This is the timing they were looking to hit. Like I said, they're down 20k gold, but it does not feel like it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Really good clutch pickups here for Shopify on the itemization, hitting a really nice power spike. Aster do not have the answer yet. Their answer is going to be disarms. Halberd for Monet, a classic kind of pseudo-carry, pseudo-disable anti-mage build to deal with the range carries. So you have two Halberds between him and XXS. It's just going to be turn the Medusa off and let Sumail clean up supports. Silver Edge completed for him, so his damage is going to start to add up. And of course, Aster can always rat out the map while Shopify group like this. Monet's pushing in mid. He can create a situation where, are you going to commit for the racks or are you going to come back?
Well, Shopify, I think this is your winning scenario. I think you commit for the racks. We'll see,
Definitely
though.
Feels like you want to, especially when you can put Solar Crest Alacrity on Arteezy right now. Give him plus 450 when it's all online. That is an insane amount of damage to be going through in these split shots.
Yeah.
It's very hard to interact with. It's just a giant zone you cannot enter. As Aster, they're going to try and jump him.
They are, and his mana gets burned pretty quickly. Crit does help him out, though, and that's something to note. He's always going to have that demonic cleanse.
Oh, they found Saberlight.
That is a big catch. Stop the initiator.
Put him in the Tombstone?
Get him in the Tombstone. Now they have to deal with that Tombstone very quickly. They no doubt will deal with it and get the kill pretty easily. TP out, Fly. Bash. Mana Void will stop him instead.
That's a hard high ground. It's hard because Aster are going to see you and they're just going to be able to jump the backline. It's hard for Arteezy to protect all those angles. They eventually find Saberlight on the side. The second axe is out. It just opens up the fight for Aster because suddenly they can kite out the Medusa without getting stunned. There's no other real stun in this game, right? The axe needs to stay alive to be able to get the control for the Divine Rapier to go to work, and Hex on Miposhka another factor that's going to make those jumps even more difficult. This game might just come down to who hexes who first.
Miposhka lining up for a late game. Got the late scythe.
He is
now
fat.
Moonshard, thinking about that as his next item. I mean, he's going to try and carry right next to Sumail.
He's going to be a huge damage problem. They don't have easy ways to kill him.
Yeah, they don't. And like Enchantress already always matched up pretty decently against Dusa.
I mean, I don't think Shopify are that confident to fight without the Aegis. I think right now they're confident to try and take that 5-on-5 because they have the 2 lives. But without him, you saw how fast he gets his mana burned here just off an Abyssal from Monet.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can take the fight after that type of jump happens. It's really tough. He does have BKB. This will also help him stand his ground, deal with the mana burn coming through, tank some of the magical damage, but your window is really limited on these jumps. Again, you can stall this game out for ultra late game Invoker. There's always a route. You're going to put your faith in one man.
Invisibility.
Pray for a miracle.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You should also note he has this Butterfly Elven Tunic timing as well. This is where the evasion's very good. No Pierce for it.
They're just going to try and stall this push out by killing the creep wave with the kisses, giving
why not?
Monet more time to be able to push out the side lanes.
I mean, 2 Ench creeps top, pushing that in as well. Sure, Shopify getting some objectives, but the gold is continuing to tick in here for Aster.
Sumail gave him a little love tap. Arteezy responds with the tip. They go for the smoke. 1 minute left on the Aegis. As long as Aster are careful, they have successfully dodged this timing and not given too much away in return.
All that confidence Shopify have right now in the 2 lives with the Divine Rapier is going to evaporate if you don't find the fight.
Got the successful scan on him, so they saw this smoke coming.
They're just not going to give it to him. There's no need, right? They have a 30k buffer. They have guaranteed rat and split push potential. Why take a fight into the Aegis timer?
They got a 3rd Heaven's Halberd now.
It's adding up. The disarms are going to be extreme for Arteezy to try and fight through. Very important when they get the Stone Gaze, when they get the call to just pop BKBs and commit in.
Is Heaven's Halberd dispellable? The disarm?
No, I don't think so. It's never been.
Yeah, I didn't think so either, but I had to check because we got Demonic Cleanse right on the Shadow Demon, so. They do have so many buffs to be able to put on this Dusa. Alacrity, Cleanse.
Shu pushing in with his gem.
Wards.
Get spotted.
High ground Tombstone with the disruption. Call goes out, stopping the Doom initiation on a Miracle. Now they're going to turn around and sight them up.
Yeah, but he's fine.
Has to be able to disengage. He'll give him a cookie, use the BKB. You're right. He's totally good.
That's another high ground Tombstone. Type of fight that Shopify are looking for, but Aster do a nice job of just not committing in. Going to continue to play around Monet and how he decides to take this game, which has just been dicing up the side lanes, not taking that head-on engagement until he can see Dusa in his sights and jumper. He is very fat.
Watch out, watch out. That damage.
It's a decent shard in this game, too. Lane toxicity versus 3 cores that really want to get these BKB timings to work. You get stunned for an extra second and a half of that.
Yeah. I mean, well, if you throw it on the target that gets Demonic Cleanse, aren't you just instantly stunning him?
Yes. I believe so.
Yeah,
that also sucks. And this Veno's annoying, right? He's messing with the axe on all the jumps. He has a halberd and Force Staff of his own. The utility that Pichu's providing, as well as just decent damage, is significant.
Big pick.
There's a big catch.
Talked about how this axe is so important, the initiation and just the control. Whenever he's dead, Aster, who probably already confident when the Aegis is not in the hands of Arteezy.
This is all about the next Aegis, right? Shopify want the next Aegis and going to try and end the game with it. Aster just continuing to build the lead. I don't know, this next fight, if Sumail gets these shredders off, it's not going to be close, man. He has Silver Edge plus Daedalus. He is hitting ridiculously hard. He might be hitting as hard as Artor, to be honest, when you're getting shredded like that. I feel like this Deuce is just going to evaporate.
Who needs a Divine Rapier when you're a Universal hero?
Who needs Divine Rapier when you have cookies? Also, these Manta illusions are just pretty decent. Oh my god. Brother.
Who's that HP?
Brother.
He went down to like 20 HP.
Woo. Woo. I mean, it's a damage test. He's just damage testing it.
Yeah, you could just go ahead and check that shield and check your HP. It's you got 3k HP. The shield has 2700 HP. You don't put that to the test solo.
That was insanely close. 25.
I like how we chose Spell Prism so we can have the little shredder up soon. Can you imagine if he died there?
It would have
he would have gotten like 5 tips from Shopify, and who knows? Maybe we give up Roshan. We don't know when Roshan's going to spawn.
It's a long death timer, right? And he doesn't have buyback. You're not going to buy back off a Tormentor death. I mean, Sumail is so powerful. He's his own greatest enemy right now.
Level 26 Anti-Mage with the Mana Void cooldown, so could be a little bit more liberal on the usage, but he's mostly still aiming to just cut down the Dusa.
Even has that Mind Breaker. This jump is hella annoying. You get bashed, you get abyssal, you get silenced, you're getting halberded. It's a lot to mess with you. It's any anti-mage jumps, but of course both teams don't really want to jump each other randomly here, right? They want the next Roshan. Aster just trying to control the vision, trying to get to the level 25 on Snapfire as well. Huge talent, 1 level away for Sumail. Shopify probably want to get the fight going sooner than later when that comes online.
Yeah, because otherwise the MKB is going to be up on Monet.
Yep.
Then your Butterfly is pretty limp.
Whereas Arteezy, he has his own MKB finished. He's hitting very hard right now.
Yeah.
Trickster Cloak as well. He can invis in. Saberlight gonna pop.
Oh, again, he's going to be stopped by the Venomancer.
Nothing on the jump.
Just cannot get these initiations. He-Shows just countered him so hard. They get the heals though. Sumail cutting back in, so Aster is now back to full strength. And
There's your
ready
smoke
to
gone.
Roshan.
Smoke gone. Aeon Disc on crit also got popped on that exchange from the Venoproc. Big item to be missing, and they're just going to commit for the Rosh, knowing that Shopify have to run through the Veno. Don't even have a smoke to do it. I mean, how do you get Saberlight in here? It feels impossible.
Yeah, it does.
And Aster are not committing anything for this Rosh outside of the Anti-Mage, so if you blind jump the pit, you're getting nothing here.
Sunstrike inside the pit reveals that Roshan's low. They want to do this, they have to do it now. Tornado's going to go out. They have the kisses to try and scout out the Shopify, but they're actually backing away. They're giving up on this Roshan. They're just going to play around their vision, it looks like, hoping that Aster will stumble into it after.
Yeah, but that's an Ags for Monet. He can start throwing these shards out, draining you without committing to the fight, and of course Aegis on Sumail.
He actually jumps for his real hero, goes in onto an illusion. Saberlight with the call, it's not quite enough. Monet, he dies in a Deafening Blast. Instant buyback from him with the death on Sumail as well. Is Shopify get this and get away? They've just gotten away with double homicide. Saberlight, he's going to be the one slowed down here, taking tons of damage from that Sumail. Tornado cuts on through, the final impetus finishes him off. 1 dead on the side of Shopify.
Oh, Monet back in.
That's a dangerous place to be. X-Success right in the middle of all of them now. Popping his BKB. Monet follows it up. Managed to get the Abyssal Blade on Miracle. The damage rain again. Impetus not quite enough by itself, but the final shot rains in from Sumail. Sumail almost dying, though, to the damage of the Dusa. Shopify have to keep all their heroes up around this Dusa. There's only one option. Picho forced staff down to the low ground. TP's away successfully at that.
Oh, Aster clutching that out with the Monet buyback. I mean, if he somehow gets caught there and dies, you might just lose the game. That is an instant buyback from him, getting punished on the illusion bait from Arteezy.
What happened to the first life of Sumail? I only saw Monet's initiation, or
I think he killed. I think he killed himself on the Axe Blade Mail.
I think so too.
I feel like that's what happened because I don't know what else would have done it. Yeah, he burned through that Aegis. He has cheese left, but Shopify got to be happy with that, right?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
You get rid of Aegis, you get a Monet buyback, you don't lose your Divine. It does cost you a Miracle buy, does cost you a Saberlight buy. You're still down 40k, but they are holding on to this game, and anything can happen in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, now it feels like it's more of a 50-50, right? Where I felt like there were so many things against you. Now it's just you win one fight, kill Monet, you maybe have won the game.
Sumail did hit his level 25 though, so that little shredder is shredding 3 instead of 1. If he gets crits, man.
Oh, again, the calm misses. He hits an illusion, and now the initiation. The little shredder starts going to work. Miracle on a sliver of HP. Backs away.
Can he get out?
Disruption onto Arteezy. I mean, they can get Miracle out. Can they get Artur out? Kisses away onto the side. Bulbaga fearless on his initiation. Saberlight's going to be able to cut him down, but they got the Doom onto the Dusa. Crit and Miracle. Can they bail out this Divine Rapier?
Ham.
They use Saberlight. He's the first bludgeon to try and push away Aster's. He's going to jump in onto Miracle. That's another dieback.
They got the Divine out, but at what price? You're down 2 cores without buys. I think Monet's going to go jugular here. What is stopping him? Are you afraid of Dusa on her own? There's absolutely no way. The Shredder was destroying them in that engagement. Deals with the Tombstone as well as zoning the heroes.
What can Arteezy do here with just 2 supports to back him up? The little Shredder just got used, but it's such a low cooldown.
He can't invis and get a surprise hit either because that gem is still on Pichu.
Yeah.
He's just been so annoying the entire game with this Venomancer, preventing any sort of clean initiations from Shopify. This illusion bait, it's not going to work a second time. This is getting stalled a bit, but that's your glyph. Monet is going to commit for throwing ace.
You can't stall for 30 seconds.
No, Tombstone instantly
Arteezy,
gone.
he has to go for it now. Fly, he going to be targeted by Monet. It's first one down. He has a buyback though. But if they're not careful, their throne is just going to blow up. Sumail, he's got the little Shredder cutting through. Fly almost dying a secondary time as he goes for the throne. Gets crit up next. Arteezy now alone. Finish him off. He does manage to get one. Stone Gaze goes out, but the Doom at the same time. He's burned out of mana, and the Mana Void puts him down. And that's it. Game 1. Finally finished up by Aster. Shopify held on for a while after a rough laning phase put on mostly by that man right there, Sumail.
What a tag team effort in mid. I mean, Crick gets a courier snipe, but it was all Sumail and Baboka after that. Even Pichu with the rotations, the tri-lane shutting down and punishing this Invoker pick as you are supposed to do with this greedy hero. Yeah. Gives them all the advantage in the world. They scale into that late game with all 3 cores, and I mean, commends to Shopify to make that game close, being down 20-30K with a clutch Divine Rapier pickup into that first Roshan. I mean, you win 1 or 2 fights in that position, and suddenly you're not in that bad a spot, right? Making something happen out of nowhere. At least putting some pressure on Aster, especially with that Monet buyback. But honestly, that is just a near impossible game to clutch out. And Sumail gets his revenge, 11-1-13.
Yep, Monet 14-2-8, but Aster as a whole just looking pretty damn good in this game 1 and managed to take down Shopify 36-15. What a performance.
Great showing, great opening game. Aster take that. Indeed, it is Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins here with me who are going to try to break this game down. It was a very long game, and I want to, obviously Aster one's great, but credit to Shopify for being able to hold on for as long as they did, being more than 20k gold down behind almost every step of the way up to 40-something k gold at the very end there, but they definitely tried to claw it back. It all started in the lane stage, though. I do want to start with that one, Kezu, because we hyped it up. We talked about it, and we gotta have Sumail versus Miracle, or should I say, the mid laner of Team Aster versus the mid laner of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I was not aware of how this mid matchup would go, but it seems that Aster's mid just kind of dumpstered Shopify's mid player in this game. And I mean, I learned something new about this matchup because he was up like 2k gold in minute 5. Invoker had like 12 CS, 0 denies. Yeah. And Snapfire had like 28 and 12. So that was a little too hard. Maybe I'm just a noob. I don't know my matchups, but yeah.
Yeah,
the guy you see here who played Snapfire did a great job.
Yeah, this new up-and-coming Aster mid is definitely something to look out for. The side lanes were, Saberlight, he was farming, you know, like all the side lanes were farming. Anti-Mage Offlane maybe didn't go so hot, but yeah, all eyes were on that mid lane, and that's a signature guy for Shopify's mid.
Yeah.
So,
even Crit came to help him mid, got a courier kill, but
he did, and then the tip came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did say that Invoker is not the greatest hero right now.
No, it's not. I actually, I have an actual criticism of Shopify's game that would have won them that game.
Okay.
This should have been a Rapier Rush Medusa.
0 items.
I
Rapier,
think it should be literally 0 items into Rapier. I think the timing of that Rapier is too late. Okay, maybe 1 item Rapier, maybe Butterfly Rapier, because the Butterfly is a similar thought process.
No Manta?
No, you don't need the Manta.
Boots? No boots.
You go boots. You go boots. Of course.
Of course.
I think
I go boots, but
like,
Russian Rapier.
by the time you had the Rapier, there were 3 Heaven's Halberds and a Shiva's Guard. Who gives a shit about Rapier? It's like, yes, they did respect it. I know, Effie, you were saying like Aster was really respecting the Rapier, and that's kind of why the game was held out for so long, which I agree with. I don't actually think that was Shopify holding out the game. I think that was Aster seeing the Rapier and being like, we don't want to throw this.
No, I agree. I mean, I said it, didn't I? No, but I feel like the game was held out, and Aster did have that, timing throughout the entire game where they were just ahead. But when that Rapier came out, they just didn't want to give it away. That's where the Chinese discipline comes in that we're used to seeing, but it didn't feel like Shopify clawed their way back into the game. Like, they did create a window for themselves when they got the Aegis, but even at that point, they didn't feel stronger. It just felt like Aster was going to take the safe route and wait it out. But even if they had chosen to take a couple of fights, I feel like it would have gone in their favor. But I did enjoy seeing that disciplined side of Aster. I mean, overall, it's what we talked about pregame, Miracle. Shopify mid. Sorry.
Invoker. Yeah, Invoker.
Invoker. Yeah.
Invoker player.
This hero doesn't do anything for its team if it gets shut down mid. And it got shut down mid pre-rotations. Like, it was losing mid purely 1-1. And then when Aster's supports rotated in on the Ench and the Veno, and they held those areas so nicely, by the way, they out-rotated Shopify's mids completely. And there was just nothing that the Invoker could do to get back into the game. Missed the Sunstrike kills on the side lanes, was constantly getting run at by supports, couldn't really take any farm because their Medusa was farming, and it was just an uphill battle for Shopify from the start till the very end.
Yeah, for our comparison, we did want to look at the 2 mid players. We got Snapfire player, we got the Invoker player, and we got their hero damage done, which has quite a significant difference.
More than double.
Yeah, I mean, the Invoker player actually didn't do too bad considering how the early game went. In a lot of cases, if the mid, loses that badly in the mid difference, it's just a down mid scenario.
I think this is a stat padded. It's a global Sunstrike. He's not doing much. He's just pressing some Sunstrike.
I mean, the late game, like when the Sheep Stick came out and the Lincoln Sphere and the stuff to actually make his way around the fights and his Midas was kicking in, like it looked fine, but then at that time you're playing into an anti-mage late game, a Snapfire late game, which honestly I think is one of the most insane late game heroes in the game if you can get there with the split shot. It's
with the Diffusal Blade,
it's just ridiculous. Yeah, of course, the Diffusal Blade naturally to burn the 125 mana.
It's too late at that.
To burn the 125 mana.
It's too late at that point, honestly. And the issue was, because they went for this Invoker mid, they were completely dependent on Axe's initiation on Saberlight. So Aster identified that within the team fights, right? They were initiating on the Axe, they were dooming the Axe. They had the Plague Wards from Veno cancel a lot of his initiations. And when that was happening, it felt like there was no way for Shopify to take these fights because Invoker isn't the type of hero that can go in and start the fight for its team. So the second that Axe is out of the picture, Aster were always like, go, 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 go. So Shopify just pigeonholed themselves in like one-dimensional way to play the fights.
And I like how Aster identified that in the draft as well, because they picked Veno after the Axe, right? So they identified, okay, all this initiation is going to come through this hero. We're going to pick this Veno. We're going to play fast for our supports. And I think at minute 10, 15, you could already tell this was Aster's game.
Yeah.
After the
he was putting everything on Axe. It was really annoying. But very important stuff that I want to talk about here, guys.
Yes.
Can you guys go ahead and pronounce Venomancer's ward ability for me? What is that called?
Plague Ward.
Definitely not snakes.
What is it?
Plague Ward.
Plague Ward.
Plague Ward.
Plague Ward.
You said it better this time.
Did I say it differently? Plague Ward.
Plague Ward is
how
what
you
you're
say.
saying.
What's the difference?
You're saying
What's
plague.
the difference? Plague.
Isn't
That's
a
what you
plague?
said.
It's a plague. Plague Ward.
Can you go ahead and pronounce Aster's mid for me?
No. Snapfire.
Emperor Sumail.
Very good.
Segment's over.
I do want to just conclude what all of you guys are kind of saying.
Yeah.
Which is?
Shopify kind of set themselves up for fail with their draft.
No, I think they just need a Rapier Rush.
It's a
meme, but I think Blowblow is going to have a conversation with his...
Ooh, Blowblow.
No, I don't necessarily think they set themselves up for failure. I just think that the Invoker pick kind of telegraphs the rest of the game. It was like we mentioned earlier that if he had a good start, got some Sunstrike kills, and didn't get shut down on lane, the game would have looked entirely differently. But because they were playing from behind through the mid lane, they had kind of dead weight for a really long time from their mid laner, which in this patch, it's so pivotal for your mid laner to be able to rotate, to be able to make things happen.
I will say also the aggro tri lane for Master made things very weird. I know we focused a lot on the mid lane because, you know.
But it wasn't an
How could we not? How could we not?
The game was decided a little bit in the mid lane just because of the way that
it was
the
an
game
aggro
played
tri
out.
lane. They had the anti-mage in the...
Yeah, they did for
They
a
aggro
while.
dual laned.
Okay, sure. But it was not normal lanes. Like, the lanes
True.
were weird.
And at some point, it was a tri lane.
They brought the Veno up top.
Yeah, they
later.
did eventually.
Yes.
3 people top.
But what Effie's saying is that Invoker needs to be hitting Sunstrikes, and when it's Axe in a normal dual lane versus a normal dual lane, then that's a lane where you're going to be getting kills in. But it was just Axe farming against a Doom who's also farming. So there's no kills that are going to happen there. It's just a try where like the pathetic level 1 SD is
Doing
imprisoning people to get these Sunstrikes. So it's different. It's different from like normal lanes.
Yeah, Aster did a really great job with the lane swaps. I also think that, Pichu and Miposhka really had a great showing on their supports too. We didn't talk about them well enough, but they were positioned so perfectly. Pichu had such high impact with his Plague Wards. He also got out that one time his entire team abandoned him. Also, there was this Hurricane Pike reaction from Enchantress when Axe initiated on her. She just piked out, and which resulted in Axe and Invoker dying. And I just feel like the supports also brought their A-game.
This is the second time today I see an Axe, and I think this hero has too many problems.
Yeah.
If they see you, if there's vision, some urns, some plague wards, as Jenkins would like to say it, then
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Thing is, I feel like Axe can be okay. He just can't be the sole initiator because then the fight becomes really easy to play around if you're the enemy team. You understand that there's one hero that you need vision of, and it makes it so much easier for you.
He needs help.
Well, I think maybe Shopify Rebellion needs a little bit of help as well, as they are 1 game down against Aster. Can they bring it back? Can they tie the series? Will Group B have as many ties as Group A? We're going to find out game 2 right around the corner.
it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
For the second game between Aster and Shopify Rebellion. It will be a thrilling one. It should be a thrilling one. I feel like game one definitely gave us a little bit of a taste of what is possible, but some adjustments need to be made, and typically after a game like this, the game will be a little bit more, we're going to call it a little bit more competitive, maybe. Is that fair?
Who knows? Maybe Team Aster needed a warm-up game, and it's going to be even less competitive.
That's possible.
There's a whole lot of different permutations of how this could go.
This is true.
But I'm looking for Shopify Rebellion to stand in their mid to do
better.
To do better this time. I mean, I think he was definitely hurt by the fact that he's playing a hero that, yes, is of course a signature, but just not a great hero.
You can also look at it like this, right? You got on one side, you got a player that has their mid laner as a stand-in, and we all know that takes some time to adjust. At the other side, Aster is a team that only also fairly recently added their new mid laner to their roster, so also might still be in that adjustment period. It's all about the supporting staff at that case, isn't that right, Kezu?
Absolutely. So now it's about who can make them feel better.
Yeah. Look at the size of those.
I mean, if my captain has these legs, I would feel pretty good.
Man, standing on tree trunks. Good lord.
Listen, guys, I'm just going to say Miracle again because
Who's that?
it's hard to keep saying Shopify's mid.
To keep doing that, yeah.
Yeah, but I like that Shopify adjusted. I mean, they banned out the Doom, which they let through last time, and clearly it gave Aster an opener that maybe they shouldn't have given them. They also snagged the Void Spirit for a Miracle in the overall first phase. Of course, we've seen this hero be flexed to safe lane, but I just do feel like this is Miracle's comfort in this patch. It's what he's been playing the most.
I like the more aggressiveness approach from Shopify in this game. Like, the one thing that I dislike about Medusa is that I feel like your drafting, your gameplay becomes very slow and tailored, one-dimensional. So I think, especially when you look at the last game, they would have loved to be able to fight more. So this time around, they have a draft that is better equipped for that. And for Aster, I also very much do like that they did ban out Morphling in the first phase. They were hoping to get Mag in their opening pick, make sure that Shopify don't get this Morph to close out their phase. So I'll say both teams have like a pretty solid foundation to round out their drafts.
Yeah, I like both. I mean, I like the natural synergy between Beastmaster and Void Spirit. The Hawk Vision into the high range of the Void Spirit is always nice, whereas Aster got probably the most valuable first phase hero you can get in this patch, which is Magnus, because he can simply be flexed to all three core roles comfortably and do really well. And Baboka's signature support Bat, he's been doing very well on it recently, playing a lot around that mid lane like he did last game. Bat Rider enables him to do so as well.
And you have the Bat knockback into Skewer, into the tower.
It's happening again.
It's going to be a big combo coming out.
I wonder if you're Shopify here, like, so when you see cores like this, you have Bad Red and Mag, they're both they need to commit, right, in order to stun. You have RP, you have Lasso, it's not like some Ember Chains into Arrow. How much are they going to value a combo break? Whether
like,
it's
some Oracle.
Yeah, like some Oracle, Venge, whatever it may be. Silencer kind of fits in this scenario too, which is why we see Aster take it out. Because, yeah, when I see these two heroes, that's just something that will pop to my mind.
Yeah, I like it. Even something like a Pugna might work out, because, just heal them through the initiation.
There's also the approach through core heroes, like the Abaddon.
Yes, Abba Carry?
Abba Carry, Abba potentially... Yeah, I mean, he can be support still, but I feel like he is better as a carry this patch because he's universal. That looks solid. We did see... I forgot which team it was, Jenkins, but they played Elsie last pick as a Dispel versus RPs and Lassos and such.
Happened yesterday.
Camera's on me. I don't know.
Aster did
I'm gonna say EG. I'm gonna say EG. Chris Luck.
I don't think it was EG.
It was Aster who did it yesterday. That did not work out very well.
No, it was hang on, give me a sec.
I like Faceless Void for the reasons that
It
FE
was
mentioned.
Liquid versus Talon, and they lost, I believe.
Yeah.
What were you saying about Faceless Void?
I like Faceless Void as like a combo breaking carry. It's
Yes,
very hard
for
to
sure.
burst. Counters Bat Rider. You even the new Bat, who is not playing so much around the sticky.
Yeah.
Even if he uses his 2 spells, he uses his the slow and the Firefly. Like you press time dilation on him,
Yep.
he can't catch up to you. He can't stand on top of you. You can backtrack all of the damage in a lasso in an RP.
I can see that. I just feel like if you pick Void, you're kind of gimping your other 2 cores that are both melee. Like, how do they assist you in
Well,
that kind
it's not going to be picked.
Yeah.
Did get banned.
I do think in the right games that Morph and Void are like S-tier carries to me at the moment from what I've seen. I would like Medusa to fall down the gap a little bit, but doesn't matter too much as she is banned.
So what's the likelihood of this ABBA coming out for Shopify?
Well, neither of the teams have played it so far as a carry. Or actually, Shopify hasn't played it at all this event.
I think the chance is not that low. Like, ABBA also loves heroes that allow you... First of all, if you have heroes that go in aggressively for you that you can shield that aren't just yourself, I think that's great. You would have that in Void Spirit. And other heroes that help you take objectives and like push the map further, you would also have that in the Beastmaster. So I actually think that the ABBA you have in mind is pretty crystal clear and perfect. But then it comes down to, have you played it? How do you feel about it? You know, you need to vibe it out.
I love this Lich pickup by Aster. I think the Frost Shield is just such a nuisance to deal with generally, especially if you don't have a natural Dispel on your team. But also, Lich versus Beastmaster kind of owns because Sinister Gaze, it eats those boars.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I just saw it like 3 weeks ago in some cast. I'm like, when did that happen?
Kills creeps now.
It does damage to creeps.
Yeah,
Sinister Gaze.
but I don't know why. Why did they add that?
It was like patch. Was it 3.3?
It was 7.33. It was 7.33. Yeah.
So I believe it's just to give Lich a farming tool. So I think that it does 450 damage at level 1 to creep units.
Yeah.
So versus boars, it does incredibly well. Like a boar on lane, like a level 2 boar that's
dead.
summoned by Beastmaster,
Yeah.
Lich can kill it with a level 1 Sinister Gaze. So it's actually a counter that not a lot of people know about, but the teams that do exploit it very nicely.
Oh, damn, they're doubling down on the Purge. Okay. Well, you SD ult anyone, and they're going to die. Frost Shield doesn't do anything this game.
I mean,
that's a pretty big counter.
It's a very good SD game. Like, even against Mag, you have the save, but also the aggressive Purge will... Whoever he throws in power on, whether it's himself or an ally, it's gone.
Yeah.
You can defensively Purge against Bat, all the sticky charges are gone. If
this does turn out to be a Bat Rider core too, it's like SD's one of the age-old counters to Bat core because he relies so much on the BKB. You just purge him.
So with that in mind, wouldn't you not want Bat as a core? Because mostly at the moment they play Baboka Bat.
Yeah, probably not. I think Bat, from what I've heard, Bat does pretty okay actually against Enchantress in lane, as long as you're working around the camps and not letting her just get like free creeps.
No, I 100% want.
Yeah.
But the combat break that you were talking about, Kazu, it's here in the Shadow Demon, right? That's their means to counter save versus the RP counter save versus the lasso. It's quite nice. But now I think that Aster, because they picked the Snapfire Mitigan, which is pretty solid versus things like Beastmaster and Ench with summons, it's a really good way to play into them. They still need a gap close jump type of hero that can kill the Shadow Demon because you can't count on the RP going on the Shadow Demon. I'd like to see some kind of Monkey King or some kind of carry that just uses the Frost Shield, goes in, kills these backline supports.
There's a lot of them being taken out because I agree. I think they need that, or they should be looking for that. Like Snap will give you all this follow-up damage, but you want to make it easier for the rest to kind of find this opening because SD, the hero's going to be a pain in the ass if you are not able to aggressively jump this hero.
And you don't want to waste your lasso or your RP on the Shadow Demon. That's just, it doesn't feel good to do that. I think Monkey King is still a really solid option if they're looking at it on Aster.
We saw it banned in a lot of games, including the previous one.
Monet will be playing something different though, because every single one of his heroes is either banned or picked that he's played in this tournament so far. The only thing with the Monkey King is like,
other than Anti-Mage, but yeah.
If he gets, other than Anti-Mage, if he gets purged, but I don't think you pick Anti-Mage into SD.
No.
If he gets purged on Monkey King, you can't get Jingu stacks, and you can also take them off with Enchantress. So, but there's not much left.
I mean, what happened to like CK? I think this hero it has to be playable.
I think versus the drums on Beastmaster probably doesn't feel as good as it used to.
Yeah, I guess that makes it a
The
little
drums of
worse.
Slaughter.
Just heal to full, yeah, that shit's insane again.
It's like when
illusions.
When I see Beast, I just want something. You have Lich, you want something aggressive in lane, you want to shut down the Beast, and ideally have a hero that can then later like get into these mid/backlines, which is why you want Monkey, which I think is a good pick. I could see CK. I know Wraith King is somewhat underplayed. I think it kind of fits the bill.
I like Monkey. I like Anti-Mage again, even though it's against a Shadow Demon. I think it's still a good hero to jump it because you can just counterspell, like once later on in the game when you're at that late game situation. Potentially, you could theorycraft something like a Blink Juggernaut because you're playing with a Magnus and you've got that in power anyway.
Yeah.
It could also just be a safe lane Magnus, and they could look for that jump through XXS's hero. That's also an approach they could take. They don't necessarily have to do it.
Yeah, they can like see what Shopify do now, which
Yeah.
is probably an Arteezy hero, and then decide off of that. Okay, do we just mag offlane or do we want a new pick because we can just slap him?
What do you want to see on the side of Arteezy then?
Well,
Because they have to pick
something-
first regardless.
It has to be something that plays with the Beastmaster Eng tempo, right? That's why Aster take out the Luna. It would have fit the bill really nicely. It can't be a super late game farm intensive type of carry. If they go that way, I think Aster will have a period where they'll just farm freely with this Magnus and power. So I would like to see a high tempo type of carry.
Doing it blind.
What if they steal the Monkey King?
Or the Juggernaut.
I think
Also
Yeah,
considered
they could
high-
also steal
high
it
I
tempo.
think Monkey's pretty unplayable into bad, even as
Monkey's
even as
hard.
That is
support.
hard.
It's blind, but Lifestealer is one thing I think of. If they want to go very heavy on their own tempo, I think it would be really hard to play into Assa's heroes, but it would fit with Beastmaster for yourself. It's SF, but I would lean more on melee heroes.
They do like SF.
They really do.
I think it's very hard to play into Bat and Mag. Like
Yeah.
any disposition heroes,
Right.
as a range core is
Yeah.
incredibly hard to play into.
I also think SF will get clapped by Snapfire late game.
Yeah.
It's just gonna die to that little shredder so quickly.
I feel like you want something that can stand his ground and like help your team go in. That's why I kind of like Lifestealer, but okay.
There's the Juggernaut.
I think that the Jug feels like one of the few heroes that's not countered by something on Aster.
I mean, there's ways to catch this Jug, right? Like with the lasso, with the RP, but there is a save coming out of the Shadow Demon. But the Jug would have looked great for Aster too, so taking that away from them, it just takes a lot of boxes for Shopify right now. I'd say Monkey King, Ursa, or potentially pick an offlaner here and just put the Magnus on the safe lane. You could go 3 different approaches.
There's a lot of smiles on the side of Aster.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they either saw this coming or, I don't know, they're talking about something that is not draft related.
They're always smiling though. They're always happy.
They are very
Guys.
happy people.
I mean, there were a lot of carries banned out, so maybe they were like, hey, they're gonna pick Jug. 1, 2, 3.
And there's a Lycan.
Okay.
Cool.
So they choose the option of putting the Magnus on the safe lane, and then
It's carry Lycan.
carry
I have not
Lycan.
seen this before.
I've seen it in pubs. I've seen people do the harpoon universal hero bullshit on Lycan. It's interesting. It's interesting. I've seen people like really pop off and do just a metric shit ton of damage with it. And then I've also seen people where it's like, why are you picking this? Why are you picking a summons hero and then not going summons?
Yeah.
To be honest, I like it a lot less now that it's on the safe lane. I just feel like they could have been better off, but they do have the late game security in their Magnus and their Snapfire anyway, so you can give it a go. Like Lycan is the type of hero that loves to run its units that supports like Shadow Demon, supports like Silencer, supports like Sky. So maybe their approach to the Shadow Demon is just run him away with the Lycan summons, and then you can go for the lasso, and then you can go for the RP.
I think the vision is cool against the SD with the Wolves. I don't really know about this Mag Lycan matchup too much, but they're 2 universal heroes together, so I just want to see how it goes. I'm vibing with the Lycan pick.
I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards Shopify in this draft, but I do want to see how the Lycan plays out.
I also think Lycan's pretty bad, so maybe with the Mag, maybe with Empower, but
Maybe there's something, yeah.
I feel like that's not the Lycan. That's more like Mag just being OP with any universal hero.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Kezu is vibing with the Lycan pick. Maybe my other 2 panelists not so much vibing with the Lycan pick, but definitely curious to see how it's going to play out. We're going to be vibing as well with some Dota 2, but also with the producing pandas.
begin. First time we're going to be able to see this in a universal Lycan state. Monet has played a lot of Lycan in his past, but first time playing it as a universal hero. We'll see how it fares. You think he's going to go for the kind of build that they were talking about? Some people have kind of theorized this, like maybe armlet, maybe a harpoon, just heavy right-click single target damage. Or are we going to be seeing him focus more on being like a 2 sort of Lycan, which was what he kind of used to do?
No, he's going to go harpoon. He's going to chunk some faces.
Yeah, you think so?
I think his pick's pretty nasty. If he can execute it. Execution's another question, though. I think it is a difficult pick to execute in some ways, because you are giving a theoretically very decent lane to Beastmaster here. Like, Lycan is not going to pressure the Beast, and I think it's a pretty good Beast game in some ways as well if you can get a fast Overlord creep. Because Shopify can deal with summons. They have Ench, they have Beast with some AoE. Jug isn't too bad. You can put Healing Ward on somebody. You can also get killed. It's a double-edged sword. But I feel like Aster just wanted this Lycan to be able to run in, have haste. You only have 1 roar for him. That's it. He's going to 2-shot your Shadow Demon with Harpoon. You can't run away from this type of build. That's what I would expect to happen. He's going to have Empower as well. Then all of a sudden, you have Lycan giving minus armor off of his How. Everybody's empowered. You have 3 universal heroes all getting insane base damage. And the bonus damage on the minus armor is just going to be absolutely ridiculous. If you get to that point, I think heroes are going to disappear. So if I'm Shopify with this Jug pick, Jug Beastmaster Ench, you better build some lead in the first 15 minutes. I think you're going to feel bad in this game.
They've got a double minus armor too, because they got a little shredder as well. So, yeah, it's pretty cool stuff.
There's a lot working for them here. Even Frost Shield to go on top of it, like so much physical differential in this game.
The only hero who doesn't have any like clear synergy with their lineup in the regards that we're talking to is this Bat Rider that's down here.
I mean, Bat Rider wins you a lane. That's his job.
Sure.
And then just get whatever you can. Farm up. Like, if Bat Rider can win a lane versus Ench, you're super happy. Again, Shopify want to get more out of this early game than Aster do. So if Bat's nullifying that momentum, that he's allowing this kind of greedy tri-physical core lineup to come online. And of course, if you can win lanes, as Sumail will try and outlane Miracle once again. This matchup is a bit closer, though.
Pull him back into... Ooh, almost got him in tower range. That was super close. It would have been nice just to get a single shot in.
They're both at 8-1. Balance in all things.
Very balanced, but Miracle now in the position where he's out of mana, so waited for the bottle. Now he can have that Resonant Pulse again, which is part of the reason he's able to stand toe-to-toe against Mail in the first place.
Snapfire is just a crazy strong lane.
Yeah, super good.
It's very hard to beat this hero on mid, because he can always shove the wave in with the level 2 Scatter Blast. You're going to take damage as well as him guaranteeing CS, and then he guarantees Water Runes. So it's just a very hard hero to trade against. And interesting to see Sumail play it twice. Maybe just wanting to put Miracle in the dirt early so he can't gain any momentum.
Yeah, I mean, when he already sees that it's melee mid, I feel like Snapfire has got to be into consideration, especially after that game 1.
Oh, it's nice for sure. It also is just a good hero versus Spirits because you get tanky very fast. It's hard for the Spirits to burst Snapfire, even in the early game. You get Wand, you get a Crown, you get a Raindrop. Something you just can't go on this hero, and it becomes annoying. It's like these like mid-morphlings versus the Spirits. I mean, obviously they're very different heroes, but you just put a brick wall there.
Sure.
Sumail is living the dream. Absolute free farm as Arteezy dies in the river of all places. Just got skewered back and had to run for his life, and his life ran from him. First blood to XXS. Not the start Shopify are looking for with a Jug Beastmaster lineup.
No, they're not. Is the Beastmaster faring any better? No, he's not. He's actually last in CS right now, 10-3. Cookie.
Wearing him through. Aster coming out swinging again, man. I mean, this is that type of execution that just straight up wins you games because your lineup is going to scale like a beast, so you create some early lane pressure, kill some momentum for Shopify, the roam doesn't come online. What are you doing in this game? Are you going to have pressure points?
Get hurricaned. Well, once again, XSS has been put into a position, or maybe he built it himself by being able to get that first blood, but it looks like he's just going to be free farming like last game. Sumail Miracle once again, trading out a lot of hits between the two of them. Both of them getting low, but it does look like Sumail ekes out a small advantage. Maybe it's to be expected, though. Again, Snapfire, very strong laner, range versus melee.
You're roaming into Sumail. You're only powering him up. The spite is what drives this man in the scene.
Small adjustment.
And that question, wouldn't you just not rotate for him at all and just let Sumail only be rotated on? Just never help him so he gets as spiteful as possible?
Yeah, that's what EG did. They let him get ganked for like 3 years, and they did amazing. The second you start helping him out, it goes downhill.
Didn't you say that was your story about Sumail? Like, you used to try and gank him as much as possible because in your idea you wanted to interact with a high-level player. Hold up, Monet could be in some trouble here, but they do have the living armor instantly dispelled off by Fly. Well played there, but the damage isn't going to be enough. They've got him between the two supports. They pincer him and kill him off. Still, though, Miposhka can try and run down Fly at least. Get some sort of compensation out of a good gank for Shopify. 1-for-1 in the end, but Shopify definitely walking away the better for it.
It's a nice rotation, trying to put pressure on this Lycan while you can. This is a very susceptible hero in the early lane phase because he doesn't buy early boots. But it does cost you Beastmaster TPing back to base. It means he's missing a lot of XP, and you lost both supports. A lot of XP for Miposhka coming into this engagement. Honestly, not the worst outcome for Aster, because it's just going to take a while for Saberlight to get back anywhere, and he is stacking the triangle out the wazoo. This is a huge objective on the map right now.
Oh, he covers it with the Remnant, jumps through to be able to grab the Arcane Rune.
Oh, Miracle.
Has another Astral Step. Oh, never mind, got caught. He still has the step, though. He's going to go for the kill on Sumail. No way. Miracle challenging Sumail like this. The Miposhka, though, he's going to cover him with the Firefly. They have the Remnant off the disruption. They get the kill. Miracle gets it. Is he going to get out? Another Resonant pulse up in a second, but the magic damage is the problem here, and he will eventually die to Miposhka. At the same time, it looks like Pichu is going to die. Shopify managed to get that. Unable to catch Miposhka, though. He cut left, where Crit assumed he went up or to the right.
And Miracle with the small outplays on the runes. Big turnaround for Shopify. Gets their supports back in this game. 7-minute Wisdom runes coming up. Miposhka will scout the Radiant Triangle here, so he knows it's mega stacked. He's going for a Wisdom rune, too. He's going to get it here. I mean, Saberlight TPing, but there's a Flame Break.
Keeps him away, picks it up, he'll die for it. But it's certainly worth it.
Get the neutral deny.
Oh, he got the neutral deny too.
Too easy. At least Arteezy took the other Wisdom.
Oh, he did.
Some XP for himself and for his team. And he's honestly done pretty damn well bottom. He is just straight up out CSing XXS down here. Keeping up the net worth. I mean, this is hard versus Mag, right? When Mag has plus 42 on you. He's done a very nice job in this one-on-one. Especially after he died early on.
He actually has plus 42 damage on Juggernaut?
Yeah.
With the Empower? Jeez.
I mean, it's level 3 Empower. And this beast is getting shut down hard. This is bad news for Shopify. This is the one hero you want to have snowballing in this game. Create momentum, especially versus the Lycan. It's going to be down to Miracle to make up for it.
Really trying to shut down Sumail, and Miracle does manage to get it once again. Might be traded out, though. Simulate only takes him so far. The magic damage again kills him. Now, oh man, these supports are going to work now on Aster. Pichu and Miposhka will wipe the mid lane clean.
He's almost level 7. Oh, Miposhka's an absolute monster this game, man. He is just cleaning up everything that Sumail is putting on the plate for him. The buddies back at it. The ultimate tag team duo right now. You can shut down one, but it only powers up the other.
Is he going to get 7 before Sumail does?
He's higher level.
Man, that's crazy. And Picho's almost level 6, too.
He's going to smoke him. Miposhka says, come with me, brother. I will take you to the promised land, and it's ancient stacks. He just smoked for the stack while Saberlight's getting run off the lane. He's dying, and he can't protect the herd.
Fire
and now he's gonna kiss
down
the
on him,
stack.
and he's gonna use the kisses on the Ancient stack. Miracle's gonna try and take what he can out of this one. See if he can get some kills out of it too. Remnant is gonna latch on to Samael. He'll tank that one for Miposhka, who's still looking to finish up that last Ancient. Has a lot of mana on him, and he's gonna finally die. Impetus finishes him off. Crit, he's gonna be in some trouble too. Monet will gladly take a double kill. Samael's gonna be low though. Miracle cutting in for the kill. Gets him off of the Purge. Gets that. Can he get Pisho as well? Tries to juke it, but no. Miracle locked on.
And you got Roar off that.
Now he slows down Monet, and Saberlight will gladly put that Roar to use, getting some vengeance. He dies to Monet and then comes back and kills Monet in the end.
Get a 4-hero wipe somehow. Miracle just making it happen, man. That looks so damn good for Aster. If they got out of that without a return, I feel like that's game right. It's just so much damage. They took both the massive stacks off all those spells while getting kills. So much economic damage. Miposhka straight back into mid. Almost got the lasso on Miracle, but Miracle is just too fast this game. He got punished game 1, but he is turning it around for Shopify in game 2. Keeping them in this early game that otherwise just looks disastrous, right?
This is great. This is kind of exactly what you wanted to see in a storyline, right? Samael just like trashes Miracle in lane in game 1. Miracle still managed to make some pretty decent plays mid-game, late-game, but now coming into game 2, looks like he really wants to put Samael in his place, you know? He's like, no, this mid-matchup doesn't go this way.
The game doesn't go that way. That's what he would prefer.
Lasso, pull him back in. Flame break there as well. But Miposhka, who picked up a lot of kills, may be dying here as Miracle looks to finish him off to Stimulate, bounces back behind him and gets the kill. Can he get out? Slowed down by the Frost Armor. Miracle with the Resonant Pulse and a jump away is perfectly fine. 2,000 net worth lead for Aster, but Miracle's getting what he can out of this. Samael put the kisses to work. Crit has the disruption. That'll dodge a lot of the damage, but the Scatter Blast is finally there. Look at Miracle try to bail him out with the Resonant Pulse, but no. So Samael picking up a nice kill.
You gotta respect how aggressive Miracle's playing these engagements. Yeah. He's just going in. And he knows if they're not getting the kills in these little fights, they're not getting anything else on the map. So you kind of just have to play that way. But goddamn, is it working out? He could have also died there to the Chain Frost. Luckily, Eng tanks it up, but once again, just outputting damage, taking the man fight. He is not afraid of anything.
With his refilled bottle, I guess he wanted to put it to use.
Now they're going to make a quick smoke to bottom. This would be a huge kill on the connection if they can find it. Level 10, almost 11 for XXS on this Magnus.
It's some sort of RP into Chain Frost.
Oh, Aster through the gate, though. This might not be a move that Shopify expect. They're preemptively here.
They use the Omni Slash. The team is cutting in with the smoke. Let's see if Arteezy can survive. Finally, they have the Roar out, and it looks like he's going to be okay. As it's XXS who goes down. Now the disruption gets the +1. Monet, in his wolf form, is able to quickly run out. Pisho, he knows he's dead because Miracle's there, so he takes the Lotuses before he falls. Honestly, it's kind of heads-up play.
I respect that.
Yeah.
You go down swinging. But the Miracle show continues, 5-2, eating up here. Just seems untouchable. It doesn't seem like they have the damage for him unless they can commit all the ults. And the move just a little faster there from Shopify. They get the Roar before the RP. That's all that matters. Blink up for Miposhka here. Very fast blink on the Batrider, just rushed it. He's lurking, he's looking. Might be able to grab Artur. Unexpected here, but he needs a follow-up in the chain stun.
Yeah, they've already used the wolf form, so it is kind of hard to get this. Ooh. Wait out the spin.
This is kind of slow.
Pull him back in afterwards. It is slow, but Shopify have already kind of left.
Okay. They brought everybody.
Yeah, they bring everybody to it, and Miracle had already left, so Sinister Gaze, rather, is going to be put to use on to Crit to get an extra kill out of this. So great rotation for Aster, and they will reclaim their 2,000 net worth lead once again.
That's where Artur's probably asking, how the hell does this Batrider have a blink at 13 minutes? But it's all those mid shenanigans paying off.
Yeah.
Instantly gets it to work on the best target on the map, and that'll translate into that tier 1 bottom that Aster were looking for with the double Echo Saber bros down here. You will get the return top, but it does feel like this Beastmaster's tempo is just been throwing off this game out of that laning phase, right? Imagine he's at the top of this board instead. You can start playing through him. It's going to be catch-up duty for Saberlight as he pushes towards Helm of the Overlord. There is no real answer to that in this game. It is going to be very powerful. And then it might just be a race to Roshan. which team is willing to commit into that pit sooner and be able to take that fight, because both are really want it here, and they have pretty good lineups to force it. That's why Miracle needs to keep finding the pickoffs. Buy time for his Jug and Beast to catch back up in this game, hit their timings, and just accelerating farm. We're still looking for the Battle Fury on our tour.
Yeah, he is a bit behind. He did as best he could in that lane you were talking about, but eventually.
I mean, he got put on an island, and he's honestly still in a decent position.
Yeah. Primal Roar going to be used on the Bat Rider. Cookie will help get Bobica still in place, slowed down by the Purge though. And now Bobica's in trouble. He's going to die as Miracle quickly comes in to execute him. The rest of Aster on the run.
And Miracle's, he's done an insane job controlling this early game, keeping them in it, and just making chaos on the map. It feels like he's everywhere. Aster can't group up and kill him. It's just going to keep building momentum here. Atos for Sumail, that is another lockdown mechanism for him. And Harpoon done for Monet. This is where this Lycan's pretty terrifying for the supports. He just runs in, drags you in, chomps you twice.
Yeah.
With Empower on top of it.
Gotcha. Get a double hit. Maybe one of those is a crit.
It's a tough way to go.
Miracle's going to be trying to do something similar here. Not with a Harpoon. Interesting enough that he goes Echo Saber, but goes Yasha Manta instead.
Well, you say different. That's what Monet's going. Yasha Manta.
All right.
Never thought you'd see the days where someone built a Manta on Lycan, did you?
I did not. No. I did not expect that at all.
Well, we are in the future, son. Wake up. It's the year 3024. Nice
cookie. Nice cookie with the wolves. I say wolves. Those things, they actually look like they should be Beastmaster's boars than anything.
They're camouflage. Farm rate for Aster continuing to accelerate on this map as the small pickoffs help it. And we're still looking for that Helm of the Overlord for Saberlight. He is about 700 off here. That's going to be the big go signal for Shopify. You want to get some fight going with that because you want a chance at securing Roshan in this game, especially for the Jug. Or I should say maybe for Miracle with his streak building up. Quieted down a little, but he is Invis scouting down here. Who does he want? Oh, he just claimed Pichu himself. He's going to try. Cancels the gaze. Okay.
Oh, but he got it back with the Harpoon. He's going for the TP out, and he's fine. Oh, man. Getting away from all of these heroes from Aster, quickly surrounding him.
How does he do it, Cap?
Well, Shopify are going to do Roshan. How they do that is apparently with a Beastmaster and Enchantress and a whole lot of neutral creeps.
All right. Before the Overlord, just accelerate the timing. Do it with the Skeleton Boys. Arteezy's going to like this one if he wants to take it up. I don't think it's going to be Miracles. He can't get there.
I mean, you said it. They had a great way to be able to force Roshan, and I would say Aster have a great lineup to contest Roshan.
Absolutely.
Right? You have Kisses, RP around the pit is super dangerous, but they just don't even, I'm not even sure if they knew that was a potential thing that was happening.
I think this was a little faster than they expected, and just not in the position to contest it. The lineup is great with that. And it's something that Shopify are going to have to think about when you clump in these fights. There's a lot of AoE punish from Aster. You have RP, you have Chain Frost, you have Bat Rider pulling somebody else into it, Kisses, all the cleaves going to work. You cannot clump in this game. You're just going to have to commit in with different angles. That's where the mobility from Miracle is very important. Him assassinating a backline hero will create the spacing. Arturo can go in with his spell immunity. Probably be safe, especially with an Aegis to back it up. Now it's just a question of making this ball as strong as possible so you can group up and take the fight to Aster, because the pickoff game is still not that easy for you. They'll lasso him and claim him.
There's that damage you were talking about, that Echo Saber.
It hurts, man. Yeah. This hero absolutely chunks you.
Dude, 279 damage a hit.
Look for the return.
Now he does have his Lycan form here in a second. Omni Slash is going to bounce around a little bit to some of the allies. Monet down to half health already. Is he going to be able to turn back on a Miracle? They got it with the cookie, but the Primal Roar came in, stopping some of the damage, but he still managed to get it. Monet is going to be able to back out after getting that kill. RP straight up on XXS while they focus on the rest of the heroes. Monet, you madman, goes in for that one. Got clip of the axes, but still does not fall. First life on Arteezy also went down as XXS was able to just stand toe-to-toe against Artur. This man is a beast.
This is the power of Magnus. Kurt's actually going for his kill.
Crit! He missed the last poison.
I respect that play, though. That was a ballsy play.
It was.
Might be able to take Pichu with the Blood Grenade, gets one more stack.
I mean, all these heroes are low. If Crit can just keep hitting this, the Harpoon catches them, though.
And Monet's still going back in here at the final bell. That's the power of the Lycan. You can kite in and out of these fights, just bait a lot out from Shopify. They don't have control for him. It's really all on Miracle, and he got bursted at the start of that.
It's so funny how, like, Miracle, like, an engagement happens, good or bad, and he's just, like, right back into it, searching for another kill. Good play by Bulbaca, though, being able to get out of that.
I mean, if he's not finding lane, then you're falling behind. So he needs to keep up the pace. I can't believe XSS didn't RP him, by the way. That was crazy. Because I think Miracle could have survived. They got really good Lich bounces.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. That was like a ballsy non-RP to just finish him off. Because he doesn't have Aegis. I mean, why not just RP the Void, take him out, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you're scared of Jug at this point in the game. You have Frost Shield, you have a crap ton of units to help tank it up. That's part of the problem Shopify are facing is where is the damage from their carry? Where's the damage from the Juggernaut right now? You just need more items on him. This is a late game carry designed to get there with Nullifier, Scotty, Mjolnir, whatever you want to go. At this point in the game, he's not providing much for this push lineup. Helm of the Overlord is finished. They're going to push the tier 2 top, as well as look for the pick mid.
Big catch. These disruptions into the Remnants are really, really nice. Starting off the fight with Sumail already dead, but at the same time, Monet does so much damage. Both supports are gone already.
Oh my god.
Gotta be careful of that Primal Roar. Arteezy's here, not with the Omni Slash though, and they have the protection of that shield. They're gonna need a Nullifier later for that one. RP locking down the two heroes with the Chain Frost bouncing around. Monet starts going to work. Not quite enough though. Now the Omni Slash pops the Manta trying to disengage. Oh no, he falls. Is Miracle able to finish him off? XXS gonna go for the skewer. Catches Miracle. Gets him. Man, these fights are just on the razor edge.
And Baboka's gonna buy back to try and catch Artor with Lasso.
He is too far gone though.
It's just too fast. And now Crit wants to turn with the giant shaman. He lassos the shaman. Why? What did he do to you? 250.
Get his ass.
I guess that's worth.
Oh, now the Rod of Atos catching flies. Plenty of heal though, and missing a fair number of those globs.
Cap, can we take a moment of silence for the Frost Shaman who paid the dearest of prices here?
R.I.P.
Thank you. It's crazy to think this started with that disruption mid on Sumail, which is a huge kill to get. He had a 7x streak, by the way. So that's a 1,000 gold kill.
Oh, wow.
Going into Shopify's pocket. But the Wolf, man, the Wolf is waking up, and he is mad. Manta gets delivered in that fight, by the way, from Monet. Only reason he survived so long after this engagement, but he's just chunking people. He's hitting for 400 a pop here with Echo hits. Frost Shield has definitely done a mad amount of work, and this is the problem with Omni Slash in this game. There's just too much for it to bounce on.
That was actually the problem for that Chain Frost too. Too much to bounce on.
Yeah.
He got a good bounce, lucky bounce last time. This fight, a little unlucky. Stuck on side all the neutral creeps.
Miracle straight back into Sumail.
Die again, man. Miracle, go, go, go.
He just doesn't care.
Stop.
He sees Sumail, he jumps Sumail. I think he pissed Miracle off game 1.
Yeah. It's here to proclaim what is a king to a god.
Wolf ult used, but Shopify are out. They're gonna smoke, just jump.
Get the lasso. Stopping the Primal Roar is super important, but the disruption save allows Saberlight to get it off now. Skewered on, back in with the Chain Frost bouncing
nice
around.
one.
It's pretty nice with the RP underneath
That
the tier
ult,
2.
that crit.
XXS. So damn good on these initiations.
God damn, I mean, they don't even have their mid for any of these fights. And Aster are cruising through them.
Yeah, Aster is saying, oh, what was that about? We need Sumail to win? No. We can take every fight without him.
Team's looking damn scary in the series.
They are.
You win the game with Sumail zoning, you can win the game when Miracle zoning. XXS just destroying them in these fights. 2-1 and 9, outman fighting the Jug, skewering people into the Chain Frost bounces. 2,000 damage done from that Chain Frost and nothing else. That is a high damage level 2 ult from a 5. It's just butchering Shopify.
How many Mantas are we going to get in this game?
I mean, that is the recipe for success, right? Manta it up, create more targets. The Jug can never really do anything.
Manta is just... Is it just the most efficient stat item for these Universal heroes, or what?
It's very good. It's a saving mechanism in the Dispel and the Dodge. You can create some map pressure and you get vision out of it. And then if you're not losing any downside because it also gives you damage, the item just becomes almost universally good, I might say.
I mean, Yasha has always been like one of the most efficient items for these agility heroes, right? Because it gets you both the damage and the attack speed. It's the same thing for Universal, so Aster...
Broke the Lincolns, get the jump into the Remnant. This is guaranteed. Can they chain it?
X6S! Cookie goes out. The Omni Slash bounced away from him, but they still managed to get him just in time. The lasso was not good enough. He caught Miracle, but the damage is all gone. And look at Monet trying to race away from Arteezy. Gets the back line. Oh, Sinister Gaze. They got the control onto Arteezy. Pops a Manta, but no, it's too much. Cookie stopping that TP before it even can start.
God damn, Monet, have mercy.
Is that going to get a rampage?
Oh, he wants it.
No,
but his time has come as the moon goes down. He is just chomping through. What is the answer to this Frost Shield Lycan right now?
I mean, they were supposed to get a Nullifier at some point in time. That's what Miracle wanted to get.
Yeah, but you have to pick your poison, right? It's between the mag and the Lycan. They take the mag, finish him off, 0 spells off from X6S in this fight. Amazing start for Shopify, but again, the Omni Slash bounces. It's just not that efficient. Miracle gets caught in a Chain Frost, and Monet is just two-shotting everybody in the field right now. A single Sinister Gaze and your carry's gone. That's not a fair fight, man.
No.
The crits, that's 1,000 crit right there. Whew. Monet is enjoying his time in the wolf form, that is for sure.
It's got Lincoln's Manta. He's going to be working towards an Abyssal Blade next, which, I mean, Arteezy is going to be living on an Omni Slash prayer at that point. If he has to match up against a Basher Lycan, Spin is not going to do anything for you. In fact, it may be a liability against this Lycan.
This carry Lycan is one of the most undiscovered things of the patch, I think, that it at some point becomes one of the scariest, because it's a hero that has universal stats that you build these universal items on that make his base damage insane, and then you have Feral Impulse, one of the largest buffing passes in the game, to buff it up even further. And then you throw an Empower on top.
Throw an innate crit as well.
Yeah, then he has the crit. It's just insanely efficient, right?
Yeah.
The hero also has haste built in, and he doesn't mind going in and hitting you once or twice and running away. Like, it's just crazy good how much damage this hero does in the fights, and people are unused to playing against it because they're used to summons Lycan. There goes your golem, my friend.
Like a horror movie. They're all running away, and then the last straggler gets yanked back into the darkness.
This is the hero Pudge wants to be. Hook them in, delete them. Smoke up from Shopify, even without their golem friend.
Yeah, I mean, they used the Lycan form preemptively there, off the smoke, to see if they could catch something. The Shapeshift now being on cooldown. This is a good time for Shopify to take a fight.
Miracle's Nullifier is on the courier flying out. It's a super important item to deal with the Frost
They're on
Shield.
division right now. They managed to catch crit. A very important kill. The disruption is out of this fight, or at least for now. He's going to buy back now. They managed to get the harpoon. Skewer on back on the fly. He used those bogger boots to try and get out of there, but no. It's just too deep onto Aster's side of the map. Shopify Rebellion did not respect that area at all.
I mean, they're walking in trying to force the fight while that Shapeshift is down, but like you said, the displacements from Aster are just pulling the ball apart. And they can't find the jump. There's no clear jump outside of Miracle here. It just has to be him. He has to find the opening off a Hawk Vision or a Boar. Something.
X6S is toying with them. They're going to go all in on him once again. Try and burst him down. The Cookie as a save, not good enough. The Bat Rider got bounced onto the Omni Slash, so he's dead as well. Miracle and Sumail going at it on the right-hand side. But Monet, he's catching heroes and deleting them one by one in an instant, in a flash. They're just gone.
These crits. Yes, Titan Sliver on top of it. Oh my god, the base damage percentage gain is insane, dude. Plus 292?
It's out of control.
How is that reasonable? This guy's playing turbo, man. He's got WTF on. It's not fair. It's just not fair. He's hitting for almost 600 here a pop. He doesn't even want the Aegis. He's like, I'm not. Trust me, guys. No one's gonna live long enough that I need a second life.
He also, at some point in time, I'm not sure how important his 25 is, but if he gets up to 29, he'll be able to go back for feral impulse damage. 25%.
Yeah, both those 20 talents are insane, right? You can't blame him for taking the plus 6 seconds. I mean, you got to. It's just how the hero functions. But yeah, another 25% is waiting for him.
If Valve
down the
split
line.
those talents and put one of them at 25, dude, this carry Lycan out of control.
I mean, all they need is a Vlad's. That's about all they're missing here. And I think he will ascend into the Wolf God. Gonna all pop through the gate straight to bottom. Saberblade, I don't know if you know what's waiting for you, son, but you're not gonna like it.
Jump, jump. Harpoon, where you going?
Jesus, the golem's like, not me.
No,
not me,
no,
brother.
no.
He's just too big a target. He can't hide. That's about all you can do right now. Run for your lives. It is nighttime. The moon is out. Monet is hunting.
Run to the hills. Run for your lives. The wolf is coming. The wolf is out your door. Harpooned into Harpoon.
It's just brutal. I mean, at least Miracle finds something on the back end with a DD. Shapeshift is out right now. They might try and kite this fight out. He actually got
with
a
double
gem.
damage on Miracle. There's a chance here with the nullifier. They're going to try. XXS, a little bit of poke. Gets him down to half, but cannot commit.
Haste rune top. That was a big kill up. Pick up on Pichu, right? That's gem for Miracle. Going to pass it over to Fly. You get another rune. I mean, he's still finding the openings, buying time for Arteezy Juggernaut to get online. He has Butterfly. He's slowly climbing this ladder. It's just such a long road, man, especially when Monet is just making graves out of your team. The path to victory is paved with blood. Quite literally here for Shopify as they continue to struggle through this game. Down 10K, playing up against that Aegis on XXS, up for another 3 minutes here. You just got to push this towards the late game. Get the 6 slots on Miracle, get the 6 slots on Artor, and you might have a chance. If you get a good Omni Slash, you get some good Astral Step crits. Anything's possible.
Oh, nice little double bounty pickup. 180 gold for everybody on Aster. The Abyssal almost done. So much. Is there any swing here for Shopify? Because we've been watching fights just go the way of Aster, whether it's by a little or a lot. It's just been pretty much constant the last 10 minutes. Is there an item that you feel like will change the swing of this game a little bit?
Miracle's going to go Scotty here. I feel like it's just Miracle getting higher damage numbers, honestly. Every item he gets allows him to burst some of these supports, maybe kill the mag, who doesn't have too much physical resistance here. I mean, Sumail has been shut down in this game. He's trying to recover here, going like with this Blink Lincoln's build, not the straight Daedalus type damage build we saw last time. So I don't know if you have to worry about the Snapfire too much. At one point, he will become a problem. It's just more items on the Jug and the Void Spirit. That's all Shopify need. It's not any clear power point. Scotty is finished for him. He's very tanky. It's very hard. Goddamn what he wouldn't do to have an Empower or a Feral Impulse on his hero right now.
Yeah.
Just gobbling up the runes. If he gets the Daedalus, I think that is a big window. Daedalus plus level 25 on Void Spirit is absolutely insane. The crits start coming out. Can he burst Sumail here?
He's going to try. Misses out on the Remnant. That could be crucial. Still gets him, though. He had to use the second Astral Step, though, so he is exposed. He's going to be lassoed. They have the Sinister Gaze. They have the Chain Frost. Oh, they didn't chain it.
Didn't want to RP.
Didn't want to RP. Oh, no.
Crit just tanked it for his boy. Miracle says, thanks, man.
I mean, I think that, like, they were expecting Picho to use the Sinister Gaze, but he sees crit coming, so he's like, I got to stop this Shadow Demon instead. And that left, you know, all that was left was the RP to control Miracle. I mean, you've said a couple times that you feel like Juggernaut late game is an absolute monster.
He is.
But you haven't really met. You've been talking about Miracle's Void Spirit a lot as like a big part of the late game. Why aren't we talking about the Arteezy progression on Juggernaut?
I think just because the Omni Slashes are too unreliable this game.
Yeah.
Like, Jug is crazy late game hero when you can just go in and Omni Slash people with Nullifier, and it's all single target based, and it's very hard to stop. I mean, that's pretty much what Yatoro was doing here. He was spamming that hero and just destroying with it.
Yeah.
This game, it's not really an option, right? I don't even think Arturo is going to go Nullifier in this game. He kind of just has to help win the man fights, which is harder for Jug this time around because he's going into the triple universal lineup with Empower. insane right-click and armor differential, right? You're going to have an AC on some point on Monet. He's going to be reducing your armor, reducing your damage, tanking up his team. You have Frost Shield to fight through as well. I just think it's hard for Artur to have direct impact in terms of the damage unless he gets on the back line very fast, which you kind of need a Swift Blink for. He's not even close to that. That's why I'm just putting it back on Miracle here. Miracle's damage output is way more reliable here. He can just go in on the cores, be hard to lock down, and putting out the burst damage that they need off the Hawk Vision. Saberlight has a blink. He can go in and roar somebody with him. And Crit having the blink on Shadow Demon means he can blink and bail out Miracle if he ever gets caught. That's a big deal in the fight. If Miracle gets stunned, if he gets pulled, if he gets RP'd, you need a blink disruption here to reset his spell cooldowns and get him back in the fight. At that point, you have a decent chance. I mean, it's a 5k gold lead. Like, Shopify have been ratting this map out and getting a lot out of it, while Aster continue to wait for these Roshans to spawn.
They even get a tier 2 out of it.
This is a very, very even game. It's just about who lands their stuns. And maybe if this Omni Slash is graced by the Juggernaut gods or not.
Get a Tormentor. I'll go over to Crit, so he'll get the Purge.
There are also no nullifiers on Aster's side. So the more defensive items that Shopify supports pick up, the happier they're going to be in this game. I mean, even Ghost Scepter on Crit at least saves them from the initial chomp. You start wasting some time, that's all time for the 2 big damage cores to go to work.
I guess that's what happens when you go 3 Mantas.
One of the biggest deals, though, is I feel like if this Howl lands. If the Howl lands on Miracle and Artur before they go in,
yeah,
you lose all your damage. Like, I was just looking, it's like minus 150 or 200 on these heroes. Your burst is gone by half. And this Howl can land off a Wolf, it can land off anything. Absolutely is going to destroy their damage output in these engagements if it can land before that jump comes. But that's the big question, right? Where does the jump come from on Shopify? Do you find the Blink Roar with the follow-up? You might not have time to get the Howl off. You might not be in range.
Inside the base, Miracle goes for a quick kill on Boba Cup, and now he's going to be pulled back, skewered back in. He's stepped in silence as well. There's the disruption. There's the save from Crit. He also has the cleanse. He's going to need to use it. No, the RP is too much.
You can save from one, but not all of that.
Sumail, look at him, just using the kisses to try and find more. Will not be able to scout any other heroes. Almost scouted Crit. They actually did see him, but they won't be there in time.
This is all vying for that next Roshan. Spawning soon, you have to think about the vision. You have to think about the damage.
It's going to be a late
zone control. And buybacks, right? Which side of this map does Roche spawn on? And if you can abuse buybacks on the outpost, that might be enough to win you the fight. Both teams are kind of ult dependent. If you can wear the Wolf form out in the RP, you're a lot happier if you're Shopify. And similarly on Aster's side, you get through the Omni Slash, you get through the initial Void Spear jumps like we saw there. The 2 dashes for Miracle are maybe the most important thing in the fight. What happens in these 2 dashes? Does he get 1.5 kills? Does he get 2? Does he get nothing? Does he get caught on the backside? I feel like the fight is almost decided in his jump. The Howls continue. They're scouting the pit. Aster won a Dire side Roche here, and
they do, and it will be Dire side, but not for very long, which will be very interesting. It's actually one of my favorite changes in Dota is this whole thing when we get a standoff around Roshan and it's right around the daytime nighttime change.
Who goes where?
I love that chaos, yeah.
I mean, Artur and Crit trying to hold this hill. The Wolf's gonna scout him.
It's gonna get him. Can he get a stun? He got the lasso. A big kill, but he's pulled in an awkward position. He does manage to get off the Omni Slash. That's gonna be the Bat Rider dead, bouncing over XXS. He's gonna go for him next, but he had the cheese, so he quickly heals up, and yeah, Arteezy's surrounded by too many heroes.
I mean, at least you take somebody with you. Keep these timers on the board, but I think that's just gonna be a Roshan for Aster. I don't know if he's gonna be up in time, and
it's pretty close.
Turn into a quick pickoff. Just gets returned. It will be likely Roche done on this Radiant side, though.
I mean, it's going to come out at, what, 39-20. You've got like a 5 to 10 second window, actually a little bit more, to be able to kill Roshan before Arteezy could get there. But Shopify might be able to stall you out. But maybe Shopify just gives up on controlling that area because, you know, Roshan could be up literally right now.
That's the thing. If Aster see this spawn, they see it at the latest time. Do they want to commit to it on the Dire side, or do you just go Radiant side?
Yeah.
Take that fight. That's another big question with these Roshans. How fast can you do it? That'll be Daedalus finished for Miracle as it flies in almost level 25. He is hitting late game peak Void Spirit right now. The steps are crazy if he can land some crits. And Hex for Saberlight, another big factor here for Shopify. Again, can you find the jumps? Can you find the disables? You're only down 2k. That is how much Jug and Void Spirit have extracted from this map while Aster are trying to build up to end this game.
There it is. Got his level 25 finally.
This is a huge power spike. Probably the strongest one they're going to get until he has a refresher and can do it twice. And the scouting from Monet has been on point this game. The Wolf that secured that Jug kill, and the Wolves going in are proving very problematic.
Aster didn't see Roshan spawn the second it did. I'm not sure if they're just trying to position for the fight right now, but...
And now it's awkward. You have 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you have enough to kill it in the 20? I think you do. You have to go right now.
They burst really, really quickly, but the question is whether or not Shopify gets there while you're still in the pit. Roshan, it's definitely going to be Aster's. They're going to get it. The Hawk is going to be able to spot some of this Sinister Gaze and try and be able to stop it, but they get all the spoils. Question is, will they get it and get out, or is this fight going to be a terrible one? They have the disruption, but it gets blocked by the Link, and so he's good to go. Miracle, meanwhile, what about his jump to the back line? They've already killed the Lich. He's going for Samael next, and he's got some steps to be able to work with. Samael eats the cheese, but he finally gets put down by the Astral Step.
Monet!
Blow. They get a roar. That goes out. Monet, not the target of that one. They're trying to kill everybody else. Now Monet gets pulled back in. Still has that age to work with, but on a second life without a shapeshift, is this going to be good at all? Chain Frost starts bouncing around between the supports. Put together by this skewer from XXS. Beautiful play by him. Monet now without shapeshift, now with the RP. Put down onto the Beast Master, controlling up Arteezy as well. Arteezy can't get away from these harpoons. Harpoon after harpoon in a rampage. Going out to Miracle, but they lost the fight.
It's the Miracle show, quite literally. I mean, is he playing with 4 stand-ins at this point, or what is the situation? Is he's just cleaning up the backside, takes the man fight to Samael at the start of that fight, removes him. 3 buybacks here for Aster, and they all repeat them as Miracle just cleans up the targets he can. Sick Remnant pull on Monet to drag him back in at the end of this too. But, I mean, you were saying he needs that wolf form on the second life. He did not need it when XXS just sets everything up, man. These skewers.
So good.
They're so damn good. He had Refresher Shard from the pit, by the way, on that Dire Roshan that pays off. Gives him the reset with the second RP. That means Monet does not need to chase his food. The food is chained up waiting for him. And now he is approaching those later levels. You get to those Feral Impulse talents, you're going to be hitting even harder. It is Miracle versus the world. 18, 6, and 9. Jeez. As he tries to push towards a Refresher to be able to deal with this.
Got him with the Bloodthorn. The Shield Rune, it's holding. Miracle gets off the Dissimulate. And he actually goes back in. Whoa. I thought he was the farthest. I mean, he didn't go to one of the far circles. That was
he was thinking about it.
Intense little damage test there. He wants to go Refresher next so we can have a few more steps to throw around in these fights.
I mean, if you're not winning the fight with a single Rampage, then you need to. So you gotta refresh and do it twice, my friend. That's what it's gonna take here. That's what it's gonna take. We should still note what the buybacks were out of that engagement, though, right? Shopify used both their supports, but Aster, they used 3, both the supports and Sumail's. Who ended up, Sumail just can't man-fight Miracle in these engagements. He doesn't have the net worth. He doesn't have the right click.
Sumail's impact has been completely dwarfed in this game, too, compared to game 1.
Miracle's just shut him down in all the fights. It's not even about the lane, right? It's about him just focusing him in the engagement. He just jumps on him, and then Snapfire actually just kind of sucks when you're close up in her face, right? She wants to create the small distancing where the kisses, the cookie, all this stuff can go to work. Miracle just tanks the Shredder and nothing else matters. They're going to run it to Monet.
Going to break onto Monet. Instant shapeshift usage. Going to go for the kill on a fly. Primal Roar, though, controlled up. Samael gonna lead some. Oh, what a hit from XXS. An RP onto 2, but he can't get the skewer back. Monet's not sure where to go for. The other slash bounced in, and he actually sticks on XXS, and it gets up to the supports, too. Uh-oh. Shopify have just gotten themselves a dream engagement. If they finish off Monet, it is all but done and dusted. They got him with the step, and that's him. Dead. 2 heroes. 2 heroes. That's all on the side of Aster that have buyback with no shapeshift, with no RP. I have no idea how could they possibly hold against Shopify.
The Omni Slash of Dreams, it just gets skewered in and destroys them all. Artur finally connecting. He farmed 40 minutes for that one ult, and it might have just won them the game. Double damage on Miracle as well, with the Refresher Orb coming in right before the fight. He gets 4 jaunts off with a DD rune, shreds the entire lineup of Aster here, and will push Throne, and I think they're going to get it. And so Wolf, it was at their door, but the door got shut on their face.
GG, that's it, Aster. Couldn't do it. The Miracle, Void Spirit, and an Arteezy Omni Slash in the end. It took one fight. I mean, they were trading back and forth so many times, but this was the fight. This was the one that was crazy dominant.
That's a crazy game to win, honestly. The fact that they brought that back from such a large net worth deficit, the fact that Sumail can just never recover to have impact in these fights, the targeting by Miracle is just absolutely superb, man. Just a ridiculous performance. I mean, how the hell are you getting a rampage while your entire team is dead? That is the power of Void Spirit in this patch. That is why it is a first phase hero, a first pick hero, dare I say it, and he's showing why. In the ultra late game with 5 or 6 slots, I don't know if there's anything scarier because you have to lock him down and you can't. And meanwhile, he is out man fighting anybody. 20 and 6 for Miracle, 20 and 4 for Monet. That Lycan did do some serious damage, but it could not close out that game.
That was a beautiful series, a beautiful matchup. It makes you wish for a Game 3, but you're going to have to tune in next time for Dream League to be able to watch a Game 3 between Aster and Shopify. It's going to close out here 1-1.
Oh, I would have loved the third game. This is great. But indeed, the best of 3s don't start until the next group stage, and I think a little bit more hoping that both of these teams need to get a chance for a rematch, because this was fantastic. We will get to the rampage and to the bat chesting. I first want to start talking about something that we ended the draft with, because of course we saw for the first time in, I want to say, for a very, 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 very long time, Lycan safe lane. It almost worked, Kezu. I know you liked it. You kind of tentatively liked it.
I mean, it looked good, right? Anyone disagree?
No, it looked incredible.
It actually looked really strong. I had not seen it yet. Together with Mag, I think Monet had a pretty good showing. They had also good control of the game until a certain time. I would say at some point, I think at some point Shopify, they just kind of out-team fought them. Like, as we can see here in the highlight, Miracle is just kind of doing his own thing, getting a casual ultra kill. Oops, never mind, it's a rampage while his team is dying. And the longer this game went, I think Arteezy and Miracle just had an easier time to play these fights. Aster kind of, they let go a little bit of how they played their earlier team fights.
And I think the Lycan definitely impressed me. That was a really, really good showing by Monet. He had 20 kills, 4 deaths by the end of the game. It just was not enough to take on a Void Spirit and a Juggernaut in the ultra late game, as we've seen. But I mean, I have to say, Miracle, that was... Miracle! That was so bat chest. No, that was honestly so good. That game was entirely on his shoulders. He had to do everything that he could to hold that game until the very end. He was going in, doing these like 1v3 situations, making space so that at some point Shopify took a Roche while 4 heroes were trying to kill the Void Spirit bottom. He's going in and out even with people dead. Like, he had to play that game near perfectly, and he did. And because of this, he bought the Juggernaut so much time to reach that point where he was strong enough to take on Lycan and to take on the rest of Aster's team.
Yep, game 1 was the Sumail show. Game 2 is the Miracle show. So I think everybody's pretty happy with how this one went. This is maybe not what we expected, but how we wanted it to go as fans. But yeah, Miracle, he played really well. I actually feel like the matchup this game, like traditionally, you would think that it's harder, like Snapfire versus a melee hero, but Void Spirit, this is just an S tier hero right now. And
S++.
S++. Maybe not S++.
Oh, S++.
But he's S. I'll go S+.
Okay.
Invoker is more like a C tier hero.
Lower.
So it's, you know, hard to judge from the first game. It's like, is this the hero? Is it just the mid difference? Is Sumail really that much better than Miracle? Like, they both still got it, man. Like, game 2 was back and forth. They're both playing a universal hero mid, getting these like ridiculous stats. And so Miracle actually had a game to play this game. There's a few things though, like we were talking behind the stage. The itemization, just nullifiers on both teams, Lincoln Spheres, Harpoons, Manta Styles on the Universal Heroes.
And suddenly you have hit for 560
for 500
on
damage,
Void Spirit.
Yeah. It's about just who crits the enemy support first and almost one-shots them. Dota's weird right now.
It is.
It is. It is entertaining, though. I think this was probably, in terms of series, one of the more entertaining series we've had.
That's a goodie.
I like this one. Brings a smile to my face. Just I don't know, just something about seeing Monet's Lycan just running around killing people, and then obviously about seeing Miracle get a rampage. I mean, that's just, and everybody tipping Miracle, of course, after that as well, after the game. That's I mean, that's just good. We watched some nice Dota here. It does again turn out to be a tie, which, you know, it's great that both of them get a point, but in the long scheme of things, maybe not so great, because we also know that only 4 teams out of the 8 move on, and at the moment both of them are in the middle of the pack, so they're staying in the middle of the pack. Which, guess it would be a shame if you know, if we don't get this rematch.
Yeah, it would be, because you can see that both of these teams know exactly what they want to do, whether they're ahead or behind in a game. Like even in game 1, Shopify, they're like, okay, we're gonna get this rape here and we can try to get back in the game. And in this game as well, it's like, okay, now we need to do this. But so it's like they always know exactly what they're playing for, and that shows you when a team is really good, when they understand that now we need to wait, now we can do this, and they know exactly like their win condition and they're playing for it. And both these teams, they did that.
Yep, and we have not talked yet about the offlane, but we're gonna do that together with the offlaner himself. It is Saberlight that will join us. Hey Saberlight, how you doing?
What's up? What's up? I'm doing very good. I got carried by Miracle, so that was the most betchiest moment of my entire life.
Oh, you and me both. That was some great performance from you as well, of course. But it was fun to watch, especially the rampage come out. I also noticed that you know, a couple of other people that are in Europe did go over to Utrecht for bootcamp with your team. Why aren't you one of them?
Because yeah, I'm already in Europe, so I can play without pink, which is nice.
Yeah, but so is
I will be joining them. Yeah, Crit. I don't know. He wanted to like be a tryhard and go there, and now I look bad because I didn't go. So that's a bit sad. But I'll go there after the group stage 1 ends. So hopefully we don't get knocked out before the group stage 2, because then it's just gonna be, you know, like kind of bad. We're just gonna be all depressed there together.
Yeah, but
so
then you're in Utrecht.
We need to make sure we don't lose.
And it's sunny times. You know, you got a good boot camp. I mean, it could be worse things. You know, I'm also a little biased as a fellow Dutch person, of course. But you know, it's been looking pretty good. I mean, stable, I want to say, because you guys have been having relatively stable results here. Couple of ties, couple 0-2s, couple 2-0s. How have you been feeling like the group stage's going for you as a team?
I mean, not the best. It's going okay. I mean, we're not doing terribly, but I think mainly the first day we kind of underperformed. I think we went like 1-3 on the first day, and now it's kind of haunting us for the rest of the tournament, because now we actually need to 12 someone, or at least 1 or 2 people to like make it through. And yeah, I think I kind of didn't play that good on the first day. I'm working on it, you know, improving as we go. But yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done. But surely we will throw OT and 9 Panda, so there's no worries.
No worries. You're gonna take them easy?
Yeah.
Easy 2-0s for you?
Damn straight. Ramses, you're going down.
All right, I'm here with Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins. They'd like to ask you some questions too.
Hello, Saber Chad. I have a question about your little axe performance. Do you think was that a gameplay issue, or would you go back and pick a different hero?
Well, I got a bit destroyed by the Veno. I got my blink cancelled like 3 times in that game, just because there's like a random ward sitting. So I think it was like a skill issue for sure, because I could have gotten those jumps if I was a little bit better. I think it was a good axe game. It's just hard, you know, because they still have like 1 hero to counter pick me. So I think whatever I pick, we had 1 more hero in mind. I can't leak it because it's a really special hero. But we're discussing 1 more hero, and I really wanted that hero, but my team told me that it's too crazy. Maybe there will be a day where I get to play that hero.
Okay, so maybe that hero will still come out.
Yeah, okay. I hope so. It's a very cool hero.
Okay, very cool. And then next question: how about this Medusa hero? It's I personally feel it's a little overrated. I think that teams can play around it, like you can try to kite her, play long team fights, but you guys seem to play her quite a lot. So can you tell me more about what do you think the strength of the hero is, or like why does it sometimes work and other times it looks like absolute garbage?
I mean, the hero has been strong since Lima.
Yep.
Which was, I don't know, just like for a long time, and I think it's still a pretty good hero. I mean, we like to play around like stable heroes in our draft on this team, so you know it's like kind of stable hero. We can flex it to offlane because my Medusa is Insano style. As many of you know, I'm a top 6 major carry player, so my carry is really good. So I can pull out the Medusa if needed.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, you can snake people. It's a nice hero.
That's a pretty easy hero. I have one last question. If I want to pick up more girls, do you have any clothing advice for me?
Well, I mean, I already gave the advice last time, so it's still the same advice. Honestly, my wrist game has gone downhill since.
What happened? What happened?
Since the last time we talked. Yeah, because now you know I'm already tied up. I have a girlfriend at home, so don't need to raise up girls that you already raised up. So yeah, my game has decreased for sure a lot. So as you can tell, I'm sure you can tell that this is not a face of a man who's raising up hot baddies on a daily basis. I already got my baddie.
All right, appreciate it. Well played, Saberlight. I'm done with my questions.
What's up, Saber Chat? Yeah, I have a question. So you are a famous Enigma player. How do you feel about Enigma this patch? What's going on? Do you miss him?
I do. I saw 33 was playing Enigma, which kind of envied him. I'm sure there will be like an angle where I can pull out a quick Enigma, you know, for a quick 2-0. So hopefully, but they just nerfed the Islands so much. It's so annoying. Like you can't deny range creeps anymore. The Islands are little pieces of shit that just die to fucking one spell. It's sad to play Enigma level 1 until like level 5.
Yeah, poor Enigma. So we've been talking a lot about burnout, and I was wondering if you ever experienced that personally. Obviously, you've been playing a lot. There's still a lot more tournaments to play. Like, how do you de-stress in between?
I suffer from it too, for sure. I think on this team we tried to tackle it a bit more this season by like taking breaks. For example, like during DPC, we like take it a bit easier. Then after DPC ended, I, for example, went to Sweden. I think some other people went to like chill as well. So we do take our breaks. But then the double-edged sword is to like come ready. Because for example, in my case, I didn't come like super ready for like day 1. So there's like a payoff where you need to take a breaks, and it's very important. But at the same time, there's just like so much Dota that if you stop playing Dota, then everybody else is, and then you know you come into a tournament and the fucking nerds they play 20 pubs, you know, while you played 5.
That's very true. Okay, and last question. So your former team TSM, they didn't qualify to the Bali Major. I was wondering if you think there's been a shift in the NA hierarchy now, or if, you know, it was just a one-off for Nouns to be better than them.
Nah, they just choked. You know, they lost to us, and I think they got so sad about that they just didn't recover. So then, you know, even Nouns beat them. But yeah, it's very sad. I was hoping to see them in Bali, but you know, at least they have this tournament. Then hopefully Riyadh, I'm sure there will be a lot of tournaments for them.
So you don't think that Nouns is the new number 2 NA team?
I mean, I respect Nouns. They're a good team, but I'm not there. I don't think they're nearly as good as TSM.
Hey, Big S, good to see you. Good job getting 2-0 or 1-on-1 or whatever. I'm going to hijack this interview for some coaching real quick. When should I go Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster?
That's a good question. Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I look at all of these Beastmasters and everybody's building X, and I rarely go X. So I think it's good if you want to fight against like illusions, then it's good. Or maybe if you're playing mid, then it's also good. And then I would say also if you're like, if you can't really buy the like Helm of Dom too, like let's say there's some Night Stalker, you know, very very regular hero in this patch that's gonna eat your creep, then it's kind of sad to go the Helm. So you need to go different build.
Okay, and second question, also a bit of coaching situation here. What's your least favorite position 5 to play against as an offlaner currently? And why is it techies?
Least favorite position 5? I don't like Miposhka.
Oh.
Good choice.
Okay. All right, good answer. Yeah, I'll definitely use that one in my pubs tonight. That's all I got. Thanks, Saberlight.
Draft him. If you can like draft, then make sure he's on your team, not on the enemy one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's good advice. Are you ever the drafter? Because you need to be the highest MMR to be that, right?
No.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. All right, Saberlight, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We know you have another series later today, so good luck against 9 Pandas, and of course tomorrow against OG as well. Love to talk to you again some other time.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Keep it real. See ya.
See you.
I can't wait to play Miposhka tonight. It's gonna be good.
That's cool.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice. So we learned a lot in that interview, and I do like learning. I like learning about the group stage standings, for example. You know, see how Group B is doing. As we heard that. I mean, he's saying it like he's not doing too well, and you know, on paper, yes, he's in the bottom half, but at the same time, look at how close everybody is in Group B. It's only really Entity that is in the real danger zone. I feel like Kezu, anything can still happen here.
To the rest, yeah. To Entity, okay, their best score potentially can be 6 and 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough.
That's a rough.
I mean, Entity have not looked that good, so I'm not too surprised personally.
No.
That's kind of sad for them, though, isn't it?
It is.
It felt like they had this period during Lima where they just looked really good.
Yeah.
And I think Watson is an S tier
He's
carry.
incredible.
He is so talented. And every game, even when they're losing, he has like 0 to 1 deaths. He always has as much farm as he can in any situation.
I can tell you what the problem is.
Tell me.
They pick Pudge.
A lot?
A lot.
Oh.
They are baited by, it's like, okay, we need a slow, we need some infinite scaling, we need some repositioning. Pudge is the best hero in this slot. Katomi, stop asking for Pudge. It's not good.
Ask for Universal Heroes.
If Pudge was Universal.
Get back to it.
Imagine Flush Heap gave you +1 all stat.
Suddenly it's broken.
Slightly OP together with the other Universal
Oh, come on. I don't want to hear shit about OP.
No,
with Wind Ranger in the pool. Come on.
I do want to hear more about Universal Heroes. I want to learn more. We learn about Group B, group stage standings. And we want to learn more about Universal Heroes. And DSL got us covered.
In Dota 2, there are 3 attributes: agility, strength, and intelligence. Each stat grants the following benefits. Depending on their primary attribute, heroes also gain +1 base attack damage per point. As of 7.33, a quarter of the heroes in Dota are now universal heroes, meaning that they have no primary attribute. As a result of this, they gain 0.7 base attack damage per point in any attribute. There are some pretty insane benefits from this difference. For example, Wind Ranger, previously an intelligence hero, used to gain only 10 attack damage from Diffusal Blade. Now, because she's universal, she gains 17.5 damage from this item, making it a cost-effective item choice for damage. This item alone being viable for Wind Ranger automatically made her a counter to every hero in the game that doesn't like having their mana burned. Some of the best items for Universal Heroes are +all stat items. Iron Branch, for example, grants 2.1 damage for 50 gold. Mantle of Intelligence, on the other hand, grants 3 damage for an int hero for 140 gold. That's 1 damage per 47 gold. That's right, Iron Branch is twice as cost-effective in terms of damage. A common inventory for Universal Heroes to start with is 1 Tango, 2 Circlets, and 3 Branches, because this grants an insane 15 damage and 154 HP at level 1. In other words, if you are playing a Universal Hero, you pretty much can't lose the laning phase, so long as you buy +all stat items. Speaking of winning lanes, Wyvern, for example, is a hero that really struggles in the armor department. So much so that people were going Wraithband prior to her being changed to a Universal hero. Previously, these would grant her 2 attack damage, but now they grant her 6.3. Bracers are also a popular choice for Universal heroes that previously could get harassed out of lanes, such as Wind Ranger. The most popular, and honestly most overpowered Universal hero items are Gleipnir and Harpoon, mostly because they are both very strong in the late game, and they build from the most stat-efficient items, making heroes deal insane damage while being nearly unkillable.
we for sure learned a lot. We learned so much. Thank you so much, Jenkins.
I slobbered.
It happened. It's such a great video.
Such a great video. And you know what people at home learned? They now should know. They should know how much damage universal heroes gain per point of intelligence. Don't tell them the answer. I know you guys know it too.
I don't remember.
But if you know the answer, then you should go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips. And if you fill in the correct answer, you have a chance to win a €200 Steam voucher. So did DHL Pro Tips man Jenkins explain it properly? Did you remember the answer? Then make sure you put in your answer and have a chance to win that. I actually, you know what? I thought you were going to walk away when you heard your own voice in the video. I really did.
No, I stayed here this
And
time.
I would like to confirm with my counsel that this was a very, very top-tier co-host performance from Jenkins because, Effie, let's be real.
Absolutely.
You thought he might walk off.
I did, and he didn't walk off, so I think he should be bumped up a medal.
I think so too. Kazu, do you concur?
No, I agree. I like it. Not only did he stay, he also told me to pay attention, meaning he enjoyed it. He wanted me to look at the video.
No, I was being ironic. I was being ironic.
You were not. I heard it anyways.
I think you were proud of the video because you didn't walk away. It was actually a good video.
Do you want to rank down? Want to say Herald?
You're tied with BSJ right now. Think about it.
It's a good time to be Herald, I will say. They just live life. Seriously,
life's easier as a Herald.
There's just so many less heralds after the
Glico system.
Yeah,
I know. It's made my life a living hell.
And after BSJ teaching them how to get out of Herald.
Jenkins, I really thought we were going to have to rank you down at some point.
Educational Smurf, by the way.
Because I was going to rank you down if you walked off.
Yeah, you were?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had both ready. I had Herald ready.
I was just so depressed
but it will be
I couldn't
Crusader.
move. You know, nobody likes hearing themselves. That's the issue.
That's true.
I'm trying to love myself more.
You're doing great.
That's good.
You should. I love you.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I love you too.
Go. I'm not allowed to block the laptop, so I have to
the sponsor.
angle it slightly like that. That's cool. Congratulations. on
Welcome to this
reaching
segment sponsored by... What's the brand?
Guardian.
What?
Oh, the laptop?
Yeah.
Predator.
Of course.
I love Predator.
Of course.
Oh, there you go. It's
Helios.
Helios.
Predator. That's why BSJ's on the right there. Sponsored by Predator.
You know,
I have a
BSJ is
Predator
actually there because he's going
computer.
to take your seat.
It's
Very good. Yeah.
It's nice and warm. It'll be very cold soon. Like a mortician's slab that the body goes on.
I don't know the first word you use, so you're safe.
You don't know mortician?
No. You want to tell
There's
me?
one standing right over there. Purge.
Mortician
everybody.
is the person that takes care of bodies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
In the morgue.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Did you know
that
maybe we shouldn't talk about
Go ahead. Just
Sorry.
say it. Just say it.
that morticians, like people prefer to hire for their morgues female morticians.
What?
Yes.
It's not like the dead bodies care. I can understand if you're getting a massage from...
Yeah, why do dead people care?
It's more so who they trust more around the dead body.
I don't want to further.
Never mind.
I wouldn't trust
Good
BSJ
job,
right now.
Jenkins.
Question has hereby ended. Thank you very much for your contribution. It has been fantastic. It's been lovely. We need to continue on with more Dota 2 though, and we'll have some more teams. For example, Team Spirit and Tundra. That's a series that's going to come your way with a fresh panel after a break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go I've been waiting for tonight, 'cause I want to take you out to the bright city lights. We're gonna go downtown where the DJ will play that sound. And when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 as I'm your co-host BSJ, and we have Mira, and it is not enough between the two of us. We need somebody to lead us. We need some leadership, and that is going to be our lovely Tsunami.
You are retreating from
me.
Well, because I thought it wasn't coming, so.
I would never dare. I don't leave someone hanging like that.
Yeah,
Bam! Brian, Mira, welcome to another day, day 3. Although you should be welcoming us, Mira. You've been here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to day 3 of Dream League. I'm so excited to watch some good Dota. I've got my analysts here, Tsunami and BSJ.
I love not having to do my job.
Yep, and I've got Shark right here, our 4th analyst.
That's all we need.
Because we're 4 analysts. And no
Blow
host.
high.
And, but our Shark needs to go. It's gotta go.
Why?
Continue.
Because we need somebody else here. Somebody all of you love and know and maybe have watched his YouTube dating guides.
Jenkins?
Jenkins!
That's not Jenkins.
You're looking very cute today, Purge.
Thanks.
Hello,
SVG told me I had to wear it, so I can't take it off.
You had
to be here for a long time, unless somebody else wants it.
He was wearing it. What, did anyone ever
Your grip
get
is
to
too
see
firm.
it?
Did anyone ever what?
Get to see him wearing it? Because he's on the cast.
That's a really good point, actually. Am I just the first?
You may be debuting it.
I saw him.
If you guys don't know, I look, a lot of people wear these like hair things during midsummer here. I see them on dating profiles. It's like every girl has like at least one. Like, oh, here's me looking cute at midsummer. So I thought I would wear it.
You're getting in the spirit.
That makes more sense. Is that in the next video?
It could be, I guess.
In case people, world travelers on their Tinder.
It's to fit in here. Yes.
There you go.
Put the flowers in a circle around your head.
There is like regional pictures that you'll regularly see. Like for Indian profiles, you'll see Holi, which is the color festival where you throw the colored powder at everyone. It's very photogenic, and so you got to take a picture. It's when you're looking your best.
It's and like no matter what city you live in, if there's like a popular thing to do, or where I live in Madison, it's like everyone just does like paddleboarding, and there's like place in front of the Capitol. They'll take a picture. You go to like Devil's Lake. It's like this like you do this hike up a hill and you look down. It's like everyone has like one of the same photos, so you gotta like break it up a little bit. Otherwise, you just seem like a normie. Unless you're looking for normies.
That's the dating advice.
Then now you
right
know how to
there.
fit in. That's like that takes up like half your photos. You're
Don't
like
give us
half
too
done.
much info.
Save
like,
it for
I
the
don't-
video.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So what would you
Just
replace?
just a taste. I don't know. Like do a different location in that location. Just don't take the same freaking pictures as everybody else. You know. Be like, look, I go outside, but I won't. I'm not too lame to take the same pictures as everybody else. That's what you gotta do.
Adventurous, but also
Gotta mix it up.
keeps the variety. How about some variety of regions? How about Western Europe versus Eastern Europe?
So different.
There's vast differences between these two. Now, last time when I brought up this matchup, the Tundra versus Spirit, I was not entirely sure how many times that these teams had faced off against each other. It turns out that they faced off against each other extremely frequently. They played in Berlin. They played in Dream League Season 19. They played in Lima. They played at TI. They played at Arlington. They played at Stockholm. So they have a lot of history, and it's actually quite even between the two. I can't say that one outright has an advantage. Recently, Tundra has been winning, but this is a Tundra with a handful of stand-ins, which apparently has no real impact on them. Mira, they are still doing extremely well. They did well last time with Aramis. They're doing well again.
This is just a stand-in team. They can they thrive in these situations. No, they're kind of in the middle of the pack right now on day 3, 5-5. So are Spirit, but it seems like Malloryne, not a downgrade whatsoever from 9. They have similar hero pools in this patch. Excellent player, as you would expect, of former creep wave players, and Immersion also incredibly high skilled. I believe these are like top 20 leaderboard players on Europe currently. So these are the best stand-ins they could have hoped to have in the last minute.
You know what else I think really helps them is that they are pretty solidified in what they draft almost every game. Like I think Skeeter's only played like I checked this morning before they started playing matches, so I could be wrong. But like he's played like 9 games on 3 different heroes. And he's had like 1 Sven game he lost. So it's like every game he's playing the same type of hero, the same hero. And so I feel like if you have a stand-in, jump in to your team and you're like, okay, let's restrict your hero pool a little bit, or that's the one guy that is allowed to be flexible, it's easier for the rest of the team to work around it and for things to feel more comfortable faster. So maybe they're also doing things that make the stand-in situation even better for the squad.
That is what Skitter alluded to. I think our very first day 1 interview was with Skitter, and he said that they try to do as much as possible to make their stand-ins feel comfortable, as opposed to forcing them to mold and be like, well, Soxa wouldn't do. Soxa's out here playing Force Flark. Why aren't you doing that Aramis or Immersion? Which today, much like the end of yesterday, it will actually be Immersion standing in for Snaking. Or sorry, for Soxa. Snaking is back, and 9 will most likely be stood in by Malrine for the entirety of the tournament, but we'll see. And now, it's time for game number 1, Brian.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, I look at their drafts, and I think a lot of teams, they seem to be prioritizing their stand-ins in like the earlier stages of the draft, but I think Malrine's like a 10th pick pubber. Like, whenever I play against that guy, I'm always afraid of his 10th picks because he has a pretty vast hero pool and he always picks the right hero. So the fact that they've been first rounding him, or like maybe third picking him his hero, I see a lot of Pango on their history. I think they might be underutilizing him, to be honest.
But isn't that just like a difference of like pubs versus pros though? Then like pubs, you get your bans at the very start of the draft, so it's not like you get to update, you know? So like there's always the like, there's gonna be some heroes that he can like surprise pick. And because I feel like the last season, Shopify Rebellion did the same thing when Mikey played. It was like they were just picking his heroes first phase for the first half of the tournament because they had to. Because they're like, well, it's gonna get banned second phase otherwise.
But his issue was a limitation in hero pool, and Brian...
I don't think Malrine has that same problem.
Okay.
So I think it's more so just because from the drafts that I'm looking at, they have first phase some Pangos, but that's more so when they have like overall 8th and they don't want Pango to get banned out and they want to play against the enemy mid, right? Or if Timbersaw's in the pool, they'll snag that. But I see here some last pick Primal Beasts. I mean, it feels like they're a little bit flexible in where they're going to place him, but if there's a high priority hero they want from Malrine, they'll pick it up in the first phase.
Now, this is a high priority hero by only Team Spirit here, the Jug. We did see it in the last series for Arteezy, but Yatoro, the one that pioneered this new build, I mean, it's more of like a retro build that was forgotten for a while, the Battle Fury Manta, but more about the fact that you take all the Blade Dance talents that give you lifesteal in the late game, and Jenkins was just... He was so upset in the back room talking about how this hero's timing is 5 items. And we saw that last game to a T, so we might be seeing something similar here.
Just gotta hit the 50-minute mark, then you're golden.
Dude, even last DreamLeague, Team Spirit were the only team overall first phasing their carry consistently. Like, it is just something they are not afraid to do, but I feel... So this is the first phase Juggernaut from Spirit we've seen. They did play it one time before, but it came out in the second phase. But I feel like seeing this Doom, it makes them comfortable enough to just bring it out in the first phase. They have an idea that they want to play around. They're most likely going to pair it with a heavy kill threat type of position 5. I don't think the Shadow Demon fits that bill quite yet, so that's most likely Mira's hero, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a Venomancer or even a Crystal Maiden or a Lich.
Yeah, those are the 3 premiums. Maybe a Silencer, just against a Spirit hero, but yeah, I think Jug, a lot of his bad matchups like Ursa, Troll come to mind, are not very popular right now. And so maybe their idea behind this early stage Jug is, first off, it is good against Doom, because if you get the spin off, it's difficult to chase you even if he gets the Doom off. Or if you Doom somebody else, they are usually forced to leave the fight entirely, but the Healing Ward to back them up and let them reset entirely, but the Healing Ward to back them up and let them reset is really nice. So I am fascinated to see how they plan to protect it. Maybe Faceless Void, out of all the meta carries that we're seeing, Morphling, those might be some of the heroes they're leaning towards.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The save potential is pretty strong on the side of Spirit right now with the Disruption and the Healing Ward. If they can consistently disengage, that would be nice. I wouldn't be surprised to even see something like a Collapsed Centaur come out at some point.
10 seconds remaining.
How many saves do you need to you feel comfortable? Because that would make it impossible for Doom to Doom, right? But in Shadow Demon Centaur is a classic lane, so I guess there's some synergy there too.
I'd like to see Spirit just pick up their Lich or something on this next phase for them before... I mean, they aren't taking out on Tundra, they've taken out the Pango and the Magnus. Magnus would have been a great combo with the Juggernaut, and Pango is just a Laurel specialty hero.
The last hero that Skeeter has been playing that hasn't been picked or banned, I think he's got Terrorblade left and Bloodseeker are the other 2 heroes he's been playing a lot. So we'll see if those squeak through. I mean, he could... I don't know if he'd play Void Spirit. He's more of like a conventional carry player, but... But Void Spirit's probably the highest win rate hero that is being picked a lot. Techies is up there too, obviously, but a little surprised to see it make it through over your Bat Riders, because Bat Riders have been picked a lot, but the win rate's not great. It's like 40-ish%. Yeah,
Void Spirit, I'm glad you mentioned it. Yesterday he was like the 10th most picked hero, and now he's second with 31 picks and a 70% win rate.
Yeah.
So...
It's really good.
Yeah, Universal heroes. That right?
Universal heroes, but also just it just gives you everything you need if you're a Void Spirit, right? Not only does it fit the bill of do we have that overpowered universal guy, but you've got the initiator guy, you've got the guy who has high mobility, can disengage, can cut waves, can rotate to side lanes, can farm for the late game. But right now, he does it all.
Yeah, you're an elusive hero that now has like 3,000, 4,000 HP with 3 or 4 items, which Synderen was in the back just talking about how he's like, that was always why you could kill him. He was supposed to be killable. I was trying to do my best impression.
That was good.
I feel like all you can do against him is just try to survive until he's out of astral steps, and then hopefully kill him afterwards is the goal.
And hopefully he doesn't harpoon. Like, you have to disengage from him twice, because then he harpoons you back.
Yeah, and hopefully he's not level 15 yet, so you can't like dissimulate like 2,000 units.
Yes,
and
exactly.
There's some issues for sure.
Second phase bans finish up. Slark taken out, Faceless Void taken out, and the Lich does indeed end up getting selected.
I mean, it's the best option that you have. You want a high kill threat hero with the Juggernaut, but also a hero that can protect against the Void Spirit. And the Frost Shield does a lot by way of defensive abilities up until the Void Spirit gets a Nullifier, which does come out, but it comes out later in the game where hopefully you've built up a decent lead or you have another item to protect yourself with, right?
Yeah.
A Glimmer, a Force Staff, whatever.
It just feels like Lich solves a lot of problems generically. Like, Sinister Gaze is great right now. His nuke is powerful, low cooldown. Chain Frost, great team fights. Like, he just does everything, it feels like. Doesn't have too many weaknesses.
He's not universal.
Until he gets nullified, then he just sits there and dies. That is a weakness.
That's true.
Okay, so the Mirana comes out. I do like Mirana for aggressive type lanes. She just has so much right-click damage on lane. She rotates really well to the mid lane, helps with the power rune security. But, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the best pick they can do here. They don't necessarily have the best setup for her arrow up until Doom gets that War Stomp.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to do Void Spirit setups. Game Gladiators did something similar, like just your like Void, your Astral Step plus Remnant into Arrow kind of thing. It's not easy, but you know these top teams can definitely do it.
I would like to see a Manta buying universal hero in the offlane against what I'm currently seeing for Tundra. Like if Collapse has any options that he likes, like the Lycan, I'd be totally down for something like that. Because right now, you either need the Aura builder that frontlines, but the problem is you get doomed, or you need somebody who can go in first. Because Jug doesn't really want to do that. I talked about his ability to help others go in and get doomed, but he doesn't want to get doomed himself before he casts all of his abilities. So I'm kind of wondering who leads the charge right now.
To go back a moment on the Mirana, I think the other reason they picked it is because like Jug is just not going to kill her the first couple levels. All you need to do is leap out of spin range, and that negates that kill potential. So I think the Team Spirit's dual lane and the safe lane will still do fine, but they're not going to get free kills on Mirana at all.
It's going to be much of a trading farm, which is what Doom likes.
Yep.
So I do like this Wind Ranger. You just pick your universal mid laner before it can get banned out, right? I mean, this could potentially also be your offlane, but I really would hate to see that here. But this Wind Ranger, outside of having a really good lane versus the Void Spirit, she can kind of try to tunnel vision this Silencer, right? Like if they're looking to take these fights, she can go first on him and try to take him out before the Global Silence covers the Doom initiation, before they can lose their defensive capabilities. Because we are talking about the potential Shadow Demon save versus the Doom target or the healing ward. But if you can global right after the Doom, then you can pretty much ensure that you're killing the target that you go on. But if Wind Ranger can focus her attention on killing the Silencer at the start of every fight, that would be really good for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Which leaves offlaners on the table for Team Spirit. Axe is taken out.
Seen a lot of Axe today.
Yeah, it's rising in popularity for sure.
I only like Axe when Team Spirit plays it.
It's not winning. Yeah.
I just haven't been impressed by other teams when they play Axe, but when Spirit plays it, they make it work. So that's a really good ban by Tundra.
And Tundra looking for their safe lane hero. Troll Warlord taken out.
You can use all items while ultied now on Troll, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a really nice quality of life buff, but the hero, the timings just feel really strange right now. Like, I don't know when you try to get stuff done, but he is a 1-to-1 very good counter against Jug, and that's something to consider also, that maybe you buy the Ags on a hero like Troll, because it gives you the Dispel against the Wind Run, the Lich Armor. That's probably what they're considering coming out from the carry.
Yeah, it'd be pretty sick. Defensively, remove Disseminate, you know, the most powerful ability in the game that nobody knows about.
I was going to say, I don't even know exactly what it does.
It amplifies the damage that the person that it's on takes in an AoE around them.
It's
Did that help?
So doing damage to the other people damages them?
No. So if you put on a tanky hero and do 1,000 damage, like...
Yeah, so I Okay, so what he was saying is that if you damage the main guy for 1,000 damage, the people around him will take 300. And the main guy takes the extra 300, so it amps the single target and turns it into AoE as well.
It's basically like the old spell, like Soul Catcher. It'll amplify damage on the target you place it on, but now it has flexibility where you can put it on an ally as well and have them reflect the damage out. Because you can still use it like the old Soul Catcher where you press it on an enemy and they take amplified damage. It's not as complicated as the spell description leads it to be.
Yeah, you can use it on allies as well. And so we're getting into the last pick. They banned the Naga. Thinking about carries, you probably want innate mobility or illusions, but the illusion heroes are not as enticing against Shadow Demon because he can obviously turn them against you. But innate mobility just really streams to me because, like, Morphling. I don't know if Skeeter plays Morphling, though.
And it's a rough situation because whichever carry they pick here, Team Spirit have overall last on Collapse's hero.
I guess Dusa would probably be ruled out with too many diffusal builders on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, Jug's one of the few heroes that can actually focus Dusa without regretting it because you're invulnerable while you're hitting her, so you don't actually get stone gazed.
What about Faceless? Oh, he's banned.
Yeah, they banned it second round.
Bloodseeker is still available.
I wouldn't love Bloodseeker. I do think Jug similarly counters him, not only because you can't really rupture Jug, he can like spin, stand still, and Omni, but the thing is, I don't think there was much better options. So Bloodseeker being one of the few heroes in the pool. He does get purged and owned, though, by Shadow Demon. Like, I think this might be a problem for him in the mid-game because he runs around in BKB, right?
They could just be trying to pick a hero, because we talked about Spirit having overall last pick. Bloodseeker is a hero that can stand his ground against essentially anybody, so they probably prioritized winning that lane or having a good lane over countering the Juggernaut one-to-one, right? So I can understand that. The other hero they were probably looking at is Sven, and Sven does even worse against getting purged by Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they wanted to prioritize him having a good lane or like his hero feeling survivable against the supports. That was kind of the idea that I had in mind. Not as like the Jug is annoying for Bloodseeker, but the one-to-one's okay.
It feels good against Wind Ranger at least. Like
it
rupturing her feels a lot better.
Pretty slim pool left for Collapse. I guess Tidehunter is still available.
Underlord potentially also.
They definitely need more beef.
I wouldn't even mind like Spearbreaker, something like that.
Yobike doing that into Bloodseeker?
Yeah, I think the matchup's like, as long as you preemptively bulldoze, it's a fine matchup. I just think that like right now, Tundra's really lacking stuns. So a hero that like punishes this concept would be nice. Oh, hey. Cool. Yeah, I think it makes Team Spirit, their plays are much easier now because there are a lot of the panelists have been talking about, I know Kezu's been talking about it a lot, is the three-man ball that likes to go around and hunt for kills. And I thought Tundra's was better, the Void Spirit Mirana Silencer compared to the Wind Ranger Lich Shadow Demon. So having another core that doesn't have to be there all the time, that can connect to it, I like that a lot. And against Bloodseeker, you're not necessarily concerned about beating him in lane, as like he's gonna be fine in lane, but we can look to punish other lanes because Bloodseeker doesn't want to respond super early.
I suppose it makes sense. My only concern for Spearbreaker was because I think Bloodseeker should beat it in lane. My concern would be like if they picked something like an Underlord or a Tide, maybe he could have caught up off of Ancient stacks. But if they can look to get Collapse's net worth just through kills, through like rotating mid or top, maybe that can counteract it itself. It does make their ability to take fights easier.
Yeah, they needed something else that was tanky to run in, because it's kind of iffy on Juggernaut a lot of times, and Wind Ranger can do it sometimes, but it like requires vision. They're playing against a Mirana, so having vision is going to be harder. I just feel like just the Spirit Breaker being in the game is going to make it harder for them to play the map and get perfect initiations using invisibility. So they definitely needed something like that, but I kind of worry that they have so much squishy stuff.
I think both drafts look like they have their pros. Like, I can see both teams winning with this. The Juggernaut, if it gets to a point where it has those 4 or 5 item timings, it should be able to beat Tundra's lineup, but it's going to be a matter of how well do Tundra take these fights around the Doom, right? Are they going to kill their Doom target? Are they going to be able to save it with a disruption? Will Silencer get focused first, or are the good globals going to come out? It's going to be a matter of execution. But for overall late game, I do favor Team Spirit.
Works for me. The problem is that both these teams are still very much in the split series world, and if they want to start breaching ground to not being eliminated in this first group stage, they gotta get some 2-0s under their belt. So no more half measures out of either of these teams, and they are the danger. And the ones who knocks. And God, I've been spending my whole time thinking of Breaking Bad references because of the, forgot your name today also, Producing Pandas. All right, can you guys play me out with an executive producer, Vince Gilligan, as we get it to game number 1?
My kind of intro right there, Cinderman.
Yeah.
Sunsfan here with Cinderman. We got Tundra versus Team Spirit. Game 1, where Tundra are currently 5-3 with a bunch of stand-ins that they've kept swapping for different members of their original roster. And then Team Spirit, which has had their whole roster for the tournament, who are 4-4, just like basically everybody else in the group, it feels like.
There has been a lot of draws, which isn't, that uncommon with previous tournaments that we've had this year with 2-game series, but I feel like this tournament's really taken it to the extreme. I was just looking at one of the groups with a 3-way tie in the middle with 3 teams having 5 draws. Every game is worth a lot right now. You want to get that top 4 finish, and even with Tundra being 5-3, as you said, a 2-0 more or less guarantees them top 4 actually, because then their worst possible score is 7-7, and I think that is likely to at least get you a tiebreaker. And for Spirit, obviously, the breaking that constant draw pattern would be really nice. I don't know what to expect from this series. I honestly think a draw is probably the most likely outcome, so we'll see what they bring to the table. The panel went over the draft in quite a lot of detail. I agree with basically everything that they said. It's going to come down a lot to basically, this is how a lot of Tundra's games are when they have Doom, right? It's like, okay, do you get to that point where Doom starts becoming a real big threat? Do you have the mid-game timing with him and Bloodseeker and Void Spirit together? And the biggest wildcard of the whole draft is probably the last pick Spirit Breaker, right? So that's my hero to watch, probably, is King Collapse.
My hero to watch is Juggernaut.
All right, well.
We saw, who was it? Was it Arteezy playing that?
Yep.
In the previous series?
Sure was.
What are your thoughts on this hero in this patch? Because the beginning of the patch, he was, I believe, not picked at all at the major, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty much, yeah.
At the very least, very low pick rate.
I think part of the reason he's making a bit of a comeback is, first of all, Yotaro, who's playing it this game, innovating a little bit with his skill build and focusing more on the Blade Dance talents and going a little bit back to the root. I don't know if the roots is the right way to say it, but focusing as well a little bit on the stats. Both in his build and in his skill build. And then also just the shift in the meta. I think some of the heroes that Juggernaut really dislikes have maybe fallen a little bit out of favor with the rise of Universal Heroes, so his hero-to-hero matchups in the game are a bit better. Some of the supports that are played on 5 now, such as Lich, are incredible pairings. They're running that this game.
Okay, here's an additional question to piggyback off of that. Would you say, versus the last patch, meaning before 7.33, were lanes more important or less important or the same as now?
Probably the same, I think.
Because Juggernaut is a very good, he's a good hero killer in lane, right?
Yes.
Historically.
He's generally not considered a particularly strong laner unless he has the right matchups, right? He has to run in. He has nothing that has any sort of range. He needs to stick on his target for a long time with Bladestorm to do meaningful damage. And if you see this hero in the draft, you can obviously counterpick that if you want to. You can just get a hero that has any sort of mobility or is ranged, and it will be hard for Jugger to put pressure. But in this case, 33 on the Doom is a potentially killable target. However, Doom is still on the tankier side of the scale, and he's picked up the heal creep as well here.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to rip through. But as long as it's not the chain lightning, or whatever the hell that thing is called.
Yeah, that is.
Then the lane just ends, I guess. As bottom lane, looks like Snake King is going to get first blooded. Credit goes to Mira. And do get to see the Spirit Breaker as the last pick as well. We didn't really, kind of talked about it a bit. The panel discussed it more than us, but does that surprise you at all that that was the final pick? I mean, the thing I do like about Collapse and Team Spirit in general, his heroes are just, feels like they're more unique than other teams. Like he's willing to pull out these axes, these ogres, Spirit Breakers. I'm not saying nobody else plays them, but he picks them more often.
Oh, I agree. I think Spirit has been one of the more enjoyable teams to watch in drafting because they have like their own stuff, right? First phasing a Jugger is not something, like overall first picking it is not something other teams would really do. And Collapse's hero pool is entertaining. So I agree. I'm not too surprised. I think it just fits the bill for what they want to do. Also, BSJ predicted it, which means that obviously it's he's a very smart guy. So
yep, so they say.
There's a good chance if he calls it that it has its merits. Yep, Mira's in trouble here.
Actually will hit Mira. Yeah, he's going to pop his wand, attempt to run away.
Him here probably.
And Skeeter's just going to continue to right click, gets charged, and that will break things up. Mira took a lot of damage for that though.
Yeah, no salve on him either, so a bit of a power play now for Skitter with the Thirst. Seeing a TP back to base from Mira actually here. It's quite the commitment to port back minute 4. It's a long walk back to lane. At least he has the gold for boots, so that'll make it a little bit easier.
Well, solo XP for Collapse. I'm sure he's somewhat happy about that, as long as he doesn't die, of course.
Yeah, that's another upside here is Spirit Breaker as a hero has some lane matchups that can be really rough, but in this case, not exactly the most fearsome killer lane, Silencer plus Bloodseeker.
Okay. If you get 2 bashes in a row.
Okay. If you don't like play the lane too greedy, you're going to be fine. And he's closing in on a Vanguard, at which point, honestly, Mira can do whatever he wants. And that's a real feels good situation for Shadow Demon. It's the single best support in the game at stacking camps. And it's something that we might see them take advantage of. Yatoro is going to go Battle Fury on Jugger.
Can he get a 4th? No. So will
that would have been
barely
a kill.
live. Yeah. Thought they were trying to set that up for the potential charge, but doesn't want to. Well, either he lost vision or doesn't want to go too deep here.
And have the mana, actually.
Oh, yeah, true.
It's 100 mana cost.
Collapse has a level advantage right now. He's going to go for the charge outside of the Blood Right as well, and that's going to lead to the kill onto Snake King. Disruption, keeping Collapse safe for now. Mira trying to body block, but Skeeter runs right through him and gets the collateral onto Collapse. So 1 for 1.
The block right there.
6-minute rune coming up. Nice Aether Remnant will secure the bottom one if it pops up. It does. It's Illusion, which we'll just use right away.
Yeah, there is some potential playmaking here from Void Spirit plus Mirana. You can Aether Remnant into Arrow. It's not an easy combo by any means to hit, but now that Malrine has hit level 6, this is like the perfect timing to look for an assassination onto Laurel. Windranger level 5 is a very susceptible hero. Sure, she has a little bit of extra health from the Bracer and Crown, but I still think this will be a kill with any +1, helping out Malrine if he lands all his spells. It doesn't seem to be the idea for now, though the supports will be heading to their respective side lanes for now, obviously. It's probably the better idea considering the time on the clock wasn't really fully focused on that, but we're 15 seconds away from the Wisdom Runes, and you want to get at least one of those every game.
Yep.
So they have...
Every game? That sounds very little, actually.
Every cycle.
Okay, every cycle.
And they will be giving the top one to 33, as it looks. So not going to a support here. Immersion will be relatively low level now as a result.
That's okay. He doesn't need anything. You need that Doom online as fast as possible. And mid lane, I mean, we kind of discussed it, but it was pretty much a wash in terms of the CS. As top lane, we have some action. Miposhka is going to get Infernal Bladed. Immersion was the original target for Team Spirit, but it's not going to come to anything.
Yeah, with that Wisdom Rune, 33 is going to crack 6 before Yatoro. It's not an easy kill to get in this top lane, though. They might need a Malrine rotation, but we'll see if they try to line that up. That's that 6 pop for Doom.
We'll see how deep they want to go. Healing Ward already up and running. Immersion looking for an opening on the arrow. See if they can bully the Juggernaut out of lane or not. As Mira gets up to Disruption. Collapse looking for the Lucky Bash. Not going to get it.
So fast.
There are 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. But they should be able to take out Snake King. As Collapse trying to focus down Bloodseeker instead, so kind of splitting their targets, which means nobody dies.
4 stacks on Snake. A 5th one would almost do it here. Shadow Demon with a level 3 poison.
Oh, yeah, wow, you're right. Little tick of damage there.
Yeah, Raindrop definitely a big help, but it was also only the 4 stacks, so...
Skeeter not too far away from his level 6. We'll see what kind of rotations he wants to make. We've been seeing a lot of Bloodseekers just, once they hit that level 6, they go gank, and then they go back to farming.
Yeah.
Pretty much off cooldown with that Rupture. Feels like that's been the, in a way, the carry of this patch, I feel like. It's been an extremely common pick.
Yeah.
The Bloodseeker.
Absolutely. It's interesting how the development and itemization has opened up new paths for him, right? In a meta right now that's lane focused and where the heroes that Bloodseeker struggles against in lane don't seem to be picked very often. First of all, you get off to a good laning stage, and then later in the game we've seen Blood Mist be picked up. Sometimes we've seen
Doom is used. That's instant TP. He's going to dodge the arrow. Skeeter's here with the Rupture. Gonna use it, and that's gonna lead to the
nice
death of
try on
Yatoro.
the
Good attempt on the deny, but it's not gonna happen. Now Collapse looks to potentially be next. More TP's coming in though. Astro Step, Malrine. Can they get the Spirit Breaker? No, because the double shackle comes out. Malrine looks like he's gonna eventually drop. They do get the Spirit Breaker in the end, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Tundra.
Really nice shackle. Salvaged that situation completely, Laurel. Without that one, it's just a clean kill and getaway. Arrow? Alright, Miposhka was paying attention there. That was a pretty big commitment from Tundra. They used the Bloodseeker rotation with the gate. They used 2 ultis. Alright, 33 fancying his chances here.
Yeah, he wants a bit of that.
Not really going to connect though. So yeah, pretty big commitment overall from the side of Tundra, using those 2 ults, but in the end, decent result. They get the Jug kill, they get the Spirit Breakers, the 2 cores. Not too bad.
Yeah, in terms of the pace of the game, how fast do Team Spirit want to play? Because they're the ones with the more, I would say, slightly unusual lineup. This feels like it's the type of lineup that just wants to run at you at a certain point.
Yeah.
But like, how many items does Jug need to get to that?
I don't know. I think perhaps our perspective on this lineup is a little bit outdated. Like, when I look at it, I actually think Team Spirit can win this game super late.
Well, I'm not saying they can't win it late, but it does feel like a very aggressive lineup.
Both teams have it though, right? Like there's also some very strong mid game from Tundra with the Doom, with the Void Spirit, with the Bloodseeker as a tempo carry like we talked about. So I think there's no like obvious time where I would say one lineup is just clearly superior than the other. It's a very balanced draft. Both teams can play late, both teams can play mid game. The lanes, as we've seen, have gone pretty evenly. There's another go now on Yatoro. And
Rupture, arrow, goodbye.
Nice kill.
Oh,
Well
Yatoro takes the tumble in mid lane. See? Demonic Purge onto Malrine, but Lara wasn't able to line up anything else to finish the job. So not really able to get the trade across the map. As Might is still being worked on by 33. From the Dooms that you've been seeing, any different creeps? Or are we still seeing the Blink War Stomp?
I mean, sometimes you see the Alpha Wolf, right? We've seen some cute plays sometimes with the Wild Wing, the Hurricane.
Yeah, the Hurricane has been pretty value. It's 33. He's going to get disrupted. Lara trying to... Yeah, he's going to get off the Doom, actually. Not to much avail, at least not yet. 33. Chain Frost is going to finish him off for the most part. Nice shackle again onto the Void Spirit as Laurel, he's silenced right now thanks to the curse. And he has to be careful, trying to run away, but he's just outnumbered. So it ends up being a 2-for-1.
Bit of int stolen there for snaking as well. And obviously, stealing int from Universal Heroes will always...
All right, takes a melee arrow to the face. Blood Right's there, will connect. And down he goes, so sticking around a little bit too long.
A couple nice
Tundra.
pickups here for Tundra.
Absolutely.
It's interesting to see this whole silencer dynamic, right? Because he used to, it used to hurt specific heroes that either had bad mana pools or were int, like they would lose damage. But against universal heroes, they will just always lose damage, right?
Yeah.
So.
And by the way, I was thinking a little bit more about your +2, -2 thing, how it's a negative outlook. And you're right, of course, but in a way, it's more unique than the other stacks, as we're going to see the Aether Remnant come out onto Laurel. Sinister Gaze from Miposhka on the high ground.
Should be okay.
And the Dissimulate tries to go to the high ground, though,
okay,
but we'll have to use the Astral instead.
Ooh, I thought he didn't have any mana left, but he did have a stick.
Charge
They're going to go for it.
They want to go. Shackle Shot's not going to fully hit. The
Nice.
charge does, though, and that is enough to get Malrine. They can reserve that Nether Strike for Immersion, but he's got the leap to get away. Skeeter's made his rotation over now. Has the Rupture, will use it. Collapse attempting a TP out, but the arrow's there. So they get some sort of a trade. Looks like Mira might be next on the list as well.
Yeah, no TP on him. They don't have any leap, though, so he might actually just be able to walk it off here.
And Bloodright's coming. He is very slow. And 33, he's going to get Sinister Gaze, but
he will
Starstorm, Mira finally goes down. The Frost was used, as you've patented. Stupid-ass joke, actually.
It's a good joke, because I made it.
Yeah.
It gets my stamp of approval.
Good.
Yes.
Anyway, back to the stacks of Silencer. It's unique because you're stealing stats permanently from other people, which it doesn't exist that I can think of. Like, Essence Shift is temporary.
Yeah, and when Slark gets a kill, wait, does he steal the agility?
No, he just
gains,
gains.
and Pudge just gains.
Yeah.
I don't know, I had to do a double take on whether Slark actually stole Agi from the permanent one, but he only steals from the temporary one. Not exactly my most played hero.
Yeah, it's okay.
2K lead for Tundra. They do have Doom, of course, but don't really think Devour is too big of a part of this. Yeah, good read.
Indeed, but now they see this stack, this really juicy stack. There's a lot of juice within those Ancients.
Yeah, don't have the best ways of taking it, though, with their lineup, so...
Well, they'd have Void Spirit.
It's okay. He will have to use ults for it, and they could use a Bloodright, but yeah, not happening here. So Yatoro should be able to finish this off with his Battle Fury. Very nice injection of wealth. The rich get richer.
Yeah, and that Battle Fury being put to good use. And it looks like he's going to be going for the S and Y this game. For the status resist on both Doom and Rupture. I guess I can't be... I missed the days where S and Y was more of a thing, but I'm glad that we're seeing a little bit more than we have in the last couple years. It is a boring item, though, now. Now that it doesn't have the MAME. Is Sinister Gaze. Nice Chain Frost. That one gets truly...
That was a good chain.
It was actually a chain this time.
Yep.
Worthy of its name.
A nice kill. It's not going to at least lead to the tower, though, even though they have the siege creep. Tundra are well positioned with both their Void Spirit and Mirana to cover this, so Spirit aren't going to take the risk. Okay, well, that's a dead Spirit Breaker.
33 making sure to get that Hand of Midas usage at the right time during the kill, during the chase itself.
If anyone in the world would do that, it would be him. So
who was I watching? I was watching, it was somebody on Aster that had Midas, and they backpacked it because they had 5 items plus Aegis, and it was off cooldown, and there was like no fighting for like 3 minutes. He never put his inventory, and then he just sold it. He never used it.
Oh.
Like, come on, bro. Come on. Shackle Shot into the Focus Fire. Snake King's dead.
Got the D ward, though.
Indeed.
So a 1-for-1 trade. Don't think there's any defense being mounted for this bottom tower now for Tundra. Without their silencer in play for 20 seconds, Jugger will be able to clean this up. And yeah, still for all intents and purposes, a very even game right now. 17 minutes in. It's a 1K lead for Tundra.
Who have Doom with Midas.
There's a bit of Devour in there. There's a bit of Midas in there. So effectively, probably relatively even. And my big question is going to be, what's the gold curve going to look like for Bloodseeker against Jugger? Because this is not a matchup that I've seen all too much. In terms of like pacing, I feel like Jugger with Battle Fury should be a bit faster. So maybe he can at some point get a 1-item advantage over the Bloodseeker, and that could be instrumental in a potential Spirit victory here. but still very close. So mid tower will be claimed now claimed by Malrine. They're going to go for a smoke, and I think the perfect target to find here is probably the Wind Ranger.
Or Yotaro, if they can find him.
Of course,
they get the silence off, and he's dead. He just walked right into them. Obviously had no clue they were there.
He didn't.
What a gift for Tundra.
He did not react. I'm wondering if his camera was on himself, because he could have absolutely got a spin off there. I don't think it was on cooldown, and he walked into a smoke. It was not Moonlight Shadow at the time, I think, right? I think they broke. He was right in front of somebody, and then...
Yeah, Global Silence has a little bit of a cast time.
Exactly, so that there was actually time, but I think
probably
Yotaro was
scratching himself. You know, I've been there before. Sometimes it gets you killed, but it's necessary.
Yeah.
And you don't regret your decisions because you really need to scratch.
Yeah.
That's definitely what happened. That's the lore of this game. So now, with just that kill...
Get a replay of that.
You can see Tundra's net worth. Lead has... I wouldn't say
Laurel?
balloon, but it's up to 4K
Arrow's gonna
now.
miss. That's a kill probably now.
Yeah, focus fire into Snake King. Has to use the Wind Run to catch up, which means Malrine can catch up as well. But Mira with a nice disruption, and Laurel's going to be A-OK. They do find the Lich on the other side, though.
Skitter and 33 connecting. That's going to use another Rupture for that kill on the Lich. Not that big of a deal, though. I think actually one of the more underappreciated parts of Bloodseeker is the fact that as a carry that has an active ult, the cooldown on Rupture is actually really low relative to how good the spell is, right? It's a 70-second cooldown on level 2. So every time it's ready, you just go and kill a support, you go back to farming. In comparison to a skill like Omnislash, you're looking at 120.
Which I don't think we've seen yet.
No.
This game.
Suddenly becoming a meaningful lead now for the side of Tundra. Another kill here. Malrine making quick work of Mira. Just assassinating him with his very standard Echo Saber build here, but also has the Grove Bow to boot, so more damage.
Oh, he actually disintegrates first. That means the charge will connect. Nether Strike as well, but do they have the follow-up damage? Arrow's coming to try to give him some space. Looks like he's going to be fine for the time being. Astral steps to the high ground. Yotaro actually does use the Omni Slash. 33 raised his hands up, but couldn't quite get off the Doom. Collapse with a nice charge to help the rest of his team get away. It's going to cost the Rupture. And actually, Collapse might live through this, finally.
Oh, the arrow!
The arrow actually connects after the Doom, and after all of that space created by Collapse, they still lose Yotaro.
Oh, dear.
That was actually looking very good. A very good disengage overall from Team Spirit, and just a slight mistake there.
And Tundra did a good job at bouncing the Omnislash between their heroes. So I think he meant to try to kill Malrine because they got a really nice shackle shot, I have to say, but this is the aftermath of it. It happened before this, but Laurel found a shackle shot on a creep to chain to Malrine for full duration, but Omnislash just not enough yet, and it was connected between multiple heroes, so yep, didn't quite work out.
Malrine wants to get some more, but have to wait.
So Malrine is close now to a Nullifier, which is obviously going to be an amazing item against the Wind Ranger in particular. We've got the Dagger coming up for 33.
The Frost Shield has been pretty annoying as well.
Frost Shield too, absolutely, yeah.
And can
multi-purpose.
you can dispel Bulldoze, right?
Yes, that as well. It's a very good Nullifier game. I feel like
it's always a pretty damn good Nullifier game.
It's kind of funny how that item went from not being that relevant a lot of the time to being seen almost every game.
Well, that's what happens when Collapse gets off the Nether Strike. Ooh, okay.
See you later.
Instant kill. That's what happens when you make the item non-dispellable. The Nullifier itself.
Yep.
You can't counter it, other than like Lincoln's, I guess. It's crazy. His Collapse takes a Rupture. It's going to try to walk it off, but he's bleeding from every orifice and thus will die.
Really pushing the limits a bit here. Not exactly Collapse's best game so far. I feel like a lot of the time he's been caught by this Rupture, and the panel talked about it. Is that a good matchup or not for Spirit Breaker? It definitely has its plays against the Bloodseeker, but if you're not charging him and he's in the range of you after you connect, you have no disengage plan. He's been punished like 4 or 5 times by Rupture in this game, so not exactly the best conditions. 33 with a Dagger.
Yep, gets off the War Stomp. Laurel is dead.
Oh my god, the damage is just so dirty.
War Stomp gamers. I believe that skill does not scale particularly well.
It just scales in damage. It's extremely irrelevant.
And it scales by 25 damage.
That's so irrelevant.
That's kind of weird that they didn't scale the the stun.
If they scaled the stun, it would be nutty.
Well,
though.
it would be lesser to start.
Yeah, so a lower level 1 stun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. Do you think, if it's scaled by stun, what do you think the max level duration should be?
What is it now, 1.6?
1.6.
I think it's fine, 1.6.
Yeah, okay. So what would it start on then, like 1 and then 0.2 per level or something?
Well, 1.6, in that case, then only Chen can get the 1.6.
That's a very good point.
So 1.2, I guess.
Yeah.
As Roshan will be taken by Tundra.
Yep.
Will be uncontested.
See if they have any Tormentor plans on their own side of the map, plus the Wisdom Rune that's been sitting nice and pretty there for 2 minutes now. The enemy Tormentor has already been claimed by Spirit, so not...
Oh, who got the shard?
They will...
Miposhka did.
Yep.
The Ice Spire back at it again. 33 already has his shard, so I believe he just purchased that straight up.
Yep.
That gives you the extra damage and stun duration on Infernal Blade, which combos extremely well with War Stomp. I'm not sure if they're still doing it, but especially with Octarine Core, you blink in, you Infernal Blade first, if you can get away with it, then you War Stomp, then you can Infernal Blade again once it's over.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because the cooldown on Infernal Blade when you have Octarine is 3 seconds.
But
so.
The only issue is the cast animation, I believe, is longer for Infernal Blade on the initial one. So you have to be sure that you can get it off. Is that not the case?
I don't actually think Infernal Blade is slower than War Stomp. When you have enough attack speed, right? He has Midas. It's probably kind of close, honestly.
Potentially.
What's faster? The reason that you usually would blink War Stomp is that the Infernal Blade without shard is not a long... Okay, hang on.
Focus fire!
He
Doom!
Probably fine.
TP? He's okay!
He had a big, nice flower there.
Yeah,
for
the
a
Lotus
big-ass
definitely
heal.
saved him there. Immersion might not be so lucky. No leaps available.
Oh, they disrupted him.
Yeah, that's a little strange. Rupture onto Collapse with the Nullifier as well. They finally get the Murano. That's just the support. The cow is dead. Meat will fill the bellies.
Not a good
of
disruption
Tundra
there
tonight.
From Mira. Bit of a rare mistake from him, but I don't think that was particularly helpful. Maybe he thought Mirana had leaps, and he wanted to make sure that they could disrupt into spell comboing, so understandable, I suppose, from that perspective.
Well, how does that work? I feel like I've seen this interaction. If you leap and get disrupted at the same time, don't you end up where the leap is instead of the disruption?
I think so, but it's more that if, in his mind, if Mirana has leaps there and he doesn't disrupt, she just leaps away. So there was a way of keeping her in place and letting them line up their spells afterwards, but yeah, not worth it. So just to finish off on the Doom tangent we had with War Stomp, I think the reason that Dooms would usually start with Blink Stomp is that without Shard, Infernal Blade doesn't last long enough that you could Blade into War Stomp.
Yeah.
But once you have the Shard, you get that luxury, so I think it's just faster to do it that way around and safer.
Well, we'll have to test that after this game.
And another thing, when you blink War Stomp, you can miss, right? Like, you need to be in a very close proximity, but...
Well, you can miss with Infernal Blade if you misclick.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a miss.
Thank you, Sunsven. Sunsven TV. Sorry. Need the full name.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
as, Octarine now finished on the Space Cow.
Closing in on a Lincoln's now for Malrine. Just really nice item progression being made by Tundra here. The last 10 minutes have just not been particularly good for Spirit. Haven't really been able to find much of an opening. And if they lose their Jugger here, 33 hot on his tail. He has Doom.
Yep. Oh, he actually starts with the Stomp, gets off the Doom. Healing Ward is out of range now. The Kitty's coming, but it's not going to be nearly enough. So Yatoro drops to the deck. Another big kill for Tundra.
Yeah, so starts with the Stomp there because he doesn't have vision. So when he blinks up the high ground, his hero needs to use its turn rate first because he doesn't know exactly where Jugger is, and that makes the Stomp faster. So it's really just clean. Heads up play there from 33, and you need inhuman reactions to not get stomped there.
Yeah, okay, that's maybe what I was thinking is the turn rate aspect. If you're blinking ahead of them and you have to turn around, then War Stomp is better.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to take notes for my own Doom play because it's a very low win rate, as you might imagine. Like, extremely low.
Worse than your Pudge?
And my Pudge is great now, actually.
What's its win rate?
Well, for the last, in the battle report or whatever, I had like an 88% win rate.
Wow.
With like
That's really good.
13, 14 games played.
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty good. I know. Yeah. I don't hit hooks. I just buy Blink and then I eat them.
Thanks for smurfing, Sunsven.
I don't use the hook at all.
That's actually the secret to Pudge. That's what people don't get. You don't even skill hook.
Yeah.
Let's go 0-4-4.
Overrated.
0-4-4 Dagger Ags.
Miposhka has Lotus. My goodness. He's more farm than I'm used to seeing this stage. It's only 27 minutes as well. Really prioritize that item.
Those 2 Philosopher Stones are very handy.
Oh, Laurel gets off the Shackle Shot with the Focus Fire as well. 33 is on the other side of the trees, though. And Laurel now surrounded by members of Tundra. And again, Tundra get the free pickoff, and they haven't even really tried to use the Aegis, which only has 15 seconds left now. Dust is gonna whiff here as Collapse TP's out.
So in the last 10 minutes, Tundra or Spirit have got 3 kills.
Yeah, that... Wait, who? Tundra?
Spirit.
Spirit
have killed 3 heroes the last 10 minutes.
It feels like that.
And you were talking about their lineup. It's a Spirit Breaker strat, right? If that's not finding any kills in this stage of the game, it's generally a bad omen. And it's difficult to play Spirit Breaker under these circumstances. The Void Spirit is a tough target. The Doom's a tough target. Oh boy.
Malrain, he wants to find...
Nice disrupt there, but
actually
probably
the
not going to be fine anyway.
But Mira does get Frost Shielded, but there's the Nullifier again. Gets taken out swiftly. Now the reset from Tundra onto the high ground of Spirit's Triangle. You can see the Butterfly now online for Yotaro, but they do spot him! And there's the Doom. He's stuck in the corner. Collapse can only watch from afar.
And if they clicked his inventory and saw that butter, they could just go high ground. There is no way he's going to have buyback after buying that item just now. So, and they don't stand a chance at fighting without Jug. Tundra might not have realized this, so perhaps they're just going to settle for a tier 2 tower plus... Is Roche up? Not quite yet. So they could get the tier 2 and... Oh, Collapse.
Malrain, Nullifier again, showing how powerful it can be in these situations. Collapse actually will get the charge off, but not quite enough as 33 ends up getting the kill. Was that the Infernal Blade damage over time?
That's that burn.
It's pretty tasty delight. See the replay. Nullifier is such a crazy item.
Nice attempt here from Collapse. He couldn't really have done it any better. But
oh, so close. Poor young lad. He's got a cactus in his background.
Huh.
That's nice. I like cactuses.
I was more looking at his reaction, but you know, people look at different things when they see a picture.
It's unusual to see a cactus when it's not from where I am, which is where they're native.
Now, what I noted earlier was that Collapse didn't do his hair today. To me, that is the rare thing.
I see.
It's an interesting. It's more of a chill look today to match the game that he's had so far.
It has felt a little too chill from Team Spirit. Not aggressive enough.
It's been hard. I think Tundra's just really had their number in this game, and they've been making some solid moves. And especially, I just want to say, you need to have a really good plan to get 33 Doom.
Can we get the full picture of Collapse's background, please?
You just really love that cactus.
That's a nice cactus. I have one like that in the backyard. It actually grows almost like tentacles.
Does it
has
matter?
Little babies.
If it's like this, if it's like really small cactus, is it a succulent or is it still a cactus?
No, I think succulent is something entirely different.
It's just, is that a type of plant? Because when I think succulent, I think like these little potted plants that have a little plant in them. That's succulents, right? It's not like a type.
All right, we'll investigate this later because I'm sure everyone's extremely bored. We're talking about plants, for God's sake. I just wanted to say I like cactuses.
Okay.
And just end the conversation there, but you just had to keep going, as usual. By the way, cactuses and cacti are both correct.
Why are you still talking about it? You said it was
Laurel. They're going to spot him. They actually pop the Lincolns first and then get the Nullifier off. Wind Ranger actually gets saved for the time being, but they're going to take out that pesky Shadow Demon first and eventually do find the Wind Ranger. Finally, the Omni Slash comes. It's doing quite a bit. 33 does get off the Doom just in time, and it's on the Space Cow. As 2 now dead from Tundra, but it looks like they're going to clean up most of these heroes, and now the next on the list is the Juggernaut, and Mira TP's in to try to save his carry, but it's not going to happen as Skeeter with the Ultra Kill. GG's already called. Will he get the Rampage first, though? That is the only question. Rampage coming? No.
Oh,
Malrain steals it.
Steal.
Very bad manners. But either way, Tundra with 2 stand-ins. Looking, I mean, they look pretty good this game.
They've been playing really well so far in this tournament. And I think they're doing a good job at playing to their stand-in strengths. Malrine, I think, has been a very stable player in their games, and they're putting it, in this game they're putting immersion on his Mirana. Just very, very comfortable picks for them. They're finding the heroes that these players are good with, in integrating them into their strats. Unfortunately for them, Malrine is an absolute monster on some of the meta heroes right now. He's a standout Timbersaw player, which makes him gets first phase banned against them out of respect.
It's a good time to be a Timbersaw player.
It's a good time to be a Timbersaw master. He's really good on that hero. He's really good on Void Spirit. He's really good on multiple additional heroes that we haven't really seen him have to play too much, to be honest. His Bat Rider is great. His Huskar is great. Yeah, just nice game from Tundra, really. I feel like it was a kind of a weird game to cast for the last 15 minutes because it just felt like step by step Tundra was just killing one after the other, and we never really got a satisfying team fight of any kind. Like,
yeah, it felt like we just didn't have a fight where
just a slow
Yatoro
bleeding
had
out.
any impact, unfortunately, for Team Spirit. But that is only game number 1 as Tundra take it. Let's see what the panel have to discuss about this game.
More of a case of death by 1,000 cuts for Team Spirit in this game number 1, where I'm continuously left wondering, why is Jug this high priority? Yes, it won in the last series that we saw with Shopify Rebellion, but I don't know if that was Juggernaut's doing. I feel like this hero is more of a liability than an asset. But Spirit seem to find that it's a first phase worthy pick.
I'm fine if they want to experiment during the group stage. This is something they were doing last DreamLeague as well, but maybe a bit of a failed experiment this time around.
They are experimenting in a group stage, but they are theoretically like half a day away from elimination, though. So
elimination's just a number.
Yeah, it's 8 teams out of the 16 that we have total. And also the last pick, Spirit Breaker, did that end up working out for you, Mira?
Nah, it didn't. Unlucky. As for teams experimenting during the group stage, I think at this point, when a lot of teams have already qualified for TI and there are a couple of tournaments coming up, they're not necessarily too upset if they're knocked out of this DreamLeague. You can kind of see that in Liquid, so I don't mind that teams are experimenting. As far as Spirit goes, they've always been about that first phase carry. That's kind of their bread and butter in terms of drafting. Maybe the Juggernaut isn't the one to do it with in this patch, but overall they had a lot of issues in that game that were just draft related, I would say. It was just way too dependent on the Spirit Breaker having a good game, but he didn't have a good game. And then the Wind Ranger couldn't really do anything because you're playing with a Spirit Breaker anyway, so the 3 cores on the enemy team go Lincolns. You're playing against 3 Lincolns, your Spirit Breaker can't charge, you can't shackle, you can't play for kills because they're ahead in net worth, your Juggernaut's farming, but then he's getting doomed. It was just painful to watch.
I think it came down to the fact that they had a couple spells that just beat Juggernaut, basically. Like, between getting doomed and ruptured, and they used the Rupture Doom combo on him so many times in the early game that his net worth is just behind. And then he's playing catch-up the whole time, and they're playing the map aggressively. If they have different heroes that have less powerful abilities, if it's just like simple stuns and damage, then he can spin Omni Slash, drop Healing Word, things like that. But if they execute correctly with dooming him at the right time and rupturing him, there's actually no good solution other than maybe Omni Slashing before doom happens or something. So it's I just feel like they had the right heroes to shut down Jug really good, and if they had slightly different heroes, more traditional standard carry, standard offlaner with traditional stun, I feel like they just don't kill him so many times, and then Jug can do this late game stuff that's annoying.
Yeah, we see the Bloodseeker that I was a bit skeptical about coming into play with the laning stage. I thought, Spirit Breaker's fine because you're not really going to be Bloodseeker in lane anyway, but if that's your perspective in the 10th pick, we can't win our lane, let's pick something we think might be able to gank other lanes or something. That speaks a lot to the power of why Bloodseeker's being picked so much.
And normally it's okay because at first glance, you look at the drafts and it looks like Spirit have a solid draft, especially if they reach the late game, but their draft is dependent on being able to take the skirmishes that the enemy teams are taking. And you have to be able to fight back and potentially get kills, but they weren't able to do so. When Tundra collapsed around that top lane, doomed that Juggernaut the first time, the Bloodseeker rotated in, you had the Starfall, level 3 Starfall from Mirana, you just had enough damage to do it, and you have your Wind Ranger counter-rotating in, but the only person that she takes out is a 1-2 trade. That's not working out for you. And if the entirety of your early game starts to look like that, you're getting outfarmed by the Doom. There's the safety and the silencer where the fights you take have to be very specific and very difficult. And then you're entirely dependent on your Juggernaut 1v5ing, and Tundra's not going to let you get to the point where you 1v5.
I don't know if we're also getting incepted by Sir Action Flex, but there's been a lot of hatred towards Windranger, and more evidence seems to be mounting against her. Kev, I feel like the hero is
I'd love to talk about this.
a little bit overrated right now.
Look, in pubs, her win rate's fantastic. She scales very well in damage. She's extremely good at solo killing, but the problem is that she doesn't like power farm super fast is like one negative, and the other thing is that you have to get kills for her to feel really good. In uncoordinated pubs, being able to solo kill is one of those things that allows you to just go crazy and have really high win rates, and she does that. And she has stuns, and she like requires a little coordination to kill. So like in a more organized game, either she gets ganked or her ganks are less successful because teams are so much better at avoiding just getting killed sloppily all the time. Those are the things that like push a hero into like pub high win rates versus like a competitive pro game. So she's still good because she does get a lot of damage, but even like the Atos build, yeah, it's a lot of damage, but the Atos itself feels pretty mediocre when you rush it. It's like, it's okay, but it's like she's somehow, at least in programs, she doesn't feel perfectly solved in a way. Like she's not, there isn't like a best way to play her, and I don't know if there is.
I mean, I still feel like it's a solid hero. Normally, heroes that are super popular have low win rates if they're picked very, very often, and there are just slightly better ones, but I think she has a place in this patch, and people have proven it time and time again. We've seen Windrangers pop off. For me, it's more about the elephant in the room that should be addressed, which was the Doom. They gave away the Doom. Most teams do not opt to do that. This hero gets taken out in first phase banning stage usually, and we saw two teams give it away today and try to beat it. We saw Shopify give it away to Aster, and they lost to it, and now we saw Spirit give it away to Tundra, and they just lost to it. So I feel like when that happens, because like Doom just prints money, has strong laning. If you're giving it away, you have to be super confident in your strategy to beat it, and I think their Juggernaut strategy was not good enough. Like, Betboom did give it away and beat it, but they had this Undying Terrorblade that they've practiced over and over again versus Doom that they're comfortable in, but this Juggernaut did not look like the same thing, so ban off the Doom for game 2.
Anecdotally, I feel like on our night shift, Brian, we've been seeing Doom kind of go ignored more often than I would thought, because I hold it in that high regard. From my experience on the SCA DPC, it was #1 priority, but am I...
Well, last time I checked, Doom's win rate this tournament was really low, but it's because the teams that are winning with it are consistently the same teams. Like, I think giving Doom to somebody other than 33 is a bit different than giving it to 33. Like, yeah. Mira's given the point where, like, you're giving them Doom. This is Tundra. Yeah. They were the ones that pioneered Doom. Like, if a team's really good at this hero, you have to have some organized plan against it, because if nothing's happening in the game, he is just winning. And that's like the way Tundra just flourishes as a team in general, is they try to force a stalemate on the map where eventually you feel forced to fight them because they're getting more gold off the map, and then they basically read your movement because they know you need to fight them. And it just, those early game movements that you guys highlighted, everything you guys said, that's exactly what Tundra does. I love seeing them like this, and it's really cool to see it that they could do it with two stand-ins. Like, still looks like the same strats.
The magic is still there. They have the foundation, and that's how Tundra operates. But do you want to know how Team Spirit operates? Well, then I've got just the video for you.
Duracho showed himself. He's gonna get one. He's gonna get one shot. Do it!
Oh, that feels so good to me. That.
I'm Yatra. I'm playing for Team Spirit on carry role.
So my nickname is Mira. I play for Team Spirit, position 4.
I will describe my team.
Friendship and not letting it affect work.
Impermanence.
Carefully brought back for this fight. 23 points to the BK. But you don't there. Close the gap on a collapse. But indeed, it's right underneath the nose of the Ursa. That was a big mistake. As Yatura takes out another, and he's ready for Bravo. Kodo also gone. And that's a dieback from him. Team Spirit taking this team fight.
I think our challenge, playing in Dota, no matter what, like no matter which problems we get in the last years, because of war and all of the stuff.
And also we have to find new motivation to play better.
See if they can get Mirror as well, but back up to collapse. He's only going to do down onto 23, and Yatura will happily sit at the side and start shooting them down here as the Drow, 4 dead on Talon.
I think our goal on this Dream League, it's like being top 3, top 1.
I think we play much faster, much better now. So we have good chances to make it to top 3.
I think our team is top 1, like in our region. We got big issues in the previous leagues.
OG, they just controlled too much of the map. Team Spirit, they missed a couple windows that they had, and now they're getting dove into their base.
But I think now we try to fix it, and we are progressing, and I like it. And I think we are top 1, yeah. Go watch our games on the DreamLeague. We hope we're gonna do some good performance.
Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we go together. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. Know that you can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause each moment's just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Someday get on side. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master. From the moment that you breathe, get to
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. And also, you love it, you wear it, show your style, shop.esl.gaming.com. Is that the one? Shop.esl.gaming.com. We gotta go fast. We gotta go fast because game number 2 draft has already begun.
What?
I know.
Whoa.
Already?
Tensions are high. There it is.
The Doom is banned.
The Doom has been banned. The respect for 33.
He had to earn it,
He had to
surprisingly,
earn it.
but
And Spirit have acquiesced.
10 seconds remaining.
Timbersaw also taken out, as well as Techies and Storm Spirit first phase ban. Whoa.
which leaves Batrider in the pool. Oh, there he is.
The 40% win rate hero. Why do teams still pick it here? Because
48%.
That's flexible. Is that what it is?
It owns. Like
If it's first picked, 48%.
a first pick, 48% is very good. Usually, heroes that are picked in the first phase have lower win rates because you can counter them or you can try
But
to play around.
it was like 40. It was like a flat 40% like a day or two ago. So it's
Well, it's on the rise, then stocks are going up.
Batrider is a very good hero. It is a strong laner. It's flexible. It uses twin gates well. It rotates to mid well, and it does a lot of damage. It trades with things like techies nicely. So
Well, you know what else goes through? It's the Beastmaster, as well as Shadow Demon Spirit. Scoop them up.
I'm feeling like a Void Spirit. I'm a little bold prediction coming out here.
Shocking.
I don't know.
or a Pango potentially, but
Or
you
a
are versus
Magnus.
you are versus a Beastmaster.
What is up with the Storm Spirit first phase ban?
Laurel!
Their team spirit.
You can't keep playing Storm Spirit.
They do a lot of Pugna. I was gonna say. They did Pugna. I think Silencer was the other one we talked about.
Yeah.
Just like enabling him not to have to buy a BKB. But
That's right.
definitely, I think the reason why the Yatoro is getting his hero first rounded is every team has heroes they think are first roundable, and maybe Team Spirit's struggling to find some.
True.
So Storm Spirit might be one where Tundra is making sure they don't have that easy option.
And they have done very well with it throughout the DPC, right? And it opens up a lot of their Pugnas and Coddles and whatnot. But Tundra go for the Bloodseeker instead of securing Malorian's hero. Like Brian was mentioning earlier, you do not have to first phase Malorian's hero. He's got a very high hero pool, even though he's only been playing 4 heroes this tournament. The Pango, the Timbersaw, the Void Spirit, and sometimes Mercy mid. Seen him play Mercy mid.
I think most notably, whenever you see Beastmaster, the one thing you have to account for is, can my hero survive getting axe spammed? And you either need a Dispel or a hero with innate sustain, and Bloodseeker, probably one of the most powerful heroes with the innate sustain aspect. And last game we talked about him having a reliable lane as the 9th pick. He hadn't seen his lane opponent yet. I've always tried to encourage teams to shut down Beast in the lane, please. So Beast, I think that them picking such a strong laner early is a good idea.
Yeah, but also on the other hand, Team Spirit, they have a lot more synergy coming out of their offlane, right? Where they had the Shadow Demon plus Spirit Breaker before, now they have the Shadow Demon plus Beastmaster. So you can actually take advantage of these ancient stacks that potentially Mira can play for on the side of Spirit, and Beastmaster, if he isn't winning this lane versus Bloodseeker, can just farm a couple of ancients, get whatever item build he chooses between the Drums of Slum or the Helm Dom, and then go on from there. So.
Well, is there a chance that Snake King plays something like Enchantress, or if you're Tundra, is what you're saying, they have the best stackers in the entire game on Team Spirit, you have to consider invading, right?
I mean, they haven't picked Enchantress yet so far on their squad. Snake King's played Shadow Demon Techies, Venge, Oracle, Silencer.
I think it'll be more about the approach that they want to take versus this Beastmaster. Are they going to want to play an invasive type of aggressive Enchantress, or do they want something more on the defensive side, like an Oracle, potentially, for Tundra, to dispel the Beastmaster? Or there could be 2 options that they take here.
Which one would you lean towards?
Honestly, I would lean towards having the Oracle or something of a defensive nature for Tundra, just because I feel like they do that better. Skeeter plays better when he has something like that behind him.
Do you think a Lich fits that well enough, or probably not because of the SD? Because SD kind of counters Oracle too, really. You're going to be constantly dispelling the heals that you put on him after you save him.
Does it dispel the heal when he's Oracle ulted?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh.
It goes through.
I didn't know that, actually.
It even dispels Salve, because Salve
Oh,
is
yeah, Salve is dispellable.
Rush Magic Wand, or what's it called? Holy Locket. Can't dispel that.
Or shove lotuses down his throat.
And like a stack of 3 mangoes to him, be like, drink this nectar for 7 seconds.
And they take away 2 of the more defensive supports on the side of Spirit with the Silencer, which looked great last game in terms of coverage with the Global, and the Witch Doctor that we've been seeing a bit more often. People just play for the Voodoo Restoration on lane, less so than for the Casket these days.
I appreciate that as a carry player. That's basically a permanent tango.
Yep. At level 1.
You don't have to feed me 10 tangos if you just stand next to me, level the skill that is 1.
Ignore all the pulling, all the stacking, the lotuses, the bounty ring.
No, once I'm full HP, you can go do your thing.
Okay, you may
I get axed
now.
again, please come back.
I took 8 creep attacks. Please return to me.
Well, as a result of Yatoro not getting selected in the first phase, Tundra opt to ban out a bunch of carries. Faceless Void, Morphling, Medusa taken out, and obviously they have selected the Bloodseeker themselves.
They still have the Lich for themselves on the side of Spirit if they want to go down that path again.
Yeah, those are 3 carries that are very difficult to rupture. Morphling has Waveform, Faceless Void has Time Walk, and Medusa just stands still, so I think that's the idea.
Okay. So I like this pivot to the 4 Mirana instead. Now you have the natural synergy with the Beastmaster with like the roar into the arrow. You also have the Shadow Demon disruption setup, but you're taking it away from immersion more importantly, which we saw he completely destroyed on that last game. He's super comfortable on Mirana.
Does it change if the perspective that they may not be able to stack as much? Or do you think Shadow, like is there an argument for putting Mirana 5 and Shadow Demon 4 just for that sake?
I think I would prefer to see the Mirana and the Beastmaster play together because it just feels like a better lane to kill and pressure the Bloodseeker. And I think Mirana's a solid stacker herself. Like, she can leap towards the triangle if she's late. I really do enjoy that about her. She doesn't do it as well as Shadow Demon, who can stack 3 camps on Dire side, but Mirana does fine too, if they need to.
Also may need to reevaluate the mid picks, because Storm was banned out for Laurel, but if there's a Mirana on the board, maybe Ember Spirit could be good for mid.
I would love a Bounty Hunter. I think that hero would be super annoying for Team Spirit to deal with.
Snaking has played it.
I mean, Malrian's Void Spirit is also just still in the pool.
And the Pengo. That's his most played.
I think the Void Spirit is just safer versus the Beastmaster, whereas like the Pango can get roared. Void Spirit can kind of jump these backline supports like the Shadow Demon and the Mirana who get burst really quickly.
It's wild that you're talking about like a Pango bursting supports and there's somebody better than him. I think if you said that like 4 weeks ago, we'd be like, what are you talking about? That defusal timing's disgusting. And now someone exists.
Now they're just going to go for their support pick on Tundra, but the question is which approach do they take? Do they take Enchantress, like you suggested, Brian, or maybe something defensive, like... Or the Crystal Maiden? Okay.
I think the CM was, or the Enchantress was less likely because of the Mirana. I actually think the Mirana was maybe a potential preemptive counter versus like Undying also with the Tombstone to secure the lane. It definitely shuts down a lot of the remaining powerful 5s, and maybe because of the Dispel from Shadow Demon, they elected to skip the Oracle as well. So CM, good against the Beastmaster Boar if he ever decides to level it, but mostly it does just give them kill threat. Batrider's most likely going to look to go bottom at some point between like 5 to 7 minutes, and if they can catch Beastmaster when he's like level 4 or 5, it significantly slows down his entire game plan.
But also it's just a solid hero in general versus the Beastmaster, right? Because you can freeze the boars. You also root the Mirana so she can't leap away. So just hero to hero, it does a lot of nice things. And now that the Ember Spirit has come out, her Frostbite has even more value. And between her nukes and Bloodseeker, she's one of the best supports setting up for the Bloodrite actually hitting on its target. It looks like a really, really scary bot lane for Team Spirit.
Agreed.
So Tundra still needs to pick their offlane hero probably. 3-3 hasn't played Batrider offlane yet this tournament. His most picked Visage. Would Jug be seen as a Visage counter in lane?
No, I think Visage is pretty good against Jug. Just because you have the Grave Chill, and even though if it doesn't, like it gets removed by spin, you don't lose the buff on Visage if you dispel it from yourself, so you should have no problem getting away from the spin in that lane. I would imagine Visage is probably high on the priority list right now because that's a summons hero they don't really have a way to deal with right now. And my only concern then would be potentially... Oh, there it is. But they're most likely looking at a summons hero on the side of Tundra because it is 33 after all.
How about offlane Lycan?
Problem with Lycan is he's not really a 9th pick hero, I think. Like, you have to see, I'm going to get away with this hero because he does have a few carry matchups that they're very polarizing. Some of them are unlaneable, such as like Troll Warlord, for instance. Probably not picked here, but...
Last 2 repeat heroes he's done is Enigma and Tide, basically. But don't really expect Enigma because Beastmaster, Tide, maybe.
Magnus, potentially. I think Magnus is the kind of hero that you're not too concerned about when you're going to get counterpicked on 10. Just because this hero is so strong right now, his damage is so high right now that it's going to be... You'll be hard-pressed to find somebody who could out-CS Magnus on lane.
Fights would be a tad awkward because Beastmaster is more of like a ranged melee guy. Like he plays back with his summons poking you, and then you have a save from Shadow Demon, and Mirana is also like... I don't think Team Spirit's lineup is ever going to be grouped up. So the lane would be nice for Mag, but it may be a bit weird later.
But then what would you go for if you're Tundra here? I mean, your Visage is gone, your Darkseer is gone. You don't necessarily want to go for the Tidehunter. I just feel like there's so many ways to save against someone who's solely dependent on Ravage. Isn't your best approach to just try to win your lane?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Tide would be nice for the game, but if they think they have a hero that can be powerful and win the lane, so they do ban the Tide. I mean, I don't hate Mag. I wasn't trying to say your idea was incorrect. I just don't. I'm thinking like.
You can say my idea is incorrect.
No, I'm saying like I'm looking at team fights as like a problem for them right now on Tundra. Like, I think this Tide would have been nice. The Darkseer that's banned out would have also been nice. Like some AoE guy or summons guy. Like I don't think.
I mean, it's good with Rupture. There's like some...
Magnus? Yeah, he could play like the fishing game with Rupture. That could be nice.
And like the skewer back after kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh.
There, that's it.
So it's just offlane, it's offlane Bat, probably.
All right.
You know what? I like this Ruvik. Also, very poggers immersion hero. You have the Roar to steal, which is going to be really good. You can also potentially steal Disruption. You have an instant stun in the Telekinesis to follow up on a Root or a Remnant on the Ember Spirit. I like the pivot that they did here. Team Spirit probably were not expecting it.
I mean, I because they're so static with the heroes they play, this is like left field kind of for 3-3. I'm confident he can play it, but I wonder how much it's going to change their game.
I was going to go for Lifestealer. That's what I was going to propose for Yatoro. And the reason being is that if they can't burst the first guy, I think Tundra's lineup is really awkward. And I think Yatoro chose an even better hero for that concept, which is Abaddon. They don't have any natural breaks. None of these heroes want to buy Silver Edge, so his ulti is almost certainly going to go off. You don't want to rupture him. He helps the other people that get ruptured. I think this hero's underrated.
There's Abaddon pick owns.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong.
It owns Batrider on lane. It can just dispel the stacks. It dispels the root from Crystal Maiden. If it gets ruptured, it just ultis and runs. It's just really comfortable. Also, when it gets to that Harpoon build, these Rubik and Sam supports are going to die so quickly to that Harpoon into Manta. Supports die so fast to this Abaddon build. It just looks really good overall.
Yeah, it's really hard to play against. Especially I wonder if it's actually better. It's maybe crazy because nobody does this, but maxing Nova this game might be more effective. Just because then you don't have to worry about like one guy just instantly being completely countered by the spell you cast. That way at least you're like reducing attack speed and slow on like 3 heroes instead of just like one guy that gets removed. But.
Yeah, because the Shadow Demon plus the Abaddon at this point, you have so many single target saves.
Yeah, another cool thing about this Abaddon is that the stacking that we're talking about on Team Spirit, this is all for your Beastmaster and your Ember now. You don't have to worry about your carry coming in and taking these stacks. Now you know there's going to be a lot of farm priority on this Beastmaster. He's going to get a lot of gold off of his triangle, and your Abaddon's going to have a good lane anyway. So, I mean, overall, I'm really feeling Team Spirit right now.
Immersion can steal Aphotic Shield, though.
It's true. He can.
Who cares about Roar now?
It's my Roar. It's my shield now. It's my band
it's
now
not enough.
as well.
It's not enough.
So we get into game number 2 with the Producing Pandas.
Great hero, Cinderin. Game number 2, Spirit versus Tundra. I have missed my Abaddon carry.
Abaddon?
We can have that discussion in just a bit. Actually, we could have it just now if you want.
Well, we are in Sweden, so if any country in the world has Abaddon, it would be Sweden because they have ABBA.
Well, you're going to have to hold your horses because we might have a first blood situation here.
We really don't.
There might be blood grenades.
That's true,
There we go. Okay, I do have
Never
something
really
to say about the pronunciation. First of all, I understand that the correct pronunciation is Abaddon.
Okay.
But that didn't come to light until a few years, like after Dota 2 came out.
Okay.
Okay. So it's one of those, I'm used to saying it a certain way, I'm not going to change it. It's not like Pavis, where you can literally look it up, especially if you're an American with, the dictionary.com.
Oh, hang on.
Skeeter.
This is a very potential kill.
He is in no man's land.
I don't really understand what
he is going to die, question mark. Although Malrine gets the first blood on Collapse. So it ends up being a 1-for-1.
And Skeeter's like, all according to plan. We baited them all away, so we get 3 bounties and first blood. That was a very weird whole setup, but it actually works out in Tundra's favor in the end with how they did that. Hard to give them credit for that being on purpose, but maybe. These guys do some pretty creative stuff sometimes, especially with like minute details like early laning mechanics or rune fights. So who knows, maybe that was...
Tell me why we have not been seeing so much Abaddon, despite it being a universal hero.
I mean, he's always going to have... He has the same weaknesses as always, right? He has no mobility ability as a melee hero, which is one of the things that most physical carries have, right? Or melee carries. Either have a mobility spell or a limiting mobility spell, in the sense that the enemy can be forced to fight you. So PA has a blink, Anti-Mage has a blink. Who was I thinking? Now I have to look up the list because I forgot the one hero I was thinking about. Void has a jump. Naga has Ensnare. PL has the charge. All these heroes have a way of connecting. Abaddon does not. So in order to get on top of targets, Abaddon needs either teammates to set him up so he can run in, or he needs to itemize for it by buying a dagger. And that's already...
Or a harpoon.
Or a harpoon. But then you still need to get in range for the harpoon. So... It's definitely helping him that this item exists. I would agree with that a lot. I think it's a very, very big help for him to connect on targets. But that is the inherent problem the hero has is, first of all, his ability to connect on enemies, and secondly, he's very matchup dependent. The hero loses some lanes significantly, and he does very well in others.
Uh-oh, Mira.
He's very
silent.
Here, I think.
Blood grenade still applied.
Oh, he just leveled up. He'll be fine.
And the leap is there.
Just got level 2 there from Collapse's kill on the range creep, I believe that was. So nicely timed. Yeah, just to finish off the Abaddon thoughts here. This is obviously a great matchup for him. Batrider is one of the best lane matchups for Abaddon, so that's very good. But there are some off-lane matchups that you truly despise, and that's why the hero generally gets picked later in the draft, and it's just not always a good game for him compared to many of these other carries. And we've also seen in this patch something else to keep in mind. A lot of teams are picking their carry early. And then... then even if it becomes a good Abaddon game further down the line, you've already committed your position 1 by, especially in Spirit's case, first phasing something like a Jugger, or in other games we've seen other carries being picked earlier, or at least in the second phase. Yatoro being run down here by... If he killed...
Yeah,
he's
Orthotic Shield is back up, so maybe he can turn his ass around and try to get this kill, but the Fade Bolt will keep him back.
There's some good damage here from 33. He's doing very well for himself in this early laning stage, top on bat. He's 14-1. This hero's biggest Achilles heel most of the time is his inability to last hit very well in lane, but 33 is topping the charts. Actually very surprised to see that. He's got the measly... it's not that bad, I guess, his damage, but being universal has definitely helped the hero's ability to play in the offlane, but I would still think that it would not fare this well. Maybe a classic case of just being, outdated information. You need to feel it.
Yeah, we should mention, in terms of standings, Spirit, if they want to stay where they were at the beginning of the day, then they need to win this game.
Yeah, they're 4-5, and Tundra are 6-3. So, big game for both teams for different reasons. For Tundra, it almost secures them top 4, which is how you advance. And for Spirit, it keeps them around that 3rd, 4th position. So one team is more or less fighting for the guarantee, and the other one is fighting a little bit more for survival. Spirit can obviously recover, even if they lose this game. They have enough games left to...
Yeah, they're not Liquid.
To make it happen. Yeah, Liquid are looking very rough, and so are, I believe it was Entity. Will also have a pretty rough score. I think both teams last I looked were 2-8. I think Liquid might be 2-9 now, actually. So more or less mathematically eliminated at that point. 5-9 is probably not going to cut it for a tiebreaker. So...
Yeah, well, looking at the farm for both position ones, as we're going to see in the bot lane, Snake King. The Fairy Fire Pop Collapse will live a little bit longer, but it's going to be a 1-for-1. He gets some XP out of that at the very least, but Skeeter having himself a good old time. 19-6 in the CS. Mid lane, Ember versus Void Spirit. The brothers at it again, and relatively even at the start of this.
I guess the dynamic of this lane has changed, right? Because in the past, I think most of the time this was kind of considered a wash, and then there's been a phase where it was slightly Ember favored, and there's been a phase where it was slightly Void Spirit favored. Now that Void Spirit is universal, I would expect Void Spirit to just be a flat-out favorite in this lane come this level, because you're starting to have significant last-hit damage advantage. Ember can always slide, obviously, but for creeps that are... When slide is on cooldown, you are facing a 10 damage deficit against Void Spirit at the current point in time. But despite that, Laurel is breaking even, so... I think that's a pretty good result for Ember in this lane.
Yep, for sure. And for Yatoro, he will be going the Echo Saber build into, it looks like Manta for now, or maybe it's just a casual Yasha into something else.
Absolutely want Manta this game. It is so good. I mean, it's good on the hero in general.
Is Radiance a thing?
It can be, but I think the problem is it's too slow for what the hero wants to do in this game. I think you want the Echo, and once you have the Echo, you absolutely want to finish the Harpoon. And then the Manta is just what allows you to harpoon people in and get those stacks up as fast as possible so they don't have counterplay.
Right.
And it allows you to go on the Maiden and actually kill her without having to use your ult. It allows you to go on the Rubik, you pull him in with Harpoon, you instantly Manta, and he doesn't know who to lift. It's like a lot of little things. You can counter the silence from Bloodseeker or even dodge it with a good time, well-timed Manta dodge. And I guess a secondary value point about it as well is that you have more freedom to...
Laurel?
I think this is...
Wants to go on top of Immersion here,
Nice
but the
pull.
Aether Remnant pulling him back from Malrine.
good arrow.
Connects from the side as Mira will help get that kill onto Immersion. Malrine outnumbered in a 1v3. He's going to get disrupted by Miposhka.
I think he's going to kill Miposhka here, maybe.
Astral Step is there. You can see the rest of Team Spirit not really having any spells they can spam there, so it does result in a 1-for-1.
Good result in a 2v3.
As we can see, Ataro getting chased down by 33. Still has that Aphotic shield up. Now in the cover of the tower. Looks like he will live.
I suppose another thing in this match, I mean, this is kind of interesting, right? Because the Batrider against a Batten matchup, a lot of the ways, at least I think about it, I don't know how much the panelists have played or seen this in general in this patch, but now that Batriders go Vanguard and go 3 in Firefly instead of 3-1-1, I think the matchup is a lot better for Bat than it used to be, because since so much of your damage is not dispellable with the Firefly points, you can actually threaten a Batten. In the past, you had to go 3-1-1, and whenever a Batten got 3 or 4 stacked, he would just Aphotic Shield and laugh at you, right? But now, you can actually Firefly on him. You put one sticky...
They're going to go for him again.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is in position, though, so this is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, they spot him, so
but
they
if
won't
Miposhka
bother.
wasn't there, that was a kill.
Yeah, well,
For sure.
both position 4s, both the Bloodseeker and Abby are pretty much locked in and around the same
Don't ever say
creep
Abby
kills.
again.
Well, you can't have it any way you want, Cinderin, okay? It's either Abaddon or Abby. You choose. By the way, so back to this discussion now that we have a pause. Thank God, I know that the players are allowing us to do this. How do you... We've had this conversation, of course, let's pretend we haven't. How do you pronounce the green healing thing that isn't the tango?
A salve?
Yeah, it's salve.
No.
So are we going to start pronouncing it salve because it's the technical correct way to say it?
I'm sure you can also say a salve.
Okay. What about Aegis, Cinderin?
Aegis.
It's Aegis,
yes.
Technically. Okay, but Ice Frog himself said, no, I want everyone to mispronounce it as Aegis. So we do, out of respect. And Abaddon, that's my choice for mispronunciation.
Time to look up salve. That's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Miposhka, after the pause comes through, looking to take out this Batrider. 33. Gonna get to the low ground, but will die shortly after Yatoro gets that kill, and now is level 6.
Yeah, it's a real feels good kill for the Abaddon to get. Now he's level 6, like you said, and he's ramping well ahead of the Bat by a full level at this point. But it's also needed, because Spirit's lanes have not been going particularly well. The Beastmaster is being dwarfed by Bloodseeker, the direct counterpick, and Malrine is on the warpath, looking for more.
He's already found one support. The shield is there. Mira looks like he's just going to get right-click down. Double kill from Malrine. If I call him Marine, then that's just a compliment, I suppose. But that haste rune coming in very handy.
2k lead for Tundra. It's similar to last game, but this time you can't blame it on the Devour.
True.
So just a flat-out laning stage win for them. Just getting way more out of it, getting the better kills, and especially the huge discrepancy now in that mid lane. Malrine with a 4-0 against Ember's 1-0 on Laurel.
And what
amounts
kind of
to
build?
1,500 net worth advantage.
Oh, we haven't really seen the Searing Chains into arrows as Malrine's going to be A-okay. So this combo hasn't really come to fruition for Team Spirit. But from Collapse's side, wondering what kind of build he's going. Looks like Pipe will be the first pickup for him. So auras. I mean, how do you... I'm not saying Pipe is unusual. I mean, I guess it's a little unusual if it's first, but how do you prioritize in a game going for like Helm with the Overlord? You can see the arrow will connect, so that's the second combo with the arrow.
Clean hit.
But Beastmaster, it feels like there's a ton of different builds that you can go. There's the Agnum Scepter, there's Helm Overlord, there's auras with Crimson Guard or Pipe as we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly. I mean, you can obviously see the matchups that he has here and see the value of the Pipe against Bad Rider, Void Spirit, Rubik, and Maiden. There's just a lot of random AoE magic damage that you're blocking, but I can't tell you for a fact why he's rating this over the Ags. If it's because his start is too bad and he feels like the timing is going to be off, or if they're trying to aim for a certain mid-game point where they want all things to come together with the Pipe, with Abaddon having his first item, with Ember having his first item, like whatever it is. There's definitely, the reasoning has got to be something along those lines.
Oh, arrow will hit. Do they have the damage to rip through? Malrine will get the Astral Step. He's going to get chased by his brother, the Ember Spirit. Gets off the pulse, gives them a little damage mitigation. They see a stack now, so they can take that very shortly, but Malrine will still fall. Nice pick off for Team Spirit. Frostbite's going to catch Mira, though, so it is a trade of sorts, but Spirit will take it. Rupture, but TP is okay. Looks like that stack will still go to Tundra, although there are some Shadow Poisons on it.
Miposhka is trying to be a thorn in their side here. And with Laurel reconnecting, they actually have presence here.
Yeah.
So, you're right. The stack is indeed going to go to Spirit.
Well, I did say it. I said both at
You said Tundra.
Points, first I said Tundra, yeah.
You covered your bases. This stack is going to die.
Well, that's not covering all your bases. It could just live the entire game for all
that's
you know.
true.
That, if you had said that, it would have lived the whole game, probably.
Oh. Do I have that much power? Nice arrow.
Who's playing really well right now, Synderen? Let's put it to a test here.
All of them.
Oh, shit.
Now everyone's going to DC.
Oh, dear. And we're seeing 33 go for the Octarine out of the Vanguard buildup, of course. It's been... I do wonder if they're going to end up changing that at some point. It is nice, but maybe it's too good.
Yeah, I mean...
But it is fun seeing Octarines built a lot. It's a fun item.
Yeah, it feels like Vanguard just has too many upsides, right? If you made it not disassemblable, I think that's how it used to be, first of all. I think players would probably still buy it a good amount, despite not going Octarine, because it still has so much inherent value for your presence in lane, your ability to push the tower. Just tankiness in the first 20-25 minutes is very useful. But yeah, a hero like Bad Rider would probably stop buying it, right? If he couldn't go Octarine with it.
Oh, Malrine wanted to go for the rune. Looks like it ends up top, but he's going to take an arrow instead. Searing Chains to follow. Don't think they have the damage to actually kill him outright. Will Astral Step to the other side.
Oh, here comes Yatoro.
And yeah, Yatoro, first rotation of the game. They're going to get the support Rubik to start things out. And Yatoro, he can just try to go for snaking. We see the Rupture come out. That's onto Laurel right now, but he can just stand there because Yataro's the one in front.
Oh, I love Abaddon so much. It's one of my favorite heroes. It's so cool to see when carry players get to finally play this hero. It's not a carry very often in Pro Dota history, right? It's like I don't know, how many years of Dota 2 have we had now? 11? I feel like Abaddon has been a carry for like less than a year in total out of those 11 years.
Yeah,
like, it almost never gets played, but it's so refreshing.
I would say a little bit over a year, but yeah.
You think so?
In the grand scheme of things, very small percentage.
It's mainly a support and an offlaner, but it's really cool to see it in the carry role because like the carries that have the most aggressive mindset, it really allows them to to what's the word? To play out that
to
way.
win.
Yes.
Arrow connects.
That was the word.
Is a big astral step coming out from Malrine.
Oh my god, nice
with
double
that
damage.
DD. Yeah, Miposhka will die as a result, but you can see Malrine is the one now on the run. Searing Chains again connects. Laurel, see if he can try and finish the job. Yatoro, not sure if he wants to go any deeper. Collapses there, continuing with the axes.
Skitter's pretty fast.
And it looks like Malrine will end up living. So it's just a support kill after all that. As now the pipe online for Team Spirit. And Harpoon is getting there for Yatoro.
Yep. Very close, as a matter of fact. 5 gold away, so it's coming out just now. And yeah, Yatoro is the kind of carry player who's always been very aggressive in his playstyle, right? So this is right. This hero is right up his alley. Like, just go in front, find targets, put pressure, enable your team to shine as well while you're going in aggressively. So it's really allowing him to like perform that player identity, if you will. Like, there's some carry players that are more, you know, your classic stand back and deliver. And it's not like Yatoro doesn't play a mean Terrorblade. He absolutely does, but it's just some players, even when they play a hero like that, where they will still not be scared of going in first. And really,
that is true,
putting the enemy team to the test. Yatoro's always been that kind of guy.
Oh,
Malrine
arrow's
dodging
coming,
the arrow.
sidestep.
Nice stolen aphotic shield there, just really protecting him.
Yep, that's an easy one to get. Snake King is an easy kill to get for Team Spirit. And looks like Tundra are just going to back away, though. Skeeter is spotted. Yatoro gets the Harpoon. The Rupture comes out as well. He's just going to pop the borrowed time right off the bat, but there's the Roar after the aphotic shield was used by Immersion, and that will lead to a kill onto the Bloodseeker. Big kill for Team Spirit.
Really nice.
Overall, 3 kills and 0 deaths.
Just such a great chase down, just again taking advantage of, this time it's the Harpoon coming in at the great time, the opportune moment to catch Skitter, but also just power playing their way through the enemy triangle. Their lineup is incredibly strong right now. There really isn't too much Tundra can do to this last pick Abaddon when he runs at them, so they kind of have to yield and give him space. And it means it's damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. If you're fighting, that doesn't feel too great, but if you don't, he's going to run you down, harpoon you, and you're going to lose heroes. So you got to be very, very careful with how you're positioned and not letting this guy get in range of you. And that's a tough ask when the enemy has slight chains. This hero combination, the Abaddon plus Ember, is actually so beautiful because they set each other up for success. Ember lets Abaddon connect, and in turn Abaddon protects the Ember when he wants to go aggressive. So
yeah,
it's a really, really nice tandem.
Oh, Mira.
Good dodge from Mira here.
Quick leaps. 33's already popped that Firefly. You can see Collapse heaping in as well. And the fact that it was, I mean, we don't get to, I feel like as time has gone on in Dota, less gotcha picks at the end have been a thing when the teams have just gotten better over the years, but this Abaddon does feel like a gotcha pick.
It's still
in a way.
It's not to the extent of the good old...
I mean, it's not like Broodmother.
Exactly. It's not like old Brood or Meepo with no counters or whatever. Like you.
But the synergies are pretty insane once you list them off.
Abaddon feels like a hero that you can always find a way to beat, but this is definitely in like a very high percentile of how good of a game this is for the hero. Definitely a truly standout pick. And the panel was also talking about it. BSJ was saying this could be a good lifesteal game, but he liked the Abaddon even more, and I agree. I can't think of a better carry pick in this game for this patch. So well done from Spirit identifying that. And yeah, definitely taking advantage of it so far. 3K lead after Tundra off to a good start, as we talked about earlier. Tundra had a 2K lead minute 8. It's been swung the other way now with some great aggressive plays from Spirit, and they're going to find more now maybe. Who's fighting?
Yeah, oh, that's a very fast disruption. 33 is going to get Searing Chains as well on the high ground here. Trying to disengage, it looks like, from Tundra's side is a Demonic Purge into the arrow. That might be the death of Voice Spirit. A good telekinesis, but it's not going to be enough to save Malrine in the end.
Stolen access here for Immersion. This gives some freedom to collapse to Roar. If they do find a connection on Slight Chains, they won't be able to steal the Roar now. It's on cooldown, but well, it looks like they'll find a little maiden snack here.
Yeah, Harpoon. That's always fun to watch. You know, I don't know if you've really, we've had this conversation a lot in general, how you're a big fan of the sound design in Dota. That might be the lowest quality. I don't know if you actually listen to it. The sound of the Harpoon is atrocious. It's really poor.
I definitely think it's also not the only item. I can't remember what the other one is. Or oh right, I know what's coming to mind. The PA persona.
Yeah.
With the like hitting with what sounds to be like a
the auto attack.
Yeah, I don't even know what to call that sound, but Yeah, I've always considered Dota to have like absolute pristine sound design, and the sounds are still unique, but I would agree, like some of the quality of sounds that we've had in the last year might not have been on par with. It's also hard to continue on that standard, right?
The sound guy's
so
working
high.
on Neon Prime. That's why.
Right.
All
It's
the
gotta be
sound
it. Yep.
being used for that. 33 gets roared. Laurel surrounding
They have
him.
the damage.
And an easy pickup for him. 4K lead now for Spirit. So kind of a back and forth engagement, or back and forth game overall.
It's been a lot of fourth for Spirit, though, in the last...
Yeah, it has. I mean, I feel like a lot of the games we've been casting, not only at the Major, but even this tournament thus far, have been laning stage, and then that team just ends up winning. Whoever wins the laning stage.
There's been more
this
swings.
This one's been, it's been a little bit more swingy lately, which is good.
I think it's a sign of just overall improvement on the quality of play from the players, that they have a better understanding of how to play at a deficit, where in the previous, when the patch is new and you fall behind, you don't really know what to do. You just lose your way and you get overrun by the enemy team that has the gold advantage.
Yeah.
Now, even when things don't go exactly according to plan, a lot of the times the team finds a creative way to approach things. Maureen, good evasive.
I feel like as time has gone on in this patch, Tormentors have been a lower priority. 20 minutes, you don't see these teams get it immediately, unless they're trying to invade the enemy one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like 24, 25 minutes is typically when you'll see it, which I find interesting. Lasso, I don't think Spirit are going to find that interesting. Laurel, he does have the remnants, but they're slow to a crawl. Gets another one off. I believe he was ruptured. Has to stand still for the time being. Collapse is there for moral support, and he will live. So Tundra not able to finish the job. That would have been a huge kill.
And not only do they catch him like that, but he also didn't have a pre-placed remnant, so he had to throw it out. If there was a remnant on the ground, that would not have been really close to a kill, but with that having to come out there, that was scary. All right,
Maureen,
disrupt,
arrows coming.
Too late. No,
oh,
it wasn't.
Cinderin does it again.
A curse.
Too late. Not for you.
All right, it can't be too late. All of his spells were on cooldown. I thought he had one of his defensive spells, but he literally had no steps or dissimulate.
Too
So
late.
yeah, then it's gonna. I mean, then it's gonna hit.
More like too late to get away. That's what you meant, right?
Yes.
Good boy. Good, clean boy.
Yes.
Manta on the way for Yatoro. Speaking of pronunciations, I like how you switch up the pronunciation of his name constantly.
What do I say?
Well, at the beginning of the game, you said Yatoro.
Don't I say Yatoro all the time?
You've been doing that lately, yeah. Like Yatoro sounds, it's like super awful American accent, you know?
I feel like I've called him Yatoro for quite a long time.
No,
Maybe not.
Because of me? I influence you.
Oh, yeah.
Abaddon is now hitting the Roshan. Do you say Roshan or Roshan?
Is that Roxanne?
That's right. Roshan is actually a word in Farsi, which is why I pronounce it Roshan. And it means bright, which is ironic. Because he's not bright at all.
But Ginsu's bowling ball was.
What's that?
That's what it's named after.
The bowling ball?
Yeah. Ginsu's bowling ball is called Roshan.
Oh, I
That's what
actually did not know that.
Named it after his bowling ball.
Wow. That's interesting.
He must really have loved bowling. To name a fierce monster in a video game after a bowling ball.
That is interesting and quite sad at the same time. Okay, that's a very special bowling ball. He goes to sleep with it every night.
It's very possible that it's just fake trivia that he created, and now he's just laughing that people keep referencing it when it never was the case.
Could be.
But who names their bowling ball anyway?
No, that's actually a thing.
Oh, it is?
For bowlers.
I see, okay.
People that bowl for a living definitely name them.
They name...
It's like naming a ship or something.
But how many bowling balls do you use as a competitor? Do you have...
You probably have a backup, I would assume.
You don't only have one, right? Because then you need to wait for it to come back every time. But I guess if you only strike, you have time.
Yep. Very interesting conversation as always. 5K lead for Spirit.
Yep, they got the mid tower.
They have the Aegis. Snaking doing his best to push these lanes.
Speaking of bowling, Collapse striking here. Looking for Snay on the ward.
33.
Yeah, Laurel might be finding
Pursued
a spare
by
kill
Laurel.
here. Nope.
Arrows coming.
Did not.
I don't know the term for when you don't hit anything, but that's what happened there.
It's called a miss. All right, he is lassoed.
Lasso, Rupture, Blood Right, but he's outside of it, doesn't matter.
That's Aegis.
They get the Aegis, now they reset.
Nice snipe there. That's a really good kill. I mean, sure, it's on the Aegis, but the execution from Tundra was very clean. Abaddon is not nearby for the save. They get a very quick hit and run, get out, and the cooldowns they expend aren't very long. So Batrider with the Octarine will have lasso again soon, and Collapse was out hunting the Crystal Maiden for an eternity and never found her. So a good result overall for Tundra. They are obviously still trailing. Oh, there's a TP coming top.
Yeah,
they're coming
Collapse.
through the gate.
Ooh. All right. A blink away to safety.
33 is randomly going to burn a Hawk on his way out. A nice little snack there that he wasn't expecting. Just flew through it. But Yatoro.
Okay, he does not.
Did not find him at all.
That's right.
Classic 33.
Oh, 7 pets have died. Thank you, production.
Oh, nice.
Shadow Demon just died as well.
Speaking of pets, do you know what it's called in bowling when you get 3 strikes in a row?
A turkey.
I know. You know your terminology. You just didn't know the name for it when you
missed. In some countries, it's a banana. Did you know that?
There's no way that's true.
That is true.
That is absolutely not true.
You got me.
I think there's more likely that that's wrong than the bowling ball being called Roshan.
Oh, sure.
I feel more confidently about that one. Tower under siege,
boy.
but yep,
we got a
flank.
smoke.
It's
Tundra.
a 5v4.
Moonlight Shadows popped. They want to go for Skeeter.
Yoink.
There is. This could be a bait though, but he's already at half HP. Gets telekinesed by his teammate to save him, and he will do so for the time being. Stun now and the lasso onto the Beastmaster. They take him out before he can get anything off. Big kill for Tundra. The Crystal Maiden did die, buys back in the game, and TP's in as well. Skeeter is actually going to live, so they initiated him on 2 different occasions and still will not find the kill. 33. Four stats to safety as well. Snake King, that's a dieback. That's what he's there for.
The stolen Aphotic Shield is genuinely keeping Tundra in the game. I think Immersion got 2 or 3 key saves off there. He saved Bloodseeker, he saved Bat.
You know what's funny about that? Is I think he just picked up his first level of Miscoil just to prevent that. Because usually you just go stats these days.
Wait, did he? Hasn't he had it?
No, I'm fairly sure he just got Miscoil.
Okay.
That popped up on the screen.
I see.
As we see a replay here. They lock down Collapse. Wasn't able to get the roar off.
Gonna see here as Laurel reconnects now. So he gets the slide chains onto the Bloodseeker. There's Aphotic Shield number 1. He runs away. And now they're gonna isolate and catch the Bat with the next one. Aphotic Shield fly or 4 staff across and then Firefly and Snake King. Unfortunately, they didn't have a 10 times strong Aphotic Shield to save him. He would have needed more than 1.
If he had that old 25 talent.
He needed a high strength Aphotic. I don't think that would have cut it. I think we needed a 2,000 health shield there.
I see.
Not quite there.
Skeeter, he's going to be spotted.
Yeah, he doesn't TP,
Purge is going to keep him in place.
No way to TP out. He's just screwed.
Yatoro is here, surrounds him. And this will be an easy pickoff, and it's a big kill.
Harpoon.
Anytime somebody uses the sound effect is just so comical, you have to laugh. Very out of place. So has the Manta obviously with the Shadow Blade now. We'll be going for the Silver Edge.
What dagger do you think you should buy on Abaddon?
Oh man, I'm
Swift Blink or Overwhelming Blink?
Arcane Blink, of course, as Roar comes out.
That's not going to cut it at all.
Kind of trades places there. And you can see Yatoro come in and rip 33 a new one with the harpoon action.
I mean, this should at least be Elena Barracks if they don't buy back here. No buyback. If he gets caught,
he's fine. He'll limp away, but the buildings might not be okay. What was stolen this time? It's the Hawk. Okay, more pets to kill. Miposhka gets the disruption. Laurel helps find the kill on Immersion, and now they're going to take out another one from Tundra's side. So just like that, they're in their base.
Oh, talk about pushing power. Abaddon Beastmaster combo.
Yeah.
This is going to go down real fast. Where's Yatoro? What's he doing? All right, he's coming back. Bringing in the swings.
How to get those curses on there. There's the fortification.
Gets them on instantly with the Manta too. So they're going to have the 4 curse stacks plus Inner Beast.
They do have 2 buybacks, but only 20 seconds apiece on both Rubik and Batrider. It looks like they'll give it up.
This looks like a Lycan push with 5 items.
Imagine it with Lycan as well.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous, honestly. Oh, that's 2 sides for Spirit.
Yeah, why stop now? No fortification in sight. All of them have been used. But everybody from Tundra is up now. Rupture is... Oh my god, Snake just gets completely deleted. There's the borrow time, just run around for full HP. Classic counter. And there's the Roar now to 33. What was stolen? It is the Roar. Can they do anything to counteract this? Skeeter already super low on HP. The Roar finally comes out. And Skeeter just has to run back to Fountain. Arrow not going to hit, but the buildings will go down. This will be mega creeps for Team Spirit, although the lasso coming in on the Abaddon. That is not the hero you want to go for. He's very hard to kill despite not even having the borrowed time right now. And the Void Spirit, he's surrounded, silenced, and destroyed. And Tundra completely destroyed in this game number 2. So it'll be a draw again.
Man, I really enjoyed watching this series. I feel like both teams played really good individual games. So Tundra in the last game just step by step kept building their advantage from the 15-minute point until they ended it. I think the first game was a little bit longer than this one. This was a very abrupt ending. Spirit just seemingly out of nowhere just completely started overwhelming them, and Tundra didn't get a foot down for the last 10 minutes. Just absolutely crushed and overrun in the fights. Seeing the Abaddon having massive impact, and I think this is probably Skitter's hardest Bloodseeker game, all tournament at least. Insta game 3, 4, and 0, we're used to seeing Skitter popping off, but the carry-to-carry matchup is bad. The Ember matchup isn't particularly good either. They did a good job at I'm not going to say they baited the Bloodseeker pick. It's very predictable that comes out against Beastmaster because that's what almost every team does. And then what do? They counterpick it with 2 cores that both end the game deathless.
Yeah,
so
and
nice.
I mean, you have to give Tundra some credit. The stolen Abaddon shields were keeping them in the game. And then Mistcoil at level 16 was leveled finally, so he stopped getting it. Let's go with the panel.
Great! More ties! As now Tundra and Spirit continue the trend, and they are 6-6, and TSM is 6-6. And, well, actually, there is one minor development. I'm not sure if this was confirmed earlier, but as of now, Team Liquid have now been eliminated from the group stage because they are in the same group, and their score is 3-9, and I guess as of this, it now makes it impossible for them to make it out of the bottom 4.
They'll make it through the lower brackets.
Yes, lower bracket. Every tournament. Every tournament has lower bracket, except if you're in the group stage. No brackets.
Crazy to think of Liquid getting eliminated in the first group stage, but hopefully this is a wake-up call for them to maybe not get so complacent. Or maybe they wanted to be complacent and just rest up before volley. That could also be the case here.
That's right. They're trying to scrub the target off their back. But meanwhile, for this series, Tundra they got smashed, man. That put the pedal to the metal on Team Spirit. That Abaddon pick ends up having a much sooner timing than Juggernaut, it seems.
I was excited about it, and Mira was even raving about it more than I was, so I'll let you take it away. Why was it so powerful?
I mean, it's just a very exciting hero, right? Like, we don't get to see it that often, but it's a universal hero. It owns, it builds the items that are OP this patch, the Harpoon, the Manta, etc. It's a ball-up hero, so when Beastmaster hits a timing where he's very strong, the Abaddon can join in early. It dispels the lasso, which is one of Tundra's key ways to take the fight, and it just fights really well into Void Spirit, right? But most importantly, Bloodseeker, what does he do versus Abaddon, 1-1? What does he do to that guy? He has to kill the rest of his team, and it's a very tall order when the rest of his team is grouping up.
One of the weaknesses the hero does have, and maybe there's 2, but the first is like pre-6, you can definitely bully him a lot right before he hits his ulti, because at like level 5, what do you have? Just aphotic shield, basically. Like if they go on you, your passive doesn't really do anything. And the other weakness is sometimes you don't farm fast enough if you skip like the Radiance build, but like we talked about, if you go the Harpoon build and you get aggressive with your team, it doesn't matter, because you're killing heroes and objectives and things like that. So like you don't have to worry about collecting net worth. So they got to, once he got through that laning stage problem and was able to get online with the Beastmaster, he got to play to full effect.
It was something that I'm starting to wonder if we might see those stocks rise more, because not only did it win, it beat a Void Spirit, which has been the hero du jour of probably the past 3 days, it seems. And I guess this there was a disruption into basically instant Curse of Avernus silence on him.
Yeah, I think Abaddon, I think the Radiance is going to fall off.
Yeah.
I think I played it one time myself, and it just felt clunky because I'm like, I'm picking this universal hero, and then I'm buying my first 5,000 gold item has 0 stats on it. And maybe they'll pair it more with like Dooms or Beastmasters, these offlaners that Mira mentioned in the draft. Like they're going to give him stacks, they're going to give him a lot more attention than the carry, so they're more selfless as a carry, as in a bad. And like he's rotating mid with the Neko Saber, killing mid tower. That's usually the role of the offlaner. But because he's doing that, the other players get to focus more on their games. And I like that Yatoro can be a 10th pick player that does that kind of role. That's kind of cool.
That is cool, but more so because they saw the pivot of the support bot to the core bot towards the end, they could just pick this Abaddon with no fear, right? Typically, this Abaddon, it can't come out that too early in the draft because for it to be super effective, you want to make sure it has a good lane because he does have laning weaknesses, as Purge mentioned. So you see this Bat Rider, you know naturally he's going to have a good lane with the Aphotic Shield and the Wand, and there isn't really anything compromising him outside of that. He also countered the disables coming out of the enemy support. So, I mean, overall, it just looked great. Can it come out as early as something like a Void Spirit? No.
Okay.
But there's definitely a lot of potential for it. And the rest of Team Spirit played so well around it. They had Beastmaster and Ember to play the map with, exploit the vision. They had the disruption to arrow combo that we saw a few times. Overall, it was just a textbook.
And overall, I'm also more encouraged by Spirit drafts that don't first phase Yatoro. And this one also enabled Laurel quite a bit, having so many setups. So Mirana had arrow setup with the disruption, with the slight chains. I find that Yatoro's gonna do his job no matter what. If you first phase him, it's... I don't know. It's not playing to Spirit's strengths, I feel.
I think there's an argument to be made about having a carry that you can first phase, making your drafting that much easier. Because usually the first phase carry comes out after you see the offlaner, but if there's something that you can comfortably play in the first phase, like a Medusa, it makes it so that you can draft around your mid laner or draft around your offlaner, and that's why Team Spirit were experimenting so much with it. They were first phasing that TV. They even first phased their anti-mage a few times last season. So I understand why they're doing it. I understand why they're working around it, but it's going to take a lot of ironing out, right? Juggernaut is just not one of those heroes.
It also helps that Laurel is playing more traditional mid heroes now. At least around like the Lima Major time, he was playing tons of like Snapfire and Zeus and things like that. Stuff that's a little different. Still viable, but different. But now he just looks like every other mid laner in terms of what heroes he's picking, which is probably giving them more stability as well, and makes so that drafting doesn't give them an underhand, you know, where someone else is like, oh, we'll just pick the meta heroes, and you have to like try to work around it with your weird heroes somehow. It's just easier if you play on meta most of the time.
It keeps making me wonder, though, if we had 3-game series, I don't really know who would have come out on top on this one, because both drafts were pretty dramatically different, and all these group stage games are BO2s, and they continue to split. I don't know what... Actually, do we have standings by any chance that I could pull up? We do. Perfect. This is Group A. We can get a quick update on the situation. Talon's still winning! Bro! How are they allowed to do this?
I mean, if they lose, the difference between 7th place and 1st will be 1 game.
Sorry, say that again?
I'm saying if Talon lose, it looks like they're playing EG based on both teams having 11 games.
Yeah.
If they lose, 1st place will be 7-5, and 7th will be 6-6.
This is like insanely tight right now.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
This is wild. Yeah, but unfortunately, Liquid is eliminated.
I'm just kind of rooting for Talon to lose so we get a 1-game difference between 1st and 7th.
That'd be very exciting.
What are you? What's laughing over there?
It's just like, it's like when Purge sits down, is like, lower back support. And then you guys with monotone voices, I don't think BSJ goes, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, with absolutely no emotion. And then, sorry. I don't know, that was funny.
That's the psychopath that I forgot to mask this time around.
To turn on the emotion.
It's just so emotionless that...
Got a mask over here.
I don't know why that was so funny, actually. Go ahead, Neil. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Probably the most exciting thing.
You're showing more emotion than everyone on this panel combined, and maybe even more than our interviewee. No, never mind. Miposhka's kind of smiling. Miposhka, welcome and congratulations on this win. You may have answered this already, but this is our first time having you on the mainstream. How is your team handling the motivation for this tournament? Because unlike a lot of other teams, you guys are not yet qualified for Riyadh or qualified for TI yet. So coming into this tournament, how energetic are you taking it as opposed to preparing for the Bali Major also?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
As always, we motivated for any tournament, and we, of course, trying to win as maximum as possible. But I don't know, from some period, we have some course, I don't know, and we cannot really win any team 2-0 or any other score. And
Miposhka, that's not a curse for
another
you.
day, another draw.
It's a curse for everyone right now. Everyone is tied, and it's driving me crazy because we're going to have crazy tiebreakers, I think. So don't worry, you're not alone.
Yeah, but I just mean that also we played on our DPC League. Our game was 2-1, so it's also strange a bit.
Okay, then in that case, maybe it is a curse. But at least this time in your DPC, you guys got first place this time, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's been a rock, paper, scissors between you, 9 Pandas, and BetBoom. This time you guys got first, and so coming into Bali, I guess that's
cool.
It feels good. Let's go. Purge, anything on your mind for Miposhka?
Yeah, the meta's starting to settle a little bit. I mean, everybody knows the techies is great, but what are some other heroes that you really like playing that you wish were more viable right now?
You mean on some support hero?
Yeah,
or
some
what
support
do you
hero.
mean? It's hard really to say. I think Batrider is kind of broken hero too, even on support. His spells is too strong in my opinion. And Tekis, both heroes is kind of broken, I think. And I'm really kind of hate to play post 4 or post 5. I mean right now, because I'm usually staying against Batrider or Tekis, and I need to deal with it somehow. And I really hate this heroes right now. That's why in pause I just picking these heroes, and so I'm playing on Imba heroes, or at least they get banned.
Yeah,
if someone else will pick it.
Gotcha.
Hey Miposhka, hope you're well. Earlier we talked to Saberlight and we asked him who his least favorite position 5 to play against is, and he said that it was you. So my question to you is, what have you been doing to this guy?
Saberlight said that
he hates to play against you. He said he hates to play against you.
He hates to play against me?
Yeah.
He means online. Actually, I don't know why. We didn't play a lot of games, I think, but I don't really know why he thinks like this. Maybe it was some kind of joke because he's some kind of funny guy. But I can say that usually I'm really focused on lane. I'm trying to play perfectly, try to pull, harass, not letting free creeps, try to deny every creep. Maybe that's why, but not really right now. Right now I'm not in really good form, I guess. So I guess right now it's much easier to stay against me.
Well, he doesn't seem to think so. And the last question, really quickly, can you tell us a little bit how Laurel has grown as a player since he joined Team Spirit?
How Laurel what?
Has grown as a player.
Oh, how to say? I think from the start, when he joined us, he didn't feel comfort. He didn't really know how he should play with our team, and also we are a team which not really get used to play with mid laner. But right now we kind of different, change our opinion about how we should play, and now we're trying to play with our mid laner, and we coming to him, we're trying to abuse bottle as maximum as possible, we're trying to help on runes, we trying to make some smoke ganks also with him, and now I think he knows much better how he should play, and feels much more comfortable. And also he is growing as a player really fast, I think. He's a good guy, and he is like a soldier, Like if you want to want some hero from him, like if he need to train someone, he will do it, and at least he will try. So we like him.
Right on.
My question would be, who picks Yatro's heroes for the opener? Is this something he theory crafts, that you guys theory craft? Who's the mastermind behind this?
Who picking heroes for Yatoro?
Yeah, in the first round, like the opening for Jug.
It's the first game. It's more was the idea from our Silent, and when he came, he said that they're gonna pick this, we're gonna pick this, they will answer with this, we will ban this, and everyone of us okay, it sounds good, let's try. And I still think that our idea was really fine. We just played really bad in our first game. I don't really know why. We played too passive, we didn't make any gank with our mid-ranger, but we could. And they just reached level 6 on Doom, they used Doom, other heroes used Portal, they attacked us. We was a little bit prepared, but not enough. And second moment was the same. They just reached global. They used global. They killed the Juggernaut again. We were not ready for that. So we played too passive, I think. But our draft was fine. And idea too. But after we lost to the Doom, we decided to change our plan.
The change worked out quite well. Miposhka, congratulations on this victory, and I should wish you luck on your final series, which will be against Team Secret. But yesterday I had Puppy for an interview. I also wished him a 2-0. I'm in an awkward situation now. You said you guys your curse is stronger, you feel, not getting 2-0s?
I hope not. I almost sure tomorrow we will break this.
All right, prove it to me, Miposhka. Prove it to me. Congratulations on this win, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Much love. Yeah, they only have one opponent left, Team Spirit, and that's Team Secret, as we are now getting close to the end of our group stage and close to the end of day number 3 as well. We got one more series for you. It's Gladiators versus OG. Stick around, and we'll be right back after the break.
Whiskey sour.
breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever, you can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking, you can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and
Thank you very much to the producing pandas as they bring us into our final series of the day. It's Game and Gladiators taking on OG. We are always closing out the night with Gaimin. They seem to be nighttime people. And I know someone else who is a very, very nocturnal. Please welcome Fear! Sorry, he did the thing.
When did he get there?
Hey, what's up?
Fear, we do the whole thing. You like walk down the stairs.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't going to do that today. Didn't feel like it.
Oh.
Yeah, feel said, okay?
All right, fine. I mean, ceremony means nothing to you, then I guess we can just talk about the Dota then, Fear. What are you so eager to talk about with Gaimin versus OG then?
Gaming Gliders. This is a team that looks very interesting in a lot of ways, and when I looked at their past, they'd always pick something imbalanced, like a combination, right? The IO Leshrac.
Yep.
They'd first pick the Lina. They had like the Brood Mothers, but they haven't done a single opener this tournament that's been the same. So, but just seeing that the versatility and their openers has been a little bit different from usual is a bit inspiring for me, because they're not that one-trick pony where they're only playing a couple heroes, other than Quinn, of course, with his 4-hero pool.
Sure.
But outside of that, they've been expanding and trying different lineups.
Okay. Teams that have been following them because they have been the best team in the world for quite a while, and as a result, you usually try to find patterns, try to find dynamics to exploit, but they're keeping opponents on their toes, I suppose. Okay. It's something that I don't think OG are eager to have to go up against, because OG themselves, they like to keep people on their toes on what 5 players they're bringing into each game. Sometimes to success. Last year it was to success. This year, Brian, not quite as much success.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about BZM this patch that he has a strong desire to pick a farming mid.
Okay.
And it's weird. He doesn't do it like often, but he does it enough where I feel like he's convinced that there's a niche for it. And I'm concerned about that in this series because Quinn is one of the most aggressive mid laners of all. And I loved watching Quinn versus Sumail yesterday because those are like, that's the clash of the two guys. I watched those lanes back and they're just hitting each other nonstop.
Oh, you did watch the replay.
Yeah, and what basically happened was they were fighting nonstop. That's what just Quinn does, is he forces nonstop trades. But Sumail had early rotations from the supports where both mids are low and then suddenly the momentum's given to the other. And I fear that OG is going to suffer against that because BZM doesn't really play that way.
And that was the Queen of Pain Ember matchup?
Yeah, and then they also did Void Spirit Ember, and both of them were the exact same. I watched it, I was like, man, these two players, like, CS is just a concept. It's just a number.
It's like their foreheads are just against each other the whole laning stage.
That's exactly what it looked like.
And like trips Quinn's like, too bad for you.
But then I was giving all this credit to the mid diff situation, but you're telling me all these filthy supports rotated?
Sumail was like slightly ahead.
Okay.
And he had basically forced Quinn in situations that I think Quinn was unfamiliar with because he was the aggressor most of the time, and it was Quinn fighting back, which I usually see it being the opposite. And I'm concerned that I've said it multiple times already, but I don't think BZM likes playing against this.
Especially if he seems to think farming heroes are the idea this match, because
I think it's his idea more than
yeah,
anything.
it's his idea. No other mid seems to be doing that.
I mean, it's not surprising. When I see BZM, I expect it at this point. He wants to play something that doesn't rotate, that gets a bit more farm. He loves to play his Arc Warden, his Invoker, these type of heroes. And he wants to just get farm on himself, and he's not going to make a ton of rotations. But he does make, in his own way, have his own game impact. Like when he plays Invoker, his Sunstrikes are always on point. Right there. When he plays Arc Warden, he tries to TP and react, but he's not going to like take those runes and rotate around the map if he's playing one of those like stationary heroes.
Let's see what he gets his hands on in this game number 1 as we begin the draft. Wonder what other signatures. He had Tanker as a signature, also a hero that loves getting farm on himself.
Yeah, he played Morphling this tournament as well, so there's just...
Yeah, exactly.
These are just heroes that are meant to lane dominate, and if they don't win their lane, like they either way, win or lose their lane, they're going to sit there farming, controlling the area. And right now the map is so open, I've noticed that the problem with it is if you're that type of hero, there's nowhere really to go. Like you can't walk out to runes because there's always supports there and you will die. There's really no jungle camps that are easily accessible. Maybe on Radiant, that one big camp, but that's why I'm kind of confused. I don't know what he sees that nobody else sees, because the ability to like have the opponent mid have free reign to just walk wherever they want. Bounty runes, power runes, even just like posturing towards ganks if the opportunity arises. It just makes it so difficult because the map being so wide open, we've talked about that so much, but it means that it's harder to know where anybody is if they're not showing in the lane at the current moment. So it makes your side lanes have to really, like...
Just tell them, don't die.
Yeah, just don't die. Hey, missing. He's missing.
He's missing for 5 minutes. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, and another thing that I like pretty obvious here, the techies ban though, but OG, I believe they're 4-0 or maybe 5-0 with techies.
Okay.
For a team that has not been winning a lot, it's been a lot of this techies. And another hero that they're doing really well with is actually Pango. Maybe they should pick it up for more of BZM, as they haven't lost a game with it. I believe they have how many games of that? 3 games right now of Pango, and he's undefeated with it. So kind of proving as well that OG, they do have some wins. They're still not winning everything, but when they're playing this more traditional style with having like a Pango mid, they are being a bit more successful than just farming it up and playing some Arc Ward and stuff.
I wonder if that's also a problem that comes from Seb as well. He's played 9 different heroes for 4 positions. That's
that's
really wide. I mean, he's really just experimented with everything. Very confident on lots of different heroes, so maybe kind of getting in their own heads. I mean, it could be that like they're overconfident in everything that they feel like trying, and it could also be like we're not winning enough, so we're trying new stuff. I'm not sure which one it is, but maybe restricting the hero pool could help.
Do they have to pick Storm here for gaming? Like that's a strong consideration, right? Because usually Pugna is picked with Storm on the 2nd and 3rd pick.
Or Medusa.
True.
You don't have to pick it. Silencer was a pretty good answer to that if you wanted to early pick it and just get a support in there. But if you pick this Timber, I imagine they don't want to lock it in with a Storm, because this does have capability to be mid or offlane.
True. Maybe you pick something like Enchantress just to dispel Oracle, something to get rid of.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well for Gaming Gladiators. Their Enchantress is quite insane as well. I also believe they have not lost on it. Celery is a beast on that hero. And you were playing versus Pugna too, so you got the Dispel too, so could be good.
Yeah, they're 3-0 right now.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Every time I see Celery Enchantress, he's out of control. He's really good. He might be just the best Inch player on this patch that I've seen.
This was after also he had to give up his true love of Treant Protector.
There it is.
I just feel like he always transitions so well to doing damage. Like that's really the mark of a good Enchantress player, where they like shave off like almost all their deaths, and all of a sudden in the mid game he's just alive. You watch him highlight, and he throws like 20 impetuses in a fight, and you're like, oh, that's top DPS for sure. Oh, is that? I'm sorry.
Impedi. I mean, it's big, right? Like you make yourself a threat in the game that sometimes gets overlooked in the draft.
Yeah.
You're like this big tanky guy. You draft, you itemize to defend yourself against the mid laner or the carry, then all of a sudden this POS 5 is your real threat at some point, and that can be very annoying.
One thing I like about Inch here is you're also expecting either the Medusa or the Storm coming out. Storm has a tough time killing Enchantress, so one of the few supports that doesn't necessarily have to worry about her positioning against the Storm. And then you're also one that can just pelt the Medusa, so I think it kind of dissuades both of those heroes a
Pelt
bit.
her with what?
With Impeti. Yes. Thank you for making me say that again.
Yeah, you don't really care about the Nether Ward that much either, so you can actually be the person that targets it or gets vision to. So lots of upsides there.
And then they ban out the Medusa. Still don't know where this Timbersaw might be going.
OG has just started picking Storm. Their first time picking Storm was last series in the entire tournament, and they lost with it. So I'm wondering, maybe they're hanging up the Arc Wardens mid.
That would be a good choice, I think. And BZM Storm, very classic. It's one of the heroes it was like claim to fame, I believe, into the pro scene. And abusing like 5 nulls and zipping and killing everyone from Fountain.
Dark days.
Yeah, dark days.
Do not remind me of that patch.
But either way, he's a very good, capable Storm player. And I think that is kind of where the meta has shifted. You don't want to be too AFK farming from the mid lane. Because honestly, your side lanes, you're given so many neutral camps for your carries to just farm out. And if you're farming from the mid lane, you don't have as many camps to work with.
Mm-hmm. The Timber on the Gladiator side has been played with Quinn mid and Ace, but it's not necessarily either's preferred role. But the flex is still pretty solid. We've definitely seen a couple Timber versus Storm matchups in the mid lane lately. So my hunch is it's going to be mid, because they obviously were going to anticipate the Storm. They're probably fine with the matchup.
Yeah, they might be. The other hero I could see Quinn picking up is potentially Ember for himself against the Storm. Good lockdown. I mean, he's basically... he's only played 4 heroes this tournament so far.
Very versatile player.
Yeah, the Void Spirit, the Ember, the Timbersaw, and the last one was the Queen of Pain, which I think only comes out in specific matchups.
Yeah.
Now, you have to ask, though, is that because the enemy team doesn't necessarily think you can ban Quinn out? Or
he only had 4 heroes in the DPC as well, so...
It's kind of interesting. Like, why... Usually teams will target the limited players, right? Like, if they do think they have a limited hero pool.
Well, that's the thing about Quinn, though. He doesn't actually have a limited hero pool, but he will pick the same heroes over and over again if you let him.
Yeah.
That's like kind of the situation. And so like, there's no point banning him out, but he's not the type of creature to want to explore new things. He's like, oh, this works for me. I'm going to keep picking it until you ban it. And they're like, you try one game to ban it, he'll find a substitute. It's like, all right, that didn't really work. So I guess you can just have your stuff.
Yeah, I like that they banned Void Spirit, because out of all the heroes he's played, like 4 of their last 5 games have been Void Spirit, and they've won all 4 of them. So
yeah,
pretty damn good Void Spirit player.
But which Storm Spirit matchup are you more afraid of as the Storm? Going up against Void or going up against Ember?
I think Ember in general is like scarier for you if it wasn't this patch, but I think right now what Void Spirit is so good now against Storm is that you no longer have the damage on the side of Storm to
kill him.
Yeah. The threat does not go both ways anymore.
The Disruptor's pretty cool pick, though. I mean, gives you control against Storm. You could even like glimpse to interrupt like life drain if it's saving Storm in the opportunity. So I don't know, it just seems like a really safe draft here.
It also leaves them open to having the Timbersaw be offlane, because what you lack with Timbersaw offlane is a stun. So they're definitely lacking a lot of catch and being able to force their fights. Like right now against Enchantress and Timber, the best way to deal with these heroes is to just not deal with them, let them kind of do their thing, control the areas they're in, and do plays elsewhere. But Disruptor shuts that entire idea down. You can't kite them on the map anymore. Disruptor will not let you.
Yeah, and I think by Gaming's Gladiators bans too, I think this Timber wants to go into the offlane. You ban Monkey King, Morph, Bloodseeker. I would be very surprised if Gaming don't pick the Ember unless they dissuade it heavily here, because you're playing versus Pugna as well. You can easily get on that backline and kill him. You got the root for the Storm, and as we mentioned before, this Enchantress and Timber, they desperately want some control so they can do the damage.
Yeah, and out of the other 3 heroes that are in the pool that he would play, I don't really think Pango would offer as much.
Yeah, I mean, he played a lot of Pango in the TPC, but he just hasn't brought it out yet here.
Oh, I do not like that matchup against Disruptor or Enchantress.
Yeah.
Or Timbersaw. It's like okay against Timbersaw, but by no means do you shut him down. I think you're set up to have a pretty free game on Ace so far. And unless they get like a Snapfire that they did yesterday, where you have like very reliable chrono damage, where Void doesn't feel pressured to go like a Mask of Madness and solo kill people himself, I hope that's what they do, because otherwise I'm concerned.
Well, I think when you play Faceless Void versus Timber, you're never gonna win the lane, but you make it incredibly easy to gank the Timber. Because if you get
time dilation?
Yeah, you time dilate him, and then all of a sudden he's gankable. But if you just have static lanes, it's pretty bad for the Void over time.
Do you think they picked it maybe to also stop Gladiators from possibly snagging it as well?
Maybe. We got a Wind Ranger now with the Void and with the Storm. So this is what, a support or offlane Wind Ranger coming out?
My friend, it's Seb.
Yeah, Seb, he's played this, right? So probably pos 4. I'd still just pick the Ember here if that were me.
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
But they'll think about it a little bit. Unless they really don't like this Timber versus Void matchup. That's the only thing you have to consider, because OG thinks it's good, clearly.
Yeah.
But does gaming think it's good too? That'll be the question of the day here. And I believe Storm versus Timber is pretty okay for the Storm. It should be. It was a response after all. Oh, so it's going to be Timber mid, and they're going to try to... They also think that the Void is good versus the Timber, and they're going to dodge the matchup.
I also think Beastmaster is insanely good versus Void. I would hate to see him go the Ags build. I will be slightly salty if Ace goes for the Ags build, because I think what makes him so strong against Void as well as Storm is these heroes have absolutely no D-pushing potential. They have no way to deal with ancient creeps of any kind, and also the only way they can deal with it is by all-inning the Beastmaster, which relies on big ultimates, so I'm concerned with, if he goes Helm of the Overlord, that Roches will be free, that OG will have like half the map that's completely unavailable to them, and the map will just close on them very quickly.
Could definitely be scary. That's always something to be worried about when you play against the Beastmaster here. But the big highlight for this game is going to be that for sure, and then also, how's this mid lane going to end up? Is it going to be BZM getting ahead and making the rotations? Because Beast doesn't really like playing for Storm that much, right? Like, these rotations can be very difficult for you. But at the same time, if Quinn can get the advantage here and make the rotations first, that could make the difference in this early game.
What about like Veno offlane for OG as their last pick, maybe?
You don't see the carry yet, so I would be a bit nervous. I think you would have to see like a melee.
Yeah.
Like Veno's like a wind lane kind of offlaner. You're like, oh, you have an Ursa?
Right. You want like some Vanguard dude, I think, here. I can just sit here with the Wind Ranger.
Ogre Magi?
I mean, sure.
They don't have a lot of heroes left that DM's played so far.
What about Tide? Does he play Tide?
He hasn't played Tide this tournament. The only other one is like SB, but Medusa was probably a flex the time this banned.
Now that I think about it, a lot of the heroes that are good versus Beast are also bad versus Timbersaw. Like a lot of these beefy guys that kind of walk at you.
Yeah.
Like Underlord and Tide.
He probably hasn't played it with Death Prophet. No.
Offlane?
Yeah.
I think you get punished really hard by last pick carry plus Enchantress.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything might, though. That's going to be... Whenever you lane versus Enchantress, you're already getting beat up pretty hard. You pick the Wind Ranger versus Ench, you can dispel the Wind Run, which is a bit annoying. So Seb thinks he's going to outplay him. So you can just like throw an Impetus and then press Wind Run and dodge him every once in a while.
Show me a game where Seb doesn't think he can outplay them.
But at some point in the game, this Wind Run will get dispelled and he will die.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, you can always go back for... I was going to even say like Doom, but that's first round banned.
Yep.
They want to double down on like killing Timber is the question. Like, is this enough damage? I'm not so sure it is. If it's a mid Timber.
I just have no idea. Offlane, I feel like you need a melee because you have a ranged 4. You need like somebody to stand in front because like Void's not going to do that. Storm's not going to do that. Like Void is like, he wants somebody else to go in first or the fight to break out before he chronos. So right now, I guess Storm can be the initiator, but when you're trying to hold areas, when you're trying to take objectives, what's the methodology?
I think they should just play for the chronos and just buy time. Like some snap off lane I'd be fine with too. Just, I feel like their damage for chronos is really bad, but they're gonna go for the Tide anyway.
Okay. I mean, it's nice versus Beast, but I don't love it against any of the other 3 heroes.
Doesn't feel like that hero's gonna win you the game by any means for me.
I don't even know how many Ravages he's going to get off against a Disruptor.
I mean, Enchantress is really good versus Hero too.
Yeah.
There's not even like a defensive item you can buy to keep your team alive against Timbersaw. So like, he can't even like win it through auras in some ways.
I mean, Tide is one of the better heroes versus Timber because you can keep dispelling the Chakram there. Yeah, the Whirling
I
Dust.
thought they might do it, but it's bad against Void. Like, I thought they might do it again because I asked Duraccio yesterday after their game where he absolutely destroyed on Lifestar. I said, this hero seems like your hero. Is there a hero more defining of you? And he's like, Lifestealer is my favorite. If I get to pick Lifestealer, I'm happy.
I mean, I will say from my experience as well, whenever you get to play Lifestealer, you're happy. And the reason is quite simple. The hero's very easy to play. You don't have much execution. There's no errors you can make. You just kind of right-click people, press rage. It's very relaxing to play Lifestealer.
The only buttons you press are when you level up.
Yeah, pretty much.
For the passives.
Yeah, I mean, he can try to save whoever Storm goes on as well, so it like further mitigates like the weak damage coming from the OG side. So unless he gets chronoed or the person gets chronoed.
We saw Lich Lifestealer yesterday, similar with Enchantress. You have a slow, you have a decent amount of damage output. I think they're going to buy 2 or 3 blood grenades.
6 blood grenades.
Yeah, and I'm a bit concerned for DM's early game.
Yeah, they're going to get dumpster. I think all 3 lanes are going to be hard. Maybe mid might be okay for OG. Then you're playing versus Beast Timber, so this looks very snowbally for gaming.
The matchup that we saw was against the IO Legion Commander. That was Lich.
And he said IO is useless.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he views Wind Ranger support to be the same. Universal supports.
He was fighting the damage, the right click. He was just like, oh, IO just like tickling you with these.
Yeah, his concern is while he's hitting the beefy offlaner, is the support dissuading him?
Right.
And he said the IO didn't do anything, and I think he might think something similar about the Wind Ranger early.
I mean, she's gonna have power shot or something at least. So I mean, there's more damage than just like tether the guy. It's effectively just a weak heal at level 1 movement speed.
That lane is going to be a disaster. I really don't think Wind Ranger Tide's going to do well versus Lifestealer and Inch. I think Inch is just going to destroy the Tide, and Seb's just going to exist there. Maybe Seb will have a good game, but Tide's going to have nothing.
I agree.
Poor Seb. He's been... I'm pretty sure in old G, he's still playing off lane in that lineup because there are 4 positions Aramis. So like every other day, he's playing a different role in officials. Yeah. Stressful times for him, and stressful times for OG if they're hoping to make it out of this group stage. Let's see if they can do it as we get ready for game number 1 with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Tsunami, everybody. Game of Gladiators versus OG, game number 1. Important game for both teams, but on different ends of the spectrum. Cinderin. Game of Gladiators are 7-3, so doing quite well. I think you were saying, and I'll just trust your math, if they win 1 game, then they're probably guaranteed to do something.
I think 1 win should be guaranteed top 4.
Okay.
2 wins should be, or rather guaranteed tie, and I think 2 wins should be full-on lock-in.
OG, on the other hand, are 4-6, so that's towards the, it's right under all the ties.
And the problem for OG, I was looking into their matchups. They're 4-6, which doesn't sound all that bad. There's other teams with a similar scoreline, but their only 2-0 win was against Entity, and that's the bottom dog of the group. So they've already played their easiest matchup on paper when we look at the power levels of how the teams have done. So if OG come out winless from this, there is a lot of pressure on them tomorrow in their final series to get probably 2 wins to even force a tie at that point. With their current score of 4-6.
Well, at that point, you're hoping other people fail if you're an OG fan.
And
right?
it's never nice to be in the position that you depend on other teams' results. I mean, I guess it's exciting to an extent to watch other teams and cheer for one of them when you generally don't really care that much.
But you've been in that situation, Cinder.
I have.
You know how it feels.
I mean, it is exciting, but I'd rather be without it. It's better to, just win. Forehead.
What type of effect did it have on you as a player, as a captain? Being in a situation like that, would you just be throwing up all night and just couldn't sleep? Or would you just chill, just play World of Warcraft like you usually do, and then miss the team meeting?
I love when you invent things. It's the best.
It's based off of truth.
I mean, to be honest, if you just think about it from a logical perspective, if you've played your games and you're dependent on others, there isn't really that much to lose sleep over. It's out of your control. So in a way, it's kind of relaxing to an extent. But the thing is, for OG, if they do lose today, it's not like tomorrow they just need to hope for results. They still have a match left. So, and the prep for that will be massively important. But I think, realistically speaking, with how these teams have been playing so far in the tournament, I think a draw for OG would be a very good result. And a single game win is huge for them in order to get their chances of getting that top 4 finish here.
Yep.
So everything, there is no saving strats here. You got to go all out. Despite playing against a team like Game of Gladiators, I mean, the way I said that made it sound like it's a bad opponent, so you didn't need to bring your best stuff, but it's more like you could argue that, okay, against the strongest opponent, maybe you don't pull out your pocket strat because you want to save that for a team that you think you're more likely to beat, but at the end of the day, I don't really think the teams think very much in that vein. I think it's just, all right, we're playing this team, we're doing our best, we have our ideas, and we're going to bring it our all. Lane you're watching here, I think it's going to be massively important for this game. The Ench against Windranger matchup, as well as Lifestealer versus Tide.
I'm so happy Lifestealer's coming back, Cinderin.
Yeah, is he though, or is it just Durachu?
I don't know. We've seen him twice now. That's
both of them were Durachu.
That's a 10,000% increase in pick rate. So happy to see it.
Trouble here, but I mean, who's killing who really? Taiga?
Yeah. Well, not a whole lot of mana on Tofu, so he's playing with house money at this point. That's not, I don't know gambling at all, so you're going to have to tell me if that was correct. 50-50?
I don't know if that was saying you could use for
thank you. So undecided, we'll take it. We round up in America, so we'll just assume that's correct.
Being unsure that you said something wrong is already better than
that's rounding up.
Case, so.
Got the glimpse back, Taiga, not going to be able to finish off Tofu, who's still sticking around with barely any HP.
Yeah, Taiga's just bullying Tofu away here to ensure that Yuragi gets the big creep from that camp. On the flip side, though, Ace will be getting a lot of free farm here in the tower. Off to a very good start on the Beastmaster here. Sitting at 15 for 5 against Void's 10 and 1, and there was even a double wave in his tower, so could close in on almost 20.
Well,
and Quinn against BZM. I mean, I personally think this is a Timber favored lane now, actually. Like, it's just, how many games have we seen where...
Is there just a checklist where, like, universal? Yes. Win? Yes.
It's just, like, when you think about it, Storm's way of CSing in the lane a lot of the time comes down to walking in and placing static remnants, and Timber is going to punish him with the Whirling Death, and he's going to take away so much damage that he can get denies, so that effectively Storm starts struggling to CS with anything else than his Remnant. And we saw an example of it right there. He got a Whirling Death onto BZM, couldn't get the ranged last hit, and another deny going Quinn's way. So usually I would say Storm Spirit loses to no melee heroes mid whatsoever, except maybe like a Brood or something really weird, but it's not really the case here. Monkey King, a traditional matchup as well.
What about
maybe.
Huskar?
He's not really a melee hero, is he?
He's close enough.
That's very debatable. I don't know. If he's melee for you, then most heroes are melee.
It's close enough, all right? He's got the heart of a melee hero, that's for sure. Taiga, glimpse back. Thunderstrike was there as well.
Probably First Blood here.
Yep, he gets off the Nether. Oh, he's trying to deny himself, and he does. First Blood goes to the creeps.
Well done.
Yeah, very well played. And back to the mid lane. So Quinn is slightly ahead in CS. It's not a major advantage, but you can see the experience is to his advantage right now.
Yeah, the denies matter. If Timber reaches 6 before Storm, you can tower dive him, because Storm's counterplay... Storm has no mobility until level 6, and he doesn't have enough damage to overpower a Timber who goes 3-0-2-1. So expecting Quinn to put... I mean, he's putting a massive amount of pressure onto BZM already here. Just really getting up nice and personal here.
And Iragi playing the Faceless Void. Nice Arcana, of course. And Vit Booster not too far away from Ace, so he'll be getting that Vanguard very shortly. And that's when it becomes virtually unkillable. I mean, how much did that nerf make a difference to the Vanguard? It was a little bit of less regen, and was it less block as well?
I don't remember. I mean, it's still... I don't think it was that important.
In terms of pick rate, it's still the same as it was, right? But
it's a little bit worse, but the problem, or I don't know if problem is the right word, but the reason, a big part of the reason the item is so good is relatively unchanged for the perspective of all the upgrades, right? I guess Crimson got a little bit worse, but it's still... When those items were so good that even after the nerfs, there's still...
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it's going to get a third?
Kill.
Oh, baby,
wait.
a triple!
Oh, they stopped! Yes! Great micro. Taiga with the triple kill onto Couriers. That's some pets being destroyed.
Oh, we haven't had First Blood yet. I think this is the slowest First Blood we've seen all tournament, at least in our games.
Yeah, for sure.
BZM needs to be careful here. Still not 6. Quinn is 6. Any rotation from a support is a kill.
And will he get the Quinn rune? No, it's going to be the haste top, so loses the 50-50. Very unlucky. Glimpse on the Taiga. He's not going to pursue any further. BZM, as you said, now
he
level 6.
So he's fine.
Plus the haste would have gotten him out of dodge anyway.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Oh, that's good news for OG. As Duracho chasing DM, who Has a slight level advantage, a pretty decent level advantage, actually.
Yeah, so Pugna has been moving away, so Lifestealer and Ench have been sharing experience, whereas DM has just been getting solo experience.
He really hits like a wet noodle.
So this was part of the reason, when we were looking at the last pick, I was thinking, all right, it's Duracho, he might want to play Lifestealer, and I was thinking to myself, I feel like a big part of why he loves this hero is his ability to pressure the offlaner. He knew it was going to be tied. I don't think Lifestealer does anything to this hero. So if Ench isn't going to beat out DM very early on and he gets to these items, I think he's going to stabilize down here just fine. And
ooh, easy M.
At least he's still farming very well in the Lifestealer. He's not really pressuring the tide all too much, but his CS is very good, 43 and 13.
Right, BZM's making the rotation with his haster. Not a whole lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, and it is very scouted out here.
Yep, he's just doing a full circle in the triangle now. And perhaps they can go for Ace, who's not quite level 6 yet. You can see the TP coming in from Quinn. BZM's haste rune has now ended. And Taiga's going to be the one that gets cleaned up. That's first blood, I actually forgot. And it goes to Quinn, the mid laner.
Gladiators knew that the whole way. They had this ward seeing the entire play. They saw the Pugna's movement. They saw the Storm's movement. So they were baiting Ace. They knew they could TP in. He had the Vanguard. He's very hard kill. And they immediately get a nice first blood for Quinn here. So top 3 net worths currently sitting on the Gladiator side. It's not a particularly overwhelming lead because of their supports being this poor. Seb is more or less equalizing the gold graph by being 600-700 up against his counterparts on the Radiant side. But the bigger concern is Gaming Gladiator's lineup in general looks pretty slow, right? It's Void, Tide, and if Storm is not winning his lane, where do the plays come from? Like, are you going to be giving too much initiative over to Gaming Gladiators to run around the map with their Disruptor, with their Beastmaster, and just find picks? I think that's going to be the bigger challenge here for OG, and I think Seb will be very easy kill here. Nice Shackle, but they still have Glimpse.
They do have Glimpse, and they don't even need it. Yeah. Gracious.
Timber does some good damage.
Well, he did kill another Universal hero, though, so it cancels out some way.
So it was a balanced kill.
Yeah, that's right. Glimpse on the BZM. He does have the zip, and will use a good amount of mana to get out of dodge. And when it comes to Seb, we should have asked him this when we were doing our interview with him, but what is his obsession with Wind Ranger? Because when he played like for OG in the TI, I mean, it's not like he played that offlane ever. Not that it was an offlane hero. And then before that, when he was on the old teams with you, failing.
Thank you.
I don't think he picked Windrunner. Correct me if I'm wrong. But ever since he's been standing in, it's been a lot of Windrunner.
I don't know.
Pretty interesting.
He just specifically likes it as a support. So, I mean, there's not much more to it than that, I think.
Yeah. Right on cue, gets the kill with the help of his Shackle shot.
And his Storm Spirit.
Had something to do with it, I guess.
So
Tower being pressured quite a bit here with the rally crease. BZM making his transition over to Celery, who Hurricanes himself. Will probably live as a result. Duracho already used the Rage. BZM pretty low on mana, but he does have cover in numbers from OG.
Duracho without a skill point in Infest right now, so he can't save Ench. But unnecessary anyway. Doesn't matter, just going to keep farming. And in the meantime, well, I don't really like this from OG. You're making this aggressive move bottom, but you're losing 2/3 of a mid tower to Timber. And now you're going to die on the rune as well, Taiga.
Yep, he wanted the 10-minute rune. It is top, so the Storm will grab it. Hurricane bringing Taiga back into the arms of Quinn, but Celery will just steal it with the Wild Wing.
I mean, the Wild Wing did the Hurricane. It did its job. It deserves.
That's true.
Deserves some money for that.
Duracho.
Dude, this CS chart is actually starting to get scary now. It was okay for a bit, but they're getting brutally out-farmed now. It was somewhat even before. Now the CS are 75, 72, 70, and all of OG's average 50 on the cores. So 20 CS lead in every lane for Gaming Gladiators, only 10 minutes in. That is...
Yep, that's a pretty scary proposition for OG, especially when they need to rack up some wins. You can see Duracho going for the BSJ build, the Armlet Radiance. Although I guess the BSJ build is actually...
the BSJ build?
The BSJ build is actually Radiance into an Ancient Creep, and then you never leave the Ancient Creep.
That's the Kuroki build. I remember that vividly.
That's the BSJ build.
Right when the Infest came out.
Did he make a YouTube video about it? No, BSJ did, so it's his build.
Oh.
That's how it works.
I remember seeing as the first time in Pro Dota, I think it was Kuro anyway. I'm not saying he invented it, because it was like a pub thing, but supports would... You would play support Lifestealer, you would get Radiance, and you would infest And then you would just play Infested the whole
DM
game.
showing himself, uses the Meteor Hammer to,
they cannot let them
help
steal this.
Quinn and company take this stack, and they will. Adding insult to injury.
My God.
Dyrachyo coming in, and he won't even get a right click. Quinn takes it before he gets there.
I mean, this is... They needed that stack really badly. Let's just put it like that.
I mean, this is such a low-scoring game, dude. 3-1.
They're just getting...
Lanes have just been won. Oh, my goodness. And BZM.
They're actually just getting crushed. Like, this game is not even remotely close right now, and it's 4-1.
Yeah.
It's so weird to watch, but Gaming Gladiators are being exceptionally more...
What was that word?
Exceptionally.
Exceptional.
Exceptionally more efficient around the map. Like, and effectively what this Ancient stack just gave them gold, right? Like, you put in all of this effort to get further behind as OG supports. You just gave 600 gold over to the Timber or whatever that stack was worth. So,
and if you think about it, because of the way they changed stacking for the supports getting even more in this last big patch, you're technically giving up more gold than actually comes up visibly here, right? Because you're losing the extra XP and gold coming out.
Yeah, that you would have got as well. Yeah. That's true, yeah.
If only enemies killing it would still give you it, that would be great.
I would be running around stacking Ancient Camps on the enemy side as well.
I don't see why not, honestly.
Quinn?
Quinn, he is fine.
Can they kill him?
I don't know. He has the Arcane Rune.
He has the perfect neutral item for this hero as well.
Oh, that's true.
The
classic, why did you add magic resist to this item?
The Occult Bracelet, so Timber has Vanguard, extra magic resist, a full wand when he gets jumped, and a raindrop, and 2k health. So I don't know. I think Quinn can survive a 1v4. OG can choose their 4 heroes, and I think he will live. And you can just tell OG are a little bit lost. Like, they don't really know what moves to make in the game. They have 1 kill 13 minutes in, and all of the initiative has to come from BZM Storm, but as we've already established, he kind of got run over in this game. So, are you just going to play slow and chill and just keep falling further and further behind, or do you feel some sort of sense of urgency to get something done, is the question. Like, right now, OG seem content to just push out some waves and farm a bit, but with every passing minute, this lead is just growing.
I mean, look where
at an alarming rate.
Farming. He's so far. He's finally coming to his side of the map, but the fact that he's literally solo free farming this far away, that's insane.
He can only die in Chrono.
And this happened last game they played him, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It was very similar. Yep.
Quinn, he gets gone on, but do they have the damage? The zip is there from BZM. But Quinn's just going to walk away. Toph in the meantime, that's the first Chronosphere of the game from Yuragi. Meteor Hammer is coming. That's going to lead to the kill onto the support. As Dyrachyo is going to be able to infest into a creep. I don't know if he even wants to fight because still doesn't have that Radiance, obviously.
That's a 5-man rotation from OG and a Chrono to kill the 4. Actually, technically the 5. Tofu is clearly lower net worth than the Enchantress at this point in time. Probably going to stay that way as well. It's horribly inefficient, but the problem is, what else would you do with the hero pairings that you have? You have no obvious tandem of ganking heroes. Like, Storm has nobody obvious to play with for kill.
Well, this would be a very nice kill for OG and a good start in a potential comeback. They do have to use the Ravage into the Meteor Hammer. Ace already expended the Roar, but he will die shortly after. Does a lot of damage in the meantime, though, as we see the Impetus coming out. DM looks to be done, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, although it looks like Quinn wants to continue on. Might spot BZM on the gate area. Zips to the other side. He's getting chased perpetually by Quinn. He's going to find him, but the Shackle does connect. The Impetus from Celery, though, rips him a new one. Double kill for Bambi as Taiga gets glimpsed back into the kinetic field. Make it a triple for the position 5 Enchanter 4, I guess, kind of. I don't even know anymore. That's cool. What is that?
I had a really bad fart or something.
It's like, our universal hero. That's when they picked Timber, so I was like, what? They let this through? Well, 8K lead now for Gaiman.
Good thing he didn't have his mouth full of water. Then we might have had another Skitter clip.
That was great.
Oh, man, that's one of my favorite clips of the year. So good. All right, here goes the tower. 9,000 advantage for Gaming Gladiators in arguably one of the most one-sided games we have had this tournament with barely any kills. Very, very uncharacteristic for the patch. Like, usually the teams that build this advantage that we've seen have been crushing some fights and getting a Roche. But unnecessary. Just full-on raw map efficiency over and over. And it's got to be so nice to be Duracho in this game. Like you established, he can just farm very aggressively. Ace has been doing the same thing on his Beastmaster top, and Quinn can go anywhere he wants. So all three cores just have this kind of invulnerable feeling to them that OG just can't shake. So all they have been killing in this game is supports. Have they killed a single core, actually?
Well, if they can get Duracho, this would be a huge...
They have killed Ace once.
He just purchased the Sacred Relic, so dying here actually would not be the absolute worst. He pops the Rage, has Infest into a creep, and they can't even kill him here. OG whiffs while Roshan is being taken by the rest of Gaming Gladiators.
And I don't think they're going to get the tower here either. They're going to Shackle Shot this creep.
Yeah, they poked him a bit.
Duracho is unimpressed. They do have Glyph, so if they want to TP down heroes here, I think this is defendable.
Yeah, Duracho's taking out the wave. Netherblast is getting it low.
He's pinging it.
And he wants to defend. It's like, I got Sacred Relic. This is item.
That's pretty good.
He doesn't have Infest now, though, as they do find the Void. Yuragi does time walk away, though. It's okay. He better be careful. Impetus does a lot of damage.
And Duracho will Rage TP out, say ta-da, and run back to bottom.
That's his lane. He will not leave.
I mean, he did make one rotation, but aside from that, he's just been living in the bot lane. Living La Vida Loca.
Yep, that's right. That's a song.
Yep. What's the Spanish word for calm?
How would I know?
Oh, there was a little chance. You could have at least given a sarcastic answer or something.
I only know a few Spanish words.
A few Spanish, yes.
As Duracho, just a couple hundred away from finishing the Radiance, gets off the Rage. They just have nothing for him.
I don't know, like
they have Chrono, but there's not going to be any damage yet.
Is it worth to keep trying this? It's like...
True.
They keep trying to catch him off guard with Shackle Shot, and I think if that Shackle lands, I still don't think he dies. Like, they're going to Ravage, they're going to Meteor Hammer, and I think he survives anyway, so... It's just, it's a little bit uninspired, but I totally understand the frustration. I'm not saying it's easy for OG, because I think this is just a bit of a drafting issue that they've run into already, where, well, if the lanes go like this, their heroes don't truly offer that much in just skirmishing and kill power. You're effectively relying on a Storm Spirit plus maybe a Pugna battery and a Shackle Shot to maybe find a kill, but once again, with all three enemy cores being this enormous, there's no obvious play on the map. Taiga gonna fall once more to the combo of Quinn and Tofu.
Oh, Centaur Stomp. BZM does have mana. And the Shield Rune, actually, but he gets roared and destroyed!
And Ace playing the drums of victory, marching down top lane, and he just keeps farming. Classic. Honestly, this is just classic Ace and Duracho, right? Ace, top on Beastmaster, pushing waves. All right, here we go.
They have the damage. Chronosphere with Focus Fire
They
and
do.
the Shackle. They got him.
Finally, the Chrono plus Wind Ranger actually get it done. I was not sure they would be able to do this, but he didn't get the armlet off. So they do manage to find this pick that they've been waiting for
but
so
it will
desperately.
cost them the tier 2 tower, and already seen that he does have the Radiance, of course.
Nothing comes for free in this game. Gaming Gladiators are so aggressive on the map, start to finish.
I mean, at what point... Just trying to think of avenues for OG Cinder, and I'm trying to dig deep here. I mean, they do have an extremely good late game, but how do you get to that point is the real question.
A lot of the time, these lineups that have massive late game ultis and strong team fight need to... Oh boy.
Limps back, DM into the Static Storm. And it looks like he's likely going to die, as Tofu will live, even though BZM initiated him initially.
He's completely dry as well. They might be able to find a glimpse here on someone. I think Taiga is going to die at the very least. Maybe they get a Seb glimpse too.
They can go as deep as they want. Glimpse back onto Seb inside the kinetic field. Gets a nice shackle, but he will fall shortly after. So
and now there's no Chrono, so I think...
That's a good GIF, I think. Can keep that one for using on Twitter.
This has got to be Elena Barracks.
Yeah,
I don't think OG can do anything about this.
There's nothing they can do. The buybacks, I mean, They didn't use Ravage there, but you're ravaging into what exactly? BZM just trying to clean up some of the creeps to slow this down, but that's a full set already for Gaimin. And onto the top lane they go. Fortification is available for OG. Let's see if they want to try one last time here to mitigate what Gaimin are doing. Taiga gets out the Decrepify and the Life Drain, actually keeping himself alive longer than you would expect as the Lifestealer is infested into Quinn, so the Radiance is doing a lot of damage. Quinn getting quite low. This would be a very big kill for OG if they can just snag him.
He has Aegis.
But they won't. That's true. He does have Aegis.
And
the surprise factor.
BZM tried to claim the Aegis, but yep, that is basically what happened.
There is the Ravage, and likely to be GG very shortly for OG, but they're going to hold on for now, or try to at least. There's the Roar. Ace with the drums. That's a lot of impetuses onto Seb. He gets decimated. Double kill for Celery. Top racks. I think it's time. This game has been over for quite a while, as we're going to see.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a replay of Quinn's face again, just with the Intel logo.
I would have enjoyed it. GG's are called, and yeah, Gaimin slap OG very hard across the face.
That was top hat.
Quinn is... Yeah, that's... Oh, sure, yeah.
That is easily the most one-sided game of the tournament that we've cast. Maybe the most one-sided that there's been.
Yeah.
It might... I would say you can have shorter games than this that are less one-sided because the team that is losing is showing more signs of life, but just still losing fights or whatever. This game, for me, genuinely felt hopeless from minute 10. And that's such a bad feeling when you have that as a viewer. The players in the game must be feeling like... It's just that feeling of hopelessness, right? It's got to... Sometimes you can tell how the communication and the vibe of the players in the game is based on what is happening in the game, and this was just like... When you look at DM on the camera right now, right? This is the face of a guy who just didn't get to play Dota, right?
Yeah.
Like their lanes...
the face of a guy that had to play Tidehunter.
If you're playing Tide in a Tide and Void specifically, these two heroes that offer massive teamfight abilities that deal very little damage, and you have nobody in your team dealing damage, you just feel lost in the game. Like this was very straightforward, completely, from my perspective, a major outdraft after the first 10 minutes of how Gaimin performed in the lanes. There was just like, it's very tough to find a way back in the game with these heroes against what Gaimin brought, and credit to them. That was a masterclass in how to play your lanes and how to put pressure on the map with tanky cores. And OG back to the drawing board.
According to your math, which is not to be relied on, of course, but
I believe Gaimin should be top 4 with this.
Yeah, that win should secure them the next group stage, because that's how it works. Half the teams are eliminated via this group stage. But OG, I mean, I don't know how much of it was draft, how much it was poor performance, but that was an ugly, ugly game for sure. Let's see what the panel have to say about this.
Some may even call it a shellacking, as OG, I don't know. I got nothing for them, man.
Yeah, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, this is some deja vu for Gaimin Gladiators.
Right.
It's exactly what their game looked like yesterday with the Lifestealer.
And it looked quite good for them indeed. All three lanes went really well. I was not sure about the mid matchup and how it was going to go, but Quinn made this look very Timber favored.
Yeah.
And I thought the side lanes, they were doomed from the beginning. Void, he's not going to win versus Beastmaster, and the Tide, he was definitely not going to win either against the Lifestealer here. And this is exactly how I thought the game would play out in my head. Both side lanes would go to shit. Timbersaw would run around and kill everyone, and then now you're in a situation, yeah, maybe you can win in some ultra late game with Storm and Void getting some Chronos off, but how do you get there?
I don't even know how an ideal team fight was supposed to go, because they were struggling just to kill the Lifestealer after using all those ultimates. Yeah. Where are we picking this apart, Purge? If we start repairing problems for OG?
It's definitely lane focused, right? Because the way that Gaimin Gladiators plays it is they, like, you saw how aggressive Dyrachyo was being bottom. He was just like defending the tier 1 tower by himself while his team's Roshing. That's like insane to think about, because normally you're like, oh, my team's Roshing, I should play safe because they're not going to back me up. He's like, nah, I'm going to play here. I'm going to clear the creep wave, infest the creep. He won't even give them a tower for free, like thinking like we're going to get a little trade. So once they like win this much advantage, he just does this crazy aggressive farming thing, and his team is aggressive on the other side of the map, and it's like they just get everything. And very few teams can balance that so well. Usually it's like, oh, you get picked off here or there. So this all originates from like winning the laning stage so hard, which has always been a big focus for Gladiators. So you either need to outplay them or you need to make sure that your lane matchups are better so that they can't get into this game position.
Yeah, I think OG thought they were second pick this game because second pick gets all the lane counters. You get to see all the core matchups, and then the first pick gets to have higher priority heroes in the early draft, right? So usually with first pick, teams will pick more like synergistic duos in the second round, where they're thinking like our game plan, our duos, their synergy within our heroes is better, while the second pick is more oriented on like lane countering, like you saw a game and do that game. But they picked like Faceless Void and Tidehunter. These are heroes that didn't have natural synergy with anything else on their team, and they also aren't like reliable laners. You know, when you pick like Bloodseeker before his lane opponent, you know Bloodseeker's still gonna have a decent lane. Yeah. Void Spirit, or not Void Spirit, sorry, Faceless Void is not at all the same type of hero, and I don't think you can make this mistake against Gaimin where you pick counterable lane heroes before they see their opponent.
No, I definitely do not think you can do that versus Gaimin. They're just too good at controlling the map. When they have a lead, they don't throw it. And I think a big part of that is just how every player itemizes on that team. I know Tofu, I like to sing his praises because most people don't, but he never has bought a selfish item in his life. No matter what he's playing, he's always playing the auras, he's always playing to protect, and they ball up and they have everything ready. If you lose the laning stage, the glimmers are up, the forces are up, you know, the pipe might be up as well for Ace, depending on the hero. They're just ready to go, and they just end the game if you ever give them a big enough advantage.
And perhaps the other critical mistake was giving Celery Enchantress.
Yeah.
Time and time again, we have seen that it is probably his signature of the patch. And, wow, this is actually a lot closer than I was expecting. Damage dealt between Celery and Taiga, only a 2k differential.
That must be Pugna Ward against the Timbersaw.
So yeah, I would say Taiga's damage was like insignificant damage that probably was spread out and just like chipped heroes, right? Or Celery's damage, like that was the damage they needed to get a kill, right?
Yeah.
It really mattered. So
and the top damage on the Gladiator side was like 17k, and the third place was like 8 or something. So Celery did like an insane amount of damage. He had top kills in the game. Yeah, sure, he slightly stole kills from Quinn, gave him that face. That's very simple.
Enchantress doesn't farm very fast, you know. Timber does. I would totally feel
true.
fine.
He can make up for it. I'm sure you'll say that next time Enchantress steals your kill.
If it's Celery, I'll be okay.
Yeah, I don't think it cares Celery.
One player.
If they're bronze tier on Enchantress,
yeah,
I'm not okay with it.
I mean, that just means they're a carry player that doesn't play support.
But you gotta hope.
So you know they're going to carry the game.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, Brian,
they're going to go Moonshard second item for sure.
What if you're forced to play support Enchantress? Are you going to steal those kills?
Depends if my carry is higher ranked than me or not.
Okay, if it's Celery though, playing carry.
Celery playing carry.
You're playing Enchantress. Tell me the dynamic.
This is some Doctor Strange, like 1 out of a million universes. I feel like in the moment I would hesitate, so probably not. But I probably should, out of principle for myself.
Out of principle for yourself.
Like I'm a carry player. Like I'm a carry player. I have to take the last hits.
I see.
So now you know why every carry player playing support steals kills. You're just like them.
This got turned on me real fast.
This is an
I'm uncomfortable.
We're you have a problem, and we're here to fix it. You like hearing the last hit sound too much?
Yeah, the entire group of panel and talent are going to come out here and tell me I have a real problem.
You say it like you're being sarcastic, but we would like to welcome the talent.
Got me for a second there.
OG needed an intervention, though, on picking heroes.
I'll make a point on that one. Like, the Tidehunter, in no realm can you pick it there.
Yeah.
Because it's not what they really needed, necessarily. And the biggest problem with Tidehunter, when you're first pick specifically, is there's so many counters to Tide. Like, there's so many bad lane matchups for that hero. And you talked about how Lifestealer was such a good pick, and it's because they picked Tide. They had nothing to deal with this Lifestealer, and you have to make your last pick uncomfortable for the carry player. It's like, make them feel like nothing's good on this last pick. And if you can't do that, then you don't have a good first pick draft.
I'm going to continue making you uncomfortable, Brian.
I'm kind of comfortable now. This is soothing.
Then no wonder you were kind of scared about getting surprised. Weren't you surprised on a TI after show?
Dude, that was the first thing that came to mind. I immediately compared that. I'm like, I'm ready this time, though. If they were to whip this out.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Fear?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I know Purge you would, but so on the grand finals after show...
TI8.
TI8.
Yes,
BSJ was one of the guests. And who were the hosts?
It was Pyrian.
Pyrian
and I know that. Yeah. And then Ken
crowd.
Hoppid was like the writer of the show.
Right.
So just for backstory real quick, I had been on a podcast with him talking about relationships, and I had told him about an ex-girlfriend of mine. And so he knew about this, and then you can tell the rest.
They brought Brian on as a guest to just chat him up and regaled him of this story of his ex-girlfriend and was just like, and now, here, in the studio, right now, it's game number 2 of Game of Gladiators versus OG. We'll be right back after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our final game of day number 3 of this group stage. And before I get into it, I have more breaking news and developments on the state of the tournament. As now, I can confirm we have a second elimination. Entity has now been eliminated.
They've been purged.
They've been purged. Purge. Yeah. We brought 6 Western European teams here. And they're all fucking up. What is going on?
It's not true. We just saw one dominate. What are you talking about?
I guess.
There's
Another Western Europe team, though.
There's a lot of good ones. And
That's only because there was another one in the game.
And you have to remember that they also easily substitute in a lot of cases. Maybe not this time. It wasn't the case, but you know, if some other region can't make it, you get somebody that's locals. You know, they're more likely to be like that, like 20th to 22nd best.
No, give me nouns. Why did they take away the North American slot, Brian? We had 3 teams here last time.
I mean, they're going to the major. We had to take all the sloppy seconds.
I think it's because their skill rating, what the math Knoxville math shit was not quite high enough.
God damn it, Purge! I know the real reason why they're not here.
You expect me to go on here and lie?
I would prefer to have no evidence to support my claims, rather than believing in some system that they carefully picked these teams to be here.
Right. It's a pathos versus logos. Logic versus emotion.
Yes.
I'm emotional.
Yeah, prove it.
I get that. Yeah. Fear, I think fear is too.
Yeah.
This is a very emotional panel.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's really exciting.
Banned out.
Yeah.
Doom has been banned out.
Yeah, I like both those bans.
I believe Batrider and Techies have also been removed from the pool.
Yeah, I'm really loving this draft so far.
I can confirm you're not blind.
Excellent. Timbersaw, selected by OG as their first pick.
That's super exciting as well. Purge.
I'm quivering.
I'm really excited about this music too. Just gets my blood flowing.
Yeah. Don't look so nervous. It's
kind of creepy.
You are fear. You can feel fear.
I am fear.
You are fear incarnate.
Yes.
He creates it.
So then when you find something creepy,
I mean,
fear itself,
I made it.
You manifested it.
Yeah.
This is your theme song.
Would you say Morphling's going with the flow as well?
Stop trying to be clever, Brian.
Stop.
Morphling has been picked up along with Undying. That's a rare first phase. I don't see that too often.
I think they did this a few games ago.
God damn it, Brian.
Fear was the one saying they hadn't repeated any of their openings.
That is true. Fear, you did say that.
Up until this point, they had not. I think I'm confirming.
Please confirm.
I'm doing a horrible job at doing my.
It's okay. We can fill until then. But Undying against Timbersaw.
Yeah, they did this against Entity.
Versus what though?
They did against Beastmaster in that game. It was Beastmaster opener, and they responded Undying Morph.
So they're no longer original. They're just meta slaves.
They're copying their own meta.
How dare they? Of their former selves.
Looks like it. Well, versus Timber though, very interesting. I guess Timber's. I mean, it's even better versus Undying than it used to be, right? Because you're a universal hero. So
And
a little bit strange.
The thing about Morph is that even though Timber doesn't rely on his stats to right-click, you take like 1,000 of his health if you buy an Ags. So suddenly this Timber that has this threshold where he's unkillable, no longer the case. Because he's less armor, less HP. I mean, overall, just kind of gimps any universal hero once you buy the Ags.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, the opening is strong. This gives me a little bit of vibes of the last patch when you just first phase like Drow Undying. This time, the flavor of the month, or the patch rather, range carry, Morphling against universal heroes. Get him out of the laning stage, make sure Morph has a good lane. He buys the Aghanims, takes away the stats, or there's a carry later and whatever he wants to use it on. As long as Morph gets a good game, this hero is really strong this match.
Also makes it so you don't have to ban nearly as many like range carries, right? Because like you're kind of covered against basically any ranged agility hero. And yeah, they could do like Monkey King core, but maybe like remove some of that flex potential and allows them to target ban better.
Let's see what they'll target.
Fever. I'm sure she's at home right now wondering, why are they not picking Ancient Apparition?
Oh, that is true.
She has been raving about...
For both teams or what?
For specifically OG against the Morph.
Anti-heals.
Yeah, if we're seeing Morphling so much, do you feel like people are ignoring it too much? Because like, Monkey King, I wouldn't consider a hard counter by any stretch of the imagination to Morphling.
Not even good, I think.
I suppose.
Is it good? What does it do? I don't even think it's good versus Morph. I think there's better answers against Morphling for sure.
Maybe Diffusal Blade if you're like a support.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, you can Diffusal Blade him and hit him potentially, but you've got a knockback, which stuns. You can waveform. How do you lock him down in the Monkey King ult? Normally, when I think of Monkey King, if you play as a core, you play versus big tanky heroes that just don't have mobility.
Yeah, that like once they're in, they're in.
Yeah, and that doesn't seem like the case against Morphling. Makes me wonder, is this going to be a Seb Monkey King, the support Monkey King? Could make a lot more sense to me.
Does it lane well matchup-wise against Undying?
Yeah,
I mean,
it does. It's
Decay
really
doesn't
good
work.
versus Undying.
You can get in and out. You can jump on the tomb. Yeah.
I mean, Monkey King in 7.33 was buffed with his Jingu. It does more damage at level 1 and level 2, I believe.
It does less lifesteal level 1, though.
Yes, but more damage. And I think you can actually trade against the Undying if you do it correctly. So that can help as well. So you trade a bit with their Timbersaw. If he wants to, goes no points in armor, and you can just kill the Undying. And I think that's normally the correct approach when you play versus Undying. You have two choices. Either you lane drag, right, and you just don't lane against him, which I think that always favors the carry in almost all situations because you get free farm. Or you can try and just kill the Undying, and then if the Undying feels like he can't lane and is vulnerable, then what's the point of being an Undying in the game? You're gonna have like a terrible game. I like the approach. It could, if they do it at least, it could still be a carry Monkey King, but I'd love to see this as their potential offlane duo.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction and say that game's gonna go for some Rubik action right here, as they did that exact draft 2 games ago, and it makes sense to pick Rubik here, I think.
Was that with the Undying Morphling that they did? Oh, okay.
I was a bit surprised they didn't ban it on the side of OG. Like, they didn't ban any of the heroes that they picked last time, the Void Spirit as well as the Rubik, with this opening.
Targeting Quinn, I suppose. They take out the Queen of Pain, they take out the Pango. All the spirits are still in, and wow. Gaiman are just meta slaves to themselves. Be original.
I mean, if it's their pattern, but like the spells you steal are not that incredible. So I guess
I like him against Timber, though.
Yeah.
And Rubik is one of those heroes that can kill a Timber, right? If you can steal the ultimate along with your other nukes. One of the better supports outside of maybe your crazy AAs and stuff like that you might want to consider, but he's one of the higher damage heroes against Timber if you do need that.
They're going to do it. AA, come on.
No, they're not. They're really
AA plus a stun. We're going to see Sven, we're going to see Wraith King, even though all these heroes suck against Morph. We're going to see it.
Probably just going to see a Pugna again or something.
What about Nyx? Is there any room for like a mid Nyx in here?
A mid Nyx?
I don't know. Like, you can't... I just refuse to believe they're going to look at this Morph and say, it's fine. Like, this hero's been doing really well, and...
Just pick Void Spirit. Homie will build a Scotty. That's all the HP mitigation you need.
Nyx hasn't
It's a universal hero, though. That's another universal hero. I actually think that's okay against Morph, because you do offer your team a lot of single-target physical damage. You can go the Phylactery as well, so you have some magic burst in the early mid-game. But it is nice against the Tomb as well, but now I'm thinking, like, how does he get out of the laning phase? Do they just not lane anymore, Fear? Is that the approach they take with this?
For which hero?
For Visage.
Oh,
like, Visage against Undying Morph. Can you lane that? Like, is
if
that
you
a
have
lane?
Monkey King, I really think you can lane this.
Okay.
Like, you just... This Undying is not invulnerable. Like, you're going to trade with him, and Morph is completely worthless at level 1. He's not going to help in this exchange whatsoever, and you're just going to spam. Undying's have to bring, like, 2 salves to the lane if he wants to do this.
Okay.
I really would like to see that. I'm not sure. Timber must be going mid now, right? Since you picked Visage. Or is there going to be, like, some Stormer style mid Is that their...
God, who knows what
what is going on here?
I'm gonna go with the...
I'm pretty sure Wind Ranger will continue to be Seb's hero.
All right. Well,
I'll say
they
that.
lost their lane then now.
Look, Yuragi likes playing a different hero every game, so this could also be his.
I'm gonna go
hasn't
with
played
the
yet.
bold prediction of Void Spirit here for
But the
Game
thing
of
is,
Gladiators.
Was that the fourth hero?
Yeah.
You know, why would you pick carry Wind Ranger into Morph? You know, that seems like the worst possible thing
Morph
you could
came
do.
into fruition because, like, into the meta because of Wind Ranger and Mag.
Yeah.
Getting first picked every game, you just turn into them. They have nice spells for you, and they're universal.
So I don't think they're going to do that. So I think the Seb answer is probably more likely.
Maybe that's the Diffusal Blade support you were mentioning, like with Monkey King. Maybe the Wind Ranger does it.
Yeah. I mean, Diffusal Wind Ranger is good. Does it
I'm
hard counter
so
more?
good at this.
Well, Brian, what's the final bold prediction, assuming that it hasn't been banned?
My
out?
ultra bold prediction
me.
for this game would be Medusa on 10th pick.
That was really their last pick.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. That's an interesting draft.
If they don't ban it, I'm pretty sure OG has not scouted any of the drafts. Because I think it's pretty good against Visage, too.
They are banning out offlaners, but that is not that bold of a prediction.
Don't worry. It's coming up.
I am so confused by OG's draft right now.
Yeah.
Like, is Monkey carry? If Monkey's carry, why did they pick Wind Ranger here?
And is Visage offlane? Because
It has to be, right?
Timbersaw.
So it has to be Timber mid, Visage off. That's all I can conclude right now.
Okay.
So is it like a carry Monkey King? And then they're going to last pick Tygus hero. Like, that seems very weird.
Now, just hear me out. What if they just pick another hero that has 4 different roles that they can play? And then they all just kind of
I can just leave because my services won't be required anymore.
They don't have last pick, though. So
I'm saying they can
flexing
musical
yourself.
chairs it once the draft has already ended. Like, if these heroes are all viable in 4 different positions, does it really matter what hero you're playing?
That's how they guarantee.
Probably.
They have to guarantee their lane setups this way, right? It has to be so confusing that, like, they can adjust to whatever they think is going to work.
But if you, like, say you're going to musical chairs your heroes, right? Like, if you don't know what you're going to play, how is the opponent going to know how to draft against you?
Yeah, maybe they'll
Peter talked about not giving them an obvious 10th pick.
Yeah, I mean, that actually used to be a strategy. But sometimes you get into it, and then yourself gets confused. And then when you're confused, you can't really perform not only a good draft, but you can't play very well either because everyone's just in a state of confusion.
And then
it gets really complicated, to be honest with you. And I'm confused by their draft right now. At the end of the day, you can confuse everyone, but if your draft is shit, you're not going to win.
I don't know. This sounds like an out-of-body experience. You're like confusing yourself. You're like referring to yourself in the third person. You're looking down.
Don't worry, you come back to reality right after you lose in 20 minutes. Real fast.
That 20 minutes, though, that was quite a trip.
Once you're like, I'm not hitting creeps anymore. Something went wrong.
Well,
Brian, they did not ban out Magnus.
Medusa. Yeah, they did ban Mag.
They did ban
You
Mag.
bamboozled us there.
So
see.
Omega bold prediction.
All right, here's what I need to happen.
Yep.
Monkey King has to be a support with Visage.
Okay.
Wind Ranger's going 5, whatever. Tyga's playing it. I don't care anymore. And then Timber's going mid. Then we need a carry here. But
There
we
it
got
is.
our Tyga last pick, so whatever.
This looks like a nice Medusa game.
Yep, it's a nice Monkey King carry game. I mean, if you go Medusa, at least you have Monkey King, Wind Ranger, and by diffusals, so you have some answers, but you probably still lose. There might be something a bit spicier out there, though.
What about the Viper? It's a pretty sick Viper game.
What about the Ace Meepo?
Against Timber?
I mean, he knows he's playing versus Monkey now, I think. So whatever he plays here is going to give him some type of edge against the Monkey King in the laning stage. So most likely a ranged hero, I would agree with. They already have the initiation. I mean, you said Viper, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know Viper's kind of a meme, but we did see EG own with it.
Winter Wyvern.
Okay.
There you go.
That's not Medusa. I like
they
that
already
because
have
it's a
a morph,
ranged hero
though.
that deals with summons. That's what I actually like about this, because I couldn't think of anything.
Yeah. Wait, when they had Medusa Morph, who was playing Morph?
It was Duracho on Morph, and then it was Medusa.
Medusa offlane.
Yeah. So I was thinking ranged hero that deals with summons, and that's why Medusa was the best one I could come up with. Also, that was what they picked last time.
It is carry Wind Ranger.
Okay, so this is quite a weird draft for all the reasons Fear just mentioned. Is like
Well, I'm just glad the Monkey
is a
King
counter.
I'm glad
Wind Ranger.
Monkey King is support, so at least gives them the good lanes.
Okay.
But they definitely lose once Morph gets an Ags, because Wind Ranger versus Morph is a terrible matchup.
Yeah.
So just don't let Morph get Ags, and you can win.
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just ban X.
Just that easy.
Just got a death ball earlier than that, right? They got the Chen.
Yeah, no,
All
absolutely.
These, like, aura pushing heroes. Timber's gonna frontline and dive and be tanky. Just win your lanes against Gaming Gladiators, the best team in the world, and then take towers. No problem.
Oh. That makes sense. I understand. This creepy music has me feeling some
I'm really like, we were talking about out-of-body experiences. I feel like I'm in like a teepee
like
right
I'm at
now.
home right
There's
now.
some incense going off.
As I give it to the pandas, I challenge them, please, continue using that squeaky door instrument that you keep doing and take it away.
Squeaky door instrument activated for game number 2 between OG and GG. Not a lot of faith in OG's lineup for the panel, Synderen. Would you shut your mouth, because we're about to get potentially first blood here as BZM is going to get blood grenaded. We see the Soul Assumption come out. Celery getting really low. Nice double boundless strike. And the Soul Assumption will be first blood for the DM Visage. And they're going to get a double, actually. My goodness, what a start for DM. And that is Visage, very scary hero to go up against in lanes when you're the core.
It's also just such a dream hero for these early engagements that teams tend to take a lot of the time, right? There's just so much damage being done by both teams with blood grenades, so you get max stacks up very fast on your Soul Assumption, and he threw out 3 or 4 of them there, got 2 kills and off to a nice start. And I gotta say, good news for OG, because I'm kind of with the panel here. I think this is a difficult game to play. Once again, I think an outstanding last pick coming out from Gaming Gladiators. I'm very excited to see Ace play the Winter Wyvern in this game. It's one of my personal favorite heroes. Since becoming universal, it lends itself more to a core role. And what they're seeing in this hero in this game is multiple things. First of all, they have Curse against Chen's creeps and against Visage Birds, which can kill enemy supports or even cores if used well. But you also have percentage-based damage, which is very nice against Timber, because no matter what he itemizes, this Arctic Burn is actually going to do a pretty decent chunk of his health with every attack. And that could set up more for the difference between killing the Timber or not. So I like it a lot. OG's lineup, I would say, I think it's fair to say it's on a timer. I don't have very much faith in them going very late in this one compared to other games we've seen today where both teams had late game potential. Monkey King can be a hyper carry, but he's being played support this game. And yeah, Wind Ranger as position 1. I'm still not impressed. We've seen multiple teams run it. It's won some games, it's lost some, but it's never been like wow for me. So I want to be impressed here by Uragi, and I think he needs to come up big.
Yeah, it does feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like a very tough core matchup for him. Like when you get to the mid to late game, you have so many mobile heroes. Like Wyvern, Morphling, Void Spirit, they can all get away from, like, who are you focus firing in these fights?
The Morph matchup in particular is really bad, because when he gets Ags and turns into you, and, you know, just in general, just turns into you even without the Ags, it's just it's a rough one to deal with, so. Gonna be curious to see the itemization, especially from OG. Are they gonna see the double diffusal blade from both the Wind Ranger and the support Monkey King, or are you gonna try to solve the Morph? Because burning Morph's mana has been a classic solution for the hero. The panel was talking about it as a way to beat a potential Medusa pick, but I think even without that Medusa coming out, it could still be an interesting path to take. Also because getting Diffusal Blades will line up pretty nicely with Chen's timing, right? That's kind of when that hero is very strong, is around that 15-20 minute mark when these heroes start getting those items. So maybe an option here.
Yeah, but the panel did mention, even if OG's laning stage goes really well, well, that's a big if, actually, because you are playing against arguably the best laning stage team in the world.
And so you die.
I actually had nothing to say after that. That's all I had to say.
That sounds like our panel. Even if OG's lanes go well.
I mean,
let's listen to the band.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Now, Dyrachyo getting gone on by Seb, who's not playing the Wind Ranger for once. Solo Assumption to follow.
He is running out of agility to turn into strength here.
But they're going to get the Adaptive Strike off. Blood Grenade used as well. Balance Strike to follow, but Dyrachyo looks to be fine.
That's still a nice pickup for DM to get the Tombstone kill.
Oh, wait.
Here. Seb hounding Dyrachyo.
He wants to force him to attribute back into more strength. Living on the edge is Dyrachyo.
He lost quite a bit of farm there and actually going to miss the last hit with the Adaptive Strike as well. So nice little bit of pressure coming out from OG, and obviously keep in mind with the 2 kills DM got, even though he spent all that mana for the level 1 fight, he just sent out a lot of mana regen. He had mangoes, he sent a Sage Mask, so he's completely fine on that, so he can definitely keep outputting in this top lane.
Yep, Quinn this time playing the Void Spirit, which is his, I would guess, his most played hero in the tournament, but this time BZM gets to play the Timber. See if he can replicate what Quinn was able to do last game.
I think that's a Timber favored matchup probably. Not by a lot, but still.
Is there a non-Timber favored 1v1 matchup? Huskar, perhaps?
Huskar is very bad for Timber. At least it was. Again, maybe the...
Maybe it's fine now.
Maybe things have changed. I mean, I'm not going to say it with confidence because I haven't seen it played this patch, but I think historically speaking, Timber's #1 worst matchup mid was actually Huskar. Second worst was probably Viper.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we did see Viper.
We saw Viper played by Chris Luck against... I forgot who played the Timber.
Was it in lane as well? Was that actually a 1v1?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he played it against Armel, and Armel killed the Viper, but then Viper got the return kill and took over.
That's right. And Seb being very annoying in the trees right now. Tombstone placed.
So close from Celery there.
Yeah, but Seb able to get off the tree beforehand. Now they have to protect this Tombstone because that is quite a bit of gold.
Yep, they're also using it for zone control here to ensure denies, so nicely done here. This might seem like a bit of a wasted Tombstone since they didn't get the monkey kill that it was intended for, but they're making the most of the missed spell here by boxing them out, basically, with this Tomb. So, nicely done.
Seb's still going for it, though. And Dyrachyo right now, I mean, his CS, just because of that start, you can see suffering a bit right now as he's morphing back into the strength. Soul Assumptions there as well. Boundless Strike with the full Jingu stacks, but Dyrachyo lives on. Another Soul Assumption coming out on Celly, getting a taste of his own medicine. Two very spammy heroes.
Yeah.
Now turning his sights onto Seb. Who's going to be getting Jingu stacks again soon. Dodges that Adaptive Strikes, looks like.
Places the Ops Ward from the tree, trying to be cute here, but Celery does have the Sentry pre-placed, so they're going to grab that immediately together. No chance to deny that.
And they could... Forcing the strength again from Dyrachyo. Everybody living on such low HP right now.
Gonna go for the strength adaptive there. Seb is not letting go. He's just being relentless here.
I mean, you have to do this as Monkey King.
Yeah, this is some solid 4 monkey play. He understands the power dynamic of the lane very well. He knows Morph doesn't have waveform skilled, so every time he jumps on him, he gets a good trade. And even if waveform is skilled, you're forcing him to use mana to disengage. Definitely not been Dyrachyo's best early laning stage this one. OG with a big advantage already. And it's very good news if you're an OG fan because not only did he
dive this, he's going to try. He's level 6. He's got the haste rune.
Oh, the glyph, so Quinn doesn't level up.
Yeah, but he's very close. Does not have Dissimilate. He does get the Astral Step in time, but the Chakram is still enough. And last game's replay?
I love a good callback. That was a great gank and a great plan here from OG. They identify that BZM hits 6 first. They bring the monkey. They kill Quinn just before 6. Oh, well, he did get it, but he was out of resources. Oh, that lift is nice, though. A lot of resources lost for BZM. But, yeah, as I was saying, There's a couple of reasons here. So first of all, OG, from a drafting perspective, I think they need to get ahead like this. So that's the first good news. And secondly, from a tournament perspective, they really need a win.
Yes,
so
they do.
This is very, very important. For any OG fans out there, you got to be cheering at this game. Or I think if they lose this, elimination is more or less inbound, because then their best possible result is 6 and 8. And I don't even know if that's going to cut it for a tiebreaker for 4th in the end.
Yeah,
so this one might be do or die.
Kind of depends on what the next matchups are for the teams that are in that area.
Huge lead, though. I'm really surprised this has amounted to a full 3K advantage with the scoreboard we have so far.
Talk to me about the offlane Wyvern. We've seen that a bit in this patch.
So not a particularly formidable laner, but Ace has got really good CS for an offlane Wyvern. 32, 7 minutes in is very good. And
well, it might cost him though.
Die
some
here.
Rotation.
He'll TP out.
TP, but the root.
Oh, right.
From the creep. I don't even know what that creep's called. It's the troll something.
The hill troll.
Hill
I thought he was
troll.
fine. I didn't realize what creep was coming in, actually.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Celery gonna kill a courier at the very least. So the first kill on the board for Gaming Gladiators is a donkey.
Yep, that's better than nothing. I mean, the fact that Ace has to walk back as well just gonna make it even worse.
Yeah, as far as Wyvern goes, I'm curious to see how he's going to itemize.
Oh my.
If he's going to take a carry-ish approach, or who's going to farm those?
Is that the Wyvern? What is he maxing? Splinter Blast? He is.
Yeah, maybe they can farm it with Tombstone as well.
Yeah,
but they don't have an obvious stack farmer here. There's no cleave. There's no massive AoE attacks to speak of. Like you can maybe take this with a Fade Bolt and a couple of spells from Void Spirit, but it's not going to really cut it on the Ancient stack.
But that still feels good.
It's a
I mean, the good news is OG is not the greatest team for stealing it either. It's really just Timber.
Yeah, that's fair. BZM will get us an 8-minute tower though against Quinn here.
Yeah, very good start for.
I think this is the best early game OG has had all tournament, and what a time to have it.
Yeah, when everybody shot on them, including you in the panel. I was neutral, just want to say. Okay.
I did not have a lot of faith that the lanes were going to go this well, but now that it's there, now it's time to deliver. Now there's no excuses if this goes wrong. You have all the conditions in the world that you needed to make this a good game for yourself. You have a mid-game tempo lineup with Timber and Chen and Visage. You've won arguably all 3 lanes. I mean, top is probably kind of a wash, but Visage with the 2 kills early on and a very early phylactery can definitely put some serious pressure right now.
Yeah, 9-minute phylactery, not too shabby. We'll just get that extra damage and slow to every single Soul Assumption and Grave Chill.
6-second cooldown, and the cooldowns on his spells are 4 for Soul Assumption and 11 on max level Grave Chill, so very likely to be able to output it more or less non-stop.
Taracho's going to get ganked though.
Big trouble.
That's the one hero that can absolutely destroy a Morphling. Completely surrounded and will be brought down eventually. Another nice kill for OG. 5-0 advantage. Gaiman not even on the board yet. Now the tier 1 tower will likely be pressured at the very least, if not just taken outright.
And this, the game state right now for Gaming Gladiators feels like the player that needs to come up big in this one is going to be Ace. I think Curse is going to be the most important spell of the game for comebacks. You need to try to find a good Curse where you either kill the Windranger next to some creeps or you kill Visage with his own birds, something like that to set up a good fight for your teammates. Morphling, as we know, is a pretty slow hero at building up, and Quinn's lane in this game has not been particularly good, so he can't have that massive impact that we've seen in a lot of games from him.
They're trading some damage, but BZM not really not really afraid of anything right now. He feels kind of invulnerable.
The perfect IDC hero.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he has the Occult Bracelet.
Taiga's got a nice collection of creeps right now, but no rally creeps as of yet. Soon to come, I'm sure. But like you said, they're going to likely just try to really push the pedal to the metal, as it were. And try to get these objectives super fast to make sure that Gaiman do not have time to stabilize. But yeah, I agree. The Wyvern is the wild card this game. It's going to be going for Atos on Ace's Wyvern. Has the double bracer right now with the Universal. Gotta love it. Imagine this inventory last patch.
Yeah. It's funny how in that patch it would have been reported for this build, and now you would be reported for Netherlands. Why you not carry, bro? How times change.
I mean, I like that. That, you know, those types of roles are being rotated in and out. It's good. More flexibility, the better. Which is why the talent system is so good in general. Quinn, looking for the 12-minute rune. It will be top. It's a shield rune. As Seb's scouting this stack out, they're pinging.
Does Quinn have a quelling? No.
Yeah, they have an idea that Seb is here. He's going to be able to get to the other side, though. Is that ancient stack still there? No. Okay, so it did end up taking that. There's Quinn. He's going to get a good amount of the creeps. BZM's going to help him clean it up.
And you got the 3 biggest ones.
Yeah.
Now Ace is in major trouble.
Shackle connects. Focus fire with that newly picked up Maelstrom. Well, okay, the curse is not going to last that long. As BZM will finish the job.
Nice play from BZM there as well to not Timber Chain through in case he would have missed, so he couldn't have pulled back his Chakram when he connected the chain through. So he just walked in and killed him off with the Whirling Death.
When will Gaming get their first kill of the game?
It's a good question. 7K minute 13. Would you look at that? Dota
is a reversal of the games.
Dota is very unpredictable. You think, you know, one team is just, you know, just in better shape, just doing better. But here we look at OG just looking like the best team in the tournament in this game.
That's right. Oh, the beautiful shackle from Yuragi, followed up by the Boundless Strike. Tofu taking quite a bit of damage, able to mitigate a little bit, but just by sidestepping here, as Yuragi's going to be fighting amongst all these creeps. Finally, the Hand of God comes out. They do get their first kill of the game, and it's on Seb's Monkey King. That's something they can be very proud of. DM actually gets beaten to the ground as well. On the other side of the triangle, absolutely 2 kills for Gaming Gladiators. And Duraccio turned into Timber.
We didn't talk about this as an option for Morph. It's actually very important in the game state right now that he can become Timber because they have damage issues, and this solves them. The Timber does insane amounts of damage, so becoming him is very helpful. That's ambitious.
Dead.
Quinn with a bit of a laugh there. Why didn't you Astral Step away, Celery? Why did you name yourself after vegetable Celery?
That's the real question right there. And Tofu does steal the Chakram. Pretty damn good spell to take. BZM trying to finish off Ace, but the curse is there just in time. And the taunt to follow. BZM will have to give up on this chase.
Oh, nice try there.
Goes a little bit further. That still has a respectable amount of HP and mana to get away.
This is an early Octarine, obviously going Kaya Sanj next. BZM in full control of the game. Currently 14 minutes in. Curious to see if he buys the Sanj or the Kaya first. A little bit telling about his read on the game, if he needs the status resistance and the tankiness, or if it's just full-out Glass Cannon. I think he bought something else just then, actually. What was that? He bought a Cloak. Okay, so he does value the tanking a little bit first. Now that he buys the Cloak first, I think it's going to be the Kaya. I think Cloak plus Sanj is a little bit too defensive for the game state here. They're following Roche to his home.
That's right.
It's very nice of them to walk him home.
Let me walk you home and then kill you.
And loot your house.
Sounds like one of those Jenkins stories, actually. He talks about BSJ all the time.
I was like, are you going to spread more fake rumors here, Shannon, about people?
No, that's just Jenkins. I'm just saying
what
Jenkins said.
It makes my you play WoW all the time seem very soft in comparison.
Well, because it's completely true.
It's completely wrong.
Yeah, we'll see.
How will you see?
I'm going to look at the hours that you've played.
Okay.
Sure they have a tool for that.
Oh, yeah.
So OG will get the first Roche of the game.
Yep.
And BZM will take it.
Is that necessary?
He feels so. Yuragi, does not get the shackle. Ace just going to curse, but Yuragi might still be able to get him. Does he have Cold Embrace? He doesn't, so he can't delay it a bit. Although with the Maelstrom might not even matter. Down goes Ace. And OG completely dominating the game. We have Solar Crest on DM.
Yeah, they're ramping up their cores right now.
Yuragi is getting close to Lincoln. So Lincoln's kind of interesting because you have... I think the curse has been used on him pretty repeatedly so far. I think that the main purpose for it is the Morphling.
Yeah, he wants to block Replicate.
But there are ways for them to cancel. There's Fade Bolt, there's Spell Steal, there's
Did I just
Adaptive
call it
Strike.
Replicate? I'm so old.
Oh, you're right. It's not called replicate anymore.
It's called morph.
That's right. Very original. Grab ally, not available for Celery.
Nope.
Because he does not have the shard
Nice
step.
cut.
Brought back to the ground. Duraccio is there to greet him. Hand of God keeping him alive, though. Tries to dodge out the waveform, but it's too much damage to withstand.
Well, they both hit the monkey stun, though.
True.
So that was nice. Nice attempt from Seb to live there. If he dodges the waveform damage, I think he still probably ends up dying, but that could have got interesting with the Hand of God starting to heal up and everything. But either way, a nice little cute play with the Chakram. I think Seb didn't account for Tofu having that, but they still get their main objective. The top tier 2 is gone. OG will immediately swoop down and take the outpost. DM and Tiger going to do that, and this would be a really opportune moment to take a smoke trip across the map, but they don't have any, so I guess they will just continue the pressure to mid. Just spread over here, spill over, and take that tower. Seems unlikely in the current state of affairs that Gaimin are particularly interested in defending. Nice shackle from Uragi.
Quinn, boundless strike onto both heroes as well. Quinn gets up to dissimulate onto the right side, should be fine. And actually, the tree dance was stolen, so both members survive for Gaimin. Seb trying desperately to catch up, to steal his tree dance back. As Atos now completed onto Ace, so that gives them a little bit of initiation.
And despite not getting any kills there, OG, what they do accomplish is they flush GG out on the map, right? Like, Gaming Gliders have to retreat with both Rubik and Void Spirit, heading back to their half. So now, if you play some good aggressive vision, it's going to be difficult for Gaimin to find any sort of foothold and at least equalize farm. Nice try from BZM there, but Tofu with a quick reaction. Shackle landing.
Shackle, but he did get the morph off in time, but he's getting drained with his mana and destroyed. Wow, that was way quicker than I was anticipating. And I'm sure for them as well, as Tofu swiftly taken out.
So clean. That monkey ult and the defusal on Seb just drained him dry in a matter of 3 seconds of stuns. And they started it all off with a shackle shot into the Centaur Stomp from Chen and the Monkey King stun. Just beautiful execution here from OG. They're going to get the bot tier 2. Has Gaimin had this rough of a game in this tournament so far? I mean, they've lost games, but I feel like this is a very uncharacteristic position to find them in. Even when they lose, there generally seems to be a little bit more hope to hold on to, but this one is looking very grim. Especially considering the position that this guy on your screens right now is in. BZM feels invincible, similar to Quinn on the Timber last game, so he's just going to bully people around the map while his teammates just take towers, take objectives. This mid tower is still standing, but probably just a matter of time before they make their rotation out. And really haven't got to see much of Ace. I was so excited for this Wyvern. I really saw so much potential for the hero in this game, but as usually is the case in Dota, you can have a really cool pick, but if your lanes and your early game falls apart, usually even having an outstanding and cool creative hero isn't going to solve much.
Yep. Well, Atos on the Taiga. He's got the cover of his creeps, but he's going to get bursted down. But he gets off the mech and the Hand of God and is very healthy as a result. Ace, he does activate Curse, but he's going to die shortly after. Yeah, BZM just racking up the reactive armor stacks. They're going to take out the Rubik as well. And that is going to be 2 quick kills for OG. And you can see Quinn completely dead inside.
Well, we had the interview with him where he talked about winning versus losing, that he's a lot sadder to lose than he's happy to win.
That's right.
So that's another pick here.
But yeah, having said that, like we said in the beginning of this series, they are going to go through to the next group stage anyway.
I do think their 8 wins is guaranteed tie. I don't know if it's fully guaranteed through. Maybe they need everything to play out in a specific way for the tie to even happen, but it is technically possible, I think. So you see the curse here from Ace, and obviously Timbersaw doesn't give a crap, but it makes you wonder if the initiation to the fight was the right approach. I think they could have maybe just flown in over the trees and cursed Chen next to his creeps and just killed him off instantly.
Yeah.
But they wanted to try to reserve the curse for when OG responded. The problem is they don't have enough damage in the tank to kill Chen in the first place, so then that play doesn't really come to fruition at all.
All right, they do take the enemy Tormentor, so OG, they get the shard on Chen, which gives, we'll talk about that in just a moment.
Quinn actually did. Oh my god, that was close.
Thought he was going to die for sure. Actually goes in to try to take out Uragi. Wukong's command is there. He's going to run away. Now, Duraccio and company, they're trying to disengage as well. Cold Embrace is going to leave Celery to his own devices, and he will drop. And now Ace getting pursued. Aether Remnant does connect, and the nice curse. Will that keep Ace alive? Another beautiful shackle from Yuragi on the sideline, though. And that means this fight is just basically over. Quinn somehow will survive after being the initial target, but 3 of his team members have died in this engagement, and this will be likely a set of racks.
This is the second game of Chen that I've seen in this tournament. There might have been more played. One of them was Puppy, and now we have Taiga this game. It's looked really good in both games. Curious if there's going to be some new prioritization happening, because the hero is getting picked in Puppy's game. I think it was 3rd picked, and in this game it was picked 9th.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something to this hero about like tipping the balance a little bit with the healing and the pushing power that you have, and identifying what kind of a game it is. I should point out, nice curse here, but the shackle even better from Yuragi. Just an awesome game from OG's cores in this game all around. And that's a top lane of Barracks gone.
Yeah, and just like that, 20k lead for OG. They have not, I believe, gone for their Tormentor yet, because they just haven't been on that side of the map. But yeah, the Taiga's Shard was picked up, so he can take Ancients now, and all his creeps gain an additional level that is not available to any other hero, Cinderin.
Yep.
Now, when does the last level unlock? Is it 25 or 30 minutes in the game? I can't remember the scheme. Is it 15:30? 15:30, something like that.
I want to say you're right about 30, but I genuinely I cannot remember.
Well, if you can't remember, just assume I'm correct.
Yeah, that's generally not how it goes.
For you, maybe.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, though.
That's what I meant. And it's the same thing.
Whenever you make a statement, I give you the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't matter what you say. Yeah, I'll just give you the benefit.
Concede.
All right.
And look at Taiga's farm, by the way. It's actually...
Yeah, he's about to overtake the enemy carry.
Yeah.
It's a very healthy-looking net worth for OG. If this continues for another 5 minutes, they might have the top 5, to be honest. Seb just needs to get...
Battle Fury.
Needs to get his shit together and farm.
Yeah.
Dominating the entire map is not good enough. You gotta get to it, finish that BKB. An interesting choice, by the way. I don't know if I agree with that. I really like the Diffusal pickup, but I'm not sure if the BKB serves much purpose here.
Well, keep in mind, he's used to playing core in general, right?
Yeah.
He just wants to become a core as well. Feels left out.
Feels like something like an Orchid would have actually been nice in this game, to be honest. Against Wyvern, against Void Spirit, against Morph. It's like a really cool item.
Oh, DM. Finds Celery. That's the Aghanim Scepter for the Visage.
Oh, yeah. Aghanim Scepter Visage with a Travel Timber. Nowhere is safe. If Visage finds the chain stun and Timber travels in on the birds at the same time, they could potentially even kill Morph out of Invis if they catch him off guard, so gotta be very careful here. Primal Spring stolen by Tofu. Does a nice amount of damage on Rubik. It actually fully cleans the wave.
2 familiars have been killed.
Oh.
Wow.
My pets. Oh, that's a lot of familiars.
I had that reaction as well. Gracious. That's a massive amount of money. As second Roach now will be going to OG.
Time to kill the bowling ball. And all the cousins go bowling together, and that was a fast kill. Aegis on Yuragi. I like that. Don't put it on BZM this time. No need. And probably just time for OG to barrel down mid. I think the only way you lose a fight now is being massively out of position against Wyvern. I think it's the only hero you need to truly worry about. Keep your positioning tight. Keep your good formation. And you can start knocking on the front door. Especially if you find a pick on the way. You can also just try to go for an aggressive smoke and see if you can find an entry. Mantis Style now completed for Quinn. Not really too inspiring in terms of damage still on their side.
There's a double damage that Gaming Gladiators will be able to pick up.
Gives them a little bit of a chance maybe in this upcoming engagement.
Yeah, maybe they can get 5 kills.
Well, Quinn...
DM, he's going to break the smoke, and they see him. He's already at half HP. They're bursting him from 100 to 0. Nice pick off from Gaming Gladiators.
It's a start. It's about a 1,500 gold kill, I think. Not too shabby. Gonna need more than that, though. They are chasing with Tofu.
Tree dance on Tofu again.
Dire's middle tower is under
It's a relatively easy spell to.
He's very apprehensive about jumping further.
Near Quinn gets stomped as well. Focus fire is on him. Dissimulates to the left side, and will live.
I don't know if the same can be said for it. Actually, they all got out. Tofu again with that Primal Spring, really.
Oh, he actually wants to continue on. The focus fire is still there, by the way. He gets stun lock and destroyed. That is very unfortunate for Quinn, as here comes the Wukong's command. Celery, look at the damage from this reactive armor. It does 0 because he killed him beforehand. Very cool. And after all this, Taiga is still alive as well. Has the cheese,
double shackle
not
again.
able to get it off. More shackles for Yuragi. Triple kill for BZM, as OG are way ahead.
Are they going to get a rampage here for
kill.
BZM?
Can they do it? Will they steal the rampage? Will Duraccio get away? Waveforms to the high ground. Adaptive strike as well. BZM really chasing here. There's a nice Gleipnir. And BZM with the right clicks and the rampage.
All right, they let him have it.
Yeah,
How nice.
That is kind.
What a wholesome team Gaming Gladiators are. They even write their own names when the game is over like a Pokemon. Amazing. GG! What an incredible showing.
Absolute stomps. Wow.
What a series. This was definitely a draw.
Yes.
Neither team really stood a chance in either game after 15 minutes. This time around it was OG bringing the smackdown, and gotta say I'm very impressed. I was not a believer based on Game 1's performance, and I thought this was going to be a very hard to execute strategy, but they did it very cleanly. Looked like a contender in this tournament, and this is an important win because tomorrow they're entering the day with a score of, I believe, what would that be? 6 and 8? Am I? All right.
You're gonna Google it.
I'm sure all right, we'll have the panel break that down the exact scores. I don't remember them by heart.
The
Gaming are
panel
fine,
actually is ready for us. Thank
right.
God, Sinner. You really screwed up this segue.
I am the worst.
Tsunami, save us.
Help.
All right, so I believe the number that OG is at now will be 5 and 7 because before this series they were 4 and 6, and this was a split series. So the math leads me to believe that they would be 5 and 7, which is a good way to come into the next day, yes, but they're still on the bottom end of things. Shopify Rebellion has a similar score to them, and Shopify is currently playing against 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas won the first game of that series. So more split series, which means more tiebreakers potentially. We still don't know, and we are getting some eliminations out of the way. As I last updated everyone, Liquid has been eliminated out of Group A, and Entity has been eliminated out of this Group B. But we still have a lot of TBDs that will be resolved tomorrow and day after tomorrow, our tiebreaker day. For this game, though, more encouragement in the OG camp after a great deal of skepticism has been sent their way over the past few days and few weeks, seeing them in the DPC. Pulling off a Chen strategy seems to be something that's very much in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think a lot of us discredit how good these players are sometimes. You know, like they got shellacked game 1 and they adjusted, came back strong game 2. We were concerned that their lanes were not, we said they had to win their lanes and morph if you didn't get nags. You got nags though.
Yep. I mean, barely. Does it count?
Does it count?
I mean, the game, they were down 22k when he got the Ags. You know?
The game was over at that
Yeah,
point. I thought Seb played really well personally. Like, it felt like we spent a lot of camera time observing the top lane, but it just felt like he was consistently zoning both heroes.
Yeah.
I know you had some criticisms about his skill build. He had a skill Boundless Strike to get his first blood, but
that did get Visage the first blood, technically.
The
so
double kill.
Yeah, so maybe that was worth in the end. And that's what I wanted to see regardless. I wanted to see the Monkey and the Visage play into that lane because I knew they could do really well. As for the safe lane, they picked Wyvern to counter Monkey, right? It doesn't necessarily counter the Wind Ranger. So they managed to win that matchup as well. And we all learned today here that Timbersaul's like the best hero versus any melee hero in the mid lane.
Right.
And so they took this game where they're probably going to lose late game, won all 3 lanes, and they didn't have any like moment where they just dropped the ball, fed a team fight away, and allowed Gaming Gladiators to like do a sweep back the other way. So it was very clean gameplay.
Impressive stuff, and especially against Tundra, a team that they should have a lot of experience with in the Western European DPC. I mean, not Tundra, Gaming Gladiators. Another Western European team. It's all Western European teams. Yeah. What difference does it make?
They're all the same.
They're all the same. I'd blend them together.
That's regionist.
They all have the same logos.
They all look the same. They all sound the same. They all play the same.
There's a lot of G's in
There's
this
a lot of
series.
Gs. 2 sets of them. 3 sets of them. 1 in each game. And 1 in the teams. Because they called GG.
Oh.
And if you take a slice of an O, you can make a G too. Sort of. You reposition
I see what
it.
you're saying.
But you have to like
Bend it.
Oh, wait. Watch this.
It's really not that much.
Watch this. Watch this.
I'm
Don't look
watching.
really good.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Wait, it looks like a G to me. Is it
Did you even do anything? Do it again.
Hold on. I have to deal with this hand.
Oh, wow. It looks more like a 6, but I know what you're going for.
This should be their like gang sign. The OG gang sign. You go like.
The OG gang.
Damn.
I like the sound of that.
OG. Round of applause.
I'm sure we're gonna see that pop up anytime now.
Don't worry, I'll tell them to do it whenever we get an interview with one of their players. I'll say, hey, I've got a great marketing opportunity for you.
I think you might have an opportunity to present that marketing opportunity.
You're going to be my Shark Tank?
No.
Would you like to invest, Brian?
Do we not have an interview?
We will eventually have one.
Okay.
I'm
You have to
assuming.
wait for the phone call.
I was just making sure, like, you know.
No, I wasn't leading into anything. I was just getting preemptive.
I thought you
Perhaps
were, so I was helping you.
It would have looked good, but unfortunately, they are very, very important people. And
I'm
they don't
still a
wanna talk
Guardian
to us yet.
co-host. Forgive me.
That is true. We haven't gotten a chance yet. You're not Guardian. Who the hell let you be? Oh, you are Guardian. You are. My bad. We've been.
Wait, why
ranking.
did Jenkins rank up?
Yeah, I know. I was watching it.
He's on the grind.
It was a bit contentious, but eventually, Sheever agreed. The rest of the panel, he did some work, surprisingly.
What did he do?
What did he do?
He did a DHL video.
Oh, wait. Does that like influence how good you are?
No one's stopping you from making content for the show.
Yeah. Oh, he was really embarrassed by it.
He
so
was.
So maybe
about universal
the term
heroes.
of endearment, like the endearment.
Yeah.
Every content creator is embarrassed watching their own videos.
Not me. I'm a huge narcissist. I take it.
Do you not get embarrassed watching your video specs?
I can't stand listening to my own
Exactly.
voice.
No, they're terrible. Your videos,
It
not
hurts.
mine. No.
Zing.
Anyway, we do need to resolve whether you'll get a plus MMR day or a minus MMR day out of this. I'm a little bit disappointed that Jenkins has been on the grind because I feel like every day is just going to be you both ending up on the same bed.
I'm honestly fine to like. I feel like I dropped the ball a few times today. They were also pretty short games. At the very least, I didn't have much time to like analyze these games. So
Show me your phone, Brian. What's on your phone?
it's a black screen.
And now it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
But no. I already said like I'm only Guardian 5 right now, if anything, at best. So I think I should be the underdog trying to catch up to Jenkins, and it'd be kind of tacky if, like you said, I just gain a rank every day. So
That is true. But I still don't know what Jenkins' excuse is. He had a whole season of experience, and then now he's just smurfing and co-hosting.
I mean, Jenk, you gotta do what you gotta do to make
Do
content.
what you gotta do. Purge knows the grind. Right,
Do I?
Purge?
I play life pretty easy. My grind is not extreme. Over here having a relaxing time.
Yeah.
Watching some games.
Yeah, he's not a grinder. He's more of a tender kind of guy.
I tend to my needs.
I mean, I don't even know what is this even for. It's just
This is co-host MMR.
why don't we get an MMR?
We are not
you,
co-hosts.
would you like to co-host?
No, why can't analysts get an MMR?
Why
Why don't you get an MMR? Why doesn't the host get an MMR? This isn't fair.
They have a
we're
feud
doing.
going.
You're breaking the walls of the simulation
No.
here.
They're feuding.
This is a show. This is a broadcast.
We didn't think this through.
We're only prepared for a certain number of outcomes here, such as the outcome of if we don't have an interview. I don't know what to do in that situation. I'm panicking.
As a co-host, I'm supposed to do something to
supposed to save
alleviate
me.
the panic.
He's
panicking too.
Quick, press buttons.
Press buttons.
Oh,
That was a good button.
that was.
That was. We may have to add the Quinn button of I don't. What was the face that he was like?
Like complete
That
surprise.
one?
Yeah. Yeah, baffled.
That should be the
one.
sound effect for it when they play it. That's probably what he said, to be honest.
He probably said, "Let's take a look at the standings for."
I don't think that's what he said.
Can
Probably
we
did.
take a look at the standings though?
I'm
As
fine
we
with that,
wait
but
for
I don't
an
think that's what
interview?
he said.
You're fine with it. Thank you for permission, Brian.
Just say.
Go read through the standings then.
Okay, so we have a 1-game difference between first place and 7th place in Group A. That was the prophecy foretold that I was looking forward to. Talon obliging by dropping the game to, I believe it was TSM. That's pretty epic. Liquid.
Oh. That's an overperformance by TSM. Like, I thought they were just kind of slowly flaming out with their last DPC performance. They underperform in majors. But at DreamLeague, they do pretty good consistently.
Yeah. Or does that light the fire? That's the other way. They lost to Nouns, not going to the Bali Major. So maybe they need to put all their effort into this tournament here. And they're doing okay. They're about at par, I would say, for what you expect from a good TSM performance. Don't really expect them to like go onto like the winner bracket and crush everyone, but they show they can be really good at times.
I think last time they squeaked through barely to go to the next stage, and then they were clearly the worst team after that.
Yeah, that is
of the top 4, which is still a great accomplishment.
Out of the top 8 of the top 16, they looked like an 8th place. So respectable to beat half of the invited teams, but still, this is a team that formerly were podium finishers, at least last year, Stockholm Major. They were a grand finalist, but equation has changed, players have changed, and the group remains the same. But you know what is different? Is that we can talk to someone else now. BZM is our interviewee. Were you avoiding me, BZM? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I actually was, yeah.
Explain yourself.
No particular reason.
Oh, sure.
I'm just a little shy boy.
Aww.
And you're some big guy that I'm not too familiar with, you know? It's natural.
BZM, that's not the word I would use. I've stood on stage next to you, and you know I'm not that big of a guy. But regardless, I appreciate you coming by for this interview. I specifically want to ask about this second game. The drafting was incredibly confusing for us, and I'm wondering if you can share it. Did you guys know which heroes were going where, or were you just figuring it out as you go? Because it looked like even until the last pick, it was all flex picks.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, it was also like you can take the monkey there, you can take the visage there, you know, you can take the wind everywhere. So, to be honest, every hero could go anywhere, but we just decided what is best for ourselves. So it worked out the way it did because of that, I guess.
And do you decide that like after seeing the enemy heroes, or you were like, this is the strategy we want to run? We want to run Timber mid now that all 5 of our heroes have been picked.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we see Morphlate, we pick Visage. I pick Timber, and I don't care anything. So that's pretty much it.
It worked out in that game.
I don't think anybody cares.
I care, BZM. I care a lot about you. Purge!
Okay.
Any questions for BZM?
Yeah, I do. You've been playing some more farm-heavy mid-heroes than other teams this tournament. Do you still think there's a place for these like high-farm heroes like TA, Morph, or Arc Warden as mid-heroes?
Yeah, I think there is. It just depends whether or not you can afford them, and whether or not your team can play accordingly with these heroes, because it takes a risk to run a strat like this. Like, it's not even a strat. Like, I just like playing these heroes, not because they like to farm. I just like playing the heroes. So I don't think I can be stopped. Yeah.
Do you have to convince them to allow you to make the space for you in the draft to play those heroes, or is it more they're encouraging you?
I mean, to be honest, I just white to them that I can be active. So
there you go.
They trust me, basically, yeah.
Good plan.
All right. Hello, BZM. My question's going to be, so Timber won in game 1, then you played Timber in game number 2. Both times won the lane, looked really good throughout the game. How do you beat Timber mid? Like, what heroes do you have to pick to beat this hero?
I mean, first game I thought it was Storm, and you saw how that ended. So I'm really I'm gonna lie if I say that I know how to.
Okay.
Also, I may know how to, but I'm not gonna review it. So you know.
That is fair. Okay, so next question is gonna be: you can only pick 3 heroes to play for the rest of your life. Which 3 would it be?
Invoker, Tinkerer, Corda, probably.
That sounds about right.
One note.
So
I'm gonna be like this, like this.
Just mashing a piano player.
That is a lot of button pressing, for sure. So my question is, this is our first time actually interviewing or talking at all on stream, BZM, and last time I saw you in an interview, you said you wanted people to please stop calling you BSJ, and I was just wondering why.
Because that's not me, it's you. Like, it doesn't bother you if people call you.
I don't believe
by different
People
names.
call me BZM.
Brian, take
you
off
don't
the glass.
see me complaining.
You're still. I think this is pre-recorded. I don't. You guys. I've never seen you two in the same room before. Go back to Brian. Let's do. No, it's identical. I see no difference.
I'm just messing with you, man. I do have an actual question. My actual question is that when you have a game like Game 1, like, how do you feel like this happens between teams of like equal skill, where you go from such a schlacking one way to an absolute stomp the other way?
Steel Timber. Basically.
But like, is that what happens in most times? Like, it's a hero that caused a Game 1 and then changes a Game 2, or is that just specific to this series?
Sometimes, yeah. I'm not gonna go around with the bullshit that Sep is gonna tell you, or anybody, that you need to be positive, you need to talk things out, you need to restart, reset, stuff like that. It's fucking bullshit. Like, be better, you know? Like, pick better heroes, be better.
Right on.
That's it.
I believe the mentality. Has you noticed any differences in Seb from 1 year ago to Seb now? Because we had an interview with him, I think after day 1, and he said that he is nearly as motivated in Dota as he was like before TI 8, which I don't think was the case before Stockholm. Before Stockholm, he was like, all right, fine, I guess I'll stand in. Is it any different on your end?
I think Sep, I think you need to put a big cap on him, you know? And the guy is pretty old, so he basically doesn't know what he's saying. But his wind ranger is good. So
fantastic.
We'll put him in a retirement home.
Oh, we got him.
You young guns. Always disrespecting the alumni. BZM, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. Him, shy, him not being you.
I feel like he avoided the question.
You avoided every single question we asked him.
That's true.
I don't think I got a single definitive answer out of him.
Yeah, I like the end of it. He's like, if I did know how to beat Timber, I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, but if I did know. That was my favorite part.
Can't reveal the secrets.
He's a very coy individual. But he better start showing some strategies, because they're not secured for anything quite yet. Not secured for TI, not secured for Riyadh, and those are the only two things. But they are secured to maybe be playing tomorrow. Damn, if only they were on this slide. Tundra Esports going up against Evil Geniuses. We only have 2 series tomorrow, as we are getting near the tail end of Group Stage 1. Though we will have tiebreakers day after tomorrow. So no matter what, it's only going to be 2 series tomorrow on all of our streams. Our first one is going to be Tundra Esports taking on Evil Geniuses. And tentatively, the second series is Entity versus Aster on this stream. But that one may change depending on, I guess, whichever series is most important. The ramifications, because I think this will be Group B, and Entity's already eliminated. So technically, this game does not matter.
Yeah, that one's likely going to swap, but it could matter a lot for Aster, as they're like 5th place right now.
Yep,
and Stormer v Sumail could be interesting, but we still got some numbers that we got to process before we get to that. Which also means that basically all of these second series that you're saying are tentative. They might not be real. In fact, this one, I want this one. I want OG versus Shopify.
I mean, they will be happening.
They will be happening.
Let's be real that they will be.
But maybe not on the stream that you're saying. The first one is guaranteed, though. Talon Esports will be playing PSG LGD on Dota 2 Ember. But I kind of want this OG Shopify series.
I've got a solution for this. You know, you're talking about how it could be on the mainstream. Yeah. How about at home they just watch all 4?
Squad streaming?
Yes.
We have the technology.
We do.
And you at home can benefit from it. Team Liquid will be facing off against TSM in the morning on Dota 2 Storm. And again, this is a team that is, surprisingly, already confirmed eliminated.
Not TSM.
Not TSM.
Team Liquid.
But usually it's the other way around.
Yeah.
But this time, Fear Liquid has been eliminated, and TSM is clawing their way up to staying in the tournament.
It's the circle of life, you know? You know how it goes.
Circle of life. Gaiman versus Bad Boom is the second series, and our final stream will be starting off with Team Secret against Team Spirit, and after that, 9 Pandas against Beast Coast. I still want the OG Shopify one. That was the most spicy for me.
Unless they both go 1-1, then you're like, hey, congrats.
Secret versus Spirit's good too, because I don't know if that's still true, but in my mind it's still true. Puppy versus Russian teams has always been very spicy.
Would there be any other relation? No. Secret has a bunch of SEA players now.
Yeah.
Did Secret play Talon, or are they in different groups? I think they're in different groups.
Bring up the standings.
That's up to my host and co-host and all those things.
Oh, wow. Brian, they trust you.
There you go. And they are absolutely not in they are the same as they are right next to each other.
Oh, we missed out on that grudge match.
How did you possibly mess that up?
Well, while we're here, let's just go through Group B standings real quick.
My bad.
One more time. 9 Pandas topping the group. Wait, whoa. 9 Pandas topping the group?
Dude, they've already shown us this.
But
we gotta act like we've been here before. This is my 3rd time here, but we gotta act like we've been here before.
Gaiman, Beast Coast, and Bet Boom tentatively moving forward, but those games are still going on, which is why we don't know what our second series is going to be tomorrow, because still need to crunch the numbers on these. But we can put a cork on this stream and this panel. And Purge, you know what I like to do here. Closing thoughts on the day. Eat ice cream.
Oh, closing thoughts?
He does eat ice cream.
I do like to eat ice cream, though.
I can't believe we still have had so many 1-1s. The hero meta's changing a little bit. Seen some like heroes trend. Timbersaw seems like the most obvious opening pick. It's like the best mid hero. It creates space. It can't die. So seeing how that adjusts going into the next day is going to be the interesting thing.
I mean, I just want to see some more Western European teams get eliminated.
This guy knows I don't even need to tell him about closing thoughts. He already knows.
Those are my closing thoughts.
Western European team eliminations. Love to see it.
I'm kind of getting the vibes that these universal heroes are like you either deal with them or you don't. Like they don't have middle tier games. They either just like roll over you or they kind of fall flat. And so I think that's my theory for why we're dealing with so many 1-1s. Because teams are either addressing it perfectly or getting ran over.
The duality of universal.
Yes.
Feast or famine. Have you guys been enjoying the show at home? I hope you have. Because if you have, then be sure to use the hashtag ESL Pro Tour and participate in our conversation. So far, our good friends at Liquid, our eliminated teams, are very active on social media. Please show them some love and show the show some love as well. And I will show you all some love by leaving and giving it to our band for one last time. It's the Producing Pandas.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sheep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be